Chapter 1. In the depths of cosmic chaos, a resplendent palace of gold hovers in the void. The master of this palace is a diminutive figure, resembling a talisman, who sits listlessly upon a golden throne. Yet, this seemingly whimsical being holds the most exalted status in this realm and throughout the chaos. For he is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes within this chaos, the All-King. As per usual, today the All-King finds himself utterly bored. Two taciturn attendants stand expressionless on either side of the throne, while the All-King gazes vacantly at the 12 luminous orbs slowly revolving in the emptiness before him. His eyes blink not, and within that small round head, thoughts are unknown to it is noteworthy that these orbs suspended in the void are no ordinary spheres. Each one symbolizes a universe. Legend has it that long ago, chaos contained 18 universes, and within the All-King's palace resided 18 such orbs. However, 6 of these universes were obliterated for having angered the All-King, leaving the current 12. Though the All-King does not engage in battle, his power and authority are absolute. The palace exudes an air of solitude, and the All-King presumed he would once again pass a mundane day. However, whether by fate's design or not, the trajectories of the universe and chaos suddenly underwent a transformation. The astonishment of the All-King and his 2 attendants. The 12 luminous orbs representing the universes suddenly burst forth with dazzling radiance. And then, a 13th orb gradually materialized in the center of the circle formed by the 12. High Priest. High Priest. After a brief moment of silence, an expression of immense joy and excitement blossomed on the All-King's talisman-like round face, and he leapt down from his throne, calling for his steward, the High Priest, while bouncing around the newly birthed orb. The supreme palace felt exceedingly desolate, and this suddenly appearing orb resembled a stone cast into a still pond, finally stirring ripples in a place that had remained unchanged for millennia. Setting aside the significance of the orb's sudden emergence, the mere change and ripples it brought forth were enough to keep the bored All-King delighted for quite some time. "Your Majesty, what is it that summons you?" A figure materialized, kneeling on one knee in reverence to the All-King. This individual, slightly shorter in stature, exuded humility and an extraordinary demeanor, adorned with blue-green skin and white curly hair, with a faint blue halo hovering behind his head. Indeed, he was the All-King's steward, the High Priest of the 12 celestial angels of the universes. "High Priest, look, look!" "Ah!" the All-King, bouncing like a child, exclaimed, while the High Priest also turned his attention to the orb encircled by the 12 universes, his face reflecting astonishment. Is that a newly born universe? Indeed, it has manifested all on its own, not by my doing. With a joyous expression, the Omni-King took care to clarify, seemingly concerned that the Grand Priest might misunderstand. As expected, the Grand Priest's face displayed astonishment once more. This was not the handiwork of the Omni-King, but rather a universe birthed by nature. However, as he gazed at the nascent universe, encircled by the other 12, the Grand Priest furrowed his brow. In comparison to the luminous spheres of the other universes, this newly formed 13th universe appeared considerably smaller and somewhat ethereal, yet it was gradually solidifying and growing. These aspects did not overly concern the Grand Priest, for it was customary for a newly born universe to require time for evolution and maturation, making such phenomena entirely normal. What truly troubled him was that there was only one universe born this time, rather than the usual pair. It was well known that to maintain the balance between order and chaos, there must be both positive and negative, light and dark. Even the universes themselves embody this duality, typically manifesting in pairs. However, this time, only a solitary universe had emerged. A flicker of worry arose within the Grand Priest's heart. He pondered whether this singular birth might disrupt the delicate equilibrium of cosmic chaos. Yet upon casting his gaze upon the Omni-King, a smile crept into the Grand Priest's thoughts, and the fleeting concern dissipated like mist. As long as the omnipotent Omni-King was present, there was truly no cause for alarm. "Omni-King, this newly born universe seems rather unique. How would you like to proceed?" Regaining his composure, the Grand Priest respectfully inquired. "Indeed, I find it quite extraordinary as well. Since it is the newly born 13th universe, Grand Priest, I suggest you assign an angel to assist the god of destruction of this universe." After some reflection, the Omni-King proclaimed, "Omni-King, this universe is still in the process of growth and evolution. It appears that it has yet to give rise to a supreme Kai, or god of destruction, of such high rank." Upon observing the newly born universe, the Grand Priest reported with solemnity. The Omni-King was somewhat taken aback as he scrutinized the central sphere of light, only to realize that indeed, This nascent universe had not yet birthed any deities of the Supreme Kai or God of Destruction caliber. In that case, let it remain as it is, allowing it more time to grow, the Omni King ultimately decided after contemplation. Understood, Omni King. With one hand over his heart, the Grand Priest offered a respectful bow to the Omni King. Though the birth of a universe should be regarded as a momentous event for beings of the stature of the Grand Priest and the Omni King, it was merely another occurrence, not particularly noteworthy. There were no other matters at hand. The High Priest exited the palace, while the King of all, after hopping around and surveying his surroundings, grew somewhat weary and returned to his throne, idly lost in thought. However, unbeknownst to both the King of all and the High Priest, this newly birthed universe, which they regarded with mere curiosity, would soon unleash an unparalleled upheaval upon this world and the surrounding chaos. Chapter 1. The Tailless Scion. Location: Universe 13. Time: Year 737 of the Age of Peace. In the dimly lit training room, several vegetable beings menacingly surrounded a young girl. The girl, petite and appearing merely 5 or 6 years of age, stood expressionless with her arms crossed, seemingly dismissing the looming threats before her. With shrieks and howls, the vegetable beings revealed bloodthirsty grins and simultaneously lunged towards her with lightning speed. A flicker of disdain crossed the girl's eyes as she effortlessly sidestepped their attacks. After several fruitless attempts, the enraged vegetable beings ceased to hold back, unleashing a cacophony of roars as they directed their full might against her. With a disdainful snort, the girl clenched her fists and exclaimed with a vibrant shout, "Ha!" An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from her, sending the assailing vegetable beings flying, their cries echoing as they crashed against the floor and walls of the training room. A bloodthirsty smile graced her adorable face as she pointed a finger, unleashing powerful energy waves that obliterated the remaining foes into nothingness. What extraordinary power! Those vegetable beings were utterly no match for her. Indeed, she is Princess Vegeta, the prodigy of our Saiyan race. From the control room, researchers expressed their genuine awe. "Hey, Ceros, please clean up the training room used by Princess Vegeta," one researcher called out, noticing that she had exited. Understood. With a simple reply, a young boy stepped forward. He appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old as well, clad in a standard uniform. Though he possessed an exquisitely charming appearance, his expression was rather devoid of emotion. Grabbing the cleaning tools, the boy named Ceros departed the control room. "TSK, that coward Ceros never puts up a fight," one of the researchers remarked. "That little brat is clever if he resisted. Wouldn't you then have a reason to discipline him? What does it matter how clever he is? He is still a useless waste. His existence is a disgrace to us, the battle-hardened Saiyan race." Well, it is precisely his ineptitude that highlights the greatness of Princess Vegeta's talent. It seems there is some truth to it. Ha ha ha. Listening to the unabashed laughter echoing from behind, Ceros, stepping out of the control room, couldn't help but let out a sigh. Ceros, or rather his true name, Chen, was not a native of this world but a time traveler. In his previous life, Chen was a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, and one day, inexplicably, he found himself reborn in this realm. Though initially bewildered, Chen quickly accepted this new reality. After all, in his former life, he was merely an orphan, devoid of friends, unencumbered by attachments. Being transported to a world he adored, and even becoming a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans, was perhaps a fortunate twist of fate for him. With diverse races, cataclysmic powers, and the Dragon Balls that could grant any wish, the prospect of relishing such an exhilarating life left Chen brimming with excitement. For several days following his rebirth, however, the bliss was short-lived, as reality swiftly dealt Chen a heavy blow. Shortly after his birth, his parents perished in the line of duty. The fierce Saiyans had no concept of a postpartum period. It was said that his mother, mere days after giving birth, returned to her mission of conquering other planets alongside her partner. Unfortunately, their luck faltered, for the planet they invaded harbored several formidable beings, and as a result, their attempt at conquest ended in catastrophic failure, with only one member of their team managing to escape. Saiyans were accustomed to the perilous endeavor of conquering planets for profit, and even the mightiest warrior race occasionally faced setbacks. Thus, this incident was not particularly surprising, attributable to their own inadequacies and misfortune. It was ironic that Chen, who had been an orphan in his previous life, found himself in the same predicament once more. Nevertheless, the cold and ruthless nature of the Saiyans left little room for familial bonds or affection. While Chen's mother had at least cradled him briefly, it was said that his father, who was on planet Vegeta at the time, had no interest in even a fleeting glance at his newborn son. With parents like that, Yi-chan felt little impact from their demise, offering them a moment of silent tribute as a gesture of compassion. What truly struck Yi-chan was the subsequent event. Every Saiyan undergoes a quality assessment upon birth to determine their potential as warriors, and Yi-chan's score was a mere 5, nearly setting a record for the lowest in Saiyan history. While a score of 5 seemed disheartening, Yi-chan recalled that the protagonist of the original story, Kakarot, also known as Son Goku, had a score of only 2, and yet he ultimately became a legendary figure, battling formidable foes and claiming the title of the universe's strongest. Why Yi-chan believed that, with diligent training, he too could ascend in strength. However, unlike Kakarot, while Yi-chan's combat potential was slightly higher, his circumstances were far more dire. For he was born without a tail, marking him as the first ever tailless Saiyan in history. The parents of Yi-chan were undoubtedly pure-blooded Saiyans, yet they gave birth to him, an anomaly devoid of a tail. The tail represents a vulnerability for the Saiyans, yet it simultaneously constitutes a vital aspect of their physiology, as only those endowed with a tail can undergo the transformation into a great ape when exposed to the Blutz wave, thereby experiencing a dramatic surge in power. The Yi-chan's condition is undoubtedly a result of genetic mutation. Researchers, filled with enthusiasm, placed him upon an experimental platform for several days of scrutiny. If Yi-chan could transform into a great ape despite lacking a tail, it would signify that he is the first Saiyan to eliminate his inherent weakness, possibly heralding a new evolutionary direction for the entire Saiyan race. Regrettably, no matter how the researchers stimulated Yi-chan's body with the Blutz wave, it proved futile. Devoid of a tail, he lost the capacity for transformation. Consequently, the researchers hastily categorized Yi-chan as a failure in the evolutionary history of the Saiyan race. Typically, newborns like Yi-chan, with low combat potential, would be dispatched to inferior planets for survival training. However, due to his inability to transform, he was deemed unworthy of even that opportunity and was callously discarded like refuse. Despite possessing the thoughts and soul of an adult from a previous life, the newly born Yi-chan was exceedingly frail, lacking the ability to survive. Although he managed to endure for several days amidst the refuse, bolstered by the Saiyan's formidable vitality, it was merely a temporary respite. Just as Yi-chan believed his demise was imminent, a woman emerged and rescued him from the heap of garbage. Chapter 2. Princess Vegeta. Armed with cleaning tools, Yi-chan made his way towards the training room. Simultaneously, 2 figures approached from the opposite end of the corridor. Leading the way was a petite girl clad in the distinctive battle attire of the Saiyans, adorned with a resplendent cloak symbolizing royalty. Though the girl was undeniably adorable, her expression was haughty and frigid, embodying the genius of the Saiyan lineage. Princess Vegeta. Indeed, you read that correctly. It is Vegeta, not Vegeta, and she is a princess, not a prince. Upon hearing of the birth of this Saiyan princess, who is merely a year younger than himself, Yi-chan was nearly left speechless. His method of transmigration must have been flawed. However, aside from the difference in gender, she bore a striking resemblance to the character from the original narrative. Princess Vegeta is proud, aloof, and combative, having been showered with adoration since childhood, a super genius in stark contrast to himself, a mere waste with the combat potential of only 5 points. Though she is merely 5 years of age, her battle prowess is alarmingly high, rumored to be on the verge of rivaling or even surpassing that of King Vegeta, marking her as an undeniable prodigy in combat. Though it is indeed rather frustrating, these matters hold little significance for Yi-chan. Even if they were connected, there is nothing he could alter. The only regret may be that the legendary duo of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, lifelong friends, seems unlikely to reunite this time. Behind Vegeta stand a robust figure, none other than Naba, a subordinate hailing from a prestigious Saiyan lineage. This gentleman remains true to his character from the original tale, appearing youthful and still possessing a full head of hair. As the two approached, Yi-chan stepped aside, bowing his head in deference to them. Not only is Princess Vegeta of high standing, but even Naba, her companion, holds a status on this planet that far surpasses Yi-chan's own. The two walked past in the corridor, while Yi-chan stood aside like an inconspicuous shadow. Yet, in that fleeting moment of passing, Vegeta's peripheral gaze lingered on Yi-chan for just an instant. "Who is that fellow, Naba?" Princess Vegeta inquired as they walked. Despite her tender age of merely 5, her speech did not bear the innocent lilt typical of children. Instead, it resonated with the gravitas befitting royalty. "Are you referring to that individual we encountered earlier?" "Ah, yes, that one. His name is Silos, a Scion without a tail, tasked with menial duties here." "Humph, he's just that worthless fool." Naba reflected for a moment before recalling Knight's identity and Vegeta's expression contorted with evident disdain. Naturally, she had heard of the Saiyan considered a failure in their evolutionary lineage, as his incompetence was often used to highlight her own prodigious talents. Such comparisons irked her deeply, leaving her with a sense of humiliation. Does your highness despise that waste? Shall I eliminate him? Naba's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he spoke. There's no need. Killing such a worthless being would only soil our hands. Let him fend for himself, Vegeta replied coldly, seemingly uninterested in prolonging the conversation. Your highness. You truly are merciful. With a chuckle, Naba reined in his bloodlust, as the two continued their conversation without restraint, their words reaching Knight's ears. It was not until they had completely vanished that Knight let out a bitter laugh, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Though he had done nothing, he had just narrowly escaped a brush with death. Had Naba truly carried out the act, no one would have intervened or sought justice on his behalf, not even the woman who had taken him in. Everyone would merely applaud Naba and the princess, showering them with praise. Such is the stark and ruthless reality of this world. I truly am fortunate, Knight mused, reflecting on his tumultuous journey to this point. Having nearly perished in a refuse heap upon his rebirth, each additional day felt like a gift. Over the years, he had cultivated a perspective of resilience towards such matters. Quickly regaining his composure and setting aside thoughts of the recent encounter as he entered the training room. The training room lay in utter disarray, littered with repugnant fluids and the dismembered remnants of vegetable beings. Known as cultivators, these biomonsters were bred from specially cultivated vegetable seeds by the Saiyans, characterized by their extreme malevolence and formidable combat prowess. Knight recalled from the original tale that they possessed combat power nearing 1200, and beings like him would be effortlessly dispatched by them 100,000 times over. Nevertheless, even so, to the Saiyans, these vegetable beings are merely objects, disposable once their utility has been exhausted. This realization left Chen quite disheartened. He truly felt himself to be even less significant than these mere props. However, in comparison, Chen possesses qualities to take pride in. Although these vegetable beings may surpass him in prowess, who among them can claim to have lived longer? Up until now, the highest recorded survival duration for these vegetable beings seems to be merely a few months, with the majority managing to endure only several days at best. Thus, it is evident that survival is not solely reliant on brute strength. Intellect plays a crucial role as well. After indulging in his musings, Chen donned his gloves and cautiously began to clear the surrounding corpses of the vegetable beings. To Chen, even the remains of these creatures posed a significant danger. While ordinary blood is somewhat manageable, the heads of these vegetable beings contain a potent dissolving liquid. A single drop could spell disaster. Previously, an alien slave had accompanied Chen in these tasks, but due to carelessness, mistook the liquid oozing from the vegetable beings' heads for ordinary blood, resulting in his unfortunate demise as he was completely dissolved. In gratitude for his sacrifice, Chen has since been reminded to avoid making the same blunder. After several hours of diligent effort, Chen finally cleared all the corpses, leaving the walls and floor of the training room immaculate, attended to with meticulous care. Although he is a pure-blooded Saiyan, his status on this planet is not dissimilar to that of the prop slave. To maximize every possible opportunity for survival, he must enhance his worth even in such a place. Chapter 3. Battle Power of 18,000 on the cold, dimly lit streets. A figure leapt with astonishing speed, each bound propelling him several meters, even tens of meters, forward. It was Chen, having completed his tasks and now returning home to rest. Flanking the streets were the residences of Saiyans, but most Saiyans spent their years executing missions to invade other planets, only occasionally returning to planet Vegeta for a few days of respite, thus rendering the area nearly devoid of inhabitants. Chen's speed was remarkably swift, and his movements exceedingly agile, allowing him to effortlessly leap from one rooftop to another across the street. Were he on Earth, passers-by would undoubtedly be left in awe, exclaiming in astonishment at his prowess. However, here, he was merely a waste, incapable of flight and relegated to traversing by foot. After bounding along the street for several minutes, Chen finally descended and came to a halt in front of a modest house. It was simply an ordinary dwelling by the roadside, Chen's home. No, it should be referred to as the abode of the woman who adopted Chen. For even such an ordinary dwelling on this planet is beyond the reach of someone as seemingly insignificant as Chen. That woman had ventured out with her comrades to execute a mission, invading another planet, and according to customary practice, it would be several days before her return. Chen utilized his identity card to unlock the door and stepped inside, illuminating the interior. Everything remained unchanged, exactly as it was when he left in the morning. A familiarity he had long since grown accustomed to. He retrieved some spare ingredients from the refrigerator and swiftly entered the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast for himself. After an entire day of toil, he found himself ravenously hungry, devouring the spread before him with great enthusiasm. Despite being merely 6 years old, Chen possessed an astonishing appetite akin to that of other Saiyans, particularly after exertion, requiring substantial sustenance each day. With remarkable speed, he consumed every morsel on the table, finally patting his belly with a hint of satisfaction. After resting for a moment and glancing at the time, Chen promptly tidied the dishes and the table before stepping out onto a patch of grass outside the house. It was now time for training. Although his combat potential was abysmally low and he was a tailless, ineffectual Saiyan, Chen had never relinquished his determination and hoped to grow stronger. Just like in the original Dragon Ball, the entire Saiyan race had now allied with the malevolent cosmic overlord Frieza, serving him. If the fate of this world did not diverge significantly from that of the original narrative, it was likely that Frieza would soon annihilate the Saiyan race and this planet. Chen had no desire to remain on this planet and await death alongside those wretches. So he needed to bolster his strength as much as possible before Frieza's impending destruction. Regulating his breath, Chen commenced his training. One-handed push-ups, 5,000 repetitions. Sit-ups, 5,000 times. Jump squats, 5,000. Horse stance punches, 10,000. Lacking any knowledge of martial arts or combat, and with no one on planet Vegeta to instruct him, he could only resort to this rudimentary method to hone his physique. After more than 2 hours of rigorous training, he lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Though he bore the blood of a Saiyan, being only 6 years old made such exertion quite taxing. While he could push himself further, overtraining could lead to complications, such as being unable to work or arriving late the next day, which would be troublesome. Donning a scouter, Chen activated it, and the digits fluctuated before finally settling on the number 18. This indicated that Chen currently possessed a combat power of 18. Do not underestimate the combat power of this 18. At the beginning of the original Dragon Ball storyline, Son Goku possessed merely a combat power of 10. Yet he was already regarded as a martial arts master, impervious to the harm of ordinary individuals. Were he on Earth, Chen, with his 18 combat power, could thrive and live comfortably. Alas, this is not Earth, but the stronghold of the Saiyans, planet Vegeta. Here, even if Chen's combat power were to increase tenfold, he would still be deemed a mere weakling. With a deep sigh, Chen quickly adjusted his mindset. To escape this place and ensure his survival, he must rely on his intellect. Combat power is merely an auxiliary asset. Removing his scouter, he returned to his dwelling, rinsed his body, set an alarm, and collapsed into a deep slumber. Each day was filled with unending tasks, and upon returning, he still needed to carve out time for training. Both his body and mind were thoroughly exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep almost instantaneously. The night passed in silence, and the following day dawned with a cacophony of wailing that echoed throughout the room, creating an irksome disturbance. Like a factory assembly line, transport machines traversed between rooms, perpetually in motion. However, what these machines carried was not goods or commodities, but rather newly born infants, as if to announce their arrival into this world. Each infant cried out with fervor, some even crawling chaotically upon the transport machines, none remaining still. Though such scenes had long become routine, Chen could not help but feel a pang of sorrow each time he witnessed it. These were the progeny of the Saiyans, yet they were treated entirely like mere merchandise. Silos, according to the designated numbers, place these bothersome little ones in the nursery and do it swiftly. Disturbed by the cacophony, a Saiyan swiftly kicked a baby that had crawled out of the transport ship back inside, simultaneously bellowing at Chen, who was tirelessly retrieving each infant from the vessel. Without uttering much, Chen continued his laborious task, meticulously cleaning each child before delivering them to the adjacent nursery according to their designated numbers. Being of a small stature himself, he found it challenging to reach certain areas, necessitating a series of leaps and bounds to manage the task at hand. Moreover, the Saiyan infants, known for their tempestuous natures, proved to be quite unruly, squirming and tugging incessantly even when cradled by Chen, leaving him utterly exhausted. These are the last two, he thought, gazing at the final pair of infants being conveyed from the transport ship. Almost completely worn out, he exhaled a sigh of relief. These were two baby girls, adorably plump, each sporting the distinctive Saiyan tail on their backsides. Unlike the other infants who were boisterous and mischievous, these two little ones were surprisingly tranquil, having fallen asleep on the transport. Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he gently lifted the pair from the ship, cleaned them, and carried them to the nursery. Baby 75, Broly, daughter of the lower-class warrior Paragus. Baby 76, Kakarot, daughter of the lower-class warrior Bardock. After placing the two girls in their designated cribs, Chen finally felt a sense of accomplishment. He clapped his hands together and prepared to leave. However, after only taking a few steps, Chen felt a sudden tremor throughout his entire being. The daughter of Paragus, Broly, and the daughter of Bardock. Kakarot, was it truly so difficult? A thunderous flash surged through his mind, and in that moment, Chen's heart shattered. Chapter 4. The Awakening of the Weak. Chen had long harbored doubts about whether the world into which he had been reborn was indeed the true Dragon Ball universe. And now, he could finally ascertain its authenticity. This is not Dragon Ball. It is unequivocally not Dragon Ball. Vegeta, Broly, Kakarot. Should anyone dare proclaim that this place is the true Dragon Ball, they shall face my wrath. This realm may merely be a parallel universe reminiscent of Dragon Ball. And according to Chen's understanding, he can only perceive it as such. It is utterly bewildering that these muscular titans from the original Dragon Ball have been transformed into adorable maidens one after another. Chen cannot fathom what kind of entity possesses the power to execute such a transformation. Yet, that individual must be a lunatic. Turning around, Chen leapt onto the crib. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering Broly and Kakarot, it would be disingenuous to claim that his heart remained untouched, based on Princess Vegeta's demeanor. Aside from the gender transformation, Broly and Kakarot's other attributes likely remain akin to those in the original Dragon Ball. One is the legendary Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that occurs once every millennium in Saiyan history, while the other is the destined child of this world. Regardless of who it may be, they are destined to become future titans. Leaning down, Chen playfully pinched Broly's chubby cheeks, stretching them gently until he noticed her stirring, prompting him to swiftly release his hold. He then turned his attention to Kakarot beside her, bestowing upon her the same affectionate gesture. The delightful sensation surged within Chen, evoking an unshakable feeling of contentment. Bouncing back to the ground, Chen lingered no longer and promptly exited the nursery. Silos, in 3 days, there will be an assessment of the warrior qualities of those little ones inside. For the next few days, you are entrusted with their care, should any mishap occur. I shall make you acquainted with the depths of hell. An indignant tuffle uttered as Chen emerged. This individual was merely a slave of the Saiyans, occupying a menial role akin to Chen's, and he recalled that the responsibility of tending to the infants was indeed his duty. I shall take good care of them, Chen replied, his expression unyielding and his tone detached. It is not that Chen wishes to refuse. Rather, he simply lacks the authority to do so. Although his counterpart is merely a slave, he possesses formidable combat prowess, rendering any conflict with him potentially lethal for Chen. Observing Chen's obedient demeanor, the alien from Gaia displayed a cold, disdainful smile before striding away with an air of supremacy. Everyone here is aware that Chen conducts his duties with meticulous precision, rarely committing errors, a fact that has drawn the attention of others. The troublesome care of those Saiyan brats is far too burdensome. Any misstep could provoke the merciless wrath of the cold-blooded Saiyans, who would not hesitate to eliminate him. Now, with the responsibility cast upon the inept Silos, he can rest easy. Though also a Saiyan, the ineffectual Losis is a source of shame for his kind, with no one willing to defend him. And his weakness renders him a target for bullying and commands, as long as the treatment does not exceed reasonable bounds. Chen is acutely aware of this reality, leading him to endure almost passively, for he is a weakling, and such is the fate of the feeble. In the ensuing days, Chen's task is to tend to this batch of newborn Saiyan infants. Unlike human infants, the offspring of the Saiyans possess an extraordinary vitality. Despite their recent arrival into the world, they are already crawling about with great vigor, often tumbling from their nests and wailing in distress. Chen, having prior experience with similar tasks, finds himself adequately equipped to handle the situation. Although the Saiyan bloodline harbors an innate propensity for violence, these innocent little beings do not instill fear in him. With a touch of gentleness and kindness, they naturally gravitate towards him, a primal instinct shared by all living creatures. The notorious brutality of the Saiyans, while partly attributed to their inherent traits, is largely influenced by their harsh environment, in Chen's view. Growing up in such a merciless and unforgiving setting would inevitably distort even the kindest of souls. Among the multitude of infants, Chen pays special attention to Broly and Kakarot. The latter, known as the Child of Destiny, is fated to rescue Earth and the universe countless times, making her welfare paramount, while others may falter, she must not. Though reborn as a Saiyan, Chen struggles to find a sense of belonging within this cold and heartless race. His heart remains tethered to the Azure planet and its simple human inhabitants. As for Broly, he considers this an opportunity to align himself with a formidable ally. Though uncertain of the strength of this alliance, such matters can be addressed in due course. This little ancestor is a potential powder keg, and Chen dares not let down his guard, constantly monitoring her condition. Whenever she feels hungry, he promptly feeds her. When she is thirsty, he quickly pours her water. He even worries that she might be weary from lying down, so he often massages her tiny arms and legs to promote circulation, treating her with the utmost reverence. Much like the original narrative, although Broly has only just been born, the formidable potential hidden within her has begun to awaken. And the aura she unconsciously emits consistently frightens the nearby Kakarot, causing her to wail in distress. In such instances, Chen hastens to calm Broly before soothing Kakarot. Unlike other infants, Broly remains placid, neither fussing nor crying. Whenever Chen comforts her, she is able to rein in her energy and settle down. As for Kakarot, due to Chen's playful interactions and the delicious treats he offers, she unexpectedly grows incredibly fond of him, often climbing atop his head and babbling excitedly whenever he tends to the other infants. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed, and it was soon time to assess the combat potential of these infants. One by one, they were placed on the testing platform, where their combat potential was quickly read through scanning technology. At present, nearly all Saiyans on planet Vegeta are merely lower-class warriors, with only about 10 intermediate warriors and just 2 upper-class warriors, King Vegeta and Princess Vegeta. The classification of warriors is determined by the results of these tests. Most infants exhibit combat potential around several hundred points, which is considered normal. With training, they can typically reach over 1,000 points and become lower-class Saiyan warriors. Those with potential below 100, however, are deemed hopeless and are not permitted to remain on planet Vegeta. They are sent to lesser planets devoid of formidable foes. If they manage to conquer those worlds and enhance their combat prowess, they might be allowed to return as proud members of the warrior race, the Saiyans. The testing proceeded swiftly, and soon only Broly and Kakarot remained. Next, Kakarot, an impatient tester, called out, as Chen lifted the finger-chewing Kakarot onto the platform. Placed on the testing table, the little one curiously surveyed her surroundings, and her combat potential was quickly displayed on the screen. To everyone's astonishment, it was a mere 2 points. TSK, is she the daughter of Bardock? Another remarkable failure has emerged among our Saiyan ranks. As they beheld the conspicuous number 2 on the screen, every individual in the testing room, save for Chen, was overtaken by expressions of disdain. In the annals of Saiyan history, the lowest recorded combat potential was a mere 4 points, a threshold that Chen had nearly grazed in the past. Now, Kakarot had audaciously shattered this record, plunging it down by an astonishing 2 points. Seemingly attuned to the disapproval and malice emanating from others, Kakarot, perched upon the experimental platform, pouted and began to wail. Amidst the scornful gazes of the onlookers, Chen nonchalantly scooped up Kakarot and offered her solace. This little one, it appears, mirrored her counterpart in the original Dragon Ball narrative, possessing a combat potential that was indeed an abysmally low 2 points. Truly a staggering deficiency for a descendant of the warrior race known as the Saiyans. Yet, what does it matter if it is merely 2 o'clock? With diligent practice, one may still grow stronger. The accomplishments that Kakarot may achieve in the future are beyond the judgment of you mere mortals. Lastly, Broly. As the voice of the examiner echoed, Chen set Kakarot down and then lifted the previously quiet Broly into his arms. This time, it should dazzle these fellows, Chen mused inwardly. As before, Broly took her place on the examination table, and the examiner commenced the assessment of Broly's combat potential. Initially, Chen merely wished to expedite the task and rest. However, to the astonishment of all the examiners, the numbers displayed on the screen representing combat potential began to fluctuate wildly, culminating in a result that nearly caused their eyes to pop out. 110,000 points. Impossible. The testing equipment must be malfunctioning. Conduct a retest. I demand a retest. Feeling utterly absurd, no one could accept such a result. The Saiyan in charge of this evaluation bellowed, while a flurry of individuals below hurried to inspect the apparatus, subsequently performing another assessment of Broly's combat potential. Yet, the outcome remained at 10,000 points. The device was indeed functioning. There was no error. 10,000 points, truly 10,000 points. It was unfathomable. Even Princess Vegeta did not possess such an extraordinary level of combat potential. One could hardly accept the reality that a solemn inspector swallowed hard. The shock within him reaching unparalleled heights. Summon someone at once to report to King Vegeta. A new prodigy has emerged from our Saiyan lineage. No, I shall go myself. The Saiyan in charge of the inspection, regaining his composure, exhibited a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Stepping out of the examination room, he unleashed his battle aura and shot into the sky like a cannonball. The news spread with extraordinary swiftness, and soon another figure enveloped in battle energy soared down from the heavens, bursting through the door and entering the inspection chamber with unabated urgency. It was a remarkably robust Saiyan man, who paid no heed to the others in the room. Upon entering, he promptly assessed Broly's combat potential and, overwhelmed with joy, lifted her into his arms with a hearty laugh. Incredible! It truly is 10,000 points. The legend is real. Every 1,000 years, a Super Saiyan emerges in our history. No wonder she is my daughter, Paragus. Splendid. Splendid. The visitor was none other than Broly's father, Paragus, a formidable Saiyan warrior. The Saiyans are a ruthless breed, and most of their warriors possess little understanding of familial bonds or affection. Had he not discovered that Broly possessed a combat potential of 10,000, he likely would not have cast her a glance. Having grown accustomed to such realities, Chen silently carried Kakarot back to the nursery. Paragus was still caught up in his excitement, oblivious to the looming danger that awaited the father-daughter duo. Had Broly been born into royalty, there would have been no doubt she would receive immense attention and cultivation, potentially destined to become the queen of the Saiyan race. Alas, she was not born of royal blood. Her father, Paragus, was merely a low-ranking warrior. The equally merciless King Vegeta would never allow anyone to overshadow his talented daughter, nor would he tolerate any threat to his dominion and sovereignty. As expected, a command soon emanated from King Vegeta, strictly prohibiting anyone from disseminating information regarding Broly. Paragus was summoned to the royal palace. Before long, Broly was returned, utterly indifferent and fast asleep. Unlike the other mischievous little ones, Broly rarely cried or fussed. She often lay with a serene expression, as if she were perpetually pondering the mysteries of life. Gently stroking Broly's little head, Chen couldn't help but sigh at the fate she was about to face. However, he is not in a position to concern himself with others. He's already akin to a clay idol traversing a river. Kakarot and Broly have both been born, and even the formidable potential of Broly has been detected, indicating that the day of this planet's annihilation by Frieza is swiftly approaching. Chen has never contemplated revealing Frieza's intent to obliterate planet Vegeta to anyone. Bardock from the original tale serves as a prime example. No one would believe him even if he spoke up. Furthermore, given Chen's standing on this planet, to dare utter disparaging remarks about the mighty Frieza in the presence of others would be tantamount to courting death. This planet is beyond salvation, and the Saiyans are destined for extinction. Chen cannot save them, nor has he ever intended to. His sole objective is to escape before the planet meets its doom. He has long awaited this day and has secretly made numerous preparations, hoping everything will proceed smoothly without unexpected complications. Having completed his tasks, Chen returned home. Unlike the morning when he left, the items in his home had clearly been disturbed, and the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom. That woman has returned. Chapter 6. Female Saiyan Time. 6 years ago, amidst a foul and filthy heap of refuse, a tailless Saiyan infant lay buried within. It was Chen, who had recently been reborn. Am I to perish here? His body had long ceased to move, despite having held on for several days. Chen could feel himself nearing his limit. He would die here. Suddenly, the garbage piled atop Chen seemed to be lifted, revealing a figure before him. His vision blurred, but he could barely discern the outline of a woman. Humph, you're still alive. What a tenacious little brat. Memories from the past surged in his mind. But Chen quickly regained his composure. With a creak, the bathroom door swung open, and a young woman emerged, draped in a towel. She was a short female Saiyan, with a bob of hair that framed her face. Though her visage was rather pleasant, she emanated an aura of coldness and ferocity. She was the very woman who had rescued Chen from the refuse, the lower-class Saiyan warrior, Saraba. She was indeed the female Saiyan from Bardock's team in the original Dragon Ball story, the father of protagonist Kakarot. I'm hungry. Go fetch me something to eat. Glancing at Chen with a faint look, Celebi spoke in a commanding tone. Accustomed to her demeanor, Chen said nothing and retrieved some ingredients from the refrigerator before heading into the kitchen. Although it was this woman who had taken him in, they barely qualified as family. and their relationship was not as harmonious as one might imagine. 6 years ago, at the tender age of 19, Celiba was merely a novice warrior with a combat power exceeding 1,000. She had joined Yecheng's parents and several other Saiyans on a mission to invade a planet inhabited by another race. However, due to erroneous intelligence, they discovered that the planet concealed formidable beings. Even in their transformed state, the Saiyans found themselves outmatched. Typically, the Saiyans annihilate races without destroying planets. But when their lives were at stake, such considerations fell by the wayside. The battle was ferocious, reportedly shattering nearly half of the planet. As the newest member of the team, Celiba was undoubtedly the weakest, which inadvertently led the enemies to underestimate her. Yet, as the combat raged on, one Saiyan after another fell, and it seemed they were on the brink of total annihilation. In that dire moment, Yecheng's parents, gravely injured and resigned to their fate, chose to self-destruct, taking the enemy with them. The only survivor, Celiba, seized a fleeting chance and escaped the encirclement, fleeing the planet. Despite the typical cold-heartedness of Saiyans, Celiba felt an undeniable debt to Yecheng's parents. Upon discovering that they had a discarded son left behind, she felt compelled to search for him, driven by an impulsive desire to see if he still lived. To her astonishment, Yecheng had miraculously survived. Although the prospect of dealing with him seemed troublesome, she ultimately brought him back, washed his body, and casually tossed him a piece of food. While she had rescued Yecheng, one could hardly expect her to nurture him like a mother, changing his diapers and feeding him. Such expectations were utterly fanciful. Any ordinary infant subjected to such neglect would surely meet their demise. But within Yecheng's infantile form resided a mature soul. He summoned the last vestiges of his will to survive, forcing himself to consume the food and persevering through the ordeal. Other than occasionally tossing him scraps during his infancy, Celiba had scarcely cared for Yecheng. One could say he had raised himself. During her prolonged absences on missions, often lasting months, Yecheng sought food, employment, and diligently learned languages and skills vital for survival. When pushed to the brink, any creature can unleash extraordinary potential, and as a member of the formidable Saiyan race, Yecheng, through his intelligence and determination, managed to thrive on this merciless planet. Without delay, Yecheng prepared a sumptuous feast, and the two sat down in silence, indulging in their meal. Although a woman, Celiba exhibited none of the decorum typically associated with femininity. Her manner of eating could only be described as ravenous. Of course, this is a common trait among Saiyans, who, due to their frequent battles, possess an enormous appetite, requiring substantial amounts of high-energy sustenance each day. With memories from his past life, Yechen's culinary skills were commendable, and on this planet, devoid of culture aside from combat, his cooking could be deemed exquisite. This was perhaps the only merit Celiba found in him, despite the improbability of anyone teaching him these skills. Celiba was curious about the origins of Yechen's talents, though she never inquired. Regardless of such curiosities, all she desired was for him to prepare these delectable dishes upon her return. Other matters held no interest for her. How did this mission fare? Yechen asked nonchalantly while savoring his meal. Celiba was somewhat taken aback. Rarely did they communicate at home, and Yechen seldom asked her anything. What prompted this sudden inquiry? The mission went smoothly. We eradicated all the scum on planet Kanasha. However, Bardock was rather careless and was ambushed by a stray, leaving him injured and now resting in the medical pod, she replied, her mood lifted yet her gaze scrutinizing Yechen. By the way, why do you ask? Just a casual inquiry, Yechen replied lightly as he retreated to the kitchen to bring out more dishes. Although Celiba's response was brief, Yechen gleaned the information he sought. Just as in the original storyline of Dragon Ball, Bardock was injured by the Kanashan warriors with their illusionary fist. After recovery, he would presumably gain the ability to foresee the future and discover Frisia's intent to annihilate planet Vegeta. In the original tale, he sought to unite the Saiyans against Frisia, yet none believed his warnings. Frustrated, he attempted to confront Frisia alone, only to be obliterated alongside planet Vegeta by a single energy blast. In the OVA, there seemed to be a plot where Bardock traveled back in time to become a Super Saiyan and defeat Frisia's ancestor, Chilled. But such matters were of no concern to Yechen. Chapter 7. Allow me to assist you after dinner. Yechen tidied the tableware in the dining area before stepping into the garden, resolutely preparing to commence his daily training. The impending destruction of this planet by Frisia weighed heavily on his mind, instilling within him a profound sense of urgency. Thus, he resolved to intensify his training regimen that night to alleviate the turmoil within his heart. One-handed push-ups, 6,000 repetitions. Sit-ups, 6,000 times. Squat jumps, 6,000 repetitions. Horse stance punches, 12,000 repetitions. After completing all the training sessions, Chen lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. After a brief respite, he managed to rise, preparing to return indoors to cleanse his body before succumbing to slumber. However, to Knight's astonishment, Celebi was leaning against the window upstairs, seemingly observing him intently. "You little brat. You are nothing more than a failure without even a tail. Do you really believe that engaging in such mundane activities will make you stronger?" From her elevated position, Celebi openly mocked him, as she perceived Knight's efforts as utterly futile. "I will become stronger," Knight replied calmly and earnestly, locking eyes with Celebi. Her irritation at his composed demeanor was evident, yet a glimmer of intrigue flickered across her face as she pondered something. "Since you are so eager to grow stronger, allow me to assist you." "Assist me? How?" Knight's brow furrowed, immediately filled with caution. Although they shared a living space and she had salvaged him from the depths of despair, he was acutely aware of this woman's malevolent nature. Like other Saiyans, she was a battle-hungry, cold-hearted fiend. The idea that such a woman would suddenly offer her help was simply preposterous. "You must know that we Saiyans are a naturally combative race, growing stronger through battle. Each time we endure near-fatal injuries and recover, our power surges immensely. If you trust me, I can bring you to the brink of death and then heal you, enabling you to rapidly gain strength." Celebi's tone was laced with a tempting allure, as if she truly had Knight's best interests at heart. However, upon hearing her words, Chen's expression turned cold, and he unhesitatingly declined, stating, "No need, I can train myself at my own pace." Seemingly taken aback by Chen's abrupt refusal, Celebi's expression stiffened. "Humph, what a dull little brat." With a scoff, Celebi abruptly closed the window. Standing amidst the grassy expanse, Chen's countenance darkened. He did not suspect that Celebi was deceiving him, concocting such a proposal only to later intentionally harm him. If Celebi truly intended to eliminate Chen, she could have effortlessly obliterated him with a mere energy blast, and undoubtedly, no one would have pursued her thereafter. The genuine reason for Chen's refusal lay in the fact that this woman harbored ulterior motives from the outset. Saiyans are inherently a warrior race. Growing stronger with each battle, they experience significant power surges upon recovering from grave injuries, which is a well-established fact. In the original narrative of Dragon Ball, when Vegeta first arrived on Earth in search of the Dragon Balls, he possessed a combat power of merely 18,000. After being defeated by Son Goku and barely escaping, he subsequently surged to 24,000. Later, after being bested by Frieza's minion, Zarbin, and taken back for treatment, his power increased to 30,000. Up to this point, everything seemed normal, with Vegeta's combat power rising by 6,000 after each near-fatal recovery, relative to his original base of 13 and 14. However, things took a dramatic turn thereafter. Vegeta's third near-fatal injury occurred during his battle with the Ginyu Force's Rikuum. After consuming a Senzu bean to recover, his combat power skyrocketed directly from 30,000 to 250,000, an astonishing increase of over sevenfold. Subsequently, in preparation for his confrontation with Frieza, Vegeta allowed Krillin to injure him, then consumed another Senzu bean, resulting in an unprecedented surge from 250,000 to 5 million, an increase of tenfold. This clearly represents a narrative flaw in the original Dragon Ball, where Vegeta's power escalates dramatically after each near-fatal encounter, with the multiplicative gains becoming increasingly absurd. If every Saiyan were capable of such exponential growth, they would have long since produced a legion of warriors with combat powers in the hundreds of millions, if not billions, and would never have fallen victim to the likes of Frieza. Perhaps it is precisely to rectify such absurd bugs that, in this parallel universe based on the original Dragon Ball, the Saiyans, while still possessing the remarkable trait of significantly increasing their power after recovering from near-fatal injuries, no longer exhibit the boundless and reckless tendencies as depicted in the original narrative. According to long-term data, a Saiyan warrior can expect to augment their strength by approximately 12 points after their first recovery from severe injuries, 13 points after the second, and 14 points after the third. Beyond this, any further increases in battle power following a near-fatal recovery become increasingly negligible. With this limitation in place, it is rare for Saiyans to resort to this method to forcibly enhance their abilities. Most will only consider it once they have reached the saturation of their current power. This principle is straightforward. For instance, if one possesses a battle power of 100, employing the recovery method thrice would yield a first increase to 150, a second to 200, and a third to 250, resulting in a total augmentation of 150 points. Conversely, if one's baseline power is 10,000, utilizing this method 3 times could yield an increase of 15,000 points. Even the least astute Saiyan could easily grasp such simple arithmetic. Thus, Chen perceives Celeba's intentions as dubious and promptly declines her proposal, with Chen's current battle power standing at 18 points. Even employing this method would only elevate him to a mere 45 points, a trivial enhancement that would not alter the current situation, keeping him firmly among the weakest of the weak. Moreover, it would squander 3 invaluable opportunities for power enhancement. Conversely, should he choose to implement this strategy once he becomes immensely powerful, the potential increase could far exceed 100 or even 1,000 times what he would gain now. Celeba does not harbor malicious intent towards Chen. Her actions are likely driven by a fleeting whimsy. However, should Chen foolishly leap into the pit, that unscrupulous woman would undoubtedly be all too eager to give him a nudge. Upon returning to his abode, Chen rinsed his body and, adhering to his customary routine, set the alarm clock before succumbing to slumber. The forthcoming days were pivotal, destined to shape his fate, and he had an abundance of tasks awaiting his attention. Chapter 8. The final serenity. As dawn broke, the alarm clock rang, and Chen promptly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he leapt from his bed. Deftly donning his attire, washing his face, and brushing his teeth to attend to his personal hygiene, he then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare his breakfast. Despite the return of that woman, Celeba, she adhered to her usual habit of remaining in slumber until noon, allowing Chen to prepare breakfast solely for himself. After enjoying his meal and tidying the dishes, Chen departed his home, ready to head to his workplace. His place of employment was a logistical facility for the Saiyans, where spacecraft frequently ascended and descended, and formidable Saiyan warriors, enveloped in their battle auras, soared through the skies. Already well acquainted with every nook and cranny of this locale, Chen's first task was to check on the infants in the nursery. As before, the restless little ones were crawling about, while some, in need of nourishment, sat on the floor wailing, turning the room into a chaotic scene. He gathered the little ones who had crawled outside and returned them to their cozy nests, then prepared a specialized nutritional formula to feed each infant, ensuring they each had a bottle to suckle at their own pace. Having attended to the other infants, Chen then approached Kakarot and Broly. Both infants were awake, with Broly maintaining her usual serene expression, lying still in her nest, while Kakarot was crying fervently beside her. "Do not cry," he cooed, lifting Kakarot into his arms and soothing her, before presenting her with an oversized bottle. Finally, the cry ceased as Kakarot eagerly began to suck on the bottle. With Kakarot settled, it was time to attend to Broly. While the other Saiyan infants were in constant motion, Broly remained motionless in her nest, raising concerns about her becoming an unresponsive child. Recognizing the need for stimulation, Chen gently turned her over, massaging her little arms and legs to promote circulation, and subsequently offered her a bottle as well. After a busy morning tending to the infants, Chen ensured everything was in order before leaving the nursery to tackle the myriad of tasks awaiting him. In the expansive medical room, Saiyan warriors were submerged in healing chambers, receiving treatment, while uniformed medical personnel operated computers, monitoring the recovery of the warriors. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a young boy wielding cleaning tools entered, the one and only Chen. The staff recognized him immediately and returned to their duties, paying him little mind. To thrive in this environment, one must be diligent in their work and maintain a low profile, and Chen excelled at both. Unless summoned for a specific task, he existed as an almost invisible presence, regardless of how long he lingered. Quietly, Chen meticulously cleaned every corner of the room, occasionally glancing at the Saiyan warriors in the medical chambers. While the Saiyans were heralded as the mightiest warriors in the universe, there existed numerous beings even more powerful. And as the adage goes, even a swarm of ants could bring down an elephant. Thus, injuries and fatalities among Saiyan warriors during missions were not uncommon. The medical equipment here was among the most advanced in the universe, as long as one could cling to life. Even the gravest injuries could be healed after several days in the chamber. Nearby, a group of medical personnel gathered around a healing pod, where a tall male Saiyan was submerged. Though he only caught a glimpse from afar, Chen instantly recognized the identity of the warrior, Kakarot's father, Bardock. It is undeniable that this individual bears an uncanny resemblance to the Sun Wukong from the original text. The father and son appear to have been crafted from the same mold. Even the present-day Kakarot shares notable similarities with him. Indeed, It is no surprise that Bardock is capable of such rapid recovery. Though he is classified as a lower-tier warrior, he fought valiantly to subdue the planet Kanasha before returning. His combat power must now be nearing an impressive 10,000 points. For a lower-tier warrior, his accomplishments are remarkable. The conversation among a few individuals did not shy away from mentioning Chen, who listened attentively. The fact that Bardock possesses nearly 10,000 points of combat power is truly astounding. Among the current ranks of Saiyan warriors, he would certainly stand out. It is worth noting that King Vegeta's combat power is merely 10,000 points as well. However, this does not imply that Bardock rivals King Vegeta. In reality, he remains a lower-tier warrior with a status far inferior to that of the king. The Saiyans value not only immediate combat power but also latent potential, which is assessed at birth as combat aptitude. As a lower-tier warrior, Bardock frequently engages in battle, often finding himself in life-threatening situations. Although he has achieved nearly 10,000 points of combat power, he has exhausted his potential, making further advancement exceedingly challenging. In contrast, King Vegeta has reportedly never depleted his potential, thus, should he choose to. The current 10,000 point King Vegeta could swiftly elevate his combat power to 25,000 points, leveraging the unique traits of the Saiyan race. Nevertheless, Bardock has distinguished himself as a commendable lower-tier warrior, earning a corresponding status and honor through his prowess. He has garnered significant renown among the lower-tier Saiyan warriors, to the extent that even the proud Celebi is willing to team up with him. After tidying up the medical room, Chen quietly departed, drawing no attention from anyone. In the following 2 days, Chen continued his routine, working by day and returning at night to prepare meals for Celebi while training diligently. Although everything seemed as usual, only Chen understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. Chapter 9. No debts between us, kid. Prepare an ample supply of food tonight. We'll be heading out to work again tomorrow, and I intend to eat my fill. As he returned home that evening, Chen found Celebi lounging lazily on the sofa. What planet are we conquering this time? Planet MIT. Aren't you waiting for Bardock? Why should we? That guy is still recovering in the medical chamber. Planet MIT is merely a lower-tier planet. With Tomar and the rest of us, we'll manage just fine. Observing Celebi's nonchalant demeanor, Chen chose to refrain from further discourse, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator before making his way into the kitchen. As an ardent admirer of Dragon Ball in his previous life, he was intimately familiar with numerous plot lines and intricacies. Although this tangible world diverged somewhat from the original narrative, many story elements remained remarkably consistent thus far. If Chen's recollections served him correctly, Celebi and her companions would meet their demise at the hands of Friesia's minions during their expedition to planet Meta, with only Bardock arriving later to escape unscathed. His gaze flickered as he sighed inwardly. Time was of the essence, and he was nearing the moment to act. A sumptuous feast was laid out upon the table, and Celebi eagerly indulged herself. After embarking on a mission, it would be several days before she could savor such delectable fare again, compelling her to indulge fully. After merely sampling a couple of bites, Chen set down his utensils and vacated his seat. Though somewhat puzzled, Celebi refrained from inquiring further, as she had never been inclined to concern herself with the affairs of the young boy. Stepping outside, Chen proceeded to a nearby storeroom. Upon illuminating the space and clearing away some clutter, a single-person escape pod was unveiled. Despite its modest size, the pod was exceptionally heavy, requiring Chen over half an hour to drag it from the storeroom into the main hall. Meanwhile, the hall was in disarray, with tables and chairs overturned, and Celebi was on the floor, laboriously crawling as if in search of something. Faced with such a scene, Chen exhibited no trace of surprise. "Are you looking for this?" he queried, revealing Celebi's scouter with a slight smirk before crushing it with a decisive snap. The scouter, utilized by the Saiyans, not only detected enemies' power levels but also served various communication functions, rendering it an indispensable tool for nearly every Saiyan warrior. "You, little brat, what have you done?" Celebi managed to lift her head, her eyes brimming with a cold, lethal intent. "I have infused the food with a special drug manufactured by the Maruba people. Even the formidable Saiyan warriors who consume it will find themselves temporarily powerless, rendered unconscious for no less than 3 days and nights," Chen stated calmly, no longer concealing his actions. "How dare you?" Incredulity filled Celebi's voice as she nearly shouted. Indeed, in the past, Chen would have never dared to undertake such an action, for once Celebi regained her strength, she would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. However, this planet is on the verge of destruction, so what does Chen have to fear? Instead of responding to Celeba's query, he opened the escape pod and lifted her into his arms. Did you not once question my decision to squander money on such contraptions, asserting that even with it, escape from this planet would be impossible? You were mistaken, for I did not prepare this for myself, but for you. Yecheng remarked as he placed Celeba gently into the pod. Why? Celeba, feeling her consciousness fading, struggled to ask. This little rascal did not seem intent on betraying her. So what could be the purpose behind his actions? Celeba, if I were to tell you that you and your comrades would perish on planet MIT, and that this planet Vegeta would soon be obliterated by Frieza, would you believe me? Are you jesting? What grounds do you have to declare our demise there? Why would Lord Frieza engage in such acts? See, I told you, you wouldn't believe me. However, whether you do or not is irrelevant. I merely wish to share this with you. As he fastened a series of life support devices onto Celeba, Yecheng cradled her chin and continued, Celeba, although you are a dreadful woman who has treated me poorly, you are the one who rescued me from the refuse and allowed me to live. You saved me once, and now I shall save you in return. From this moment on, we shall owe each other nothing. Bastard, what are you saying? Celeba wanted to protest, but the effects of the drug overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep, her eyes closing. Closing the escape pod, Yecheng set the life support system to hibernation mode, checked the energy levels inside, and then adjusted the timer to the maximum setting of 25 years. If all went well and the pod remained undamaged, this woman would be in slumber for a quarter century. Having completed everything, Yecheng treated the task as if it were a mere routine. To conserve his energy, he decided against training in the following days. After a yawn, he entered the bathroom for a quick wash before retiring to his room for the night. The next day, beneath the launch pad of the spacecraft, several Saiyan warriors appeared to be awaiting someone, specifically Celeba's comrades, Toma, Dodoria, and Pabugen. Damn it. What is taking that woman Celeba so long? Why hasn't she joined us? Can't reach her on the communicator? No, she probably disabled it while sleeping. Just as the three began to grow impatient, a figure leapt from the distance and soon landed before them. Are you the little rascal that Celeba adopted? Gazing at the night sky, Chen, Toma, Dodibo, and Pabugen were enveloped in confusion. As teammates of Celeba, they were naturally aware of her decision to adopt a seemingly useless child, a matter they had often teased her about in the past. The three esteemed gentlemen. Lady Celeba has declared that she will not participate in this mission, Chen stated, offering a respectful bow. Why is she not participating? The leading figure, Toma, inquired. To which Chen responded calmly, I do not know. Considering Celeba's temperament and character, Toma, Dodibo, and Pabugen harbored no doubts about Chen's words. With Bardock absent, it was unexpected for Celeba to withdraw as well. Women can be troublesome. What on earth is Celeba scheming? Since she has chosen not to go, it is of little consequence, for planet MIT is merely a lowly sphere, and the three of us shall suffice. Indeed, if she is not going, then her share of the rewards for this mission shall be forfeited. They exchanged remarks, and soon turned their attention away from Chen, boarding their respective spacecraft and swiftly ascending into the heavens. Chapter 10, The Great Escape. As the hatch opened, Bardock emerged from the medical chamber, blinking in the light. How do you feel, Bardock? Inquired an elderly man responsible for the medical facility. I still feel a bit dizzy, but my body should be fine now. Bardock replied while donning his attire. It seems I had a peculiar dream these past few days. A dream? Since being struck by that Kanasha alien's illusory punch, Bardock had sporadically witnessed strange images. This time, he beheld his daughter fleeing with a child to a blue planet, where they trained in martial arts under the tutelage of an elderly man bearing a turtle shell, growing stronger until they ultimately stood before Lord Frieza, prepared to battle him. As if that were not enough, the absurdity escalated when they actually emerged victorious. What a nonsensical and utterly ridiculous dream. Bardock, are you truly all right? Fear not. Our warrior race, the Saiyans, possesses a structure unlike yours, ha 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 ha. By the way, where have Toba and the others gone? Bardock suddenly recalled. They have received orders from Lord Frieza and have already departed for planet MIT, the elder responded. What? Those despicable scoundrels, they didn't even take me along. Bardock exclaimed. Planet MIT, is it? It seems to be in close proximity within this star domain. Equipping his scouter, Bardock hurriedly dashed out of the medical facility. Hey, Bardock. Bardock. Though Bardock wished to call out to Bardock, the latter had long since vanished from sight. After sprinting out of the medical room, Bardock swiftly utilized his detector to ascertain the location of planet MIT. Indeed, it was not far from planet Vegeta, under normal circumstances. It would take merely 2 or 3 days to reach, but at full speed, 1 day would suffice. In other words, should he hasten his journey, he might still partake in that grand celebration. As Bardock raced towards the launch pad, he noticed a youth clad in uniform diligently cleaning the nearby corridor. As Bardock approached, the young man stepped aside to grant him passage. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, Bardock caught a glimpse of the boy from the corner of his eye, and a jolt of surprise surged through him. It was the very youth who had appeared in his dreams. He halted, and when Bardock turned to seek the boy again, he had already vanished around the corner of the corridor. Was it merely an illusion? Regardless, he had to hurry and pursue Toba and the others. In an instant of bewilderment, Bardock cast aside thoughts of the boy and continued sprinting towards the launch pad. The following day, in the early morning, Chen had risen early, dressed neatly, and already partaken in breakfast. Standing by the window, he gazed vacantly at the landscape outside. Today marked the moment of destiny. Although he had lived on this power-driven and brutally cold planet for 6 years, Chen felt no sense of belonging or affection for it. Indeed, each day here had been a struggle to maintain his composure. At last, he could leave this place, whether in success or failure, survival or annihilation. Everything could come to an end. A glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he steadied his emotions and retrieved a memory chip from his drawer. Though small, this memory chip possessed an immensely vast storage capacity, containing a wealth of advanced extraterrestrial technology. The Saiyans were not particularly intelligent. Their civilization revolved solely around combat, and the technology they employed had largely been plundered from other worlds and civilizations. The Saiyans held little regard for this so-called technology, viewing it merely as supplementary. No matter how formidable, it paled in comparison to their inherent strength. Leveraging his position, Chen had managed to replicate and acquire a considerable amount of alien technology over the years. While the core and crucial elements remained elusive, the contents of this chip were sufficient to advance Earth's technological level by decades, if not centuries. Since he was about to flee to Earth, he would bring a gift as well. Stepping out of his room, Chen glanced at the escape pod still situated in the hall, where Celebi lay sleeping. Farewell, Celebi. May fortune favor us both. With a word directed at Celebi in the escape pod, Chen turned away without a glance. In the spacecraft launch control room, operators were busily maneuvering their computers. Each day, ships embarked on missions, and each day, vessels returned from their endeavors. Lord Nebo and Lord Mika had summoned everyone in the control room to the conference room for an important announcement. As Chen entered, he addressed a Saiyan seated in the control room. Lord Mika has an important announcement? Upon hearing this, everyone paused their tasks and followed him. Yes, Lord Nebo. The Saiyan named Nebo replied, rising and commanding his subordinates to depart the control room with him. Such errands were commonplace for Chen, and no one ever suspected him of deceit. He had never lied in their presence, nor did they believe he would dare to do so. As the door to the control room closed, Chen found himself alone. His eyes sparkled with intensity, and he dashed to the console, swiftly inputting commands. Time was of the essence. He had a mere 15 minutes to act. In terms of combat prowess, Chen was deemed the weakest of the weak. However, in intellect and capacity for learning, he was confident he could outsmart any Saiyan. He had long prepared for this day, having clandestinely studied and experimented countless times. Thus, he executed his plan with ease, rapidly bringing up several vacant spacecraft. Commands were entered, coordinates set, and everything was ready. Without hesitation, Chen exited the control room and raced towards the nursery. 3 minutes had already elapsed. He had only 12 minutes remaining. Hey, Celos, what are you doing? A green crocodilian shouted as Chen sprinted down the corridor. With time slipping away, Chen had no inclination to respond, propelling himself forward with every ounce of strength, nearly surpassing his own limits. After approximately 2 minutes, he finally arrived at the nursery. The urgency of the situation compelled him to come here. He intended to rescue Kakarot and Broly. However, upon entering the nursery, he was met with a horrifying scene. Chapter 11. Favor of Fate in the dimly lit nursery. A Saiyan wielding a sharp weapon had pierced Broly's body. Crimson blood splattered across the floor. Is that you, Celos? What have you seen? Turning to face Chen, the Saiyan with the weapon gazed at him with a bloodthirsty expression. In that instant of eye contact, Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as if he had plunged into a frozen abyss. I saw nothing. Suppressing the urgent fear that clawed at his heart, Chen spoke softly, then picked up a cleaning tool to wipe away the bloodstains on the ground. What a clever little imp he was. With a hint of amusement, he observed Chen. Yet the Saiyan, armed with a lethal weapon, ultimately quelled his murderous intent, twisting Broly's lifeless body before exiting. As the door to the nursery closed, Chen, drenched in cold sweat, felt nearly faint, the tool clattering to the floor with a dull thud. That Saiyan must have received orders from King Vegeta to eliminate Broly. Her father, Paragus, had likely met a similar fate. As a Super Saiyan, a phenomenon that appeared once in a millennium in Saiyan history, Chen had initially intended to take Broly with him, but that now seemed impossible. If fate mirrored the original Dragon Ball narrative, perhaps she might awaken her potential and escape before this planet's destruction. Slapping his face to regain focus, Chen realized there was no time for further contemplation. Over 2 minutes had already passed, and his time was running short. Lifting Kakarot, he sprinted once more towards the spaceship launch pad. Kakarot, roused from sleep, blinked at Chen before dozing off again. Arriving at the launch pad, several spacecraft had already opened their hatches, awaiting their occupants. Chen swiftly placed Kakarot inside one of the ships, securing the life support device before sealing the hatch and leaping into another nearby vessel. Damn Celos. How dare he deceive us? He intends to flee. Do not let him escape. Kill him, I command you. The time before discovery was even shorter than Chen had anticipated, as several furious Saiyans charged from a distance. Hastily fastening his own life support device, Chen slammed the hatch shut. The leading Saiyan unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, and in that perilous moment, Chen, blinded by desperation, shouted, "Move! Move! I command you!" Just as the incoming energy blasts threatened to strike, the spaceship, akin to a colossal baseball, finally sprang to life, soaring into the sky with a roaring trail of energy. Damn it, pursue them! With an expletive, several Saiyans hurriedly boarded their own ships to give chase, only to be met with a series of explosive detonations, their anguished cries echoing as they were thrown from the blast. In the control room, a Saiyan named Nebo was on the brink of madness. That damned little imp dared to deceive me. How dare he deceive me? Lord Nebo. Celos has initiated the self-destruct sequence. All ships except for the 2 that escaped have been destroyed. Damn it, are there no other spaceships left? The remaining vessels would not be ready to depart until tomorrow at the earliest. Then tomorrow, lock in their escape location. Even if they flee to the ends of the universe, they must be brought back. Yes, to be deceived by an insignificant creature, one that I could easily crush with a mere finger, is an utter disgrace. In a fit of rage, Napoleon seized the communicator and bellowed, "Cyrus, you cannot escape. You cannot escape." Meanwhile, the Night Star, already aboard the spaceship and hurtling into the cosmos, let out a cold laugh and promptly severed the communication. It is not I who cannot escape, but rather you. This planet, Vegeta, has no tomorrow. For years, Night Star had been meticulously preparing for this escape plan. If he fled too early, he would be pursued by other Saiyans, jeopardizing not only his own escape but also bringing calamity to Earth. Conversely, if he waited too long, he would perish alongside this planet. Thus, the essence lay in the mastery of timing, and the opportunity presented itself but once. Although fraught with peril, he ultimately succeeded. However, at this moment, Chen had not yet relaxed. The incessantly flashing alarm lights within the spacecraft indicated that they were being targeted by other ships. Even with the naked eye, one could discern a colossal vessel hovering in the starry expanse nearby. If Chen's memory served him correctly, that ship housed Frisia's brother, Cooler. Having reached this critical juncture, Chen felt utterly powerless and simply closed his eyes. Whether they would be spared as depicted in the original Dragon Ball or face an onslaught, life or death, was a fate that could only be determined by destiny. Lord Shavisa, we have detected 2 fleeing Saiyan children. Saiyan children? Ah. They seem to be heading towards that remote planet, Earth. Should we intercept them? Within the vast spacecraft, an operator reported to a short-haired man named Shavisa. Just as Shavisa was poised to issue the command to attack, a sudden voice interrupted. Let them go. Cold and authoritative. A figure descended from a throne, prompting those present to bow in respect. Lord Cooler. This region is under Frisia's jurisdiction. The seeds he has sown should be dealt with by him. We must suppress the 7 planets within a day, though they were merely children. Allowing 2 Saiyans to escape would delay the plan to annihilate the Saiyans and establish dominance over this area, all due to Frisia's reckless arrogance. My brother remains naively optimistic. Gazing at the screen displaying Chen and Kakarot, Cooler's expression was rife with irony. In the starry sky, the spacecraft carrying Chen and Kakarot flew beyond the attack range of the massive vessel, and the alarm lights within ceased their frantic blinking. Opening his eyes and exhaling a long sigh of relief, a trace of a smile appeared on Chen's face. After enduring numerous trials, they had truly escaped this time. It seemed that fate still favored them. Kakarot, let us embrace our true lives. with a long trail of vapor. The two spacecraft glided side by side and swiftly vanished into the cosmos. Meanwhile, on planet Vegeta, the escape pod housing Celebi began its countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom, boom, boom. Two long tongues of flame erupted as the escape pod shattered through the rooftop and soared into the sky. Chapter 12. Chen and Wukong in the skies above planet Vegeta. Bardock, drenched in blood, hurled aside the obstacles in his path and finally stood before Frieza. Now, everything can change. The fate of planet Vegeta, my destiny, Kakarot's destiny, and yours. Prepare yourself, Frieza. With a mighty roar towards the heavens, Bardock summoned the entirety of his strength to launch a powerful energy blast directed at Frieza. As he poised his fingertips against a sphere of energy the size of a thumb, Frieza observed the unfolding scene with indifference. It was only when Bardock's energy blast soared perilously close that a sinister grin crept across Frieza's lips, accompanied by a chilling laughter. Oh ho 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 ho. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the astonished expressions of onlookers, Frieza's energy sphere expanded at an alarming rate, effortlessly absorbing Bardock's attack. What? Bardock's eyes widened in disbelief, shock etching his features. With a bloodthirsty coldness, Frieza curled his finger, sending the colossal energy sphere cascading towards Bardock and his subordinates. Frieza, my lord. In a state of utter horror, Frieza's minions were consumed one by the enormous energy sphere, and soon, Bardock found himself ensnared within its grasp. As he felt his body disintegrating, visions of the future once again materialized before his eyes. In that distant realm, his daughter and a dark-haired youth were locked in a titanic battle with Frieza on a faraway planet. Ah, Kakarot. On this day, the Earth, located in the Milky Way solar system, welcomed two unexpected visitors. Two spacecraft descended from the sky, crashing into the forest with thunderous roars, startling countless animals and birds into flight. Without delay, as the hatch swung open, a figure emerged from the spacecraft. It was Chen, who had escaped from planet Vegeta. Coughing incessantly, he collapsed to the ground. The lack of a cushioning device had nearly knocked the breath out of him upon landing. After a brief respite, he finally regained his composure, climbing out of the crater created by the impact of the spaceship, and surveyed his surroundings. Earth, this was Earth. Haha. Initially, his laughter was soft and silly, but it soon erupted into a boisterous guffaw, as an overwhelming tide of bittersweet emotions surged within him, prompting tears to well up in his eyes. 6 long years, exactly 6 years, he had been on high alert every single day, striving to survive on that harsh planet Vegeta. Countless times, he had longed for this blue planet, countless times. It took him a full half-hour to release the pent-up negativity accumulated over 6 years, leaving him feeling rejuvenated, as if he had never felt such ease before. Wiping away the traces of his tears, Chen regained his former resolve and began to scrutinize his surroundings in earnest. He found himself in a lush forest, the air refreshingly crisp, infinitely superior to that of planet Vegeta. The gravity was also lighter. With a single leap, he soared nearly 100 meters into the air. Surrounding him was nothing but forest. He could not discern any signs of civilization, rendering it impossible to ascertain his exact landing location. Returning to the crater created by the spacecraft's impact, Chen opened the hatch, intending to retrieve Kakarot. The force of the landing had nearly made him spill his anguish, and he was uncertain whether Kakarot had sustained any injuries. However, it soon became evident that he had worried needlessly, as the little one was still sound asleep. Amused, Chen lifted Kakarot out and playfully patted her chubby cheeks. Hey, Kakarot, wake up. Come on, wake up. With a yawn, Kakarot opened her sleepy eyes, glanced at Chen, then promptly shut them again, preparing to drift back into slumber. Lazybones, have you not had enough sleep after months aboard the spacecraft? Chen chided, giving her cheeks another gentle pat. Like a computer booting up, Kakarot gradually roused, her large, sparkling eyes curiously surveying the surroundings. This is Earth. It will be our home from now on. Moreover, we shall no longer need to bear the name of Saiyans. I am Chen, and you shall be called Wukong Sun Wukong. Do you understand? Lifting Kakarot, Chen remarked. Aya seemed to express a fondness for this name, Kakarot. No, from now on, he shall be called Sun Wukong, as he squinted his eyes and called out, Aya, nodding in satisfaction, just as Chen prepared to set the little Wukong down. A shadow suddenly leaped from the nearby forest. Roar. The fearsome sound revealed a giant striped tiger with sharp fangs charging forth from the woods. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen's eyes. He snorted disdainfully, leaping into the air and delivering a powerful kick. The wounded tiger emitted a pitiful cry, hurtling backward for several meters before crashing into a large tree with a resounding thud. then collapsing to the ground, twitching, and soon losing its breath. Though Chen possessed merely 18 points of battle power, rendering him one of the weakest among the Saiyans, he was still a rare expert on this earth, making the defeat of such a giant tiger an effortless task. Observing the lifeless beast, Chen noted its striking differences from the tigers he had seen in his past life. Its exaggerated fangs measured nearly half a meter in length, reminiscent of prehistoric creatures. While initially surprised, he quickly found solace in the realization that this earth was not the same as the one he had once inhabited. Here, many prehistoric beings like dinosaurs still roamed, and certain animals exhibited high intelligence, capable of communicating with humans. Some anthropomorphic beings even resided within the cities. One could only conclude that this was indeed a fascinating and vibrant world. Feeling hungry, he mused, I shall feast upon you. With that thought, Chen approached and dragged the giant tiger's carcass. To be able to indulge in a feast of tiger meat on his very first day on Earth was a promising omen. As night fell swiftly, Chen kindled a fire beside his spaceship, while the striped giant tiger was skinned and prepared for roasting over the flames. The golden-brown hue of the meat filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Aya, drooling. The little Wukong perched on Chen's lap attempted to snatch a piece of the roasted meat from the fire, only to retract his tiny paw hastily when burnt, casting a pitiful gaze at Chen. Chapter 13. Future plans now you know to seek me out? Gently pinching the adorable face of little Wukong, Chen retrieved the nearly cooked tiger from the fire. The rich scent of meat wafted temptingly through the air as he tore off a piece of tiger flesh and offered it to the little one in his arms. After several months aboard the spaceship, little Wukong's teeth had fully grown. Surely, he could manage to eat this. Observing the little one, indulging in a hearty feast of tiger meat, Chen felt a sense of relief. If this young creature had still required milk, it would have posed quite a challenge. Tearing off a piece of the tiger meat, Chen savored it with great delight. Indeed, it was exquisite. The entire massive tiger had been devoured by the two of them, and both Chen and the little one wore expressions of satisfaction. No longer burdened by the fear of oppression or bullying and fully satiated, it was clear that Earth was truly the finest place to be. After a brief respite, Chen extinguished the campfire and, cradling the little one, returned to the spaceship. Little Wukong had already succumbed to slumber on Chen's lap, while he himself lay back, gazing up at the starry heavens, lost in profound contemplation. Having escaped the planet Vegeta, it was time to deliberate on his next course of action. Although he had safely arrived on Earth and was momentarily free from peril, Chen had no intention of leading a mundane existence henceforth. As a traveler from another realm, would it truly be fitting to remain idle? Conquering Earth, dominating the cosmos, and establishing a grand harem were all within his aspirations. However, any ambition necessitates the foundation of strength for its realization. Thus, the paramount task at present is to enhance one's capabilities. Although Chen is presently capable of training methodically on his own, such a choice is evidently unwise. In the past, during his time on planet Vegeta, he had no means and no one to instruct him, forcing him to engage solely in the most rudimentary training, resulting in minimal gains in power. Now that he has arrived on Earth, he cannot afford to continue in such a manner. He is resolved to seek out Master Roshi. Master Roshi, also known as the Turtle Hermit, is undeniably a pivotal character in the original Dragon Ball narrative. The protagonist, Son Goku, along with the formidable Earthling Krillin and many other powerful Z fighters, were primarily his disciples. Although Master Roshi's combat prowess has diminished significantly in the later stages of Dragon Ball, his understanding of martial arts and his ability to cultivate students remain unparalleled within the Dragon Ball universe. Furthermore, aside from the prospect of learning martial arts from him, Master Roshi is an exceedingly intriguing old man, and Chen is quite eager to meet these iconic figures from the original Dragon Ball series. However, Vegeta has transformed into Vegeta, Broly has become Bulalai, and Kakarot has morphed into Kakaluot. One can only hope that the enigmatic entity responsible for creating this world has not descended into madness to the extent of transforming Master Roshi into an elderly matron. If that were to occur, Chen would indeed have cause to express his frustration. Having solidified his plans, Chen relaxed his mind, sealed the hatch of the spaceship, and succumbed to slumber. The night passed in silence. The following morning, with a yawn, Chen emerged from the spacecraft, no longer burdened by the worry of tardiness. He had enjoyed the most restful sleep he had experienced in 6 years. It was time to seek out some sustenance. Muttering to himself, Chen leapt into the forest, returning shortly with an abundant collection of fruits. After a simple breakfast with Sun Wukong, Chen prepared to depart from this place. However, before departing. It is imperative to address the matter of the spacecraft. Although the technological advancements on this planet are relatively sophisticated, with numerous exclusive innovations, it will still take several decades of progress to venture into the cosmos. Thus, these two spacecraft remain invaluable and may prove useful in the future. If only there were a universal capsule to facilitate their transport. Regrettably, Chen does not possess such an item at present and must resort to concealing them. After allowing Sun Wukong to engage and play nearby, Chen procured some earth to fill the crater created by the spacecraft's impact and proceeded to bury both vessels beneath the ground. In order to facilitate future navigation, Chen moved some stones to serve as markers, alleviating any concerns about losing his way later. Having settled all matters, Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and nodded approvingly. Wukong, come here. We are about to depart. Upon hearing Chen's voice, the little Wukong, who had been rolling about, scrambled over with both hands and feet, eventually clambering onto Chen's shoulder. Casting one last glance at their surroundings, Chen felt no lingering attachment and ventured into the forest with little Wukong in tow. Chirp, chirp. In the heart of the forest, a group of monkeys frolicked and played amongst the branches of a colossal tree. Perched within the tree's embrace, Chen and little Wukong each gnawed on a piece of fruit. They had traversed the forest for 2 days but had yet to find their way out. Unaware of the vastness of this woodland, suddenly a monkey leaped down, presenting a large fruit to Chen in a seemingly endearing manner. Puzzled yet amused, Chen accepted the offering. The monkey, seemingly delighted, turned its back to Chen, wiggling its rosy rear end provocatively. Chen's lips quirked. Surely this mischievous creature did not intend to be lewd? Taking a bite of the fruit, he swiftly kicked the monkey away. Having satisfied their hunger, Chen prepared to continue their journey with little Wukong. However, at that moment, a buzzing sound filled the air, and a smoke-emitting airplane approached from the distance. Ah! Help! Sister! Father! I don't want to die! The cries of panic from the aircraft pierced through the forest. Chen, with keen hearing, sprang to his feet on the tree branch, feeling a surge of excitement at finally spotting another person, albeit under perilous circumstances. It seemed fortunate for them to encounter him. Otherwise, they would surely face disaster. Wukong, hold on tight. Chen called out, and little Wukong immediately clung to him with determination. The smoke-belching airplane grew nearer and nearer, and just as it was about to fly over the towering tree, Chen propelled himself upward, grasping the left wing of the aircraft. The sudden addition of weight on the left side caused the entire plane to tilt, descending at an accelerated pace, prompting the passengers to scream in terror once more. Little Wukong appeared to find the situation quite exhilarating, joyfully squealing in delight while clinging to Chen. This precarious situation could not continue. Chen exerted a forceful pull and finally soared upward, landing securely atop the fuselage. Chapter 14. My name is Bulma. I'm going to die. This is terrifying. Inside the aircraft, a cacophony of screams erupted. Chen approached to discover a small girl with blue hair, no more than 4 or 5 years old, dancing and shouting exuberantly. Which mischievous child is this, daring to pilot a plane at such a tender age? Do your parents even know about your audacity? Meanwhile, Sun Wukong found the scene quite amusing and began to mimic the little girl's antics, nearly being swept away by the gusts of wind. Fortunately, Chen's quick reflexes saved the mischievous child from being lost. The plane was now perilously close to the ground. There was no time to waste. Chen swiftly opened the cockpit door and extricated the little girl from within. With a leap, Chen landed securely on the ground with Sun Wukong and the little girl in tow, just as the aircraft, billowing black smoke, crashed thunderously into a nearby cliff. I'm going to die. I'm going to die, cried the little girl, her eyes shut tight as she flailed. Chen, exasperated, let her tumble to the ground. You are not dead. Ouch, that hurts, she exclaimed, rubbing her sore bottom as she regained her composure. Wait, I'm still alive? Oh, how wonderful. Surely the divine beings wouldn't allow such a clever and adorable girl to perish. Realizing she was indeed safe and sound, the little girl clasped her hands, her face alight with gratitude. With her charming pigtails and opulent attire, she unmistakably hailed from a wealthy family. Yet, she seemed quite narcissistic. Who are you people? She finally noticed Chen and Sun Wukong, her eyes wide with surprise. Chen rolled his eyes. Took you long enough to notice us. I'm the one who saved you, he replied nonchalantly. The little girl appeared bewildered, but I was on the plane, flying in the sky. How did you manage to rescue me? It seems that indeed, if no one had come to my aid, I would not be standing here in good health. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. My name is Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Briefs, the illustrious founder of Capsule Corporation. Your heroic deeds will surely earn my father's heartfelt gratitude. With a genteel demeanor, I expressed my appreciation to Chen, while also introducing myself. However, upon hearing my name, Chen's expression shifted slightly. Bulma, did she just claim to be the daughter of Dr. Briefs? Bulma is an iconic character from the original Dragon Ball series, and the entire narrative begins with her quest for the Dragon Balls, where she encounters young Goku. As the daughter of Dr. Briefs, the president of Capsule Corporations, Bulma is a prodigy of remarkable intellect, playing an active role throughout the Dragon Ball saga. Though merely a human, she has assisted Goku, Krillin, and others during many crises that threaten the Earth. In the original storyline, Bulma becomes romantically entangled with the desert bandit Yamcha, yet ultimately marries the Saiyan Prince Vegeta, with whom she bears a son and a daughter. However, now that Vegeta has transformed into Vegeta, such occurrences seem increasingly improbable. Chen couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, realizing that traversers are indeed the destined protagonists, capable of encountering Bulma even in the most desolate of locales. Upon a meticulous examination, he noted that the Bulma before him was merely 5 or 6 years of age, perfectly aligning with the current timeline, though still quite immature. She bore an unmistakable resemblance to her future self as depicted in the original narrative. She was destined to become an iconic beauty. Since fate has orchestrated this encounter, it is evidently more than a mere coincidence. There is a calling for him to undertake certain actions. Feeling a burgeoning understanding within himself, Chen silently resolved to make a decision. What a peculiar boy he is. After he introduced himself, Bulma remained silent for an extended moment, leaving her to ponder in her heart. Upon closer inspection, this young boy possesses quite an appealing charm, far more impressive than those snotty little brats in kindergarten. Moreover, it was he who came to her rescue moments ago. Could it truly be that he is? If others were privy to Bulma's current thoughts, they would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, she is merely a young girl, yet here she is, contemplating such matters. However, what can one expect? She is a prodigious genius with an IQ that surpasses all expectations. Her understanding far exceeds that of her peers since childhood. Bulma, suddenly called by Chen, Bulma, lost in her musings and feeling a tad sheepish, was startled into a proper stance. The atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar as Chen regarded her with a serious demeanor before lifting a hand to rest gently on her forehead. Bulma, I am your Prince Charming, he stated calmly, his expression unwavering. Bulma blinked in surprise, her gaze fixed on him in astonishment. Wait, you are truly my Prince Charming? Her big, glistening eyes widened as she exclaimed in disbelief. What does he mean by I am truly your Prince Charming? It sounds as though she had already known this. Chen thought, a bemused expression crossing his face. Nevertheless, Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, I am your Prince Charming, sent by the heavens to rescue you in your time of peril. Remarkably, he expressed such words without the slightest hint of pressure. And it was only then that Chen realized that during his 6 years on planet Vegeta, he had not only experienced significant mental growth, but had also developed an unexpected resilience in his demeanor. However, there seems to be nothing amiss. The petite figure of Wukong lay upon Yecheng's shoulder, calling out in a playful manner, as if to say, I too, I too. Meanwhile, Bulma found herself ensnared in a state of bewilderment. The Prince Charming truly is my Prince Charming, she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing a deeper crimson, as if steam was about to rise from her little head. Just as Yecheng prepared to utter something, a sudden roar of an engine broke the moment, and a plane appeared, soaring through the distant sky towards them. Ah, it's Father S. plane. He has come to find me, Bulma cried out, waving her hands in excitement upon recognizing the aircraft piloted by her father. Yecheng furrowed his brow. With Dr. Brief's arrival, it was time for him to take his leave. While he could indulge the young Bulma, the genius doctor, possessing a similarly high IQ, was not one to be easily deceived, and lingering would only lead to awkwardness. Goodbye, Bulma. I shall return to seek you out again, he said, and with that, Yecheng took to the skies, leaping away with Wukong in tow, vanishing into the horizon with a few swift glimmers. Ah, Prince Charming, what is your name? Bulma called out in a hurried tone as Yecheng suddenly departed. I am Yecheng, came the distant reply, and soon their figures faded from sight within the embrace of the forest. Chapter 15. The Search for Master Roshi. More than half a month later, Yecheng and Wukong emerged from the forest, arriving at the southern coastline. The soaring seagulls and the leaping fish brought a vibrant life to the ocean, a sight unseen on planet Vegeta. Wukong was overjoyed, dancing with delight, while Yecheng felt a subtle uplift in his spirits as well. Based on the information gleaned from the original narrative and inquiries along their journey, Yicheng had finally unearthed some tidings regarding Master Rashi. If the intelligence was accurate, Master Rashi resided on a small island near this very ocean. Wukong, hold on tight, he instructed, with a sense of indifference. They abandoned the notion of constructing a small wooden boat, for such a vessel would hardly traverse far in the vast ocean. Embracing herself tightly around Yicheng, Sun Wukong leaped directly into the sea. Given Yichen's current prowess, swimming several dozen or even hundreds of kilometers was a trivial matter. They would first search and, if unsuccessful, return to the shore. As the waves cascaded around them, Sun Wukong initially clung to Yicheng in trepidation. However, she soon found her courage and began to swim independently. Yet, with her petite arms and legs, her speed was limited, and a sudden wave swept her far away, prompting Yicheng to retrieve her once more. After swimming for what felt like an eternity in the boundless ocean, fatigue began to set in for Yicheng. Yet the elusive island of Master Rashi remained unfound. Just as he contemplated returning to the shore for another attempt, a playful pod of dolphins frolicked nearby. Dear dolphins, do you happen to know the whereabouts of Master Rashi's island? Yicheng inquired. Ah, we are aware of it. It lies just a bit to the south. And we are headed that way, replied the dolphins. Splendid. Might you take us along? Yicheng asked eagerly. Certainly, climb aboard. They responded cheerfully, delighted to encounter such clever and amiable dolphins, and having learned the location of Master Rashi's island. Yicheng seated Sun Wukong upon the back of one of the dolphins. They surged through the waves, basking in the refreshing sea breeze as they journeyed southward. Yicheng couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this world, which was far more enchanting than the earth he had known, a realm solely inhabited by humans. With the dolphins' assistance, it wasn't long before a small island came into view. However, rather than a true island, it appeared more as a modest stretch of beach. Upon the sandy shore lay a small grassy area, accompanied by a few coconut trees. In the center of the beach stood a humble dwelling adorned with the sign "Came House," beside which a sunbathing turtle rested. Thank you, dear dolphins. Yicheng expressed his gratitude before they disembarked onto the island. Excuse me, esteemed turtle, is Master Rashi at home? Yicheng asked as he approached the turtle. Master Rashi has stepped out, but he should return shortly. If you are not in a hurry, please wait here, the turtle replied, peeking out from its shell. Then we shall not impose, Yicheng acknowledged, resigned to wait patiently. Curious about the turtle, Sun Wukong climbed onto its shell, playfully teasing it, to which the turtle seemed unfazed. After a little over an hour, a sound resembling the hum of a propeller echoed through the air, and a colossal turtle spiraled down from the sky, atop which stood an elderly man, gliding gracefully from the distance. Young one, Master Rashi has returned, the turtle announced. The sea turtle's head emerged from its shell, and Yicheng immediately perked up. Before him stood an elderly man, wielding a wooden staff, bearing a turtle shell on his back, adorned with a flowing white beard and sporting a pair of stylish sunglasses. The glistening bald head reflected a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Despite his flamboyant appearance, he was none other than the legendary martial arts master, the turtle sage. Sea turtle, I have returned. Oh, turtle sage, there is a young man seeking your guidance. The turtle sage leapt down from the flying turtle, and the sea turtle addressed him. Young man, what brings you to me? Naturally, he noticed Yicheng and Sun Wukong and inquired. Greetings, Master Wu Tian. I'm Yicheng, and this is Sun Wukong. We have come in search of your esteemed tutelage in martial arts. Although the original turtle sage was known for his mischievous nature, he was undeniably a figure worthy of respect. Thus, Yicheng politely bowed to the turtle sage and expressed his intentions. You wish to learn martial arts from me? Indeed. The turtle sage appeared somewhat astonished, while Yicheng nodded affirmatively. It was not unusual for individuals to seek his wisdom in martial arts, given that he was the founder of the turtle school and revered as a deity of martial arts. Countless aspirants had sought him out over the years. However, what truly surprised the turtle sage was the youthfulness of these two aspiring students. The boy before him appeared to be no older than 5 or 6, while the little girl still clinging to the turtle's back seemed barely weaned. Young man, I can teach you martial arts, but you must first pass my test. Disregarding the young girl who had just weaned, the turtle sage stated firmly. Please proceed. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yicheng responded earnestly. For the first test, I desire fish for dinner tonight. Go and catch me a shark. The turtle sage proposed a seemingly simple challenge, intending to assess the young boy's abilities. Yet, despite its simplicity, this task was nearly impossible for an ordinary person. It was a feat that even an adult would struggle to accomplish, let alone a mere child of 5 or 6. However, this young lad was able to bring a little girl to his location, which suggested that he was no ordinary individual. As expected, Chen nodded without hesitation. Very well. Let Wukong remain on the island and refrain from mischief. Before he plunged directly into the sea. Master Roshi, do you think that boy will be devoured by a shark? The sea turtle inquired with a hint of concern. Master Roshi replied, as a grandmaster and arguably the strongest human on earth today, my vision is keen. That boy is clearly extraordinary. His suggestion of this trial serves merely to reaffirm my suspicions. Indeed, merely half an hour had passed when Chen resurfaced from the ocean, dragging a colossal shark onto the sandy shore. Teacher Wu Tian, I have returned. Excellent. You have successfully passed the first trial, Master Roshi acknowledged with a satisfied nod. However, the true test lies ahead. If you can overcome it, I shall teach you the martial arts of the Turtle School. Chapter 16. The False Master Roshi. Under Chen's watchful gaze, Master Roshi picked up a stone from the ground and inscribed the character for turtle upon it. With all his might, he hurled the stone into the air. Though he appeared as a frail old man, Master Roshi's strength was formidable. The small stone soared like a shooting star, vanishing into the clouds. Young man, if you can retrieve the stone I just cast away within 3 days, I will teach you the martial arts of the Turtle School, he declared, clapping his hands. Retrieve a stone? Chen recalled that in the original tale, Master Roshi had tested both Goku and Krillin in a similar manner. However, on that occasion, he merely tossed the stone into the nearby forest of the island, making it relatively easy to locate with some effort. This time, however, Master Roshi had thrown the stone a considerable distance. It was uncertain whether it had fallen into the ocean or into the coastal woods, making the task akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Chen had no intention of surrendering. I understand. Teacher Wu Tian, I entrust you to look after Wukong for the next few days. I will certainly retrieve the stone within 3 days, setting aside the question of whether this young lad can recover the stone within the allotted time. His composure alone is commendable. Master Roshi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will take good care of this little girl. He advised Wukong to behave and informed her that he would return in a couple of days, after which Chen leapt back into the sea without further ado. Oh my, what a remarkable young man he is. I wonder if he will indeed find the stone. I am filled with anticipation. After departing from Turtle Island, Chen swam across the strait and returned to the shore. Based on the angle, direction, and force with which Master Roshi had thrown the stone, it should have landed in the vicinity. If it fell within the forest by the shore, that would be manageable. However, if it landed in the sea, it would pose a challenge. I hope it hasn't sunk into the ocean. With a sigh, Chen began his search through the forest. Soon enough, 3 days had passed. Little girl, please don't tug at my beard. Ouch, that hurts. After much commotion, Master Roshi finally managed to extricate Wukong from his beard. Oh dear, oh dear. It seemed she found it amusing as she attempted to grab it once more, prompting Master Roshi to swiftly dodge. If this mischievous girl continued, he would soon have no beard left. Master Roshi, you ought to be gentler with children. Gentler? Shouldn't it be her being gentle with me? This little girl is far too energetic. At this rate, I feel I might age prematurely. What does it matter? You've already lived for hundreds of years. It's about time for you to pass on. You old turtle, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not done living yet. I intend to outlive you by many more years. While Master Roshi and the turtle engaged in their banter, Wukong climbed beneath the refrigerator, emerging with a watermelon which she eagerly began to devour. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of resignation. Master Roshi was indeed correct. This little girl was extraordinarily spirited, constantly either tugging at his beard or playing with the turtle's shell, never pausing for a moment. To make matters worse, her appetite was astonishing, despite her small size. She consumed more at each meal than both of them combined. At this rate, they would soon find their provisions entirely depleted by her voraciousness. Teacher Wu Tian, I have returned. Chen's voice suddenly resonated from outside, prompting Master Roshi to hastily open the door. Kid, you have finally returned. Upon witnessing the extraordinary excitement of Master Roshi, Chen was momentarily taken aback. However, upon seeing Xiao Wukong nearby, he swiftly comprehended the situation. Wukong, come here. Ya. Upon spotting Chen, Xiao Wukong's face lit up with joy, and she hurriedly crawled over, clinging to Chen. Master Wu Tian, I apologize for the trouble these past few days. Oh, it's nothing, Master Roshi modestly replied, inwardly wishing for Chen to take the little girl away, thereby alleviating his burden. Young man, have you found the stone? If not, I shall not accept you as my disciple. Recalling the matter at hand, Master Roshi inquired. Rest assured, I have fulfilled the task, Chen replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he produced a stone inscribed with the character for turtle. He had tirelessly searched for 3 days and nights before finally discovering it amidst a thicket. Receiving the stone, Master Rashi examined it closely before nodding in approval. Indeed, this is the very stone I cast away. It is evident that you have diligently sought it, and it appears you are destined to follow the path of my turtle school. Young man, you are called Chen, correct? Since you have located the stone, you shall henceforth be my disciple. Upon hearing Master Rashi's words, Chen could not help but display a look of elation. Thank you, Master. However, a thought crossed his mind, and Chen tentatively inquired, Master Wutian, will you truly accept me as your disciple without any further trials? Am I not required to fetch beautiful maidens or their undergarments for you? Impudent boy, are you eager to be expelled from my tutelage so soon? How can we, practitioners of martial arts, harbor such base thoughts? Such notions are utterly unacceptable, absolutely intolerable. The turtle sage exclaimed, striking Chen's head sharply with his hand. Dazed and bewildered, Chen found himself in a state of confusion. Wasn't the turtle sage known for his lecherous tendencies? In the original narrative, when Sun Wukong and Krillin sought to learn martial arts from him, he had indeed sent them to find beautiful girls and to glimpse their undergarments. How could he now so vehemently proclaim such righteous indignation? Unscientific. This is utterly unscientific. Could it be that he has encountered a false turtle sage? Although he could not fathom the intricacies of the situation, Chen, having finally passed the turtle sage's trial, was reluctant to be expelled from his apprenticeship so soon. He hastened to express his sincere remorse, emphatically assuring that he harbored no sinister intentions. Well, even if he did entertain such thoughts, he would defer them for the future. Conquering the earth, dominating the universe, and establishing a vast harem were mere fantasies without formidable power to back them. Very well. I shall forgive you this time, but let it not become a habit. Today, you shall rest well, and starting tomorrow, I will formally instruct you in your cultivation. By the way, keep a close eye on this little girl and ensure she does not tug at my beard again. Yes, Master Wutian. Chapter 17. The martial arts of the turtle sage. As dawn broke, the sky outside merely hinting at the light of day, Chen was roused by the turtle sage's call. Xiao Wu, perched on Chen's shoulder, stifled yawns in a continuous display of drowsiness. Chen, from today onward, I shall formally teach you the martial arts of the turtle sage. Yes, Master Wutian. The turtle sage wore a grave expression, and Chen felt a surge of exhilaration within. Was his training finally commencing? First, before we embark on this journey, I must explain to you the essence of martial arts. The study of martial arts is not for the purpose of engaging in rivalry or showcasing prowess to attract beautiful women. Such notions are misguided. We pursue martial arts to cultivate a healthy mind and body, and with that vitality, to lead a meaningful life. This is the true essence of the turtle sage's martial arts. Do you comprehend? I understand, Master Wutian. Although he verbally affirmed his understanding, Chen felt a twinge of shame within. His motivation for learning martial arts was to grow stronger to face potential adversaries in the future. He had also fantasized about establishing a grand harem once he possessed great power. Nevertheless, he recognized the truth in the turtle sage's words. While he might not embody these ideals, he resolved to remember them, so that if he were ever to take on disciples, he could relay these sentiments unchanged. What his master could not accomplish, perhaps his future disciples might. Seemingly satisfied that Chen truly grasped the lesson, the turtle sage nodded approvingly and continued, although we do not train for conflict, should we witness martial practitioners bullying the innocent, such individuals shall become our adversaries. Do not hesitate to teach them a proper lesson. Yes, Master Wutian, that is entirely agreeable. Though Chen considered himself neither a paragon of virtue nor a villain, he was always willing to extend a helping hand to those in genuine need. Now, let us commence your formal training. Begin with a leisurely jog around the area. Follow my lead. Yes. As Chen followed Master Rashi, the little girl, Xiao Wu, perched on his shoulder, joyfully cheered him on with her exuberant cries. In order to guide Chen's training, Master Rashi had taken them away from Kame House the previous day to a nearby island in the vast sea. This island was immense, home to hundreds of residents, making it an ideal location for cultivation. Much like the guidance provided to the original characters, Sun Wukong and Krillin, Master Rashi led Chen on a light jog across the island before assigning him the task of delivering milk to the island's inhabitants while carrying a milk crate. The training regimen also included running laps around the sacred banyan trees, scaling mountains, traversing waterfalls, wading through swamps, and swimming in shark-infested waters. Although these activities might appear to be merely ordinary exercises that one could undertake independently without Master Rashi's supervision, they were far from simple. The human body is an intricate instrument. Understanding when and where to exercise, the extent of the training required, and how to optimally stimulate both physical and mental potential is paramount. It is essential to avoid injuries from overtraining while maximizing the effectiveness of the training, which entails a wealth of knowledge and experience. Chen, lacking such experience, was acutely aware of Master Rashi's expertise. Thus, he diligently adhered to each directive given by him. The first day merely served as an introduction to the training, yet it left Chen utterly exhausted. Fortunately, being of pure Saiyan blood, he swiftly replenished his energy with ample nourishment and a restful sleep, returning to full vigor. However, from the following day, the training became increasingly rigorous. Master Rashi presented a heavy turtle shell for Chen to bear, instructing him that he must carry it at all times, whether during training, dining, or resting. Periodically, he would be given an even heavier shell to shoulder. Although the training was excruciating and at times torturous, Chen persevered with resolute determination. Setting aside his own ambitions and dreams, he recognized the necessity of striving for the future survival of himself and the entire planet. In the not-so-distant future, formidable and terrifying foes would descend upon Earth. If he wished to avoid death or relinquishing his fate to others, he must become sufficiently powerful. Days turned into nights, and seasons cycled from spring to winter. Regardless of tempest or thunder, each day Chen devoted himself tirelessly to his training. Soon, 3 years had elapsed. Running and jumping, they chanted their slogans in unison along the rugged mountain path. Leading the way was Master Rashi, burdened by his turtle shell, closely followed by Chen, who also carried a shell, with the adorable Sun Wukong trailing behind, shouldering a smaller shell. 3 years had passed, and the now 9-year-old Chen had grown significantly taller, shedding much of his youthful innocence. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong had transformed from a babbling toddler into an endearing little girl. Initially, during their daily training, she would perch on Chen's shoulder, shouting slogans. However, as she grew, she too began to participate fully in the exercises. While most children on the island at this age were still playing in the mud, Sun Wukong had already proven capable of completing the daily training alongside Master Rashi and Chen, leaving even the master in awe of her remarkable abilities. Suddenly, a colossal dinosaur collapsed behind them, panting heavily with its tongue lolling out. "Goodbye, Mr. Dinosaur. See you tomorrow." Turning back, Sun Wukong waved cheerfully at the great beast as they ran. Each day, as they traversed the dinosaur's territory, it would pursue them, and inevitably, it would tire itself out. Gasping for breath, watching the trio escape yet again, the dinosaur's eyes brimmed with tears of frustration, quickly replaced by a fiery resolve. "Cursed humans! Tomorrow, I shall feast upon you." After completing their morning exercises with a lap around the entire island, Chen and Master Rashi returned to the seaside turtle house. While Chen and Master Rashi maintained their composure, Sun Wukong lay on the ground, gasping for breath, though she had managed to practice alongside Chen. Her tender age rendered her efforts quite taxing. Chapter 18. The multiple phantom fist in front of the turtle house. Chen and Master Rashi removed the heavy turtle shell from their backs, causing it to crash onto the ground and create 2 noticeable indentations. For the past year, their routine following morning training had become a time for sparring. "Come on, Chen, Master Rashi." After catching her breath, Sun Wukong sprang to her feet, bouncing excitedly at the side to cheer them on. Around her neck hung a beautiful spherical object, which swayed in the air as she moved. Inside, 3 pentagrams shimmered, indeed. One of the legendary Dragon Balls, the 3-star ball. Master Rashi had discovered this exquisite orb at the bottom of the sea about a century ago and had crafted it into a pendant to adorn his neck. Later, to prevent Sun Wukong from tugging at his beard, he gifted her the 3-star ball. Although she adored the pendant, she still occasionally reached for Master Rashi's beard. "Master Wutian, I humbly seek your guidance." Having prepared herself and warmed up, Chen bowed respectfully to Master Rashi. "Let us begin," came the relaxed reply from Master Rashi, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As Chen adjusted his breathing, a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Focusing his energy, he assumed the signature starting stance of the turtle school. At that moment, everything around him faded away, and his entire concentration was fixed on Master Rashi. Though Master Rashi stood there simply, he resembled an immovable mountain, presenting no vulnerabilities whatsoever. In a duel of masters, the first to strike often reveals a flaw, and the one who shows weakness inevitably faces defeat. Chen had previously attempted to wait patiently for Master Rashi to expose a weakness, but they ended up standing motionless for an entire day. In the end, Yi-chan's limbs had gone numb, and Master Roshi had effortlessly dispatched him. Following that experience, Yi-chan abandoned the notion of waiting for Master Roshi to falter and chose a different approach. If he would not reveal a flaw, then Yi-chan would compel him to do so. With a powerful push from his feet, Yi-chan propelled himself toward Master Roshi like a cannonball, only for Master Roshi to effortlessly evade him with a sidestep, planting one hand on the ground. Yi-chan swiftly changed his posture and launched a sweeping kick at Master Roshi. Such attacks are ineffective. With a graceful leap, Master Roshi evaded Knight's sweeping kick, propelling himself nearly 100 meters into the air. Clenching his fists tightly, Knight pressed off the ground and pursued Master Roshi, ascending skyward. The clash of their limbs echoed wildly in the air as they engaged in a frenzied exchange, their combat escalating to hundreds of encounters in mere moments. However, as anticipated, Knight found himself slightly outmatched, receiving a powerful elbow strike to his back from Master Roshi. With a cry of anguish, he felt as though his spine might shatter, plummeting rapidly towards the ground. Yet, in the final moment, he managed to right himself and landed firmly on the earth. "Come at me with another attack." Master Roshi's voice boomed, echoing with laughter as he descended upon Knight once more. However, at the moment his attack struck Yi-chan, the latter transformed into a mere afterimage, while the true essence of him instantaneously materialized behind Master Roshi, launching a powerful punch. Yet, Yi-chan's strike proved futile, passing directly through Master Roshi's form. It too was but an afterimage. Instinctively sensing the imminent peril, Yi-chan's body split into 5, scattering in various directions, while Master Roshi conjured multiple afterimages to relentlessly pursue Yi-chan. The technique of the afterimage punch employs the rapid generation of afterimages to confound the opponent, rendering it exceedingly challenging to discern reality from illusion. However, at this moment, Knight Chun and Master Roshi are employing not merely an ordinary afterimage technique, but rather a sophisticated multiple afterimage fist capable of generating numerous, even dozens of afterimages simultaneously. The number of their afterimages continues to multiply, creating a dazzling spectacle that leaves onlookers utterly bewildered, unable to discern reality from illusion, as they can only hear the intense explosions reverberating all around them. The essence of this martial art does not lie in mere phantoms. Rather, phantoms are but a byproduct of its practice. The true crux of this technique is speed, an unparalleled swiftness. Among all martial disciplines, only speed is invincible. In the heat of battle, if one possesses only speed without strength, there remains a chance to evade and preserve one's life. Conversely, if one wields only strength devoid of speed, one becomes nothing more than a punching bag, subjected to relentless assaults. The significance of speed in any form of martial arts and combat is self-evident. So impressive, so impressive. Knight Chen, Master Roshi, keep pushing forward. Unbeknownst to her, Sun Wukong had already found herself perched atop the back of the turtle, cheering exuberantly for the two combatants. In the clearing before the Kame house, nearly 100 afterimages crisscrossed in a dazzling display, yet Sun Wukong seemed able to discern the true forms of Yi-chan and Master Roshi, her large, listening eyes following their movements with rapt attention. The intense battle raged on for approximately a quarter of an hour, until all the afterimages coalesced into one. In that moment, Yi-chan and Master Roshi simultaneously unleashed a powerful punch towards one another. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as an immense wave of energy radiated outward from the two, sending Sun Wukong, who was seated on the turtle's back, tumbling through the air. She rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Yet, unlike an ordinary child who might cry for hours after such a fall, Sun Wukong, with grass clippings adorning her little head, burst into joyous laughter. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the scene remained frozen. Yi-chan and Master Roshi, having struck each other with their fists, did not continue their assault. The battle had concluded, rendering further combat unnecessary. With a pale complexion, Yi-chan sank to one knee, gasping for breath. As expected of Master Wukong, I still cannot surpass you. His face bore an expression of admiration mixed with frustration. Despite feeling that he had made rapid progress, he had never once managed to triumph over Master Roshi in their countless encounters. Oh, but you are my disciple. If I cannot even defeat my own student, how utterly incompetent I would be, Master Roshi remarked with an air of nonchalance, his hands clasped behind his back. However, upon closer inspection, one could observe a subtle tremor in his hands. Ahem, Yi-chan, your progress over these 3 years has been remarkable. From now on, you need not practice against me any longer, Master Roshi stated after clearing his throat. Why not, Master Wukong? I believe that sparring with you has greatly benefited me. Why should we cease our practice? Chen inquired, perplexed. Meanwhile, Master Roshi inwardly grumbled, this insufferable brat. If I continue practicing with you, I might soon find myself unable to keep up. Should I be defeated by you, where would that leave my dignity as your teacher? However, these thoughts were merely fleeting musings within Master Roshi's mind. He would never utter them aloud. How should I articulate this? Oh, right? Yatsen. This training has become rather effortless for you. Thus I have resolved to impart to you my most formidable technique. From now on, you need only to practice it. An illuminating idea sparked in Master Roshi's mind, providing him with a splendid excuse. Upon hearing his words, Yatsen initially appeared taken aback, but soon his face was alight with astonishment. Chapter 19. Kamehameha Wave. Master Roshi's most powerful technique. Need one even inquire? It can only be the Kamehameha Wave. Yatsen had previously sought Master Roshi's guidance, but at that time, Master Roshi had deemed him insufficiently prepared, leading Yatsen to refrain from further requests. To his astonishment, this time Master Roshi had proactively offered to teach him. Teacher Wu Tian, are you truly going to teach me the Kamehameha Wave? Indeed. It is the most powerful technique I have ever created, the Kamehameha Wave. Taking a deep breath, Yatsen confirmed, and Master Roshi nodded in affirmation. Filled with exhilaration, Yatsen's cheeks flushed with excitement. The Kamehameha Wave. Truly, it was the Kamehameha Wave. If one were to inquire about the most frequently employed technique by the protagonist Goku in the original Dragon Ball, it would not be instant transmission, nor the Kaioken, nor the Spirit Bomb, but rather the Kamehameha Wave. One could assert that the Kamehameha Wave is the quintessential and most iconic move throughout the entirety of Dragon Ball, evoking profound sentiment among any ardent fan. Who among us can claim to have never mimicked the Kamehameha Wave's motions in solitude? Who among us can deny having dramatically proclaimed, "Behold my Kamehameha Wave"? Setting aside these considerations, the Kamehameha Wave, in and of itself, is an exceptionally powerful technique. In the original series, Goku has employed this move since childhood. Moreover, throughout countless battles, he has rarely been bested when employing this technique. Observing Yatsen's spirited enthusiasm, Master Roshi nodded in satisfaction. This impudent lad's progress was astonishingly remarkable, inducing a sense of pressure upon him, yet he finally rediscovered a semblance of fulfillment in his role as a teacher. Follow me. I shall demonstrate the Kamehameha Wave for you now. With arms crossed, Master Roshi strode towards the seashore, and Yatsen along with Xiao Wu hurried to accompany him. The sea turtle also crawled along, longing to witness Master Roshi's Kamehameha Wave once more. With the onlookers gathered, Master Roshi positioned himself firmly, discarding his robe to the side. Grandpa, why are you taking off your clothes? Are you going to sleep? Silly girl, I am not preparing for slumber. I simply do not wish to rupture my garments. Xiao blinked her eyes cutely, her face brimming with curiosity, while Master Roshi responded. Chen stood quietly nearby, unable to resist stealing a few more glances at Master Roshi. To be frank, as an elder of several centuries, Master Roshi's physique appeared remarkably frail. However, Chen was aware that within his seemingly frail physique lay an immense power, emblematic of the strongest humanity of this era. Under the expectant gazes of Chen, Sun Wukong, and the turtle, Master Roshi finally sprang into action. Oh, With his hands slowly coming together, Master Roshi let out a mighty roar, and in an instant, his once fragile body swelled with astonishing muscle. Grandpa Turtle has become robust. It was Sun Wukong's first encounter with such a transformation, and she exclaimed in astonishment. You silly girl, this is not gaining weight, it is muscle. Muscle, Master Roshi shouted, nearly losing his breath due to Sun Wukong's antics. What muscle? Grandpa Turtle has clearly become plump. Sun Wukong pouted in indignation, while Chen and the turtle struggled to suppress their laughter. It must be said that this form of Master Roshi possesses a certain charm, with his robust muscles evoking a hint of envy in Chen. All right, you have all observed closely. I shall now execute my ultimate technique, the Kamehameha Wave. Calming his mind, Master Roshi declared, as Chen and the others immediately focused their attention. Under their watchful gaze, Master Roshi spread his arms wide, tracing two semicircles in the air before bringing his hands together, slowly retracting them to his right side at his waist. Kamehameha Wave. If Chen had been wearing a detector at that moment, he would have witnessed Master Roshi's combat power surging dramatically. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted between his hands, and with a forceful thrust, an immensely powerful energy wave shot forth. The ocean was cleaved in two, extending to the very horizon. Both Chen and Xiao were utterly stunned, rendered speechless for a considerable time. On Vegeta's planet, Chen had encountered such energy waves before, even witnessing more formidable ones. However, those who unleash such formidable techniques typically possessed at least 1,000 points of combat power. In the original narrative, Yamcha had remarked that the Kamehameha wave was a legendary technique created by Master Roshi, and to witness it firsthand was an unparalleled honor. The most formidable energy wave, indeed deserving of its reputation. Once his body returned to its original state, Master Roshi breathed slightly heavier, clearly indicating that unleashing such a powerful energy wave was no small feat for him. Chen, did you see that? This is my Kamehameha wave. Now, I shall impart to you the specific methods of its practice. Master Roshi stated, while Chen attentively concentrated, committing each word to memory without missing a single one. Simply gathering energy in one's hands and projecting it outward is something that even those with modest combat power can achieve, but that merely constitutes an ordinary energy wave, not the true Kamehameha wave. To master the authentic Kamehameha wave, one must adhere to numerous nuances in the processes of energy circulation, manipulation, gathering, and ultimately release. Any deviation could significantly diminish the wave's potency. Master Roshi explained with great detail, and Chen listened intently, promptly raising any points of confusion. To which Master Roshi provided clarifying answers. Well, I have now imparted the Kamehameha wave to you. You may practice it at your own pace from here on. Master Roshi remarked, preparing to don his clothing and head inside to prepare breakfast. A few years? He murmured, a glimmer of determination flashing in Chen's eyes. Although the Kamehameha wave is indeed highly complex, and it may take ordinary individuals decades to master, Chen brimmed with confidence, believing he could achieve it even now. Chapter 20. Qi Gong and the Profound Path. Standing by the seashore, Chen let out a gentle breath, then focused his mind to regulate his breath. Following the method imparted by Master Roshi, Chen continuously circulated the energy within his body, drawing his arms in a circular motion before bringing them together at his waist. In that instant, the aura surrounding Chen seemed to undergo a tremendous transformation, causing Master Roshi, who had taken a few steps away, to halt and turn back to gaze at him. Kamehameha. A blinding radiance burst forth from Chen's palms, and as he thrust his hands forward, an energy wave surged forth with an unmatched force. The ocean was cleaved asunder, stretching to the horizon. It was precisely reminiscent of the scene when Master Roshi had executed the Kamehameha moments earlier. Oh, with his mouth agape, Master Roshi was astounded, nearly dropping his jaw. Chen had mastered his Kamehameha with such astonishing speed. After unleashing the Kamehameha, Chen felt a slight breathlessness and a wave of fatigue washed over him. This was a natural response after expelling a considerable amount of energy in one go. Once he became stronger and possessed greater energy, he would no longer experience such sensations. So impressive! Chen is truly remarkable. With her large, sparkling eyes wide open, Sun Wukong bounced about in excitement, mimicking Chen and Master Roshi's gestures by bringing her hands together and pushing forward. Yet, despite her emulation of their movements, nothing happened. Why can't I do it? Sun Wukong wore a look of dejection, while Master Roshi and the sea turtle finally regained their composure. Master Roshi, didn't you say Chen would need years of practice to master your Kamehameha? I have no idea, the sea turtle exclaimed in shock, while Master Roshi trembled with disbelief. The Kamehameha was a pinnacle technique he had poured countless efforts and heart into creating. No one understood better than Master Roshi how arduous it was to master it. Witnessing Chen so effortlessly acquire his signature technique, Master Roshi truly felt a blow to his pride. However, in stark contrast to the astonishment expressed by Master Roshi and his companions, Chen was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Although the Kamehameha wave he had just executed bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Master Roshi, it was, in truth, merely a superficial imitation. To illustrate, if Master Roshi had unleashed a Kamehameha wave that produced a force of 100 points resulting in a devastating impact of 1,000 points, then Chen's attempt, despite outputting a similar 100 points of energy, would have only inflicted a meager damage of 200 to 300 points at most. The disparity between the two was not trivial. Of course, such a scenario was entirely reasonable, as this was Chen's inaugural experience with the Kamehameha wave. Many subtle nuances were still beyond his mastery. If he had been able to match or even surpass Master Roshi's prowess from the outset, it would have indeed been remarkable. However, Chen exuded an unwavering confidence. He believed that with relentless practice, he could certainly attain the level of Master Roshi, or even surpass him. In the days that followed, Chen persevered in his cultivation. dedicating each day to not only the most fundamental training, but also to the relentless practice of the Kamehameha wave. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years elapsed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the cacophony of machinery at the foot of a grand mountain, a construction crew had gathered, seemingly engaged in the preparation for the arrival of some significant figure. Without delay, a figure emerged into the sight of the crowd, gradually approaching from the distance. It was the silhouette of a youth, seemingly no more than 11 or 12 years old, with a resolute countenance that lacked the frivolity typical of boys his age. Clad in a striking red martial arts uniform, he bore on the left side of his chest an intricately embroidered character for turtle in stark black and white. His demeanor was elegant and distinguished, and he carried a large ornate fan upon his back. It was none other than Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, the captain of the construction team SI sparkled with recognition, and he immediately approached with a beaming smile. "Master Yi Chen, we are once again in need of your assistance." "Not a problem," Yi Chen replied with a slight nod. "Master Yi Chen, do you require a moment to rest? Our tasks here are not urgent." "No, I wish to expedite my work and return swiftly. Please convey the specifics of this task to me. I shall commence at once." "Very well, please hold on a moment." Having dealt with Yi Chen several times before, the construction captain understood his character well and did not dare to linger. He promptly summoned the experts to inform Yi Chen of the specific requirements for the current project. Their team intended to forge a tunnel through the mountains ahead and construct a railway for train passage. Employing conventional methods would demand considerable manpower, resources, and time, not to mention the inherent risk of mountain collapses. However, they did not intend to employ conventional methods. Instead, they sought the esteemed Master Yi Chen to utilize his Qigong to carve a profound path through the mountain range. Such an extravagant and bizarre proposition would likely be met with skepticism, and indeed, they had once doubted such feats themselves. Yet, having witnessed it firsthand, disbelief was no longer an option. "Please step back," Yi Chen instructed. After the experts had conveyed the requirements for the construction, Yi Chen wasted no time and positioned himself at the base of the mountain, while the experts and construction crew hastily retreated. Anticipation filled the air as everyone held their breath, eager not to miss a single moment of the impending spectacle. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen commenced his actions, gently exhaling to regulate his breath. He moved his arms in a circular motion, gradually bringing them together at his waist. Turtle School, Qigong Wave. A blinding radiance erupted as Yi Chen thrust his palms forward, unleashing a powerful Qi wave. With a resounding roar, the wave surged into the mountain, penetrating its depths and skillfully navigating its contours, ultimately emerging from the opposite side. In mere moments, a flawless path extending several kilometers had been completed. Despite having witnessed such marvels on multiple occasions, the experts and construction personnel could only stand in awe, their mouths agape, rendered speechless by this almost divine display of power. "It is done," Yi Chen stated, his demeanor as composed as ever, addressing the team leader. "Truly, Master Yi Chen is unparalleled in skill," the leader replied, recovering from his astonishment. "Here is your payment, Master. Please take a look." Regaining his composure, the team leader promptly presented a box filled with coins to Yi Chen. After a cursory inspection, Yi Chen nodded in acknowledgement. The transaction was complete. Without uttering another word, he gradually departed amidst the reverent gazes of those present. Chapter 21. Trials and Farewells. Within the forest, Yi Chen moved swiftly, darting through the trees before leaping onto a high vantage point. Surveying his surroundings, he called out, "Wukong, it is time to return home." His voice resonated like thunder, amplified by his qi, echoing throughout the forest and startling countless creatures into flight. In a fleeting moment, a petite figure emerged in the distance, trailing a cloud of dust as she sprinted towards Yi Chen with remarkable speed. It was none other than Wukong, now 5 years old. The little Wukong had matured significantly since 2 years ago, yet she still retained the delightful appearance of a charming young girl, despite her slender arms and legs. Wukong darted through the forest with astonishing agility, quickly closing the gap before leaping onto Yi Chen's body. "Yi Chen, you're back," she exclaimed, affectionately nuzzling her small head against him, her face aglow with joy. A gentle smile graced Yi Chen's features as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Earlier, he had left her to amuse herself in the forest while he attended to some tasks, but it seemed this mischievous little girl had found herself in trouble once again. Suddenly, a colossal bird swooped down from the direction Wukong had come, its fierce screech echoing through the air. To refer to this creature simply as a bird would be an understatement. Have you ever encountered a bird with sharp fangs and a robust physique? Perhaps it was a hybrid descendant of avian and dinosaur lineage. Regardless, to Yi Chun, it was merely a dinner that had presented itself. Setting Wukong down, Yi Chun retrieved the treasured banana fan from behind him and swung it towards the oncoming giant bird. A tempest erupted, lifting the creature nearly 100 meters into the air before it plummeted to the ground in a disoriented heap. Ha ha ha, dinner, dinner, Wukong exclaimed as she leaped onto the bird's head, then forcefully brought it crashing to the earth, rendering it unconscious. Yi Chun had wielded the legendary banana fan, known for its ability to summon winds, conjure rain, and even unleash torrential downpours. Originally a rare treasure, the fan had been neglected by the turtle sage, who used it to prop up his hot pot and nearly discarded it due to its greasy residue. Fortunately, Yi Chun discovered it just in time and safeguarded it. This remarkable fan could be utilized even by ordinary individuals. With the infusion of energy, it could unleash even greater power. Thus, Yi Chun carried it as a weapon, occasionally using its capabilities to bring rain to drought-stricken areas for some extra income. Let us head back, he said. With the banana fan securely stowed away, Yi Chun hoisted the massive bird and departed the forest alongside Wukong. 1, 2, 1, 2. Lift your feet higher. 1, 2, 1, 2. Keep your legs straight. In the serene abode of Master Roshi, two enchanting young ladies were energetically engaged in an aerobic session while chanting slogans on the television. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, perched before the screen, was eagerly fixated on the ladies, his expression betraying a rather lascivious delight. Grandpa Roshi, we're back. With a lively skip, Wukong bounded through the door, closely followed by Yechun, who had unceremoniously discarded a large bird outside before entering. Ah, Wukong and Yechun, welcome back, Roshi replied, his gaze unwavering from the television, practically drooling with anticipation. Master Wu Tian, did you not instruct me that those of us who practice martial arts should be free from such base desires? Your current demeanor is hardly befitting of a martial arts deity, Yechun remarked with a sigh. Ah, I have imparted all the teachings of our Turtle School's martial arts and spirit to you. It is now your duty to inherit and promote them. As for us elderly folk, our days are numbered. We must seek a bit of enjoyment for ourselves, Roshi replied nonchalantly, leaving Yechun feeling exasperated. Your days are hardly numbered. I dare say you could live for another century or two with ease. It was astonishing how the once upright and righteous master had devolved into such a state, having previously taught Yechun the importance of purity and integrity in martial arts. Indeed, the forces of fate proved to be formidable, transforming Master Roshi into a rather lascivious figure who boldly embraced this new path, instructing Wukong to play cautiously and not to damage anything. Yechun entered the kitchen to prepare dinner for the group. Delicious. Life is truly splendid. At the dining table, Wukong gleefully stuffed her mouth with an array of delectable dishes, while Master Roshi savored a sip of wine, his face radiating contentment. Turtle, this is for you. Thank you. Yechun served some food to the turtle, who gratefully began to feast. The trio, along with the turtle, gathered around the table, relishing their delightful dinner in a warm and joyous atmosphere. Master Wu Tian, I plan to embark on a journey to further my training in due time, Yechun announced while enjoying the meal. Are you finally considering leaving this place? Indeed, remaining here offers you little in terms of growth. Nodding slightly, Master Roshi exhibited no hint of surprise. In truth, he had ceased to instruct Yechun over a year ago, claiming he had imparted all he could. Over the span of 5 years, having witnessed Yechun's growth firsthand, even Master Roshi was left in awe. Since the transmission of the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique 2 years prior, the two had not engaged in sparring again, yet Master Roshi understood that Yechun's current prowess had likely surpassed his own. Although somewhat disheartened as Yechun's mentor, Master Roshi felt a profound sense of pride. Despite having previously taught Gohan and Ox King, both of whom ultimately fell short, Yechun represented a genuine successor to the martial arts he had established. Have you decided where to train? Not yet. I plan to venture out and explore. If you remain undecided, you might consider visiting the sacred place, Karnai Mountain. Karnai Mountain? Indeed, atop Karnai Mountain lies the Karinta, which leads directly to the heavens. Residing there is a sage who bestows guidance upon anyone who ascends the tower through their own strength. It was over 300 years ago that I climbed the Karinta, and after several years of training under the sage, my power surged, allowing me to establish the Turtle School. I understand. I shall pay a visit. Chapter 22. Challenge of the Karinta. 3 days later, having made preparations, Yechun was ready to embark on his training journey. Apart from a few martial arts uniforms stored in his versatile capsule, he carried little else. Master Wu Tian, please take care. Before the Turtle House, Yechun and Wukong bid farewell to Master Roshi. Though I am an old man, I am more than capable of looking after myself, Master Rashi replied. Once you leave, I shall return to my original island. Should you come back, seek me there. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yecheng understood. After exchanging farewells with the sea turtle, he and Sun Wukong set forth, diving directly into the ocean. Farewell, sea turtle, Grandfather Rashi. As they swam, Sun Wukong turned back to wave at the sea turtle and Master Rashi. Wukong, when you grow up, remember to show me your little shorts. We made a promise. Master Rashi called out from the shore. No. My little shorts are only for Yecheng. Master Rashi watched as Yecheng and Sun Wukong vanished into the depths of the sea, while the sea turtle cast a disdainful glance at him. In the heart of the forest, a colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex thundered through, its powerful frame crashing through any trees that stood in its path. Wherever it passed, chaos ensued as the frail creatures fled in terror. Undoubtedly, it was a majestic sovereign. Yet at present, it merely served as a means of transport for others. Hurry up, faster. Sitting atop the massive head of the Tyrannosaurus, Sun Wukong urged with laughter. Although exhaustion was creeping in, the little ancestor above compelled the colossal dinosaur to muster all its strength and accelerate once more. The dinosaur carried the duo over several mountain peaks, and gradually, a towering spire that pierced the heavens came into view. Chen, look over there. What is that? It's so high. With her sparkling eyes wide open, Sun Wukong exclaimed, pointing into the distance. That is the legendary Corinta, our destination. A smile graced Chen's lips as he stood up while holding Sun Wukong. Stop. At Chen's command, the galloping dinosaur abruptly halted, skidding a considerable distance and crashing through numerous trees. Chen, why have we stopped? Mount Kenai is a sacred place. It would be quite impolite to approach it like this. From here on, we shall proceed on foot. Sun Wukong, not fully grasping the notion of sacredness, decided to trust Chen, for in her mind, whatever he said was always right. With a gentle leap, they both descended from the dinosaur's head and landed firmly on the ground. Thank you for your efforts, great dinosaur. You may leave now. Chen patted the exhausted creature, which was nearly on the verge of collapse. With a surge of spirit, the dinosaur felt an overwhelming urge to bellow in joy. Oh heavens! These two demons have finally decided to spare me. Summoning every ounce of strength, it turned and fled, wishing it had been born with fewer legs. Goodbye, Mr. Dinosaur. Sun Wukong waved, while the fleeing dinosaur nearly stumbled in its haste. What goodbye? It's a farewell forever. Disregarding the escaping dinosaur, Chen and Sun Wukong embarked on their journey anew. Although Corinta was now visible, a considerable distance still lay ahead. However, with their pace, it would take them merely a few minutes to reach. Without delay, Chen and Sun Wukong hastened to the foot of the Corinta Tower. Although he had heard much about it, Chen was still taken aback upon witnessing the tower up close. The structure itself was not particularly large, yet it soared like a celestial white pillar into the heavens, its apex completely obscured from sight. It was truly astonishing to ponder what kind of being could have constructed such a miraculous edifice. Sun Wukong also appeared exceedingly excited, tilting her small head in an earnest attempt to gaze upwards, yet she could not catch a glimpse of the tower's summit. At that moment, as if sensing something, Chen and Sun Wukong simultaneously turned their gaze toward the adjacent thicket, from which a tall figure emerged. Outsiders, do you seek to challenge the Corinta? The man inquired. Beneath the Corinta, he served the prepared meal into bowls, offering them to Sun Wukong and Chen. Thank you. Delicious. The man was named Beulah, appearing akin to a Native American, with intricate patterns painted upon his face and a robust physique. According to his own account, his tribe had served as guardians of this tower for generations. This is my child, Upa. Beulah introduced the infant cradled in his arms. Upa? He will surely grow to be a remarkable warrior like you, Chen remarked after sampling the dish. Thank you, Beulah replied, his face radiating a simple, sincere smile as he gently caressed his slumbering child, his expression imbued with paternal affection. Chen, Sun Wukong, do you truly wish to challenge the Corinta? Beulah inquired. Indeed, we wish to meet the celestial beings atop the tower and seek their guidance in our cultivation. Have others attempted to challenge this tower before? Chen nodded and asked. Many have tried, yet all have failed. Some abandoned their quest, while others fell after several days of climbing without sustenance. It is my first encounter with challengers as youthful as you. Beulah regarded Chen and Sun Wukong with a serious expression. Once, he too had been impetuous enough to challenge this divine tower, only to meet with failure. Thus he understood all too well the arduous nature of the ascent. Do not underestimate us. Despite our youth, we possess considerable strength, and climbing this tower should pose no challenge. Chen replied with a light chuckle. Though I find it hard to believe, I sense no deceit in your words. it is already quite late. You may rest here for the night and gather your strength before undertaking the challenge at dawn, Beulah stated, gazing intently at Yi-Chun. Then we shall impose upon you. Yi-Chun replied, not at all. It is our duty as guardians of the tower to accommodate brave challengers. Another bowl, please. Chapter 23. The celestial being of Corinth. The following morning, Beulah returned from the nearby river with a large fish. After sharing breakfast, Yi-Chun and Wukong prepared to ascend the Corinth. Yi-Chun, Sun Wukong, best of luck. Beulah, holding his child Upa, expressed his encouragement in the simplest of terms. Thank you for your hospitality, Beulah. Farewell, Beulah, Upa. After exchanging greetings with the father and son, Yi-Chun and Xiao Wukong leaped onto the tower's structure, swiftly climbing upwards using both hands and feet, as they transformed into two mere black dots against the sky. Xiao Yupai exclaimed with outstretched arms, while Bra displayed a look of astonishment at their remarkable speed. Yi-Chun and Sun Wukong. Perhaps they truly possessed the ability to ascend this towering Corinth. Up they went, climbing and singing a cheerful tune as they ascended higher and higher, until the landscape below became indistinct. The tower was adorned with myriad engravings reminiscent of the Stone Age, interspersed with small ledges suitable for footing, making the climb not overly arduous. However, the tower's height was daunting, having thwarted countless challengers since the time of Master Roshi. Some had even attempted to reach the summit by helicopter, yet those efforts ended in failure. It was said that only those who relied on their own strength could ever hope to glimpse the tower's apex. Both Yi-Chun and Xiao Wukong had undergone rigorous training under Master Roshi, enabling them to climb with extraordinary speed. Before long, they had pierced through the clouds, reaching a significant altitude. They continued their ascent for half a day, losing track of how high they had climbed, yet the tower still soared skyward, seemingly endless. I'm so tired, Yi-Chun, Xiao Wukong said, her pace gradually slowing. Although she was indeed quite adept, she was still only 5 years old, and the climb proved to be a considerable challenge for her. If you're tired, then hop onto my back, Yi-Chun offered. All right. With that, Xiao Wukong joyfully clambered onto his back. Initially, Yi-Chun had not exerted his full strength to match Xiao Wukong's pace, but now, despite the added weight, his speed increased dramatically. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he ascended at an astonishing rate. In just about half an hour, they finally beheld the summit of the tower. Yi-Chun, look over there, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Pointing to the temple that loomed above them, Xiao Wukong exclaimed with joy. After such a long climb, even Yi-Chun felt a touch of fatigue, but upon seeing the destination, his spirits soared. Gathering his strength, he swiftly ascended to the base of the temple. The bottom of the temple was connected to the tower, with several openings nearby. However, these entrances lacked any steps or ledges to aid in climbing. For an ordinary person, gaining entry through these openings would be exceedingly difficult, and one might easily tumble down. Yet, this minor challenge posed no obstacle for Yi-Chun and Xiao Wukong. Yi-Chun first tossed Xiao Wukong through the opening, then followed her lead, using the walls for leverage to propel himself into the temple. Finally arrived. Yi-Chun lay on the ground, slightly out of breath. Yi-Chun, look, it's so spacious here, exclaimed Xiao Wukong, already eagerly exploring the interior of the temple. Hey, where are you, great immortal? She called out, bouncing around in search of the immortal. Yi-Chun rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. The temple, which stood in midair, was indeed vast and tranquil. From the balcony outside, one could gaze upon the magnificent sea of clouds below. Little girl, cease your shouting. My ears are nearly shattered, a voice suddenly rang out, and a large white cat descended from above. Yes, it was a cat, walking on 2 legs and wielding a wooden staff, plump and rotund. There's a cat in the temple. Great white cat. Where is the immortal? We wish to find the immortal, Xiao Wukong exclaimed, rushing over to inquire, with Yi-Chun hastily following suit. Calm. Be respectful. This is Lord Carlin, the immortal of the temple. An immortal is a cat? Xiao Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. Can a cat be an immortal? I am, after all, an immortal cat, Lord Carlin replied, stroking his whiskers, looking somewhat surprised at Yi-Chun. Lord Carlin, I am Yi-Chun, and this is Sun Wukong. We are disciples of Master Wu Tian. After introducing themselves, Yi-Chun bowed respectfully, though the figure before him was merely a cat. It was an immortal cat that had lived for over 800 years, watching over and guarding this land from within the temple. Thus, Yi-Chun extended the respect it rightfully deserved. So you are disciples of Wu Tian. No wonder. Since Wu Tian's departure, no one has managed to climb this temple for centuries. It is quite remarkable that you, at such a young age, have achieved this feat, Lord Carlin remarked, nodding in understanding, a look of realization crossing his face, then generously offering praise. Hee, you don't count. You were merely carried here by someone else. Alas, how disheartening. The praised Sun Wukong wore a small, delighted expression, yet after receiving a remark from Master Karen, her demeanor swiftly shifted to one of dejection. Young lad, little girl, what brings you to my abode? Teased the sage, before turning to the matter at hand. As disciples of Wu Tian, they ought to be aware that the legends surrounding the super holy water are mere fabrications. Master Karen, we humbly seek your guidance in our cultivation, Chen declared, revealing their intentions with no reservations. You wish for me to instruct your training? The little girl seemed unfazed, yet Master Karen continued, however, young man, your power has already surpassed that of Wu Tian, and even eclipsed my own. I possess little to offer in terms of instruction. After sensing the auras surrounding Chen and Sun Wukong, Master Karen added, possessing strength does not inherently denote true power. Without knowledge of its application, it is merely raw force. Hence, I implore you, Master Karen, to teach me the methods of wielding my strength, Chen earnestly requested. Indeed, I am pleasantly surprised that you grasp such principles at such a tender age. If it is merely the techniques of utilizing power that you seek, I can certainly assist you, Master Karen replied. Thank you, Master Karen. Chen's face brightened with gratitude. Very well, for the time being, you shall reside here. It is already late. Tomorrow, I shall commence your instruction. The following day, Master Karen addressed them. From today forth, I shall guide your cultivation. However, before we proceed, engage in a sparring session so that I may observe your respective skills. Do I get to battle with Chen? How delightful! Sun Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Since Master Rashi ceased to spar with Chen 2 years ago, it had primarily been Sun Wukong and Chen training together, making them well accustomed to such encounters. Under the watchful gaze of Master Karen, Chen and Sun Wukong positioned themselves in the center of the temple, adopting the standard stance of the turtle school. Chen, I shall make my move. Bring it on, he replied succinctly. Without further ado, Sun Wukong launched her attack, propelling herself towards Chen like a cannonball. Indeed, it was a simple sideways charge, yet executed with remarkable speed and force during their hunts. Countless wild bulls and dinosaurs had undoubtedly met their end at the hands of her relentless charge. For Chen, this was merely an ordinary assault. With his hands raised in defense, he effortlessly blocked the impact of Wukong's strike. Although his feet left long, deep gouges on the ground, his posture remained as steadfast as a mountain. Suddenly, the true onslaught commenced, with Wukong's fists descending upon him like a torrential downpour. Despite their diminutive size, her punches harbored immense power, and even Chen dared not allow them to connect, continuously parrying with his own hands. Each collision resonated through the air with a muffled burst of energy. Noticing Chen's impenetrable defense, Wukong swiftly altered her strategy. Darting to the edge of a column in the temple, using the column as leverage, she propelled herself towards Chen's flank. Having long since familiarized himself with her attack patterns, Chen split into 5, evading her strikes with ease. How infuriating. I'll join in. With a puffed-up face, Wukong's figure blurred as she created several afterimages, pursuing Chen relentlessly. Although she often seemed naïve and somewhat scatterbrained, Wukong possessed remarkable talent in martial arts. Not only had she mastered the relatively simple afterimage punch, but she had also learned the Kamehameha technique over a year ago. The temple echoed with the sounds of their fierce combat as their afterimages darted about. Even the venerable Master Karen, with his long beard, nodded in approval, marveling at the prowess displayed by both Chen and the young girl at such a tender age, a sight unprecedented in his 800 years of existence. In his duel with Wukong, Chen refrained from unleashing his full strength, matching his force to hers. Thus, their battle unfolded as a contest of martial skill and technique. Though Chen was well-versed in the same moves as Wukong, her relative inexperience ultimately led to her downfall. Seizing an opportunity, Chen landed a decisive punch to her abdomen, sending her crashing against the temple's column, thereby concluding their match. Ouch, that hurts, Wukong exclaimed, clutching her stomach. Are you all right, Wukong? Chen asked, lifting her from the ground and gently massaging the area where she had been struck. In no time, a sweet smile returned to her face, signaling that she was none the worse for wear. Both of you performed admirably. It is evident that Wu Tian has imparted his teachings with care. However, during your combat, you failed to synchronize your breathing and executed many unnecessary movements. Moreover, you only reacted after observing each other's strikes, unable to anticipate your opponent's actions. Soon, Master Carlin approached, initially offering commendations to the two individuals, only to subsequently highlight a multitude of their shortcomings. As an immortal sage who has endured for over 8 centuries, Master Carlin possesses a wealth of experience, pinpointing nearly every area where Chen and Wukong still fall short. Although these deficiencies may appear trivial and seemingly inconsequential, the reality is quite the opposite. In the realm of skilled combatants, even the slightest misstep can lead to catastrophic consequences. Within the vast expanse of the universe, humanity is, in fact, a rather vulnerable species. Their frail bodies lack formidable strength, and it is through intellect that they have ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain on their own planet. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that the art of martial prowess has emerged within human civilization. Martial artists diligently hone their minds and bodies, continuously refining every minute, habit, and detail to maximize their limited strength into boundless power. In contrast, within the civilization of the Saiyans, the concept of martial arts is virtually non-existent, as they possess an innate and formidable lineage. Their strength escalates merely through relentless combat, rendering such practices unnecessary. For instance, if Master Roshi were to engage in battle with a powerful Saiyan warrior, there would be no question. The outcome would be a swift defeat for Master Roshi, easily obliterated by his opponent. The disparity in their power is simply too vast, despite Master Roshi's esteemed title as the god of martial arts. A single energy blast from a Saiyan could reduce him to mere fragments. However, conversely, if Master Roshi were to possess the formidable strength of a Saiyan warrior, it can be confidently asserted that he would effortlessly dominate a chaotic brawl against the Saiyans. This epitomizes the essence of martial arts. Master Karen expounded extensively, and Chen listened intently to every word. Although Wukong stood beside him, also paying close attention, she soon became rather drowsy. Do you all understand what I have conveyed? Upon concluding his remarks about Chen's shortcomings and offering some guidance, Master Karen inquired. Chen nodded, but Wukong blinked her large, watery eyes in confusion. Not at all. Oh dear. Master Karen collapsed to the ground, feeling that his lengthy discourse had been in vain. Ahem, Master Karen, Wukong learns through physical memory. If she experiences it in battle, she'll grasp it swiftly, Chen said, assisting Master Karen to his feet. Feeling slightly embarrassed. Really? I see this little girl as rather foolish. I fear she may struggle. Master Karen expressed his skepticism, while little Wukong, clenching her tiny fists in indignation, retorted, I am not foolish. I am quite clever. All right, Wukong, let us engage in another practice match. Amused, Chen gently patted Wukong's head. Making a face at Master Karen, Wukong and Chen resumed their combat, following Master Karen's counsel. Chen made considerable improvements, refining both his movements and demeanor, quickly gaining the upper hand against Wukong. Master Karen nodded in satisfaction, observing Chen's swift progress, while the little girl remained unchanged. What was expected to be a swift conclusion to the battle took an unexpected turn. Wukong, who had been at a disadvantage, gradually began to reverse her fortunes. With keen perception, Master Karen quickly discerned the reason. Every time Chen rectified a flaw and gained an advantage in combat, the little girl rapidly replicated his movements and techniques. Narrowing his eyes, Master Karen stroked his beard, realizing that this little girl was not as dim-witted as he had initially thought. Chapter 25. The Marvelous Sins of Being. As evening fell, the blood-red remnants of the sun cast their glow upon the sea of clouds. Wukong and Chen lay in the temple, panting heavily. Although they had trained for merely a day, their achievements were monumental. It could be said that while their raw power and energy had not significantly increased, their true combat prowess had been vastly enhanced. Gurgle. A sound emanated from Wukong's stomach, prompting her to sit up and look at Chen. Chen, I am hungry. We finished our food last night. As they sat up, Chen spoke. The two then turned their gazes towards the venerable Master Carlin, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Speaking of which, it has indeed been quite a while since I last had a meal. Let us feast tonight, Master Carlin chuckled, making his way to an adjacent chamber, with Chen and Wukong hastily following suit. Upon opening a jar, Master Carlin rummaged within and soon extracted a lively, wriggling fish. Are we having fish for dinner tonight? I want some too, Wukong exclaimed, bouncing over, eager to catch a large fish from the jar, only to find it utterly empty. Why can't I grab anything? How strange, she said, her face adorned with a look of bewilderment. Yet, Chen remained unfazed. This temple housed an array of peculiar items. Perhaps the jars and cabinets tucked away in the corners contained unknown artifacts or tools, likely unusable by anyone other than Master Carlin. After retrieving various utensils with dexterous ease, Master Carlin soon prepared a fragrant roasted fish, causing Yi Chun and Wukong to swallow in anticipation. The Saiyans possessed an enormous appetite, requiring copious sustenance daily, a trait that had nearly become hereditary. They were not afraid of battle or bloodshed, but they certainly feared hunger. Master Carlin, this fish is far too small. How could it possibly suffice for us? You ought to catch a few more, Yi Chun urged. This is merely for myself. There is none for you, Master Carlin replied. No, none for us? What a miser! Wukong exclaimed in indignation upon hearing Master Carlin's words. Very well, here is what you may have, he said, tossing 2 beans to Wukong and Yi Chun as he began to enjoy his own roasted fish. How can you eat so well and only give us a single bean? What a miser! They protested. You little scamp, daring to scold a celestial being. Master Carlin retorted, amused. Those are celestial beings. Consuming just one will keep you satiated for 10 days. He stroked his beard, thinking, this ungrateful little girl, if she continues to scold me, I shall withhold the beans altogether. You're deceiving me. I don't believe it. Such a tiny bean cannot possibly be enough. Wukong pouted, her expression skeptical. Nevertheless, adopting a mindset that having something was better than nothing, she placed the bean in her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Well, I actually feel full, she exclaimed. Her once flat stomach now distended, and she burped in astonishment. Now you understand, little girl. Celestial beings are indeed precious. Be sure to express your gratitude. Karen, humming softly, realized that she had unjustly misjudged Lord Karen. Beside her, Yi Chun shook his head in amusement and began to examine the beans in his hand. These were the legendary. In the original universe of Dragon Ball, there existed numerous precious artifacts and treasures. Undoubtedly, the foremost among them was the Dragon Ball, capable of granting any wish. In Yi Chun's view, the second most significant treasure was the before him. Consuming just one could stave off hunger for 10 days and rapidly heal all injuries and fatigue, truly a remarkable convenience. It could be said that the protagonists of the original Dragon Ball, led by Sun Wukong, often relied on to navigate numerous crises during their battles against adversaries. However, the cultivation of the mystical beans is exceedingly challenging, and the yield is quite scarce. In the early narrative of Dragon Ball, the wise Kirin had indeed stored a considerable quantity. However, after the foolish Yajirobe consumed a significant number, the beans became exceedingly rare. Whenever the protagonist Goku and his companions sought out Kirin for these precious beans, they were fortunate to receive merely a handful, perhaps a dozen at most. As Chen placed the bean into his mouth, he yearned to personally experience the legendary properties of this renowned being. It bore no remarkable flavor, resembling an ordinary legume. Yet, once swallowed, Chen swiftly sensed a profound difference. All fatigue and hunger vanished, replaced by a wave of satisfaction emanating from his core. As if his entire being was invigorated with strength, a glimmer of wonder sparkled in his eyes, and he couldn't help but marvel at the experience. Given the current ample supply, he resolved to request more of such invaluable treasures from Kirin in the future. Additionally, he contemplated the possibility of researching methods for personal cultivation and potentially expanding the yield at a later time. However, these matters can be discussed in the future. The most pressing concern at present is to enhance one's own strength. That will be all for today, as I too must take my rest. Tomorrow, I shall continue to guide your cultivation. After savoring his grilled fish, Master Karen yawned, seemingly preparing to retire for the evening. After expressing gratitude to Master Karen, Yi Chun and Wukong returned to the Grand Hall. Master Karen enjoyed the comfort of his bedroom and soft, plush bed, a luxury that Yi Chun and Wukong did not share, yet they were unconcerned by this. Yi Chun found a spot on the balcony outside the temple and reclined, while Wukong nestled against him. Wukong, we must strive diligently in our cultivation, and one day become the mightiest in this universe. He extended a hand towards the starry sky above as he spoke. Wukong blinked her large eyes at Yi Chun and nodded. All right. The innocent Wukong never pondered too deeply. Since Yi Chun proclaimed they would become the strongest in the universe, they would indeed work hard to achieve that aim. In the days that followed, Yi Chun and Wukong remained in the temple, receiving Master Karen's guidance and making continuous progress each day. Besides their training in the temple, they occasionally returned to the ground to hunt for prey. Although a single divine being could sustain them for 10 days without hunger, consuming them as food seemed excessively wasteful. And in terms of taste, nothing could compare to actual food. Bola, UPA, see you tomorrow, dragging a massive catch behind them. Yi Chun and Wukong waved goodbye to Bola and his son before swiftly climbing up Karen Tower, watching the duo vanish into the sky. Little UPA waved his hands excitedly, while Bola gazed in admiration, exclaiming, Chen, Sun Wukong, truly remarkable individuals. Chapter 26. The Yin-Yang Immortal Fist. As the sun rises and sets, in the season's transition, a year swiftly passed with Chen and Wukong training atop Karen Tower. On this particular day, a thunderous rumble echoed above the sea of clouds, where two figures were fiercely clashing in midair. Astonishingly, there were two identical Chens. Their presence and appearance were utterly indistinguishable, the only difference being that one bore the character for Yin on his forehead, while the other bore Yang. This was a martial technique Chen had devised during his year of training on Karen Tower, named the Yin-Yang Immortal Fist. Upon employing this technique, Chen could split himself into two, manifesting two celestial forms, Yin Immortal Chen and Yang Immortal Chen. Though both possessed a unified mind and soul, they acted independently, and crucially, the power they wielded was identical to that of the original Chen. Although Wukong serves as a commendable training partner, his youth and lesser strength pale in comparison to Yecheng's considerable prowess. Each encounter with Wukong merely allows Yecheng to practice martial arts and techniques, failing to push him to his full combat potential. Therefore, Yecheng contemplated the possibility of devising a unique martial art that would enable him to engage in combat against himself, effectively splitting his own capabilities. Given Yecheng's current martial arts cultivation and experiential wisdom, the creation of such a technique was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, under the guidance and encouragement of Master Karen, Yecheng successfully forged the Yin-Yang Dual Immortal's Fist. While it may not rival the likes of the Kinkai Fist, it undoubtedly stands as a formidable technique in its own right. Both Yin Immortal Yecheng and Yang Immortal Yecheng possess the same strength as the original Yecheng, allowing him to identify his shortcomings and enhance his skills during regular training sessions, proving invaluable even in genuine combat scenarios. It can be said that the harmonious synergy between the Yin and Yang Immortals, united in thought and intent, can unleash combat capabilities exponentially surpassing those of the original Yecheng. However, this technique is not without its drawbacks. Upon employing the Yin-Yang Dual Immortal's Fist, Yecheng's energy is significantly depleted. If the original Yecheng could sustain battle for 100 hours, the use of the Yin-Yang Dual Immortal's Fist would limit him to a maximum of 50 hours. A straightforward application of the principle of energy conservation. However, when weighed against its merits, this minor flaw pales in comparison. What does it matter if the duration of battle is halved? As long as one can vanquish the adversary before exhausting their strength, that is all that truly matters. Should one fail to triumph even after employing the Yin-Yang Immortal Fist, then there is little point in continuing the fight. It would be wiser to seek an escape. Returning to the crux of the matter, atop the sea of clouds, the Yin Immortal Chen and the Yang Immortal Chen remain locked in an intense and fierce combat. Each clash reverberates across the skies, creating vast depressions in the cloudscape. Their familiarity with one another is akin to an intimate knowledge of oneself, and coupled with their identical powers, the two are embroiled in a stalemate, unable to discern a victor. In such circumstances, the only path to triumph for either side lies in transcending their limits during the battle. Only then does the possibility of overcoming the opponent arise. With a thunderous crash, the two collide once more, momentarily retreating to gain distance. Ah, how exhilarating! Their hands whirl like wheels, and simultaneously, the Yin Immortal and the Yang Immortal unleash hundreds of energy blasts towards each other, transforming the cloud sea into a cacophony of explosions. On planet Vegeta, one would require a combat power of at least 1,000 to launch such potent energy blasts. Yet, a scan would reveal that Chen's current combat power is merely a few hundred. The ability to project such formidable energy with only a few hundred points of combat power is nothing short of astonishing, indicating that Chen's comprehension and mastery of energy have reached an extraordinary level. Chen, keep going. On the temple above, Wukong jumps and cheers for Chen. With two Chens below, she likely does not know which one she is supporting. But it matters not. Both are Chen, and thus they shall receive her encouragement collectively. After launching a volley of energy blasts without yielding a clear victor, the Yin Immortal and the Yang Immortal ascend into the sky, joining their hands before their waists, Kamehameha wave. With a powerful thrust of their palms, two waves of energy surge forth, creating rippling currents across the cloud sea. The two formidable energy waves collide mid-air, resulting in a thunderous explosion. A brilliant flash of light erupts, and the wild energy expands in all directions, engulfing both the Yin Immortal and the Yang Immortal, who are then sent spiraling away. After a considerable time, the tumult gradually subsides. To everyone's astonishment, A vast chasm nearly 1,000 meters in diameter has formed in the once unbroken expanse of the cloud sea. Breathless and panting heavily, the shadowy celestial knight Chen and the radiant celestial knight Chen exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress a bitter smile. Once again, the outcome ended in a stalemate. This was, in fact, to be expected. Often, one's greatest adversary is oneself, and surpassing one's own limits is no simple feat. Throughout nearly 100 encounters between the shadowy celestial knight Chen and the radiant celestial knight Chen, instances where one could transcend their limits to triumph over the other were exceedingly rare, perhaps only occurring a handful of times thus far. As they drew closer, the two knight Chens merged into one, the characters for shadow and light upon their foreheads vanishing, reverting to the complete knight Chen. An influx of realization surged within, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Knight Chen's eyes. Knight Chen, the voice of Wukong rang out as she leapt down from the temple. Knight Chen's expression darkened. This audacious girl dared to jump down without mastering the flight technique, oblivious to the peril of a fatal fall. With a swift motion, Knight Chen caught the plummeting Wukong. You must not jump recklessly like that until you have perfected the flight technique, he admonished, lightly tapping her on the head. Well, you would always catch me anyway, Wukong replied playfully, nuzzling against Knight Chen without a care. With a resigned shake of his head, Knight Chen gently lifted Wukong into the air, returning to the temple. Lord Carlin, thank you for your guidance over the past year. I intend to depart with Wukong tomorrow, Knight Chen stated, setting Wukong down and addressing the immortal Carlin. Indeed. There is little more I can impart now that you have stayed here for quite some time. It is time for you to leave. However, before you do, allow me to present you with a gift, Carlin said, stroking his beard and nodding, before raising his staff. Flying Nimbus, he called out loudly. As a vast expanse of golden clouds slowly ascended from below, it was indeed the Flying Nimbus. The Flying Nimbus was a large, golden cloud outside Carlin's tower, composed of numerous smaller clouds. After living in the temple for a year and ascending and descending the Carlin Tower countless times, Knight Chen and Wukong had often seen this golden cloud drifting around the tower. Ah, it's the Flying Nimbus. Go ahead, each of you choose one, Carlin encouraged. Thank you, Lord Carlin. He smiled, while Wukong eagerly jumped down to make her selection. The Flying Nimbus served as a remarkably convenient means of flight, capable of soaring at the behest of its rider, boasting not only incredible speed, but also immediate availability, rendering it exceedingly practical. However, only those with a pure heart can ride the cloud of laughter, while individuals with tainted senses and malevolent intentions are unable to partake in this joy. Knight Chen, do hurry. A cloud of laughter has already been chosen, soaring through the skies in delightful play, while calls for Knight Chen resonate through the air. A wry smile crept upon his lips. Although Chen harbored a keen desire for the Nimbus cloud, he was acutely aware of his own nature. A man of ambition and desire like himself would likely fail to earn the cloud's approval, even if he were to leap into its embrace. Lord Carlin, while I am not an ill-intentioned individual, I cannot claim to be wholly virtuous either. Surely, I cannot ride the Nimbus cloud, can I? Is there perhaps a variant that does not require one to possess an entirely benevolent heart? He inquired, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. Ah, your honesty is refreshing. Carlin replied with a chuckle. Indeed, there exists a cloud that does not demand pure goodness for one to ride it. Then I would be most grateful if you could bestow that cloud upon me. Chen, having asked out of mere curiosity, was pleasantly surprised to discover that such a cloud truly existed. This particular Nimbus is rather unique. I would not mind parting with it, and in fact, I hope you will take it with you. Carlin continued, raising his staff. Now, let me summon it for you. As he spoke, a hint of disdain colored Carlin's tone, as if addressing a troublesome child. Nevertheless, Chen's anticipation grew immensely. Shortly after Carlin's words faded, a dark speck emerged in the distant sky. Swiftly darting past both Chen and Lord Carlin, the gust it generated nearly toppling them to the ground. Not only that, but it began to spiral around Carrinta at an incredible speed, rendering its form indistinguishable, resembling a bolt of black lightning. Do not be mischievous, Black Cloud, Carrinta exclaimed. And at last, the black lightning came to a halt. It was then that Chen discerned the truth. It was indeed a variant of the Nimbus cloud, albeit not the usual golden hue, but rather entirely black. No wonder it was named the Black Nimbus, manifesting two eyes and a mouth. The Black Nimbus made faces at Carrinta and Chen. Carrinta wore an expression of exasperation, while Chen found himself amused. It truly was a character with a distinct personality. The Black Nimbus had once been an ordinary Nimbus cloud, but had transformed into its current state due to the corruption of malevolent energy, though its speed surpassed that of the traditional Nimbus. Its temperament had become quite irritable and mischievous, frequently causing disturbances and bullying other Nimbus clouds. Corinta provided an explanation, and Chen began to grasp the situation. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The notion that the black Nimbus was more tempestuous than typical clouds was of little concern to him. What truly captivated him was Corinta's assertion that its speed outstripped that of the Nimbus clouds. Indeed, judging by its earlier velocity, the black Nimbus had far surpassed those golden Nimbus clouds outside. Master Corinta, can even one of ill intent ride this black Nimbus? Indeed, however, to command it, you must first tame it and earn its recognition. How shall I achieve that? You must mount the black Nimbus, as long as you are not thrown off before nightfall. You will gain its approval. Very well, I shall give it a try. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Chen was resolute that he could tame even a cloud. Under Corinta's watchful gaze, he sprang forth and leapt onto the back of the black Nimbus. Suddenly, with a crackling sound, dark clouds erupted with a surge of lightning, leaving Chen scorched yet tender. The dark clouds morphed into a broad grin, while Chen grimaced, his entire being enveloped in black smoke. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely have succumbed to the potent lightning strike. However, for Chen, although he felt a sting of pain, he was still able to endure it. Not only did he feel no anger, but Chen's interest in the dark storm cloud grew even stronger. How intriguing! It could even unleash lightning attacks. Dark storm cloud, take flight. Let us see if you can throw me off. Seemingly taken aback that a mere human could withstand its electrical onslaught, the dark storm cloud manifested an expression of irritation. With a deep breath, it transformed into a bolt of black lightning and shot away. Ha ha ha. Nimbus, let us follow. While reveling in the aerial antics, Wukong noticed Chen soaring away on the dark cloud and hastily pursued him on his Nimbus. Zap! Like a streak of black lightning, the dark storm cloud left a long trail across the sky. All surrounding scenery seemed to retreat at a frantic pace. Chen struggled to breathe as the fierce winds lashed against his face. Quickly gathering energy around his eyes, he finally felt a bit of relief. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but be astonished by the incredible speed of the dark storm cloud. The ordinary Nimbus was already swift, and in the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku relied on it until his battle power exceeded 10,000. Yet, this dark storm cloud was likely several times faster than those Nimbuses. Dark storm cloud, I have chosen you. Submit to me. Resolutely determined to claim the dark storm cloud, Chen declared. A mere human daring to command it infuriated the dark storm cloud, which accelerated sharply, spinning in the air in an attempt to shake Chen off. Ha ha ha, futile endeavor. I shall not let go until you submit to me. Laughing heartily, Chen concentrated his energy at his feet, firmly anchoring himself to the dark storm cloud. No matter how much it accelerated or spun, he remained steadfast as a rock. The standoff persisted, one human and one cloud engaged in an unyielding struggle, darting through the sky until the scenery below shifted from forests to cities, then to desolate deserts, ultimately crossing vast stretches of arid land before reaching an endless sea. Zap! The dark storm cloud soared at an incredible speed, skimming just above the ocean's surface, leaving a long trail of waves in its wake. Ha ha, faster. Go even faster. Indeed, speed embodies passion. Chen, laughing heartily atop the dark storm cloud, appeared exceedingly vexed by the human clinging to him as if he were an inseparable shadow. With a sudden splash, the dark cloud plunged into the ocean. Gasping and covering his mouth and nose, Chen inadvertently swallowed a copious amount of seawater, nearly choking to death. After a considerable time, with a resounding crash, the dark cloud finally breached the surface of the sea and surged forth from another expanse of water. Laughing, Chen cast the octopus that had been sprawled across his head back into the ocean, his heart still racing as he breathed heavily. Not only can it unleash thunder and lightning, but it can also plunge into the sea. The ordinary Nimbus cloud lacks such capabilities. Chen found himself increasingly satisfied with this dark cloud. With a series of splashes, the dark cloud, having yet to subdue Chen, repeatedly dove into the ocean. However, now on guard, no matter how much the dark cloud thrashed about, it could no longer affect Chen. Instead, it had absorbed a considerable amount of seawater, causing its speed to gradually diminish. Manifesting an expression of irritation, the dark cloud surged skyward once more, swiftly emerging into a region filled with stone forests. Seemingly struck by a thought, it revealed a mischievous grin, propelling itself forward with a sudden burst of speed, hurtling towards a distant cliff. Both the Nimbus and the dark cloud are immune to all physical attacks. Even if they were to be scattered, they could quickly reassemble. However, the human aboard was not afforded such resilience. Vile human, meet your demise, echoed a series of sonic booms through the air, indicating that the dark cloud's velocity had approached or even surpassed the speed of sound. Should it collide with the cliff at such a rapid pace? Even Chen would not withstand it. Yet, as long as it did not crash, all would be well. Clasping his hands at his waist, Chen swiftly gathered his energy. Turtle School Kamehameha Wave. With a forceful thrust of his palms, a powerful energy wave surged forth from his hands. Due to the pressing urgency, this energy wave could only harness less than 2 layers of power, but it was sufficient. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave carved a tunnel through the cliff, allowing the dark cloud, now carrying Chen, to soar through the opening and ascend into the sky once more. Haha, dark cloud, unleash any tricks you have left. Chen laughed heartily, leaving the dark cloud momentarily stunned. Why is this human so formidable? As darkness encroached, the dark cloud began to grow anxious, desperately employing various methods to shake off Chen, yet all efforts culminated in failure. At the moment the sun vanished from the horizon, the dark cloud halted, panting heavily, appearing utterly exhausted. Leaping to the ground, Chen grimaced as he supported his weary back, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of falling apart. Nevertheless, in the end, victory belonged to him. He-Do-Yun, from this moment forth, I shall be your master, Chen declared, gazing at He-Do-Yun. The fierce aura surrounding him gradually dissipated, and the illusory eyes and mouth vanished, transforming He-Do-Yun into a genuine black cloud. It floated before Chen, nuzzling against him, seemingly expressing its acknowledgement of Chen as its master. Ha ha ha, splendid. He-Do-Yun, let us depart. With a heart brimming with joy, Chen leaped onto the back of He-Do-Yun, who obediently obeyed Chen's will, soaring into the heavens. Oh wow! Like a flash of lightning, He-Do-Yun, bearing Chen, streaked across the sky. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if He-Do-Yun could intuit Chen's thoughts, effortlessly gliding in accordance with Chen's desires. This time, there was no jarring turbulence. Instead, the flight was remarkably smooth and comfortable. Chen felt an immense sense of happiness at successfully taming He-Do-Yun. Although he had acquired the ability to use the sky dance technique, his current speed was still a far cry from that of He-Do-Yun. With He-Do-Yun at his command, he needed not expend any of his own strength. Wherever Chen wished to go on this planet, He-Do-Yun could effortlessly transport him, truly an unparalleled convenience. It's Chen. Chen has returned. On the Kalinta, upon seeing Chen riding atop the colossal beast on He-Do-Yun, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, I have returned. Upon entering the temple, Chen cast the giant beast onto the ground, while Wukong immediately embraced him. It seems you have successfully tamed He-Do-Yun. Indeed. He-Do-Yun is quite remarkable. Thank you for your generous gift, Lord Karinta. Oh, to have captured that mischievous creature, I should be the one thanking you. Chen expressed his gratitude to the immortal Karinta, who merely stroked his beard and shook his head in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Chen would truly manage to tame He-Do-Yun, which left him somewhat astonished. We shall depart tomorrow. Let us celebrate with a grand feast tonight. Yes, let us prepare a sumptuous meal. Oh, I shall roast a fish as well. The following morning, Chen and Wukong, having packed their belongings, prepared to formally bid farewell. Thank you, Lord Karinta, for your guidance over the past year. I have merely offered a few minor suggestions. You both have achieved your current level through your own diligence. Chen, Wukong, at such young ages, you possess formidable strength and boundless potential. I hope you will wield your power wisely and refrain from causing harm to this world. My Lord Karen, I share your profound love for this planet. Thus, I shall protect it and never bring harm to it, Master Karen admonished, while Chen solemnly pledged his commitment. Indeed. I place my faith in you. Chen, here are the celestial beans you requested. Nodding thoughtfully, Master Karen presented a small pouch filled with over 100 celestial beans. Thank you, Master Karen. A surge of joy welled within Chen as he gratefully accepted the beans. As long as they were not squandered, these beans would sustain both him and Wukong for an extended period. With no further matters at hand, Chen and Wukong summoned the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus, then leaped aboard. Farewell, Master Karen. Oh, farewell, Chen and Wukong. Chapter 29, Journey to the Eastern City. Beneath the Korin Tower, the diminutive UPA frolicked across the grass, chasing butterflies, while Bra held a spear, intently focused on the riverbank not far away. At a certain moment, a glint sparked in Bra's eyes as he thrust his spear into the water. Splash! A tumult of water erupted as Bra extracted a large fish from the river. Bra Upa? A voice called out to the father and son. Bra looked up to see Yi Chun and Wukong descending gracefully upon a golden and black cloud. Wukong, come catch butterflies. Absolutely. Young Upa chirped. While Wukong joyfully responded, leaping from the nimbus to join Upa in the butterfly chase. Yi Chun, Sun Wukong, have you come down to hunt again? No. We've completed our training at Korin Tower and intend to depart. We came specifically to bid you farewell, Bra inquired, but Yi Chun shook his head. I see. Congratulations to you both. After a brief pause, Bra's face broke into a simple smile. Since Yi Chun and Sun Wukong had completed their training, their strength must have increased significantly. After conversing with Bra and Upa for a while, Yi Chun prepared to leave. Wukong, let us go. Oh. The two ascended to the nimbus and the black nimbus, when suddenly, Yi Chun turned to Bra and said, Bra. Master Karen asked me to convey a message. He has been watching over you from the tower and hopes that one day you will ascend Korin Tower. He will be waiting for you at the top. Bra had previously challenged Korin Tower but, after failing, had revered it and refrained from attempting again. In truth, Master Karen had never uttered those words. Yi Chun merely employed them to inspire Bra. Master Karen has always been watching over us. I shall strive diligently to train and one day ascend Korin Tower to pay my respects to Master Karen, as the guardian of the tower for generations. Master Karen's message conveyed through Yi Chun represented recognition for himself and his ancestors. This stirred a profound emotional response in Bra, almost bringing her to tears, while simultaneously instilling a resolute determination in her as she nodded affirmatively. Humanity is indeed a wondrous species. When bestowed with hope and motivation, it can conjure miracles. Bra, already possessing commendable strength, should find it within her grasp to ascend the Korin Tower with diligent training, with no other matters at hand. Yi Chun and Wukong bid farewell once more to the father and son duo and prepared to depart. See you later, Bra, Upa. Farewell, Yi Chun, Sun Wukong. In the sky, the black cloud carrying Yi Chun and Wukong raced alongside the nimbus cloud, tracing their path across the heavens. Yi Chun, where are we headed now? Wukong inquired, perched on the nimbus cloud beside him. We are off to collect the Dragon Balls, Yi Chun replied, a smile gracing his face. What are Dragon Balls? They are the mystical orbs, like the one hanging around your neck. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total, once gathered, that can summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes. The one you possess is the 3-star ball, and we must seek out the remaining 6. So, this is what the Dragon Balls are. How magnificent. Can any wish be fulfilled by the eternal dragon? Then, once we gather them all, let's wish for an abundance of delicious food. After hearing Yi Chun's explanation, Wukong examined the glass ball gifted to her by Master Rashi with keen interest and proposed her idea. We can prepare our own food. Wishes to the eternal dragon should be of greater significance to be worthwhile. You only think about food, Yi Chun chuckled, amused by this little glutton. Well, just leave everything to you. Yi Chun, I'm not quite sure what constitutes a worthwhile wish, but I'm content as long as I am forever by your side. Whatever you decide goes, she said, carefree. The two fell into silence, with Wukong lying on the nimbus cloud, admiring the scenery below. While Yi Chun immersed himself in contemplation, the Dragon Balls are scattered across the globe, and without a dragon radar, gathering them seems nearly impossible. Speaking of the dragon radar naturally brings to mind Bulma. In the original Dragon Ball series, Bulma is the ingenious inventor of the dragon radar, which she crafted with remarkable precision. However, considering the timeline, Bulma is currently only around 10 years old. It remains uncertain whether she is capable of creating the dragon radar at this age. Regardless of whether or not Chen can conjure up Bulma or intends to pay her a visit, it remains uncertain if she still remembers him after 6 long years. If memory serves correctly, Chen recalls that Bulma resides in West City, her father, Dr. Brief, being a renowned inventor of the Universal Capsule and the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company. Thus, locating her home in West City should pose no challenge. With their direction confirmed, Chen and Wukong accelerated their flight, and it wasn't long before the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus transported them above West City. Is this the city? How impressive. Having lived predominantly on an island with Chen and Master Rashi since childhood, Wukong was witnessing a true metropolis for the first time. Her large, sparkling eyes wide with awe as she gasped in delight. Wukong, shall we descend? Yes. Slowing their pace, the two glided into the bustling city below. West City was a vibrant hub of activity, teeming with people and vehicles. The arrival of Chen and Wukong quickly captured the attention of passers-by. Look at those two descending from the sky on peculiar clouds. Is that a new mode of transport? How fascinating. The curious onlookers exchanged excited remarks, their eyes fixated on the pair. Unperturbed, Chen and Wukong floated above the crowd on their respective clouds. This was Wukong's first encounter with such a lively and bustling metropolis, and she, like an inquisitive child, explored every nook and cranny, exclaiming in wonder. Chen, too, felt a tinge of nostalgia. It had indeed been quite some time since he had visited a human city. Sniff, sniff. Chen, what is that over there? Wukong inquired, seemingly catching a whiff of something delectable from a nearby shop. That's ice cream. Would you like to have some? Chen replied after a glance. Yes. Wukong nodded vigorously, salivating at the thought. Then let us procure 2 scoops. Chapter 30. The enthusiastic lady, sir. 2 ice creams, please. Upon hearing the request, the ice cream vendor looked up, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood 2 peculiar customers perched upon clouds, a charming young girl of about 5 or 6. Sitting on a golden cloud with her large, glimmering eyes, and beside her, a resolute-looking boy of around 10. Sitting on a black cloud with an air of maturity uncommon for children, arms crossed and a mysterious fan slung across his back. What curious children, the vendor mused. Sir. 2 ice creams, please. Chen repeated, furrowing his brow at the vendor's prolonged silence. Ah, yes, of course. Finally regaining his composure, the proprietor promptly responded, assembling 2 ice creams to hand to Wukong and Chen. After passing some money to the owner, Chen and Wukong took flight on their nimbus clouds. Chen. This delightful creation known as ice cream is simply exquisite. Wukong exclaimed, her mouth smeared with the creamy treat after taking a hearty bite. That is not how one should enjoy ice cream. Allow me to show you, Chen said, wiping her mouth and demonstrating the proper technique with his own ice cream. Wukong learned quickly, playfully sticking out her tiny tongue to savor the sweet flavor, her large, sparkling eyes crescent-shaped with delight. There are many more delicacies in the city. Let me take you to sample them. Really? Oh, that sounds wonderful. Let us head over there. Follow me. Although their purpose in the West City was to find Bulma, they were in no particular hurry. Chen guided Wukong on a leisurely exploration, indulging in a variety of culinary delights until they had exhausted their funds. Wukong had no concept of money, and Chen was unconcerned as well. As long as one possesses strength, acquiring wealth is not particularly difficult. Oh, I am so full. Wukong lay on her nimbus cloud, patting her little belly with a blissful expression. Chen, seated on his black cloud, chuckled at the sight. It had been a long while since he had felt such contentment. He had been engrossed in training, and this moment of relaxation felt rather refreshing. Having learned the direction to the Capsule Corporation, Chen and Wukong soon arrived at Bulma's residence. After returning the nimbus and black clouds to the sky, Chen pressed the doorbell at Bulma's home. Shortly, a beautiful blonde woman emerged from within. May I help you? Hello, ma'am. I am Chen, and this is Sun Wukong. We are friends of Bulma. We have some matters we would like to discuss with her. Is she at home? Recognizing the woman before him as Mrs. Brief, Bulma's mother, Chen politely introduced himself and Wukong, stating their purpose. So you are friends of Bulma. Please, come in. She and her friends are still at school, but they should be back shortly. Much like her character in the original Dragon Ball, Mrs. Brief was an outgoing and hospitable woman, warmly welcoming Chen and Wukong. Upon hearing that Bulma would be home soon, Chen accepted the invitation and followed Mrs. Brief into their luxurious and spacious home, where numerous robots busily attended to various tasks. Although it may appear somewhat antiquated, it is, by the standards of Earth's current technological advancements, remarkably sophisticated. Mrs. Brief welcomed Chen and Wukong into the living room, offering an array of pastries and fruits to entertain them. How delightful it is to have one of Bulma's friends visiting our home for the first time. Bulma, despite her intelligence from a young age, has always struggled with social interactions and has few friends, which has caused us considerable concern. Young boy, how old are you this year? Are you a classmate of Bulma's? Mrs. Brief continued to chatter incessantly. Despite being aware of her warm hospitality, Chen found himself quite overwhelmed by the experience. In contrast, Wukong appeared entirely unperturbed, sitting contentedly beside him, devouring an assortment of pastries and fruits. During this time, Chen also encountered Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. Unlike his wife's vivacious demeanor, Dr. Brief was a rather eccentric man. Despite being a renowned inventor of the universal capsule and a wealthy individual, he perpetually donned a white lab coat, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. He spoke little, merely acknowledging Chen and Wukong with a brief welcome before returning to his machines. It was evident that Mrs. Brief harbored some resentment towards her husband. I recall from the original Dragon Ball that this couple frequently engaged in silent treatment, their relationship appearing quite strained. Chen found himself curious about how such opposites had come to be together. How strange, why haven't Bulma and the others returned yet? They're usually back by this time. Mrs. Brief expressed her concern as evening approached. Auntie, please tell us the direction of Bulma's school. We shall help you search for her, Chen quickly offered, eager for an excuse to step outside and find a moment of quiet amidst Mrs. Brief's exuberance. Absolutely not. You are both far too young. What if you encounter danger or get lost? Mrs. Brief clearly disapproved. Indeed, Wukong was only 6 years old, and Chen was merely 12, perceived by others as just two small children. Fear not, Auntie. We are martial artists. We are not afraid of evildoers. Nor shall we lose our way, Chen reassured her. In an effort to convince Mrs. Brief of their capabilities, he performed several somersaults, with Wukong joining him, seemingly finding great amusement in the display. Oh, how impressive! Continuously clapping her hands, Mrs. Brief exclaimed with surprise, with a faint blush adorning her aged face. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, what was so remarkable about merely performing a few somersaults? Auntie, do you believe me now? Please tell us where Bulma's school is, so we can go fetch her immediately. Oh, very well then. After a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Brief ultimately chose to trust Chen and divulged the location of Bulma's school. Rest assured, Auntie, we shall return with Bulma in no time. Summoning the Black Nimbus and the Kintoan, Chen and Wukong waved farewell to Mrs. Brief before soaring into the sky. Oh my! Can martial artists really ride peculiar clouds in the heavens? Well, never mind. It's a rare occasion to host guests. I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner. Although curious about the Black Nimbus and Kintoan that Chen and Wukong rode, Mrs. Brief, unable to fathom it, shrugged off her thoughts and hummed a tune as she made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 31. Farewell to Bulma, Part 1. On a secluded path not far from the school, a blue-haired girl and a blonde girl found their way obstructed by 3 young boys. Hey, you fatso, why are you blocking our path? The blue-haired girl, Bulma, confronted the chubby boy standing in front of the blonde girl, hands on her hips and an assertive demeanor. Bulma, you called me fat again. It's all your fault. Now everyone in class calls me that. I'm going to teach you a lesson. The chubby boy's face flushed red with indignation at Bulma's words. Fatso, you are indeed a smelly fatso. What does it matter if I call you that? Bulma stuck out her tongue, provoking him further. I'm going to teach you a lesson today, the boy shouted, nearly in tears from frustration. Bulma, please don't argue with your classmate. We should head back now. The blonde girl tugged at Bulma's sleeve, appearing somewhat apprehensive. It's this fatso who is causing trouble. Don't worry, sister. I'll protect you. Bulma reassured her, clenching her fists, eager for a challenge. Hey, fatso, weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Then let's have a proper duel. You don't expect your 2 lackeys to help you, do you? Can't you handle a girl on your own? Bulma taunted the chubby boy. Who said I needed their help? I can teach you a lesson all by myself. Hey, you two, don't interfere in my duel with Bulma, understood? Having completely fallen into Bulma's trap, the chubby boy's face flushed crimson, and he commanded his 2 lackeys, yes, boss. They responded in unison after sniffing back their tears. Come on, Bulma. Today I shall teach you a lesson and demonstrate my prowess. Striding before Bulma, the chubby boy shook his plump face, with a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Bulma inwardly cursed him as a fool, thinking to herself that had she brought along 2 minions, there would have been no need for idle chatter. They would have already turned him into a pig's head. Though the chubby boy was undeniably dim-witted, he possessed considerable strength. A duel between him and a delicate girl like herself would undoubtedly be disadvantageous. Yet, the clever Bulma soon devised a plan. A duel relies not merely on brute force, but also on wits, she declared. Ah, teacher, she exclaimed, pointing behind the chubby boy. Teacher? I haven't bullied anyone. Startled, the chubby boy quickly turned to look. Seizing the opportunity, Bulma lunged forward and delivered a punch. Ah, that hurts. Bulma, you trickster, he howled, collapsing to the ground in pain. Who told you to be so foolish? Meet your end, you foul glutton. Now, witness the might of the genius girl, Bulma. Striking a cool pose, Bulma denied the chubby boy any chance to rise, pouncing on him with a flurry of punches and kicks. Don't hit my face. Please, not my face, he cried, cradling his head as Bulma continued her onslaught. Your boss is pathetic, he can't even defeat Bulma, remarked one of his sniveling lackeys. while the other added, exactly, if it weren't for him buying me candy, I wouldn't even acknowledge him as my boss. Indifferent to their leader's plight. The two lackeys stood by, expressing their profound disdain. You two imbeciles, come help me. Please. The chubby boy shouted in frustration, nearly driven to madness by Bulma's relentless assault. Yes, boss. We're coming to help. With their leader's command. The two lackeys ceased being mere spectators and rushed over to assist. Hey, you two. Bulma exclaimed, one foot planted firmly on the chubby boy, halting the two rushing lackeys. Bulma, what do you want? They asked. Even if you beg for mercy, we want to let you off the hook. Stopping in their tracks, the lackeys declared. Please. I'm so scared. If you don't bully me, I can show you my cute underwear. Clutching her own arms, Bulma appeared weak and pitiable. And with an air of bashfulness, she spoke. The blonde girl beside her blushed fiercely, exclaiming, Bulma, how could you show your underwear so casually? Really? Bright-eyed. The two sniveling boys wiped their drool. In truth, they were unaware of what was so fascinating about girls' undergarments, yet the upperclassmen often lifted girls' skirts to catch a glimpse. Thus they too were curious. Of course it's true, Bulma said shyly, though inwardly she scoffed. These two fools. You actually believe Bulma's words? Didn't she trick you last time by claiming you could touch her leg? And you fell for it, shouted the chubby boy, whom Bulma had bested, prompting the two sniveling lackeys to reminisce. Not long ago, they had sought trouble with Bulma after school, and she had promised them that if they dealt with their leader, they could touch her leg. But after they had indeed beaten their leader, Bulma had vanished without a trace, leaving them to be scolded as traitors. Yes, Bulma is a liar. We cannot trust her. I will not be fooled again. Recalling their disheartening history, the two sniveling boys exhibited furious expressions and approached Bulma, shoving her forcefully. Caught off guard, Bulma stumbled back and fell to the ground. Bulma, are you all right? The blonde girl rushed over to help her up, while Bulma winced in pain. How could those despicable boys be so rude to a lady? Meanwhile, the two sniveling boys helped their leader to his feet. The chubby boy, bruised and battered, his face even rounder from the blows, declared, This time, I will not let you get away. Grimacing in pain, he and his two lackeys surrounded Bulma and the blonde girl. What do you want? Please don't do anything rash. After all, they were merely two girls in their early teens, and both Bulma and her companion felt a surge of panic. That insufferable Bulma dared to strike my face. I will retaliate and make you ugly. I want to see your underwear. I want to touch your leg. With malice in their hearts. The chubby boy and his two sniveling companions grinned menacingly, leaving Bulma and the blonde girl pale with fear. It was over. This time, they were truly doomed. However, just as the three little rascals were about to make their move, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Ouch. Who threw that at me? All three were struck on their heads by stones that seemingly appeared from nowhere, causing them to wince in pain as they frantically searched for their unseen assailant. Above them, three mischievous youths hovered, their mocking laughter resonating through the atmosphere. The group on the ground instinctively turned their gaze skyward, where they beheld two clouds, one golden and the other black, floating mysteriously, upon which stood two figures. It was none other than Wukong and Chen. Boss. They are standing on clouds, one exclaimed, marveling at the spectacle. Incredible! Another chimed in. Fool, do not praise the enemy. In stark contrast to her companion's reactions, Bulma stood frozen in astonishment upon seeing Chen, the Prince Charming. Although much time had passed and he had undergone significant changes, she instantly recognized him as the gallant figure who had once rescued her. As Chen caught sight of Bulma, he smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Hey, Bulma. It's been a while. Chapter 32. Reunion with Bulma. Part 2. Chen and Wukong descended gracefully to the ground, and Bulma, overwhelmed with excitement, rushed towards Chen. Ah, my Prince Charming, it truly is you. Elated, Bulma embraced Chen, nuzzling against him, finally convinced that she was not dreaming. Prince Charming? Is he Bulma's ally? One of her companions scoffed. How shameless. The chubby boy and his two sniveling lackeys exchanged disdainful glances as they observed Bulma and the suddenly reappeared young man sharing such an intimate moment. All right, Bulma. We can talk later. First, let me take care of those three ruffians, Chen said, though Bulma's exuberance made it quite a challenge for him to pry her off. Yes. You three fools, now that my Prince Charming has arrived, prepare to meet your demise. Nodding incessantly, Bulma confidently pointed at the pudgy boy opposite her and his two sniveling companions, showing no trace of fear. She was well aware of Knight's formidable prowess. Having been rescued by him from a malfunctioning aircraft, dealing with the trio before her would be a trivial task. Bulma, don't think that just because you found help, we're intimidated. the pudgy boy retorted, shaking his chubby face in a threatening manner. After all, they outnumbered Knight, and they had little regard for the petite Wukong. Chuckling to himself, Knight chose not to engage in dialogue. Instead, he stepped aside and delivered a powerful punch to the nearby wall. With a thunderous crash, a section of the wall collapsed. Aya! The pudgy boy gasped, his mouth agape, while his two sniveling lackeys looked as though their noses would soon touch the ground in disbelief. Could it be that this fellow was a monster, having effortlessly brought down the sturdy wall with a single blow? Ha ha ha, I want to try to, Wukong exclaimed, seemingly amused. He bounded over and, with his tiny fist, struck the wall as well. Another resounding crash echoed, and a substantial part of the adjacent wall crumbled. The pudgy boy and his companions stared in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out. The seemingly insignificant Wukong was a monster too. Do you still wish to teach us a lesson? Knight inquired with a smile. Oh, we dare not. The pudgy boy squealed. Mommy, mommy. They had never encountered such a terrifying display. Overwhelmed with fear, the trio fled in a panic, not daring to look back. Ha ha ha, you fools, do you now recognize the prowess of my knight in shining armor? Bulma laughed triumphantly as she watched the three retreat in terror. The blonde girl beside her was also taken aback by Knight and Wukong's extraordinary strength, her eyes sparkling with admiration as they turned toward the duo. Knight in shining armor, thank you for saving me once more, Bulma exclaimed as she threw herself into Knight's embrace, snuggling against him. What a delightful little imp she was. Knight exerted considerable effort to gently disentangle her from his grasp. Bulma, who might this be? He inquired, glancing at the blonde girl. She is my sister, Bulma replied. Hello. I'm Ty's, Bulma's sister. Thank you for rescuing both me and Bulma. As Tai stepped forward to express her gratitude, Knight recalled that, indeed, in the original Dragon Ball series, Bulma had a sister. Though seldom mentioned in the main narrative, she is the protagonist of the comic prequel Galactic Patrol GAC. It is indeed she. Chen could not help but scrutinize the young girl, noticing that aside from her hair color, Tai bore a striking resemblance to Bulma. The two young ladies together appeared as a pair of exquisite and genuine sisters. However, in contrast to Bulma's vivacious and bold demeanor, Tai exhibited a demeanor that was far more reserved and subtle. Greetings, Tai. I'm Chen, a friend of Bulma's. I am Wukong, Sun Wukong. Chen introduced himself, while Wukong beamed with sunny enthusiasm as he presented himself. It is rather late, and you have yet to return home. Aunt Brief is quite worried about you. Please accompany us back. All right. Without further ado, Chen and Wukong invited the Bulma sisters to mount the flying Nimbus and the black Nimbus, and together, the four soared towards Bulma's home. Wow, this is so fast. In the sky, Bulma and Chen rode upon the black Nimbus, while Tai and Wukong shared the flying Nimbus, gazing at the scenery that rapidly receded below. Both sisters could not help but exclaim in awe. Hey, Chen, what is this incredible thing? It flies at lightning speed. Bulma inquired with excitement. This is called the Flying Nimbus, a gift from the sage for Wukong and me. Sage? Are there truly sages in this world? Indeed. One resides atop the legendary Korin Tower, though ordinary people remain oblivious to this. How amazing. How extraordinary. The Flying Nimbus and sages are akin to tales from myth and legend. Bulma expressed her astonishment, unreservedly enamored by Chen's words. The Flying Nimbus and Black Nimbus flew at remarkable speed, and before long, they returned to Bulma's home. Dad, Mom, we are back. Ah, Bulma, Tai. You have finally returned. Come in quickly, little Chen and little Wukong as well. Upon seeing her daughters safe and sound, Mrs. Brief felt a wave of relief and ushered Chen and the others inside. A delightful aroma wafted through the house, and both Chen and Wukong inhaled deeply, unable to suppress their salivation. Chen, I am hungry, Wukong lamented, tugging at Chen's clothing. Although feeling a tad embarrassed, Chen too began to feel the pangs of hunger after Wukong's remark. Oh, I have prepared a sumptuous feast, since little Wukong is hungry. Let us commence dinner at once. Mrs. Brief chuckled. Although it seemed a trifle early to commence dinner, who cared? In her days of training at Corinta, they subsisted on barbecued delicacies and game, and it had been quite some time since Yatsen and Wukong had savored authentic cuisine. The two devoured their meals ravenously, their astonishing speed of consumption leaving the Brief family momentarily dumbfounded, each wearing a vacant expression. One more bowl. Ah, certainly. Chapter 33, Yatsen's request to accommodate her guests, Mrs. Brief had specially prepared an array of dishes, yet all were swiftly obliterated by Yatsen and Wukong, as if swept away by a tempest. Mrs. Brief and Bulma were concerned that their guests might overindulge and harm themselves, but their apprehensions were entirely unwarranted. The world of Dragon Balls is replete with wondrous phenomena, including the fabled Dragon Balls that can grant any wish, and the magical Senzu beans that replenish energy and heal injuries. Alongside an equally remarkable trait, the insatiable appetite of the Saiyans. After dinner, Dr. Brief retreated to tinker with his machines, while Yatsen, Wukong, Mrs. Brief, Bulma, and Tai indulged in post-meal refreshments in the living room. Bulma, the reason I sought you out is to request your assistance, Yatsen began, recalling the matter at hand. Whatever I can do to help, just let me know, Yatsen. Bulma replied with a spirited pat on her modest chest. Thank you. I would like you to assist me in creating a Dragon Ball radar. A Dragon Ball radar? Yatsen articulated his intention, leaving Bulma slightly bewildered. A radar designed to locate these orbs. Yatsen retrieved Wukong's 3-star ball and handed it to Bulma. Is this a Dragon Ball? How beautiful! She exclaimed, intrigued. What are they used for? Yatsen, why do you seek them? Women often have a penchant for glittering objects, and Bulma, Mrs. Brief, and Tai curiously scrutinized the 3-star ball. Legend has it that there are 7 Dragon Balls scattered across the globe. Once all 7 are gathered, one may summon Shenron and make a wish, which Shenron is capable of fulfilling. This is the 3-star ball, and there are 6 others like it. Therefore, I wish for your help in creating a radar that can detect them. What do you say, Bulma? Is it within your capabilities? Yatsen inquired without concealing the nature of the Dragon Balls. To fulfill any wish is truly magical. It seems somewhat complicated, but since it's a request from you, Yatsen, I am certain I can make it happen. After expressing her astonishment, Bulma spoke with unwavering confidence. Bulma was undoubtedly a prodigious young genius. Though merely around 10 years of age, her knowledge and skills far surpassed those of her peers. As long as she is willing, crafting the Dragon Ball radar should not pose a significant challenge. Of course, Chen could easily seek out Dr. Briefs, who would likely be able to produce it, perhaps even more swiftly than Bulma herself. However, Chen is not one to be unromantic. Bulma had agreed to create the Dragon Ball radar for him, which brought Chen great joy, although she mentioned that it would take approximately 1 to 2 weeks. 1 or 2 weeks was perfectly acceptable. After all, Chen was not in a rush. Subsequently, Bulma inquired about where Chen and Wukong were currently residing. Upon learning that they had yet to find accommodation, a gleeful expression crossed Bulma's face, and she fervently insisted that they stay at her home. Mrs. Briefs and Tai also extended their warm invitations. Despite feeling a tad intrusive, Chen could not refuse their heartfelt offer, and thus he and Wukong temporarily took up residence at Bulma's abode. In the days that followed, Bulma and Tai continued attending classes during the day, while Chen took Wukong on delightful excursions around the city. Occasionally, they assisted the police in apprehending wrongdoers or lent a hand to construction workers. However, the remarkable abilities they displayed sparked rumors of little superheroes in West City. Chen, dismissing the notion of being called superheroes, simply stated that they were merely trying to earn some extra cash, paying little heed to such gossip. Each day, as school let out, they would soar through the skies on the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus to collect Bulma and Tai. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a fortnight had passed. Oh, help! Chen, save me! Bulma cried out, emerging frantically from a patch of grass, her eyes brimming with tears. Hot on her heels was a colossal wild boar, thundering across the ground in pursuit. Chen could not help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady had recently boasted of her intention to hunt a wild boar for dinner. Yet now she was on the brink of becoming one herself. Without hesitation, Chen sprang into action, launching himself like a cannonball and delivering a swift kick to the boar's head. With a thunderous crash, the creature was sent flying, letting out a mournful cry before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Huh, now do you understand my prowess, you foul beast? Take that for chasing me. With the crisis averted, Bulma's spirited and feisty demeanor returned. She dashed back to the fallen boar and delivered several vigorous kicks, though the tough-skinned creature remained unscathed, while her own delicate foot was left sore. Bulma, Chen, look, we've found so many delicious treats. As Wukong and Tai soared back from the opposite side of the forest atop their Nimbus cloud, they clutched a bountiful harvest of mushrooms, strawberries, and various other fruits. Today's haul is nearly complete. Let us return, Wukong suggested. Suddenly, the dark Nimbus cloud appeared, and Chen tossed a wild boar onto it before leaping aboard with Bulma. With their long tails trailing behind, the dark Nimbus and Nimbus clouds whisked the quartet away from the forest, heading towards West City. For several days, they had relied on Bulma's hospitality, borrowing food and shelter. While most would not mind, Both Chen and Wukong were known for their insatiable appetites, though Bulma and Mrs. Brief were unfazed. Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, prompting him and Wukong to occasionally venture out for hunting as a means of gratitude. Bulma and Ties were also exceedingly curious about the outside world. Previously, they could only remain in the safety of the city, wary of the perils of the forest. However, with the extraordinarily powerful Chen and Wukong by their side, they felt secure enough to join in the adventures. Together, they hunted and explored, returning each time with a plethora of spoils and laughter. That evening, Mrs. Brief prepared a sumptuous feast from their catch, and they gathered around the dining table, indulging heartily. Joy and satisfaction adorned each face. Chapter 34. The Search for the Dragon Balls in the quiet of the night at Bulma's home. She called out, "Chen, come to my room for a moment." As Chen emerged from the bathroom, Bulma beckoned him. "All right," he replied, wiping the moisture from his hair before entering her room. Dressed simply in a bathrobe, his modestly defined muscles became apparent, causing Bulma's heart to race. "Bulma, what's the matter?" Chen inquired, noticing her flushed cheeks. Nothing, haha," Bulma stammered, quickly attempting to mask her embarrassment. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she bounded over to her desk, retrieving an object from the drawer. With an air of mystery, she concealed it behind her back and returned to him. "Tada! Chen, look at this," Bulma exclaimed, revealing the item she had hidden. It resembled a pocket watch, but in that instant, Chen immediately recognized it. "Dragon radar," he declared. "Correct," Bulma replied, beaming with excitement. Bulma presented the Dragon Ball radar to Chen, who gazed at it with delight. Upon pressing the switch, a flickering point of light illuminated the screen, unmistakably indicating the presence of the three-star ball on Wukong. Chen felt a surge of excitement. With this Dragon Ball radar in hand, he could gather all 7 Dragon Balls. "Thank you, Bulma," he expressed earnestly as he secured the radar. "Humph, if you give me a bit more time, I could certainly create an even better one," Bulma replied, tilting her head with a hint of pride. The Dragon Ball radar that Bulma crafted could locate Dragon Balls within a few kilometers, which, while not as precise as the one she made in the original story, was quite impressive considering she was only 10 years old. It was more than sufficient for Chen's current needs. "Bulma, you've been an immense help. Is there anything I can do for you? Whatever your request, I shall fulfill it as long as it is within my power." Chen, grateful for Bulma's assistance, did not wish to take advantage of her generosity. "No need. It's just a small matter," she modestly replied. "Are you truly certain? If you have no regrets, I shall take my leave," Chen teased, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Well, perhaps just a little," Bulma admitted, her cheeks flushed. Then, hesitantly, she murmured, "Kiss Chen and me." "Oh, how embarrassing." She covered her face, overwhelmed by shyness. Having finally grasped Bulma's request, Chen was taken aback. This girl was actually asking him to kiss her. As a prodigious young girl, Bulma possessed far more understanding than her peers, and her curiosity about the opposite sex, coupled with her fondness for Chen, made her request somewhat comprehensible. Of course, for Chen, such a request was not particularly daunting, yet he added, "Bulma, if we kiss, then when we grow up, you can only be my girlfriend and shall not date any other boys. Are you truly certain you want to kiss me?" He gazed intently at her. "A kiss would mean I can only be Chen's girlfriend?" She pondered, feeling a rush of boldness. "Oh, I would dislike the idea of a girl I've kissed going off with other boys." Chen's sudden assertiveness struck Bulma as somewhat domineering, yet her eyes sparkled with affection. Such a commanding Chen is rather charming. As Bulma shyly expressed her willingness to be Chen's girlfriend, she had long regarded him as her Prince Charming and had no intention of dating anyone else in the future. With Bulma's declaration, Chen felt no reason to hesitate. If Bulma desired a kiss, then they would indeed share one. "Bulma, I am about to begin," he announced. With that, Bulma closed her eyes, and Chen pressed his lips against hers. Despite having lived 2 lives and aspiring to build a grand harem, this was Chen's first experience engaging in such intimacy with a girl. Naturally, he felt a tinge of nervousness, but more so, an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration coursed through him. Having crossed the threshold of Bulma's defenses, Chen delved deeper, invading the sweetness of her mouth, while Bulma, her mind a blank slate, surrendered to his advances. The room soon echoed with soft, muffled sounds as their tongues entwined, only parting after what felt like an eternity. "Haha, Bulma, how about that?" Chen gasped. Both their faces flushed. "Shall we do it again?" Bulma responded, her gaze dreamy. It seemed this young lady had developed a taste for it, and truthfully, Chen found himself equally captivated. Once one has tasted such sweetness, it is easy to succumb to its allure. With Bulma eager for another kiss, He cradled her face once more and leaned in again. After a considerable time, Yeching emerged from Bulma's room, clutching the Dragon Ball radar. While Bulma sat dazed on the floor, occasionally letting out silly giggles. The following day, Yeching, dressed in his martial arts attire with the fan secured at his back, prepared to take his leave, having accomplished his goal. Bulma, Taisi, and Brief, Uncle Brief, I apologize for the disturbance during my stay, he said. Little Yeching. You can continue to stay here if you wish, Mrs. Brief suggested, while Bulma expressed her reluctance, nearly pleading for him not to go. Regret washed over Bulma. Had she known that completing the Dragon Ball radar would lead to Yeching's departure, she might have delayed its completion. I am sorry, Bulma. But Wukong and I must collect the Dragon Balls, and we also need to continue our training. He gently brushed Bulma's forehead. With my Dragon Ball radar, gathering them will be a breeze. As for training, you and Wukong are already so formidable. What more training do you need? Just as Bulma and Yeching had just confirmed their relationship, Yeching announced his departure, leaving Bulma somewhat unable to accept the situation, her emotions in turmoil. Bulma. Although you may perceive that both Wukong and I have achieved considerable prowess, this world is far grander than you can imagine, teeming with individuals who possess far greater strength than either of us. To safeguard this planet, to protect those dear to me, and to ensure your safety, I must strive to become even stronger, Yeching declared with a serious countenance, shaking his head. Bulma, I urge you to strive diligently as well. On the day of your 16th birthday, I shall return to see you. Despite his grave demeanor, Yeching offered this promise to give the young girl a glimmer of hope. The realization that Yeching's relentless training was motivated by a desire to protect himself touched Bulma deeply, moving her to tears, and even Tice and Mrs. Brief were visibly affected. I understand now, Yeching. I too will work hard and grow up quickly. No longer will she stubbornly cling to Yichen. A flicker of resolve flashed in Bulma's eyes. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle, for it is not merely through words that one grows. Maturity cannot be summoned at will. However, upon realizing that Bulma could comprehend the situation, Yichen felt a slight sense of relief. Together with Wukong, they summoned the black cloud and the nimbus and then leaped atop them. Goodbye, Bulma, Taisi, everyone. Farewell, Yichen, Wukong. Do remember to return to us. They waved at each other, and finally, under the watchful gaze of Bulma's family, Yichen and Wukong vanished into the sky aboard the black cloud and nimbus. Chapter 35. Brother Sun Wukong. The air current swirled as a streak of black light pierced the heavens. Seated upon the black cloud, Yichen fixated on the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. According to the radar's readings, a Dragon Ball lay not far ahead, urging the black cloud to accelerate. It wasn't long before a magnificent mountain came into view. This mountain possessed an extraordinary shape, resembling a colossal bun from a distance. Yichen couldn't help but ponder. Could this be Bun Mountain? If his memory served him correctly, Sun Wukong's master, the renowned Kame Sennin, had taken refuge on Bun Mountain, where he conveniently possessed a 4-star ball. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, Kakarot arrived on Earth aboard a spaceship, fortuitously encountering Sun Wukong, who then took him in and named him Son Goku, nurturing him as his own grandson and teaching him martial arts. Although Sun Wukong's appearances in the original story were scarce, he undoubtedly played a significant role in shaping the journey of the protagonist, Son Goku. However, as he gazed upon the slumbering Wukong nestled in his embrace, a faint smile graced the corners of Yichen's lips. Regardless of the original protagonist, the realm of the void has been salvaged by him from planet Vegeta, and he has single-handedly nurtured it, bearing no semblance of connection to Sun Gohan. Regardless of whether this is indeed the true Bao Mountain or if it belongs to his senior brother. Since the Dragon Ball radar indicates the presence of a Dragon Ball here, Yichen naturally intends to investigate. Wukong, wake up, he called out, gently patting Wukong. Are we going to eat, Yichen? Wukong asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yichen couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. This silly girl only ever thought about food. There is a Dragon Ball down there. Once we find it, we shall feast on delicious treats. Then let us hurry and search. Upon hearing the promise of a delightful meal, Wukong's drowsiness vanished in an instant, her energy restored, much to Yichen's amused chagrin. Soaring on the black cloud, Yichen and Wukong circled the mountain before swiftly spotting a modest little house nestled midway up the slope. In the yard before the house, an elderly man was practicing his martial arts. Even from a distance, Yichen instantly recognized the style as that of the Turtle School, confirming that they had indeed arrived at the genuine Bao Mountain, and that the old man was none other than their senior brother, Sun Wukong. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong noticed the two figures in the sky, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. A flying cloud? No, it's not golden. It doesn't resemble Master Wu Tian's cloud. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly saw a boy and a girl leap down from the sky, startling him. They were nearly 100 meters above ground. Even a capable martial artist could sustain serious injuries from such a fall. Sun Wukong instinctively prepared to leap up to rescue them, but then halted his movement. To his astonishment, the boy and girl who jumped from the black cloud performed several flips in midair and landed gracefully on the ground. "Are you senior brother Sun Wukong?" Chen inquired. Bowing respectfully, "Young man, you know me? Why do you call me senior brother?" Sun Wukong replied, taken aback, while Chen smiled slightly. "Senior brother Sun Wukong. I am Chen, and this is Sun Wukong. We are both disciples of Master Wu Tian." Inside the house, Sun Wukong prepared 2 cups of hot tea for Chen and Wukong, serving them some fruits gathered from the mountains. "The accommodations are simple here. I hope you can bear with it." "Senior brother Wukong, you are too polite," Chen replied. "How's Master Wu Tian doing?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Master Wu Tian is quite well. You need not worry, senior brother. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I never imagined Master Wu Tian would take in 2 more disciples. How wonderful." Observing the composed and steady Chen, and then glancing at Wukong, who was gnawing on a fruit, Sun Wukong couldn't help but express admiration. As the foremost disciple of Master Rashi, Sun Wukong had inherited the true essence of the turtle school martial arts. Although he was now older, his formidable strength placed him among the elite of this planet. With his discerning eye, he could easily perceive the extraordinary capabilities of Chen and Wukong. While he could somewhat gauge the depth of the young girl Wukong, the youth named Chen remained entirely inscrutable to him, indicating that this boy's strength was exceptionally formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. At such a young age, he had already attained such prowess. It seemed that Master Wu Tian had indeed taken on 2 remarkable disciples this time, far surpassing him and the Bull Demon King. "Junior brother Chen, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" After some pleasantries, Sun Wukong broached the main topic. "Brother Wukong, Wukong and I are currently in search of the legendary Dragon Balls, these spherical orbs. Might you possess any additional Dragon Balls?" Chen inquired, presenting Wukong's 3-star ball for Sun Wukong to examine. "Ah, is this the Dragon Ball? Please wait a moment." Upon inspecting the 3-star ball, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of surprise as he rummaged through a nearby cabinet and retrieved a Dragon Ball of his own. "Huh, another Dragon Ball!" Wukong exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Sun Wukong produce yet another Dragon Ball. The 3-star ball had been gifted to Wukong by Master Rashi, while the 4-star ball belonged to Sun Wukong. Finally locating the second Dragon Ball filled Chen with a subtle thrill. "I have also heard the legends surrounding the Dragon Balls. It is said that gathering all 7 can summon the eternal dragon, allowing one to make a wish. This orb was something I stumbled upon in the mountains. I never anticipated it to be one of the fabled Dragon Balls." Sun Wukong stroked his beard thoughtfully and seemingly in response to one another. The 2 Dragon Balls began to radiate a luminous glow. "Brother Wukong, these Dragon Balls are of great significance to me. Would you consider parting with your Dragon Ball? I would be willing to fulfill any request you might have." Rising to his feet, Chen spoke earnestly. "Haha, what could an old man like me, nearing his end, possibly desire? This Dragon Ball serves me no purpose. If you wish for it, then it is yours." Without inquiring about the reason behind Chen and Wukong's quest for the Dragon Balls, Sun Wukong chuckled heartily and directly handed both Dragon Balls to Chen, who could not suppress his joy. "Thank you, brother." Chapter 36. The Gift of the Rui Stick. Bang, 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 boom. In the courtyard before the cottage, Chen and Sun Wukong engaged in a relentless clash, their forms darting like lightning, while the air was punctuated by the resounding explosions of their energy. Having resided on Baozi Mountain for over a month now, Chen did not hasten to depart after acquiring the Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong. Instead, he chose to linger at Baozi Mountain, dedicating each day to sparring and honing his skills with Sun Wukong. As the foremost disciple of Master Rashi, Sun Wukong had inherited the true essence of the turtle school martial arts, mastering various techniques from numerous schools, and his prowess had nearly reached that of his mentor. Although it would be relatively effortless for Chen, with his current strength, to defeat Sun Wukong, the latter's decades of martial arts experience endowed him with profound insights and understanding of the discipline, offering numerous aspects for Chen to learn from and emulate. Throughout this month on Baozi Mountain, Chen found his daily sparring sessions with Sun Wukong immensely rewarding. With a resounding clash, they collided once more, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that shattered the ground beneath them, sending both Chen and Sun Wukong flying. Kamehameha. as his body spun rapidly in midair. Chen formed a circular stance with his hands and unleashed a formidable Kamehameha wave, tracing a long arc in the sky towards Sun Wukong. What? The Kamehameha can curve in midair? Sun Wukong was taken aback. However, this is not a moment for astonishment. Fortune in hand, Gohan hastily unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave. With a resounding boom, the two energy blasts collided midair, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the entirety of Baozi Mountain, sending countless animals and birds scattering in fright. Gohan, are you alright? Chen inquired, extending a hand to the groaning Gohan, who lay upon the ground. Cough, cough, cough. I am getting old, quite useless now, he replied, grasping Chen's hand to rise, embodying the archetype of a fading hero, which elicited both amusement and concern from Chen. Over the past month, Gohan had lamented his waning strength countless times, each occasion rendering him akin to a bully tormenting the elderly. Chen, Grandpa Gohan, I have returned. A voice echoed as Wukong soared back on his Nimbus cloud, effortlessly carrying a massive fish speared by a red staff. Upon landing, he hurled the enormous fish, which was several times his own size, onto the ground with a resounding thud and hurried over to Chen and Gohan. Ah, Wukong has returned, Gohan chuckled, stroking his beard. While he held a deep admiration for Chen, his fondness for Wukong was even more pronounced, though he perceived both as mere children. Chen's maturity and capabilities belied his youth, whereas Wukong retained a blissful innocence, endearing him to Gohan. Over the past month, Gohan had treated Wukong as if she were his own granddaughter. Each day, Chen and Gohan engaged in sparring sessions in the courtyard, with Wukong cheering them on. When she grew bored, she would venture out to play and hunt. Given her strength, there was little cause for concern. Instead, her antics had turned Baozi Mountain into a veritable whirlwind of chaos. After an intense training session and a good sweat, Chen leaped into the river at the mountain's base with Wukong for a refreshing bath, while Gohan prepared a delectable feast from the large fish Wukong had caught. Though they fell short of the appetites of Saiyans, Gohan's own substantial appetite ensured that the trio easily devoured the enormous fish, followed by an assortment of fruits, barely managing to feel satiated. Gohan, we plan to depart in a couple of days to search for other Dragon Balls, Chen announced, to which Gohan paused, contemplating. Indeed. Remaining here offers little assistance to you. With a sigh, Sun Wukong found the atmosphere suddenly enveloped in silence. Now an elderly man, he had long secluded himself in the mountains, inevitably feeling the pangs of solitude. During the month that Chen and Wukong had resided here, he experienced a long-forgotten sense of joy and fulfillment. Now, as they prepared to depart, he felt a profound reluctance in his heart. However, Sun Wukong understood that neither Chen nor Wukong could remain here. At such a tender age, they had already achieved feats that many martial artists could only aspire to throughout their entire lives. Even if they stayed, it would merely squander their innate talents and abilities. They rightfully belonged to the vast world beyond. Wukong, let me teach you another set of monkey fists today, he said as he stepped into the courtyard. Absolutely, Wukong replied, his face lighting up with joy as he skipped over. 2 days later, senior brother, I apologize for the disturbance these days. Having summoned the Black Cloud and the Nimbus, Chen and Wukong, having packed their belongings, prepared to bid farewell to Sun Wukong. Oh, not at all. In fact, I owe you my gratitude, Sun Wukong chuckled, stroking his beard. Here, Wukong, the Rui Bang is yours. He retrieved the Rui Bang from behind him, ready to return it to Sun Wukong. The Rui Bang was a sturdy red staff capable of elongating and contracting at the user's will. It had previously adorned the walls of Sun Wukong's home, and Wukong found it amusing, often taking it out for hunting and play. This Rui Bang was gifted to me by Master Wutian, who received it from the immortal atop the Korin Tower. It has served its purpose here, and I would like you to have it, Wukong. With affection, Sun Wukong gently patted Wukong's forehead. Wukong cast a questioning glance at Chen, who nodded in agreement. Since senior brother Wukong has gifted it to you, you should accept it. The Rui Bang, a divine artifact connecting Korin Tower and the Heavenly Palace, would make an excellent weapon and toy for Wukong, as it could not be broken and could change in size. Thank you, Grandpa Wukong. Wukong exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the Rui Bang, returning the gesture with a radiant, innocent smile. Following this, Sun Wukong, like a caring elder, imparted numerous pieces of advice to Chen and Wukong, and he also presented them with an assortment of fruits and mountain delicacies he had prepared. Senior brother Wukong, Master Wutian currently resides on Turtle Island in the Southern Sea. You live alone in seclusion on the mountain. Why not join Master Wutian on Turtle Island? Before departing, Chen pondered aloud. Indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw Master Wu Tian. After you leave, I shall pay him a visit, Sun Wukong replied. Momentarily taken aback, yet he nodded in agreement. Given his advancing years, it seemed splendid to spend the remaining days of his life in the company of Master Wu Tian. Having said no more, under Sun Wukong's watchful gaze, Chen and Wukong leaped onto the black cloud and nimbus, soaring into the sky. Goodbye, Grandpa Wukong. Farewell, Chen, Wukong. Chapter 37. Arise, divine dragon. The waves relentlessly surged upon the sandy shore, only to recede time and again. Upon a verdant isle, seabirds soared freely through the azure sky, occasionally alighting upon the towering trees to rest, preening their feathers while emitting melodious, distant calls. At the heart of the island stood a majestic volcano, albeit a dormant one, presumed to have lain silent for millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Meanwhile, golden and ebony clouds drifted above the volcano, and two shadowy figures stood atop the clouds, Wukong and Chen. Let us commence, Wukong, Chen declared, retracting the Dragon Ball radar. With a nod, Wukong clasped his hands into a sphere and slowly drew them to his waist. Turtle School S Kamehameha Wave. A brilliant radiance erupted as a powerful energy wave surged forth from Wukong. The wave traversed the air in a graceful arc before plunging vertically into the mouth of the volcano. Boom, 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 boom. Without delay, the entire island began to tremble, and with a thunderous roar, countless streams of searing, red-hot magma erupted from the volcano. The cacophony of birds filled the air as the island's creatures, terrified, fled towards the coastline. Thick clouds of smoke billowed, and numerous volcanic rocks scattered through the sky like cannonballs. Chen and Wukong, riding on the dark storm cloud and the somersault cloud, deftly evaded the chaos while their eyes darted around, searching intently. At a certain moment, Chen seemed to discern something, his eyes brightening with revelation. He soared forward on the dark storm cloud and, in an instant, grasped a Dragon Ball that had shot forth from the volcano. It was a 7-star Dragon Ball, freshly ejected from the crater, its intense heat causing Chen to furrow his brow. With great effort, he finally felt a sense of relief as he held it in his palm. Oh, I found it. The last Dragon Ball is finally in my grasp. Wukong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on the somersault cloud. Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. With this Dragon Ball, they had now gathered all 7. Just then, a tremendous eruption of magma erupted from the volcano, the scorching lava cascading down the mountainside and igniting a fierce blaze across the island. The animals cried out in panic. And if this continued, it would not be long before the island faced complete destruction. With a swift motion, Chen unleashed a powerful energy blast from his palm, which detonated with a resounding boom, obliterating the volcano and halting the magma's relentless flow. Although the eruption was quelled, the fire on the island continued to spread. Chen retrieved a banana leaf fan from his back and vigorously fanned the island below 3 times. A fierce wind surged forth, dark clouds enveloped the sky, and soon a torrential downpour commenced. The searing magma gradually solidified, and the forest fires were swiftly extinguished. Without delay, the wind ceased and the rain dispersed, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. A vibrant vitality enveloped the surroundings, and the creatures upon the island erupted in joyous cries, celebrating their reprieve. With the banana leaf fan returned to its place behind him, the dark storm clouds and the tumbling clouds gradually descended, bringing Chen and Wukong to the island. Chen, shall we summon the dragon now? Wukong asked eagerly, her face alight with anticipation. Ah, let us summon the dragon now and retrieve the other Dragon Balls, Chen replied, gently ruffling Wukong's hair. From her small bag, Wukong poured out several Dragon Balls, and then she removed the 3-star ball gifted by Master Roshi from around her neck. Together with the one just discovered by Chen and the others, they had precisely 7. It had been nearly 2 years since Chen and his companions departed from Baozi Mountain to continue their quest for the Dragon Balls. Due to the imprecision of Bulma's dragon radar and their simultaneous training, the search had consumed considerable time. However, they had finally gathered them all. The thought of summoning the legendary dragon to make a wish filled Chen with exhilaration and hope. Chen, what should we do now? Wukong asked, gazing at the 7 shimmering Dragon Balls with a hint of confusion. We should step back a bit. Oh. The two retreated a short distance, and with a deep breath, Chen bellowed, Come forth, dragon. Summoning his strength, he recited the incantation to call the dragon. Yet, Chen, why is nothing happening? After waiting for a while, Wukong asked in bewilderment, and Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. The Dragon Balls were genuine, and the incantation should have been correct, Perhaps he had overlooked something? Just as self-doubt began to creep in, an unusual phenomenon unfolded. Dark clouds swirled ominously, swiftly enveloping the sky, plunging the entire world into a sudden darkness as if it were night. Furthermore, the 7 dragon balls erupted with blinding light, and with a resounding roar, a colossal silhouette, entwined with lightning, surged forth from the dragon balls. Simultaneously, the world was thrown into chaos by this abrupt transformation. Waves crashed violently. A startled bird discarded its prey in a panic, hastily returning to its nest. In the city, traffic ground to a halt as people incessantly honked their horns. Within the planetarium, scientists were thrown into disarray, their astonishment palpable as they rushed to investigate the astonishing celestial event. I came house. Master Rashi was confronted by a news report on television declaring that the entire world was cloaked by a suddenly appearing massive black cloud. Do you know what is happening? Emerging from the turtle hermit's abode, Sun Wukong gazed at the turtle sage standing by the seaside and inquired, "What do you make of this astonishing phenomenon?" The turtle sage, peering into the distance, wore a grave expression. Could it be that someone has gathered the Dragon Balls once more? He murmured, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Meanwhile, at the heavenly temple, chaos ensued. "Oh no, Lord Kami! Lord Kami!" Mr. Popo, the ebony deity's servant, raised an alarm. "I am already aware," replied the elderly Kami, as he slowly emerged from the temple, gripping a wooden staff. He stood at the edge of the sanctuary, gazing down at the earth below. After hundreds of years, has someone finally summoned the dragon? I hope they do not misuse its power against humanity, otherwise. Chapter 38, Knight's Wish astonished. Both Knight and Wukong stood speechless on the small island, their mouths agape. Before them loomed the dragon, its crimson eyes and azure scales stretching several hundred meters long, hovering majestically above. Despite having prepared for this moment, Knight was profoundly shaken. This is the dragon, the legendary being capable of granting any wish. "Humans, are you the ones who summoned me?" boomed a deep, resounding voice, reverberating through the air as the dragon gazed down upon Knight and Wukong. Yes. It is we who have summoned you," Knight responded, regaining his composure. "State your wish. No matter what it may be, I can fulfill it. However, you have but a single opportunity," the dragon pronounced with authority, confirming their summons. "How incredible! How marvelous! Knight, let us make our wish quickly," Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Possessing a pure heart, Wukong held no personal desires. She simply found the experience delightful and wondrous, and was certain she would feel joy no matter what wish Knight articulated. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Knight finally voiced a wish he had long contemplated. "Dragon, please bestow upon me the most perfect Saiyan bloodline." His words echoed through the atmosphere, yet the dragon merely regarded him in silence until a considerable time had passed. "This wish I cannot grant," the dragon finally declared. Upon hearing this response, Knight nearly faltered. "Dragon, I only asked for you to grant me a bloodline, not to bestow power directly. Is even this trivial matter beyond your capability?" Knight was genuinely frustrated. The dragon had made such a grand entrance and had just proclaimed that any wish could be fulfilled, only to now falter and disappoint him. Could it be that he had summoned a false dragon? "Humanity, do not doubt my strength. The reason I cannot fulfill your desires is that you are, in essence, the most perfect Saiyan evolved by nature." Shenron, slightly displeased by Yi Chen's self-doubt, calmly remarked, "Am I truly the most perfect Saiyan evolved by nature? Yet I lack a tail, cannot transform into a great ape, and my combat potential is pitifully low. Can such a being be deemed the epitome of perfection among Saiyans?" Yi Chen's face reflected astonishment. Although he recognized that Shenron would not utter falsehoods, he found it hard to believe, feeling as if the dragon was jesting. Possessing strength does not equate to perfection. The tail is a weakness of the Saiyan race. And you have transcended this flaw through evolution, which serves as the finest testament. Furthermore, have you not noticed your distinctions from other Saiyans? While they are often hot-headed and simple-minded, you consistently maintain your composure and demonstrate greater intelligence than any other Saiyan. You have eradicated the primal ferocity inherent to Saiyans, acquiring the wisdom that belongs to humanity. Shenron's voice resonated with reason, deeply shaking Yi Chen's spirit. So this is the truth. Yi Chen was acutely aware of his differences from other Saiyans, just as Shenron had articulated. He never succumbed to rage easily and could always retain his poise. Even the pure-hearted Wukong displayed a feral Saiyan side when faced with provoking circumstances. He recalled a time when he practiced with Master Rashi, who inadvertently inflicted a severe injury upon him. Witnessing Yi Chen bloodied and collapsed, Wukong, who had been cheering for them, erupted in fury, rushing at Master Rashi, startling both Yi Chen and Rashi alike. Previously, Chen believed his ability to remain calm stemmed from being a transmigrator. But he had not anticipated that the true reason lay in the fact that he had overcome the Saiyan shortcomings after his reincarnation, evolving into the ideal Saiyan. Wisdom surpasses strength, and Chen acknowledged this truth. Power devoid of wisdom is merely brute force and often devolves into a tool for others' exploitation. Consider the former Saiyan race, who toiled for Frisia, only to be ultimately discarded and annihilated by him. Being a Saiyan without a tail is akin to a congenital defect in their eyes. Chen had endured much ridicule and humiliation on planet Vegeta because of this, though he repeatedly reassured himself to disregard the opinions of those fools. A lingering sense of resentment resided deep within him. Yet at this moment, that flicker of inner turmoil dissipated entirely. Lacking a tail did not render him a cripple, but rather signified his evolution into the perfect Saiyan crafted by nature. Chen felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Exhaling softly as he turned his gaze once more towards the celestial dragon. After my evolution, can I still transform into a Super Saiyan? He inquired. Indeed, the dragon affirmed, allowing Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. While he could overlook the possibility of transforming into a great ape, the thought of being unable to achieve Super Saiyan status after shedding the weakness of his tail was utterly absurd. If that were the case, he would certainly demand that the dragon grant him a different Saiyan lineage. Since he could still attain Super Saiyan form, he resolved to preserve his perfect Saiyan bloodline, as it might yield unforeseen surprises in the future. Human, do you have any other wishes? Speak quickly, the dragon urged, displaying a hint of impatience after having answered so many of Chen's queries. Contemplating for a moment, Chen soon formulated his desire. Dragon, grant me eternal youth and immortality alongside Wukong. With the bloodline concerns alleviated, Chen naturally yearned for everlasting life. Having traversed into this world and become a legendary Saiyan, he harbored countless ambitions to fulfill, and a mere few decades or even centuries would not suffice for him to indulge in them. He desired eternal youth. He longed for immortality, and he wished to exist until the very end of the universe, until the final chapter unfolded. Of course, Chen clarified to the dragon that his request for eternal youth and immortality was to take effect only after their bodies had fully matured. He had no intention of remaining in his current youthful form indefinitely, nor did he wish for Wukong to forever remain a little girl. Moreover, he understood that immortality did not equate to being ageless and indestructible. Chen had no plans to acquire an invincible constitution for himself and Wukong, as even in the Dragon Ball universe, the cosmos itself could be obliterated, rendering true immortality an illusion. For Saiyans, the awareness of life and death served as a catalyst for their continuous evolution and growth. Chen did not wish to strip himself and Wukong of their fear of mortality. Furthermore, more crucially, it was better to be the strongest than to be immortal. Understood. I shall grant you eternal youth and immortality, the dragon proclaimed, its eyes radiating an extraordinary light. In that moment, Chen and Wukong felt an influx of warmth coursing through their bodies, as if every gene within them was undergoing a miraculous transformation. Ah, how delightful! Wukong could not help but emit a sound of comfort, and Chen felt an immense sense of elation and exhilaration. Eternal youth, immortality. In that instant, he had fulfilled a desire cherished by countless individuals throughout history. Chapter 39. Repairing the spaceship. I have granted your wishes. Farewell. The imposing voice of the divine dragon resonated through the air, and in a flash of brilliance, it transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering in all directions. Wukong. Oh. With remarkable speed and agility, Chen and Wukong soared into the air simultaneously, with one seizing a Dragon Ball while the other 5 transformed into streaks of light, dispersing across the globe. Ah, my 3-star ball has turned to stone, Wukong exclaimed, having caught the 3-star ball, while Chen held the 4-star ball. Gazing at the stone-like 3-star ball in her hand, Wukong couldn't help but express her surprise. Do not worry. The Dragon Balls will regain their power and return to their original form within a year, Chen reassured, gently patting Wukong's little head. It will revert back to its original form? Wukong's face lit up with joy upon hearing Chen's words, as she secured the 3-star ball with a string and hung it back around her neck. This precious gift from Master Roshi was not something she wished to lose. Gugu. Chen, I'm hungry. A rumble emanated from Wukong's stomach as she looked at Chen with a pitiful gaze. Perhaps it was due to the recent transformation of her body. But Chen felt a pang of hunger as well, as if every cell in his body craved energy. Why don't you catch some big fish from the sea, while I gather wild vegetables and condiments from the forest? We can prepare a grand feast, he suggested. Sounds great, Wukong exclaimed, scampering off and leaping into the sea. Chen shook his head in amusement before bounding into the forest. After feasting on several enormous fish that were several times larger than both of them, Chen and Wukong replenished their energy and departed the small island on their black cloud and the somersault cloud, continuing their journey of cultivation. Time passed, and a year later, amidst the treetops of a forest, two figures enveloped in an aura soared through the sky. It was Chen and Wukong. They were using the flight technique, soaring swiftly through the air. Although they had yet to match the speed of the black cloud and the somersault cloud, they were remarkably fast, creating turbulent airwaves in their wake. As if searching for something, Chen suddenly halted, causing Wukong to collide into his embrace. "Ha ha! I caught Chen! I caught Chen!" Wukong cheered, clinging to Chen's shoulder. Chen, rubbing Wukong's little head, couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. This girl, no matter how much she grew, remained in her childlike demeanor. Holding Wukong, Chen gently descended to the ground, where several beasts lurking in the underbrush stirred restlessly. Emitting a faint aura, Chen caused the wild beasts to flee in terror. "Chen, what are we doing here?" Assuming that Chen was descending again to hunt for food, Wukong was surprised to find that Chen had intentionally scared away several large beasts. "What are you looking for?" Wukong inquired, perplexed. "To find something," Chen replied. After leaving Wukong, who remained bewildered, Chen confirmed that this was indeed the right place. Channeling his energy, he delivered a powerful punch to the ground. With a resounding crash, the earth caved in, revealing two enormous spacecraft resembling colossal baseballs. "Wow, such big eggs. There are two enormous eggs hidden beneath the ground," Wukong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Silly girl, those are not eggs. They are spaceships." Amused, Chen lightly tapped Wukong on the head, slightly exasperated. "Spaceships? You mean the kind that can whisk us away into the cosmos with a whoosh?" "Indeed. Do you understand now?" "Not at all," she admitted, covering her forehead in frustration. Chen couldn't help but sigh skyward. This foolish girl seemed to know nothing beyond eating. Why bother explaining anything to her? It was akin to playing music to a cow. Wukong, unable to grasp the concept of a spaceship, decided not to dwell on it. Regardless of what Chen said, she would simply follow his lead. While Wukong busied herself elsewhere, Chen meticulously inspected the two spacecraft. It must be said that the quality of these two spaceships is remarkably commendable, having been buried underground for nearly 9 years. They only exhibit minor signs of damage and rust in a few areas, while their primary systems and functions remain intact and operational. With a bit of repair, they can be restored to full functionality. In the past, while on planet Vegeta, Chen had ample experience in mending spaceships. If the damage had been more severe, he might have faced challenges. However, with this extent of wear, he was entirely confident in his ability to manage the repairs. In the following days, Chen and Wukong settled in the forest. Wukong spent her days frolicking throughout the woods, while Chen ventured into a nearby town to procure materials, diligently working to restore the spacecraft. After 3 days, the two rejuvenated spaceships stood before Chen and Wukong, gleaming with newfound vitality. "How impressive! Chen is truly remarkable," Wukong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement, while Chen wiped his nose with a small, proud smile. "So easy, Wukong. Let us go hunting. Tonight we shall feast, and tomorrow we embark on our journey into the cosmos." With a spirited leap, the two dashed into the forest, causing a delightful commotion among the surrounding wildlife. Chen was now 15 years old, and Wukong had also grown to the age of 9. It had been 9 years since they fled planet Vegeta and arrived on Earth. They spent 5 years training with Master Roshi on the island, followed by another year of training atop Korin Tower, and then 3 additional years traversing the planet in search of Dragon Balls, honing their skills. In just 9 short years, Chen had transformed from a mere Saiyan with a combat power of 18 into the mightiest being on this planet. Even now, he felt confident in his ability to effortlessly defeat the god from Namek. However, as he continuously advanced, Chen realized that he had reached an impasse, remaining on Earth. Further growth would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Chen resolved to venture into the cosmos alongside Wukong for training and exploration. Although the universe harbors numerous dangers and formidable combat races, with Chen's current prowess, as long as he exercised caution and refrained from reckless behavior, ensuring both his and Wukong's safety would not pose a problem. Embarking on perilous planets to seek out powerful adversaries would undoubtedly facilitate Chen's transcendence and further development. After a hearty meal and a night devoid of conversation, the next day, Chen cautioned, "Wukong, please refrain from tampering with the buttons inside the spaceship. After a brief slumber, we shall arrive at the alien planet. Within the vessel, as Chen equipped Wukong with her life support apparatus, he imparted his advice. Understood. Wukong replied obediently, despite her curiosity about the various instruments aboard the ship. Since Chen advised against touching them, she decided to comply. Once everything was confirmed, Chen sealed the hatch for Wukong and proceeded to the adjacent spacecraft, where he also donned his life support device. When the destruction of planet Vegeta occurred, Chen felt little. However, his attachment and emotions towards Earth were profound. As he prepared to depart, an indescribable sense of reluctance surged within him. However, this reluctance was soon replaced by a surge of determination, whether for his own sake or for that of this planet. He must venture forth to refine his skills and grow, ultimately becoming stronger and stronger. Farewell, Earth. I shall return. No longer lingering. Chen closed the cabin door and pressed the ignition switch. Instantly, the two spacecraft ascended into the air, then accelerated abruptly, their long trails of vapor vanishing into the cosmos in the blink of an eye. Chapter 40. The Chameleon's Time. 3 years later. Location: Planet Shamalu. Daddy. Mommy. Our child. Beneath the colossal spacecraft, a fierce melee ensued as ruthless space pirates hurled young Chameleons into cages. The parents of 2 Chameleon children attempted to rescue their offspring, only to be violently kicked back by a merciless pirate. Begone. Were it not for the prospect of you breeding more little devils, I would have already slain you. The pirate proclaimed from his elevated position, a cruel smile etched upon his face. Why do you always come to capture our children, you fiends? You wretched monsters. The 2 Chameleon parents cried, their eyes ablaze with hatred as they were forcefully thrown to the ground. Indeed, we are the monsters. Your children are far too valuable. If we do not capture them, whom shall we seize? They cackled wickedly, their laughter echoing amidst the anguished gazes of the Chameleons. The Chameleons are a peculiar race evolved from a species of plant, adorned with green skin and 2 large emerald leaves atop their heads, with ample sunlight and moisture. They possess the remarkable ability to convert energy for survival, enduring years without sustenance. Moreover, the Shamilu aliens possess an extraordinary ability to expedite the growth of plants. They can cause a seed to take root and sprout within mere minutes, and they can make a patch of flora bloom and bear fruit in just a few days. Consequently, numerous so-called cosmic aristocrats yearn for a Shamilu alien to serve as their gardener, while many farmers desire a Shamilu to hasten the ripening of their crops. This has rendered the Shamilu a highly sought-after slave species throughout the cosmos, with countless space pirates annually venturing to the planet of Shamilu to capture its youthful inhabitants. As the elder Shamilu begin to lose their powers with age, the adult and young Shamilu, even when sold, constantly yearn for escape. In contrast, the young ones are the most susceptible to manipulation and indoctrination, making them the preferred choice of slave owners. The relentless capture of their offspring to become the property of others is a poignant tragedy for the Shamilu, a sorrow that has persisted for millennia. Father, mother, child, our child. The massive cage ascends slowly into the sky as the young Shamilu wail loudly, while their despairing parents below cry out in anguish. They are acutely aware that once the cage is taken aboard the spaceship, they will never see their children again. Many Shamilu parents cannot help but plead desperately, yet the cold-hearted pirates merely respond with cruel laughter, utterly unmoved by their pleas. The Shamilu are not a warrior race. Their combat prowess barely reaches a few dozen points, while each of these marauding space pirates boasts a strength of at least 100 points. Thus, it is not only a trivial matter for them to seize their children, but annihilating their planet would also be a simple task. Hence, the Shamilu find themselves powerless, left with nothing but desperate cries and pleas. However, it was precisely at this moment that everyone pondered what they were engaged in. Suddenly, a voice resonated, and then all beheld a colossal beast soaring through the sky from afar. However, it was not the deceased beast that spoke, but rather a young girl clad in martial arts attire, carrying a red staff. It was Wukong. Hiru, Miru, how did you end up in the cage? Are you playing a game? With that, Wukong hurled the enormous beast to the ground and soared to the edge of the prison cell, inquiring of the 2 young Shamarulian girls inside. Wukong, those villains are trying to take us away. Please save us, Wukong. The 2 Shamarulian girls implored fervently. Upon hearing their words, even the somewhat slow-witted Wukong grasped the situation. Hey, you ruffians, why are you trying to capture Hiru and Miru? They are my friends. Release them at once. Wukong shouted at the chaotic group of cosmic pirates from the ground. Not Shamarulian. Where did this little girl come from to meddle in our affairs? One of the pirates, Morrow sneered. Go deal with that little brat. Since she isn't a Shamarulian, we can dispose of her without consequence. Leave it to me. I relish torturing little ones like her, Morrow replied, stepping forward with a bloodthirsty grin. Licking his thick lips, as if contemplating how to make her scream the most melodious cries of despair. What is your name, little girl? He asked. I am Wukong. Sun Wukong, she replied, clenching her fists and assuming the stance of the turtle school. Sun Wukong? What a peculiar name. Nevertheless, it matters not. It is your foolishness in confronting us that seals your fate. I shall soon let you taste the depths of hell. With a sinister laugh, Morrow stretched out his large hand to grasp Wukong. Slightly sidestepping, she evaded his grasp and launched herself upward, delivering a powerful punch to Morrow's abdomen. Ah! His eyes bulging, Morrow shrieked in agony, clutching his midsection as he staggered backward before crashing to the ground. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, with both the Shamarulians and the cosmic pirates displaying expressions of disbelief. Morrow was defeated in a single move. What a weak villain, Wukong remarked, clapping her small hands in astonishment. The other cosmic pirates finally regained their composure. How could someone so powerful exist on Shamarul? Quickly, check her combat power. 550 points? Impossible. Morrow had a combat power of 300 points. How could he be vanquished by someone with merely 50 points? The detector must be malfunctioning. However, my detector indicates that she possesses merely 50 points of combat power. After meticulously assessing Wukong's capabilities, the chaotic band of space pirates revealed expressions of incredulity. How could a mere girl with 50 points of combat power defeat Marlowe, who boasts 300 points? This is utterly impossible. It cannot be. Let us all attack together and subdue her. Indeed, though they could not comprehend how Wukong, with her paltry 50 points, had triumphed over Marlowe's 300. The defeat of their comrade ignited a spark of fury among the chaotic space pirates. Instantly, a dozen pirates surged forth, intent on encircling Wukong to capture her. With a focused gaze, Wukong displayed no sign of trepidation. She propelled herself forward to meet the oncoming foes. Bang, bang, bang. Moments later, witnessing Wukong once again vanquishing their companions, the chaotic space pirates stood agape, their expressions akin to that of the damned. The earlier defeat of Marlowe could be overlooked. But now they faced over a dozen adversaries, including the mightiest among them, who possessed a staggering combat power exceeding 1,000 points, yet they too fell before her. Where did this girl named Sun Wukong emerge from? Chapter 41. I am a Saiyan. Wukong is amazing. Wukong is incredible. Go. Wukong, defeat all those villains. In the confines of their prison, the young inhabitants of the chaotic Shamiru Star erupted in fervent cheers as they beheld Wukong dispatching the space pirates. Hey, you wicked villains, do you still wish to fight me? Wukong scanned her surroundings, while the chaotic space pirates retreated in terror. They were notorious for their ruthlessness, having not only captured slaves but also annihilated several inferior planets. Yet now, they were intimidated by a girl who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Should word of this spread, it would be an utter disgrace for them. Nonetheless, no pirate dared to make a move. After all, who could gauge the true extent of this monster girl's power? They valued their lives more than anything and had no desire to foolishly rush into certain death. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant, but at that moment, a towering, muscular figure descended from the ship, igniting excitement among the space pirates below. It's the captain. The captain is taking action. Splendid. Surely, he will eliminate that little monster. Of course, the captain is invincible. It seems that the captain of the ship has great confidence in himself and his crew, as the chaotic universe of pirates regains its momentum, filled with excitement. Little girl, there should be no beings like you on Shamilu planet. From which planet do you hail? Asked the massive pirate captain, stepping before Wukong. I am a Saiyan from planet Vegeta, Wukong replied, remaining vigilant. Previously, Chen had shared some information about their origins with Wukong. So she was aware that both she and Chen were Saiyans from planet Vegeta, and she also knew that a villain named Frieza had annihilated their homeworld. Saiyan? That legendary warrior race. The pirate captain's face displayed astonishment upon hearing Wukong's response. And so what? Ha ha ha. No wonder those fools were no match for you. It all makes sense now. I heard that the Saiyan planet was destroyed over a decade ago. I never imagined there were still living Saiyans. Laughing heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement, the pirate captain felt he had stumbled upon a treasure. Hey, little Saiyan girl, how about you join me as my subordinate? Whatever you desire. Be it riches or slaves, I can provide it for you. In an attempt to recruit Wukong, the pirate captain extended his offer. I have no intention of becoming your subordinate. Release my friend at once, or I shall defeat you. Unmoved, Wukong spoke earnestly. Defeat me? Ha! It was as though he had heard the most absurd joke. The pirate captain's expression turned cold. If you were a grown Saiyan, I might indeed feel a twinge of fear. However, you are merely a little girl. Do you genuinely believe that having bested a few of my incompetent subordinates makes you formidable? Very well, since you refuse to behave, I shall capture you myself. Fear not. I shall not take your life. After all, you are a descendant of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Even if you cannot serve as my tool, you could fetch a good price elsewhere. The pirate captain regarded Wukong as both a slave and prey. A cruel smile etched upon his face. You are stronger than other villains, and I shall summon all my strength to defeat you, Wukong declared, undaunted. Then unleash your full power upon me, entertain me, and let me witness the legendary strength of the warrior race, the Saiyans, the pirate captain replied, his smile growing ever wider. With no further ado, Wukong released the energy he had been containing. A massive aura enveloped him, while the pirate captain's forehead-mounted scanner went into a frenzy, displaying readings of 50, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, and ultimately peaking at 11,500. Within mere seconds, Wukong's combat power surged from 50 to 1,500, a staggering 30-fold increase. The pirate captain was left agape, and even the corners of his eyes twitched in disbelief. Only when Wukong's power stabilized at 1,500 did he silently breathe a sigh of relief. To think that this little Saiyan girl had startled him so profoundly. However, if this is the extent of her abilities, he can still manage. Little girl, is this truly your limit? Truly, as a warrior of the Saiyan race, such combat prowess would place her among the elite even within my ranks. Yet, to defeat me, she is woefully insufficient, for my power level boasts a staggering 3,000 points. A tempest of energy erupted from the pirate captain, manifesting an aura that was twice the size of the surrounding space. Captain! Captain! The surrounding cosmic pirates cheered loudly, convinced that their captain's strength far surpassed that of the young Saiyan girl, rendering victory in this battle an inevitability. The pirate captain reveled in the adulation of his crew, looking down upon the girl with a beckoning gesture. Come now, little girl, if you still possess the courage to challenge me, then I shall commence. Without further ado, the girl propelled herself forward, akin to a cannonball aimed at the pirate captain. With a derisive sneer, the captain regarded her with disdain, thinking to himself that the girl remains just a girl, her methods of attack so juvenile and simplistic. However, just as the pirate captain prepared to raise his hand to deflect Wukong's attack, Wukong suddenly vanished from his line of sight, almost instantaneously reappearing directly above him. With a fierce shout, Wukong executed a sweeping kick, striking the pirate captain squarely on the head. The captain's massive form soared into the air, and with a thunderous crash, he collided violently with a boulder several dozen meters away. Silence descended once more, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. The inhabitants of Shami Lustar were astonished, while the cosmic pirates gaped in shock. It was unfathomable that a Saiyan girl with a mere combat power of 1,500 could send flying their captain, who boasted a combat power of 3,000. This defied all logic. Chapter 42. The Careless Wukong. Damn it, little girl, I admit I underestimated you. Rising from the ground, the pirate captain wore a grim expression. Now, prepare to meet your demise. No longer harboring any disdain, the pirate captain raised a hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards the agile figure of Wukong. I refuse to perish. Wukong's form flickered as he deftly evaded the onslaught of energy projectiles, simultaneously charging forward to launch another assault against the captain. Do not presume you will prevail. In a blink, the captain sidestepped Wukong's attack, only for Wukong to swiftly pursue him once more. Yay, 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 yay. Defend and counter, defend and counter, defend and counter, defend and counter. The duel commenced in earnest, both combatants employing rapid movements that rendered them mere flashes in the air, amidst a cacophony of explosive sounds surrounding them. Truly, the captain's prowess shone through. I had asserted that he could not be bested by such a young girl. His earlier oversight was merely a moment of carelessness. Captain, teach her a proper lesson, so that little Saiyan girl may comprehend your might. The exuberant space pirates shouted in chaotic delight, envisioning their captain dominating the young Saiyan to the point of tears. However, I couldn't shake the feeling that the captain appeared to be struggling. A realization softly echoed by a pirate nearby, only to be met with icy glares from those around him. However, it was not long before others also noticed that their captain seemed to be struggling. That damned girl, stop dodging and fight me properly. Her breathing was erratic, and she made too many unnecessary movements. Though she possessed immense strength and a robust physique, I was undaunted, easily evading her attacks. I unleashed a flurry of punches upon the pirate captain, then swiftly retreated to create distance. Ah, that cursed Saiyan. Enraged within, the pirate captain erupted with his energy and pursued her once again. In the chaos of battle, the cosmic pirates were bewildered, and even the captain himself was perplexed. Despite boasting a combat power of 3,000, he could not subdue this Saiyan girl in direct confrontation. Instead, he found himself continually on the receiving end of her assaults. Why? Why was this happening? The detector indicated that she currently possessed a combat power of 1,500, having expended all her energy without any concealment. Yet, what the detector measured was merely energy, not an accurate representation of true combat prowess. Real combat encompasses numerous facets: strength, speed, reflexes, combat experience, and even subtle nuances of breathing coordination, movement techniques, and the courage to face adversity, all of which can be pivotal in determining victory. True combat power cannot be adequately gauged by a mere detector. While the pirate captain indeed wielded approximately double the strength of the girl, granting him a clear advantage, he was vastly inferior in martial arts cultivation, technique, and the utilization of power. Each time he made a slight movement, she anticipated his attack and responded swiftly. Out of 10 strikes, she effortlessly evaded nearly 8, and although he landed 2 hits, she deftly mitigated most of their impact, posing little threat. Conversely, her every strike was astute and fierce, leaving him defenseless. If he managed to evade once out of 10, he was fortunate. The remaining 9 strikes he could only endure with his body. Fortunately, with nearly double her energy and a resilient physique, had the circumstances been equal, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by her. However, the current situation seems hardly any better. Damn that little girl. Ah, stop dodging around. Ah, I shall slay you. Ah, Witnessing their captain being mercilessly beaten by that little Saiyan girl, reduced to a state of utter disarray and retreat, the cosmic pirates were left in a state of bewilderment. Surely, they must be hallucinating. Yes, it had to be an illusion. Boom. A ki blast hurtled towards them, obliterating several still in shock, and finally, the remaining cosmic pirates snapped back to reality. To hell with illusions. This was all too real. Huh. With a fierce cry, Wukong delivered a powerful punch to the pirate captain's head, sending him crashing to the ground with a pitiful wail. As the battle aura surged, just as Wukong prepared to strike again, the captain bellowed, "Stop." Wukong, momentarily taken aback, halted his movements. "What do you intend?" he inquired, a hint of displeasure brewing within him at the interruption. "Please, no more. I realize my errors. I truly do. Please, spare me." The scene shifted dramatically. The bruised and battered pirate captain suddenly knelt before Wukong, pleading with tears and snot, an utterly pitiable sight. Both the Shami Lu people and the cosmic pirates gazed in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone so formidable could not defeat a mere girl. How utterly spineless. "Humph. If you beg for mercy, then I shall refrain from striking you. Depart from here at once, and never again attempt to capture my friends." With a dismissive huff, Wukong retracted his aura and descended to the ground. Yes. I shall never pursue them again. Never again." The pirate captain hastily acquiesced, his demeanor comically obsequious despite his imposing stature, leaving the cosmic pirates feeling a burning shame at the absurdity of the scene. "Captain, oh Captain, we have truly misjudged you." With the adversary now pleading for mercy and devoid of fighting spirit, Wukong decided to ignore him and turn to rescue his friends imprisoned nearby. However, it was at this moment that the pirate captain, with a sinister grin, unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through the body of Wukong. "Die, Saiyan," he exclaimed. A cacophony of laughter erupted as Wukong fell to the ground, clutching his bloodied chest in agony. The pirate captain, rising to his feet, laughed maniacally at the sky. Despite the captain's unexpected turn of fortune, none of the pirates cheered for him. Wukong, you despicable fiend, how dare you ambush Wukong from behind?" cried the imprisoned Shala star beings, condemning the pirate captain's vile actions. Yet, he merely roared back, disregarding the creatures he could easily crush. With a malevolent smile, he approached Wukong, who, pale and filled with rage, gasped, "I was careless. You little wretch, weren't you just so formidable?" The captain scoffed. "I have decided. You shall not be my tool, nor will I sell you to another. You shall die here and now." The ruthless pirate captain recognized the threat posed by the Saiyan girl and, unlike her naive demeanor, he would not grant her another chance. With a surge of battle intent, the pirate captain launched a devastating punch towards Wukong. Chapter 43. The True Invincibility Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground shattered, creating a massive pit several meters wide. The Shalu Star beings, caught in the chaos, shielded their eyes in terror, yet the pirate captain frowned. In that fleeting moment of his attack, the Saiyan girl had vanished. However, the pirate captain soon discerned the situation. Not far ahead of him stood a figure with their back turned, cradling the Saiyan girl. With short, dark hair and a peculiar, oversized fan slung across their back, the pirate captain's fury ignited. Who was this interloper daring to rescue his intended victim? You there? Who are you? Hand over that girl. He bellowed, only to be met with a calm yet chilling response. I have no time for you. Be silent, or I shall end you. The one who saved Wukong was none other than Chen. Although his voice maintained a serene quality, his gaze was icy, exuding an invisible pressure that left the pirate captain momentarily paralyzed, as if plunged into an abyss of frost. Instinct screamed at him. This sudden youth was immensely perilous, dangerous beyond measure. It's Chen. Chen has returned. How wonderful. Brother Chen, that villain attacked Wukong from behind. Please, save her. The little Saiyan captives in their cage lit up with joy upon seeing Chen, nodding to the young ones to assure them there was no cause for alarm. He then turned his attention back to the severely weakened Wukong in his arms. Wukong, have you learned your lesson this time? Never show mercy to these nefarious foes. And always guard your back against adversaries. Gently stroking her forehead, Chen continued, in truth, I returned long ago and had been secretly observing your battle with those cosmic pirates. I could have intervened at any moment, even when the pirate captain launched his ambush against you. Yet, I chose to allow you to endure the blow until he sought to extinguish you completely before making my presence known. As a pure-blooded Saiyan, Wukong possessed remarkable talent in martial arts and combat. However, she had always harbored a significant flaw, her innocence. She was oblivious to the treacherous and dark nature of humanity, failing to guard against those with malicious intent, often leading her to misfortune. Thus, Chen aimed to impart a crucial lesson through this ordeal. I understand. Chen, Wukong replied weakly, her complexion pale. Though her innocence was a weakness, it also served as a virtue. She never pondered the complexities of life. Whatever Chen instructed her was deemed right, and she vowed not to repeat the same mistake. Rubbing her forehead gently, Chen produced a magical bean and placed it in her mouth. Quickly, consume the bean to recover your strength. Then go and vanquish that wicked pirate captain. As the sound of Ka-Piu echoed, Wukong consumed the magical beans, and his injuries rapidly healed, even restoring some of his depleted strength. Throughout their 3 years of cosmic trials, Chen and his companions encountered numerous perils. The celestial beings they had received from Master Karen were instrumental in helping them navigate through these challenges. Time and again, they faced formidable foes, and it can be said that without these divine beings, they would have met a grim fate in some obscure corner of the universe. You despicable villain. I shall no longer trust your words. I am determined to vanquish you. Rising from Chen's embrace, Wukong glared furiously at the pirate captain before him. What? The pirate captain's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Wukong's injuries mend so swiftly. However, Wukong paid no heed to the astonishment of his opponent. Having firmly labeled the pirate captain as a villain, and he would show no mercy. Gathering his energy, Wukong clasped his hands into a sphere and gradually drew them to his waist, invoking the Kamehameha wave. A radiant brilliance erupted, and a colossal energy wave surged forth from Wukong's palms, hurtling towards the pirate captain. Damn Saiyan, do not think I am truly afraid of you. Realizing that his adversary was intent on delivering a lethal blow, the pirate captain's fear morphed into fierce determination, and he too concentrated his power, launching a counter-wave towards Wukong. Previously, his victories had stemmed from clever techniques, but now it was a straightforward clash of strength. He could not believe that he, with a battle power of 3,000, could be bested by a mere girl with only 1,500. How dare she underestimate him, making him lose face before all his subordinates. Damn Saiyan, perish. The two energy waves collided in midair. However, to everyone's astonishment, Wukong's Kamehameha wave overpowered the pirate captain's attack, charging forward like a force of nature. What? The pirate captain's eyes nearly bulged out in terror, yet Chen beside him wore a knowing smile. Throughout their 3 years of cosmic training, Chen and Wukong had traversed numerous planets and encountered many so-called strong beings. However, when it came to energy clashes, as long as their opponent's battle power did not exceed theirs by several times, they had rarely faced defeat. This principle held true in the original Dragon Ball as well. One could do anything, but never challenge a member of the Sun family in an energy clash, for that would spell certain defeat. While the protagonist's aura may account for part of this, the The greater factor lies in the formidable nature of the Kamehameha wave itself. Earthlings, much like the Namekians, are not particularly adept in combat. Their bodies are frail and their strength limited. Thus, they contemplate how to effectively harness their power to unleash extraordinary might. The Kamehameha wave is a transcendent technique, born from Master Roshi's profound understanding of martial arts and strength. In contrast, many powerful extraterrestrial races adopt a brutal and reckless fighting style, lacking any systematic martial arts philosophy. Concepts of technique and the utilization of strength are deemed mere folly to them. They prefer to invest time in physical training to enhance their power. The inadequacy of one's energy wave stems solely from insufficient strength. Power is the ultimate path. This is not to suggest that one race is superior to another. Rather, it is the differing circumstances of each race that have led to distinct evolutionary paths. Weaker races tend to prioritize efficiency, while stronger races often emphasize sheer power. Each possesses its own shortcomings as well as its unique strengths. However, the true invincibility lies in the harmonious amalgamation of both. Take, for instance, the current situation. Despite possessing only half the combat strength of her opponent, Wukong unleashed a ki wave that utterly overwhelmed her adversary. As the formidable ki wave surged towards her, the pirate captain could scarcely believe it, letting out a terrified and desperate scream. No. Chapter 44. Why didn't they come? Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated as the pirate captain's body disintegrated, obliterated by the overwhelming ki wave. The villain had been vanquished. Wukong truly proved her prowess. How remarkable. The Shamey Lurans erupted into jubilant cheers, while the cosmic pirates, regaining their senses, were paralyzed with fear. The captain has been defeated. That monster. We must flee. We must escape. In a frantic rush, all the cosmic pirates took to the skies, desperate to evade capture. The Saiyan girl was terrifying. Even their incredibly powerful captain had been dispatched, and remaining here would undoubtedly lead to their doom. However, to contemplate escape now is far too late. Wukong, step back a bit. With that, Yecheng removed the banana fan from behind him. Oh. Realizing that Yecheng was about to take action, Wukong hurriedly returned to stand behind him. Observing the chaotic multitude of cosmic pirates that had flown far away, Yecheng's expression was one of cold indifference. These ruffians have committed numerous heinous acts. Allowing them to remain is tantamount to nurturing a calamity. Indeed, they must all be eradicated. Banana fan. Infusing his power into the fan, Yecheng took a forward stance and waved it. Whoosh. The air became turbulent, and in an instant, countless blades of wind surged forth towards the cosmic pirates. Eh. The anguished cries echoed, and within the blink of an eye, the cosmic pirates in the sky vanished, replaced by a cloud of crimson mist. Brother Yecheng is truly formidable, Wukong murmured in awe. Yecheng, calm and collected, returned the banana fan to its place behind him. Given his current strength, annihilating the band of cosmic pirates was indeed effortless. However, utilizing the fan proved to be a more efficient means of exertion. Wukong, go rescue your friends. Okay. Taking to the skies, Yecheng and Wukong descended upon the ship, tearing down the cage and dismantling the iron bars to liberate the small Shamey the Star people trapped within. Woohoo! Daddy! Mommy! Cried the children, as their parents rushed over, leading to a heartwarming reunion filled with tears and embraces. Hee hee, Wukong smiled, witnessing the joyful reunions of his friends with their parents. Wukong, prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly. Are we heading to another planet, Yecheng? Wukong inquired. We will not be visiting other planets. Our journey concludes here. The appointed time approaches, and it is time for us to return to Earth. Return to Earth? Indeed. As Wukong processed Yecheng's words, a radiant smile spread across her face once more. Oh, we're going back to Earth. We're going back to Earth. Though they had visited numerous planets over the past 3 years, Wukong's favorite remained Earth, for it was home to Master Roshi, Lord Karen, Bulla, Upa, Bulma, Tights, Grandpa Gohan, and the wish-granting dragon, along with a plethora of delicious foods. Earth was her most cherished place. While the decision to depart and return to Earth had been made, there was no rush to leave just yet. In gratitude towards Yi Chun and Wukong, the inhabitants of the Shamey Lu Star organized a grand banquet, presenting an array of delectable fruits and culinary delights to honor them. After indulging in a bounteous feast, the attendees joyfully danced around the bonfire until the festivities drew to a close. It was only then that Yi Chun and Wukong took their leave, embarking on their spacecraft amidst the heartfelt farewells from the Shamey Lu people. Goodbye, Wukong. Farewell, Shilu Milu, everyone. After bidding farewell to their friends on Shamilu, the spacecraft bearing Chen and Wukong ascended into the sky, racing into the vastness of the universe. Earth, West City. Truly, she is the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Brief, our genius sister from West City. Miss Bulma, Miss Thais, having completed all your studies at such a young age. What is your secret? Bulma, Thais, let us take a photo together. Make way, make way. Bulma, slow down a bit. Clutching an assortment of certificates, Bulma tugged her sister through the bustling crowd, and they soon hopped into a car, driving off into the distance. Haha, Bulma, you are too hasty. Breathlessly, Thais, seated in the passenger seat, remarked, those fellows are utterly irritating. I have no desire to squander time with them. Night and Sky are on their way. We must hasten home. With a slight huff, Bulma interjected, yet when mentioning Night and Sky, her countenance betrayed an unmistakable anticipation. Indeed, today marks Bulma's 16th birthday, and Night and Sky had promised to visit on this very day. It has been 6 long years. How nostalgic it feels. Taken aback for a moment, Thais couldn't help but chuckle. When Night sees how beautifully I've transformed, he shall be utterly astonished. That insufferable Night. How could he neglect to visit us for so long? Just wait until I teach him a lesson. Oh dear sister, do you think my outfit appears a bit drab? Should I change into something else? Observing Bulma as she rambled on while driving, Thais found herself amused. Indeed, Bulma harbored genuine affection for Night. However, it must be said that a boy as handsome and formidable as Chen would surely capture the affection of any girl, including herself. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, but Thais quickly extinguished it. Chen was the one whom Bulma held dear, and she could not betray Bulma's trust. Despite her resolve, Bulma continued to chatter incessantly, utterly oblivious to her sister's silence and despondence. That evening, a magnificent cake adorned the center of Bulma's family table, with 16 nearly extinguished candles flickering atop it. Bulma, can we not begin yet? Your mother is quite weary, Mrs. Brief remarked with a yawn, having glanced at the wall clock for what felt like the umpteenth time. Bulma forced a smile and replied, yes, let us commence. Chen and Wukong must have been delayed. They will not be coming today. Then let us begin. Mrs. Brief, Dr. Brief, and Thais all wished Bulma a happy birthday, and she proceeded to slice the cake to share with everyone, though she only took a couple of bites before pausing. Mom, Dad, sister, I feel a bit tired. I shall retire to my room for a rest. With that, Bulma dashed into her chamber. Thais contemplated chasing after her but was stopped by Mrs. Brief, who shook her head in disapproval. Concern etched on Thais' face. She could not help but feel a tinge of resentment towards Chen. They had an agreement, so why had they failed to arrive? Meanwhile, within her room, Bulma closed the door and could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face. Chapter 45. The Sisters Together Boo-hoo. Deceitful Chen. I can no longer trust you. She sobbed, collapsing onto her bed. We had made plans, and I have tried so hard. Why did you not come? Just as Bulma wallowed in her sorrow, a sudden tapping sound at her window interrupted her despair. Initially dismissive, she assumed it was merely a small creature that had bumped into the window, but the persistent noise soon piqued her wariness. Who is it? Who is out there? She inquired, her tears momentarily halted. No response came, yet the tapping continued unabated. Frustration ignited within her. Anger surged as she flung open the window with a resounding crash. Unmindful of her own strength, she nearly shattered the window. Just as Bulma was about to investigate what it was, she discovered that there was nothing outside at all. At that moment, a series of resounding sounds erupted. Lie, lie. Lie, lie, lie. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. From afar, brilliant orbs of light ascended into the sky, bursting like fireworks in a dazzling display. The stars twinkled, illuminating the entire expanse of the heavens in an exquisite brilliance, leaving Bulma momentarily spellbound. How breathtaking! Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Suddenly, a rich and fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and Bulma beheld a cascade of colorful raindrops descending from above. No, it is not merely raindrops, but rather a cascade of exquisite petals. Accompanying those delicate petals is a figure, gracefully cradling a bouquet of flowers. Upon catching sight of this figure, Bulma instinctively covered her lips, tears once again welling up in her eyes. I apologize for my tardiness. It has been a long time, Bulma, and happy birthday. Standing before Bulma's window, Chen smiled as he extended the flowers in his hand towards her. However, Bulma did not go to receive any flowers. Instead, she leaped out of the window and landed upon Chen. You deceiver, Chen, why have you arrived so late? I shall bite you. I shall bite you. Ah. It hurts, it hurts. Be gentler, Bulma, be gentler. All her grievances erupted at once, and with tears in her eyes, Bulma pounded and bit at Yi-chan, who winced in pain and cried out. He embraced Bulma and flew into her room, and after a considerable time spent venting her frustrations, Bulma finally ceased her onslaught. Bulma, have you transformed into a dog? Why do you bite upon our first meeting? You are the dog. I shall bite you. Yi-chan was left speechless, while Bulma blushed furiously and sank her teeth into him once again. Still coming for more? You bite me, I shall bite you back. As Bulma thought Yi-chan was truly going to retaliate, she quickly released her grip, only for her lips to be captured by him in that very moment. Whimpering, overwhelmed with embarrassment, Bulma initially struggled, yet gradually her body grew soft, her gaze becoming hazy, until her mind was clouded, leaving her to succumb to his advances. After a considerable while, Yi-chan finally released Bulma, lingeringly savoring her lips. The flavor has become even sweeter than before, Yi-chan remarked, while Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson with shame. Yi-chan, once more, she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. Yi-chan could not help but chuckle. Indeed. Bulma remained unchanged, just as she had always been. Naturally, he would not refuse such a request from a young lady. He lowered his head and once again captured Bulma's lips while carrying her toward the bed. It is worth mentioning that Bulma was now 16, blossoming into a graceful young woman, with her figure developing in all the right places. In other words, a glint of mischief sparkled in Yi-chan's eyes as his hands began to move. With a series of soft, tearing sounds, Bulma's garments swiftly transformed into mere fragments, scattered throughout the room. However, just as the two were about to indulge in some delightful activities, Bulma, are you all right? I just heard some strange noises from your room. The door swung open, and Tais walked in. Yet, upon witnessing the entangled forms of Yi-chan and Bulma, Tais was utterly stunned. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, with Bulma feeling profoundly embarrassed and Yi-chan equally awkward. As for Tais, Bulma, Yi-chan, you finally regaining her senses, Tais' face flushed a deep crimson. Instinctively, on the verge of a scream. Should she let out a sound, the night would take a rather amusing turn. In a flash, Yi-chan moved to Tais' side, covering her mouth and simultaneously shutting the door to Bulma's room. In a blink, Tais found herself lying on the bed, right beside Bulma, stammering in embarrassment. Tais seemed to want to say something, but Yi-chan sighed. Tais, you shouldn't have come to Bulma's room at such a time. Since you've seen what you shouldn't have, why not join us? Having both sisters together doesn't seem like a bad idea. Perhaps it's fate at play. Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, both Bulma and Tais were expressions of disbelief, yet Yi-chan was not inclined to elaborate further and instead set his plans into motion. Outside, the sky continued to burst with fireworks, while inside the room, the sound of youthful moans and the tearing of fabrics soon filled the air. The following morning, fragments of clothing lay scattered across the room, with the disrobed Bulma and Tais nestled closely on either side of Yi-chan, clinging to him tightly. At a certain moment, a gentle breeze wafted through the window, bringing a light chill that elicited soft murmurs from Bulma and Tais, who simultaneously opened their eyes. Bulma, sister. You're looking at me, and I'm looking at you. The memories of last night surged in a tide within their minds. Then Chapter 46, Don't Dream, Bulma. What is wrong with you? Are you all right? No, I'm fine. Really, Mom, please don't come in. Are you sure? Absolutely. I just saw a cockroach. Everything is fine now. Since you're all right, that's good. It's already bright outside. Don't sleep in any longer. Breakfast will be ready soon. Okay, I understand. With hearts racing and a sense of urgency, Bulma and Tais managed to deceive their mother, both letting out long sighs of relief. However, you scoundrel Yi-chan, what have you done? What have you done? Recalling the events of last night, Bulma was utterly enraged, gripping Yi-chan's neck and shaking him vigorously. Last night, Yi-chan had engaged in numerous lascivious acts with her. One could say he had thoroughly taken advantage of her, save for the final act. If it were merely this, Bulma would not have protested, as she harbored feelings for Yi-chan, and indulging in such activities was not out of the ordinary for their relationship. Yet, this rogue had the audacity to involve her sister, subjecting her to the same indecencies. Calm down, Bulma. Yi-chan yawned lightly and gently tapped Bulma's forehead. Calm down? The nerve of him to ask her to remain composed only served to infuriate Bulma further, leading her to unleash a barrage of questions and punches upon him. However, even with her feeble attempts at striking, no amount of effort over days and nights could elicit any response from Yi-chan. After a prolonged bout of futile attempts, Bulma had exhausted herself without making any impact on Chen. Observing that Bulma had finally calmed down somewhat, Chen offered a gentle smile and embraced both Bulma and Ties. "Bulma, I cherish you. Ties, I hold affection for you as well," he said, nuzzling their foreheads. Bulma's smoldering ire, which had just begun to subside, flared once more. Although a flicker of light shone in Ties' eyes, she bowed her head in silence, feeling a twinge of shame upon witnessing Bulma's furious demeanor. "Huh, so you like both of us? Do you intend to gather us both into your harem?" Bulma scoffed, her tone laced with sarcasm, yet Chen merely nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, establishing a grand harem is one of my aspirations. Perhaps any average man has entertained such dreams. However, most lack the means to realize them, while I do not. Do not doubt my feelings, Bulma. I truly like you and have already considered you as my girlfriend and future wife. Yet, the women in my life will certainly not be limited to you alone." The nonchalant manner in which Chen articulated these sentiments left both Bulma and Ties astounded. Pervert. Scoundrel. Heartless. In a moment of fury, Bulma unleashed all the invective she could muster. The audacity of Chen to contemplate a harem was infuriating. Understanding Bulma's heightened agitation, Chen remained unperturbed, waiting until her tirade subsided from exhaustion before speaking again. "Bulma, would you consider joining my harem?" "Not a chance. I refuse to be part of anyone's harem." "So quit dreaming." Bulma's impulse was to strangle this scoundrel. She felt utterly deceived in her judgment of him. Knowing Bulma's temperament well, Chen had anticipated her reaction. At such a moment, attempting to soothe her or apologize would only exacerbate her fury, and he had no intention of engaging in such folly. Having long prepared a strategy, he deemed the provocation sufficient to transition to the next stage. "Bulma, if you truly cannot accept this, then our relationship must reach its conclusion." Chen sighed, and Bulma's mind was struck as if by thunder, her face betraying disbelief. What did you say, Chen?" Staring at him, Bulma seemed unable to fathom the words she had just heard. "Bulma, I cherish you, which is precisely why I do not wish to cause you pain. At this juncture, we have yet to reach the final step. Even if we turn back, it is not too late. Therefore, if you truly cannot accept this, let us part ways here, and I shall no longer appear before you." Chen spoke calmly, while Bulma's face turned pale, her entire being trembling uncontrollably. Not only Bulma, but even Ties was equally astonished and incredulous. Neither Bulma nor Ties had anticipated Chen's resolute stance. Without affording the young women much time for contemplation, Chen gently lifted Bulma's chin and continued, "Bulma, make your choice. Then, share your answer with me." Bulma, engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion, could scarcely meet Chen's gaze. Initially, she had been consumed by immense anger. The boy she cherished had suddenly declared his intention to embrace both her and another. Envisioning a harem, any ordinary girl would surely be incensed by such a proclamation. Having committed no wrongdoing herself, firmly believing she had every right, Bulma's fury surged as she relentlessly questioned Chen. Any girl with a modicum of self-respect would have unequivocally rejected Chen at this moment. Severing ties would be straightforward. Did he truly believe himself to be so exceptional? Even without him, countless suitors desired her. Yet, at this moment, Bulma's heart was filled solely with fear. She could not bring herself to part ways with Chen. From the instant he rescued her, she had regarded him as her destined prince, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. Throughout her life, Chen had been the singular object of her affection. Not a single one of her peers had ever garnered her attention. The emotions she harbored, so profound that even she could not fully comprehend them, were impossible for her to relinquish. However, she could not fathom joining Chen's harem, accepting his entanglements with other women, let alone the prospect of even more in the future. In a moment of turmoil, Bulma found herself ensnared in an endless conflict, utterly at a loss for resolution. Witnessing Bulma's anguish, Ties felt a pang of sympathy and opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by a gentle shake of Chen's head. Though Chen understood the cruelty of such a choice for Bulma, he felt compelled to act resolutely to prevent further conflict and suffering in the future. After a prolonged silence, Chen inquired, "Bulma, are you now ready to share your answer with me?" Although a plan had long been established at this very moment, Chen could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. If everything proceeded according to plan, it would be well. However, should any misstep occur, he would be left to face the consequences of his own actions. How despicable! Chen was truly despicable. Raising his head, tears cascaded down Bulma's cheeks. However, upon witnessing Bulma in such a state, Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had already received Bulma's answer. Chapter 47. Shared regrets. I am truly sorry, Bulma, but allow me this singular moment of ignobility. With affectionate tenderness, he brushed his lips against Bulma's forehead. Before directly capturing her lips with his own, Bulma did not resist. Instead, she surrendered to Chen's fervent advances, her gaze gradually becoming hazy, though unspoken. Bulma had made her choice and provided her answer. She could not bear to lose Chen. Beside them, Tais was taken aback, her emotions complex. The proud Bulma had indeed made such a choice. Her love for Chen was undeniable. After a prolonged moment, Chen released Bulma, who slowly began to regain her composure. Chen, if I had chosen differently just now, would you truly have severed our relationship? Bulma inquired, her eyes fixed on him. It was a weighty question. However, under Bulma's watchful gaze, Chen merely grinned, revealing a radiant smile. How could that be? I was merely trying to frighten you. I am utterly fond of Bulma. How could I ever bear to forsake you? He continued, if Bulma had truly chosen to sever our relationship just now, I would have had no choice but to resort to my last resort, to torment you relentlessly until you consented to join my harem. Staring blankly at Chen's smug expression, both Bulma and the nearby Tai Si were left astonished. Chen had merely been trying to scare Bulma. Ah, a liar. Chen, a deceiver, Bulma exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. In a fit of rage akin to a rampaging tigress, she lunged at Chen, biting and hitting him. Ah, be gentle, Bulma, please. Chen cried out, desperately pleading for mercy. In truth, given Chen's current prowess, his body could easily be likened to iron and copper. With a slight manipulation of his energy to shield himself, not even Bulma's delicate fists or tiny teeth could harm him, let alone a bullet. In an effort to soothe Bulma's temper, he decided to comply with her wishes. After a considerable time had passed without any resolution regarding Chen, Bulma found herself quite exhausted. Bulma, are you angry? Chen inquired, gently brushing his fingers against her forehead with a smile. Humph, deceitful Chen, I shall no longer pay you any heed, Bulma huffed, puffing up her cheeks and turning her head away. Her irritation was more than mere annoyance. It felt as if she were on the brink of exasperation. How foolish she had been to earnestly deliberate her choices, enduring the torment of indecision, only to discover that this insufferable rogue had merely duped her. No matter what decision she made, he had never intended to relent. Scoundrel Chen. Fraudulent Chen. Despite the tumultuous anger that swelled within her, Bulma also felt a strange sense of release. Yet, she would never confess to it. A slight smile crept onto her face, and although she appeared fierce, Chen understood that Bulma had ultimately come to terms with the situation. It was now time to turn his attention to Tais. Tais, would you care to join my harem? Chen asked, glancing at Tais beside him. Tais stammered, her cheeks flushing crimson. The moment her gaze met Bulma's, she felt even more flustered. Noticing her sister's reaction, Bulma's heart softened, and she could no longer afford to remain angry with him. Sister, you have always harbored feelings for this rascal, haven't you? Bulma, Tais began, her head bowed in shame. There is no need to deny it, I am fully aware. You have consistently rebuffed every suitor, and despite having no obligation to do so, you have tirelessly supported me. Every time I mentioned Chen, you listened with keen interest. Initially, I merely suspected, but eventually, I was entirely certain. To prevent you from vying for Chen's affection, I would intentionally boast about my relationship with him in your presence, hoping to dissuade you. I'm sorry, sister. I am truly sorry. Bulma's voice quivered as she spoke, tears welling in her eyes. She had long recognized her sister's feelings for Chen. Yet fear gripped her heart, fear that her sister might steal him away. Thus, she feigned ignorance, deliberately flaunting her connection with Chen, attempting to deter her sister. To think she would resort to such cunning against her own sibling, she truly felt like a villain. No, it is not your fault, Bulma, it is all my doing. Witnessing Bulma's tears, Tais felt utterly helpless and rushed to comfort her. I'm so sorry, sister. Me too, Bulma. Tears cascaded down their cheeks as the two sisters embraced tightly, each harboring an overwhelming sense of guilt in their hearts. Chen, who had been left to the side, couldn't help but click his tongue. This unexpected turn of events was truly surprising. It seemed that he needn't do anything, for Bulma had already resolved everything for him. After weeping together for the better part of the day, the sisters gradually regained their composure, and Chen finally found an opportunity to reassert his presence. Tai Si, may I now inquire about your response? If I refuse to comply, will you resort to tormenting me until I relent? Indeed, she replied. Although she had anticipated such an answer from Chen, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at his nonchalant demeanor. Do I have any other choice? No. You do not. With a grin, Chen sealed her lips with his. Despite her profound shyness, Taisi ultimately did not reject him. Perhaps this was indeed a good outcome. Bulma and she could find happiness together. Rascal Chen, are you satisfied now? If you dare to betray me and my sister in the future, just wait and see how we will teach you a lesson. Bulma declared through gritted teeth. Watching this fellow bully her sister. Bulma, I can assure you, I will never let you down, Chen replied with a serious expression. I was merely jesting, it isn't. Witnessing Chen's earnest demeanor left Bulma somewhat flustered. Amused, just as Chen was about to engage the sisters further. A figure suddenly climbed through the window and crashed into Bulma's room with a resounding thud. It was Wukong. Ugh, Chen, I'm so hungry, she exclaimed. Sporting dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly drained from hunger. Wukong. Ah. Bulma and Taisi screamed in unison, hastily searching for their clothing. While Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips. This foolish girl must have been outside throwing energy blasts all night. Chapter 48. So be it yum. This is delicious. In the living room, Chen and Wukong ravenously devoured dish after dish of exquisite cuisine. Even though Bulma and the others were already accustomed to their exaggerated eating speed, they couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corners of their eyes. Oh my. Little Chen and little Wukong are just as lively as ever. I should bring out the remaining dishes, Mrs. Brief laughed. Ugh, thank you, Aunt Brief. It has been quite a while since I have savored such delectable earthly cuisine. Chen and Wukong simply could not restrain themselves, devouring every morsel prepared by Mrs. Brief, their bellies now round and full, displaying a hint of satisfaction. In the living room, several housekeeping robots tidied up the dishes and the table, while Mrs. Brief prepared delightful refreshments for everyone. Little Chen, let me tell you, Bulma was so saddened yesterday waiting for you to arrive. She was on the verge of tears. Ah, Mom, please don't say such things, Mrs. Brief exclaimed, while Bulma, her face flushed, hurriedly covered her mother's mouth. Chen could not help but chuckle. After all these years, Mrs. Brief had not only retained her appearance, but also her personality, which remained as charmingly unchanged as ever. Truly, she was an amusing mother. Mrs. Brief, Mr. Brief, I have something to share with you. Rising to his feet, Chen spoke, observing the serious expression on his face. Both Bulma and Taisi felt an ominous sensation arise within them. Surely, he would not be. Little Chen, what is it you wish to tell us? Mrs. Brief, Mr. Brief, I am currently in a relationship with both Bulma and Taisi, and they have agreed to be my girlfriends, with the intention of one day becoming my wives. Upon hearing Chan's declaration, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Bulma and Taisi gaped in astonishment, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests. Foolish Chen, we only needed to know this ourselves. Why would you share it with Mom and Dad? As if sensing their thoughts, Chen turned to them, gently placing a hand on Bulma and Taisi's foreheads. Bulma, Taisi, ultimately, this news will reach Uncle and Aunt, so how could I allow you to continue sneaking around with me? Rest assured, I will address everything, and there will be no issues. Though they had been anxious just moments before, a sense of inexplicable reassurance washed over Bulma and Taisi, standing before them. Chen exuded reliability, and almost instinctively, they chose to trust him. Little Chen, you intend to date both Bulma and Taisi, not just one of them? Indeed. Mrs. Brief, I cherish both of your daughters and wish to claim them both. Mrs. Brief tilted her head inquisitively, and Chen nodded affirmatively. With her expression remaining largely unreadable, she turned to Bulma and Taisi. Bulma, Taisi, do you both have feelings for little Chen and wish to date him together? With their faces flushed, Bulma and Taisi steeled themselves and nodded. Yes, I am willing. I am too, Mom. As Bulma and Tai spoke these words, they could not help but close their eyes, their hearts racing with anxiety. Surely, Mother would be furious, wouldn't she? To their astonishment, however, Mrs. Brief smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, and declared, well, if both Bulma and Tais have agreed, then so be it. Huh, Mother, you're not angry? Bulma and Tais exclaimed, disbelief etched on their faces. Why should I be upset? Little Chen likes you, and you both are willing to pursue a relationship with him. What could possibly be the issue? Mrs. Brief countered. Bulma and Tais opened their mouths, momentarily speechless. How wonderful and powerful! With such a mindset, she truly is a remarkable mother. Chen, as a young man, must ensure that he takes good care of Bulma and Tais. I will protect them and ensure they are never harmed, he assured, meeting Mrs. Brief's gaze. Thus, the matter concerning Bulma, Ties, and Yeching was settled. Dr. Brief, who had been silent until now, seemed to want to interject but ultimately chose to remain quiet, as everyone had overlooked him. Despite being a renowned scientist, the president of Capsule Corporation, and the wealthiest man in the world, his presence and status within the family were curiously minimal. Even decisions made by Bulma, Ties, and his own wife required no further approval from him. The atmosphere lightened once more, although a hint of shyness lingered. Bulma and Ties felt a great weight lift off their shoulders. With their mother's consent, they could now openly pursue a relationship with Yeching. Dr. Brief greeted them before returning to his machines, while Yeching, Mrs. Brief, and the girls enjoyed delectable refreshments in the hall. At that moment, the television suddenly broadcasted a special report. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at these two mysterious objects that fell on the outskirts of our city last night. They are neither meteors nor asteroids. Our scientists have analyzed them and believe they may very well be extraterrestrial spacecraft. It is truly astounding. The screen displayed scientists cautiously loading two enormous, baseball-shaped spacecraft onto trucks, while an excited reporter narrated the scene. "Ah, the spacecraft. Our ship," Wukong exclaimed, jumping up in shock upon seeing their spacecraft being taken away. "Is that your ship?" Bulma, Tai Si, and Mrs. Brief were all taken aback. "Ah, in fact, I had just returned from the cosmos last night with Wukong, in a rush to gather flowers from the forest to celebrate your birthday. I didn't have the time to prepare them properly," Chen casually remarked, while Bulma wore a dazed expression. She momentarily dismissed thoughts of the cosmos. But when she recalled the beautiful petals that rained down upon her when Chen appeared last night, she could hardly fathom that they were personally gathered by Chen and Wukong. How long did it take to collect so many petals? "Oh, Chen." Overwhelmed with emotion, Bulma suddenly threw herself into Chen's arms. Chapter 49. An adventure together. You and Wukong are not from Earth, but rather scions from a planet called Vegeta? Yes. You have not been on Earth for the past 3 years, but have been training in the cosmos. Yes. Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, her questions tumbling forth, and Chen simply nodded with a smile. He briefly shared the story of himself and Wukong with Bulma and the others. And unsurprisingly, Bulma, Tai Si, and Mrs. Brief were left utterly astonished. They had already thought that the extraordinary happenings surrounding Chen and Wukong were remarkable enough. Yet the reality exceeded their wildest imaginations. "Oh no, that's our spaceship. We cannot let those rascals take it. I must retrieve it." Coming back to her senses, Bulma exclaimed loudly. She didn't concern herself with Chen and Wukong's extraterrestrial identities. Instead, her thoughts were focused on their spaceship being taken by those so-called scientists. Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, amused by how quickly she had immersed herself in the role. Let them have it if they wish. We won't need those two spaceships for the time being anyway. No way. How can we allow our belongings to fall into the hands of those people? I must get them back. Chen remained nonchalant, yet Bulma was undeterred and hurriedly ran off to make a call for assistance. Let her try to retrieve it. Chen said nothing further. However, Tai Si, her eyes sparkling with excitement, sat down beside Chen. "Hey, Chen, could you share with me the details of your training adventures on the alien planet? Are you truly interested in those matters, Tai Si?" If you tell me, I'll gladly oblige, but first, give me a kiss." Unable to resist the curiosity that stirred within her, although immensely shy, Tai Si ultimately acquiesced to someone's audacious request. With a hearty laugh, Chen remained true to his word and recounted some of the experiences he and Wukong had during their training on distant planets. Initially, only Tai Si and Mrs. Brief were listening, but soon Bulma, weary of the spacecraft duties, joined them, captivated by the tales. The enchanting extraterrestrial stories filled Tai Si and the others with wonder. They felt a rush of tension whenever Chen and Wukong faced peril, and erupted into cheers whenever they overcame formidable foes. Later, Tai Si even retrieved a pen and notebook, jotting down notes as she listened, expressing her belief that if Chen and Wukong's adventures were penned into a book, it would undoubtedly attract many readers. Chen recalled that in the original Dragon Ball, Tai Si was quite a popular adventure novelist, even sacrificing her comfortable lifestyle to leave home and experience life firsthand. Naturally, Chen had no intention of stifling Tai Si's interests. Since she enjoyed his stories, he was more than happy to indulge her curiosity. In the subsequent days, Chen and Wukong settled into Bulma's home, where each day Bulma and Tai Si took them around West City, reveling in delightful feasts and entertainment, compensating for the years of Earth life that Chen and Wukong had missed. After several days of merriment, Chen contemplated departing. It had been 6 years since he and Wukong had left the Kame house for training, and he wondered how Master Roshi was faring. With his return, Chen planned to revisit Kame house. Bulma, Tai Si, would you like to join us? Chen inquired after expressing his intention to leave with Wukong. Of course. My sister and I no longer have to attend school, so you can't abandon us now. Bulma replied eagerly. Yes, I wish to accompany you on your adventures. Chen, Tai Si added without hesitation. Having officially solidified their bonds with Bulma and Tai Si, Chen felt a twinge of reluctance to part from them. Their willingness to join him was indeed a joy. Soon, they packed their belongings, and with the heartfelt farewells from Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief, Chen and Wukong summoned the flying Nimbus and the Black Cloud, preparing to depart. Ha ha ha. Nimbus, how I've missed you. Wukong exclaimed, leaping onto her Nimbus with glee, while the Black Cloud affectionately nuzzled against Chen. Bulma and Tai Si climbed aboard the Black Cloud, and Chen soon followed suit. Goodbye, Uncle Brief, Aunt Brief. Farewell, little Chen, little Wukong. Bulma, Tai, take care of yourselves. Your mother will miss you dearly. We will miss you too, Mother. We promise to return frequently in the future. After bidding farewell, the Black Cloud and the Nimbus Cloud swiftly carried Chen and his companions into the sky, soon vanishing from the sight of Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief. In the heavens, a golden and black streak of light darted across the sky. Gazing down at the receding scenery, Bulma and Tai appeared quite exhilarated. From this moment forth, they would accompany Chen and Wukong to explore every corner of this world freely. Chen, where are we headed now? Bulma inquired, leaning against him. We're first going to Corin Tower, Chen replied. Corin Tower? The one that is said to be endless and inhabited by a sage? Bulma and Tai exchanged astonished glances, recalling the tales they had heard about Corin Tower. Indeed, that very Corin Tower. Is it true that there really is a sage residing atop Corin Tower? Chen nodded, and Bulma and Tai, filled with curiosity, pressed on with their questions. Of course, previously, Wukong and I received guidance from that sage on Corin Tower and trained there for a year. Now that we're back, we'll pay a visit to the sage and 2 friends beneath the tower. How impressive. Chen, what does the sage atop Corin Tower look like? Bulma eagerly asked. Her curiosity peaked alongside Tai's. Unbelievably, there are indeed sages in this world. Well, I won't spoil the surprise. You'll see for yourselves soon, and I assure you, it will leave you astounded. A mysterious smile appeared on Chen's face as he recalled the appearance of the cat sage. As they sped along, with Bulma and Tai's eager expressions guiding them, Corin Tower soon came into view. Chapter 50, Ascending Corin Tower. Master Corin, it has been a long time. Oh, it's Chen and Wukong. Indeed, it has been a while. After landing on Corin Tower with Bulma and Tai, Chen was reunited with the cat sage. Haha. Master Corin, I have grown taller, but you remain as short as ever. Wukong exclaimed joyfully upon noticing that Master Corin had become even shorter than himself. Mind your own business, you little brat. Master Corin huffed, puffing out his cheeks. Chen, you can't be telling us that this fat cat is the legendary sage. Can you? Bulma and Tai stared incredulously at the plump white cat before them. Indeed, this is the esteemed sage of Corin Tower, Master Corin. Upon hearing Chen's response, Bulma and Tai felt as if the celestial image they had constructed in their minds shattered into countless pieces. Simultaneously, they grasped the reason behind Chen's earlier enigmatic smile. It was utterly incredulous that a large, plump cat could be the legendary immortal. Cats cannot possibly be immortals. Can they? Little girl, do you have any objections to me? With a stroke of his whiskers, Master Corin appeared somewhat speechless. Do not underestimate me simply because I am a cat. Do you believe I cannot defeat 100 of you single-handedly? Bulma, do not be rude. Master Corin is a magnificent immortal who has been safeguarding the land beneath our feet. Turning to Master Corin, Chen continued, these are Bulma and Tai's. They mean no harm, so I kindly ask you to forgive their earlier impoliteness. After giving Bulma a gentle tap on the head to silence her, he proceeded to introduce the 2 sisters to Master Corin. Just a couple of little girls. I shan't take offense, Master Corin replied leisurely, tilting his head. As a broad-minded celestial cat, he naturally would not dwell on such trivial matters, confirming that the rotund feline before them was indeed the fabled immortal. Bulma and her sister abandoned their condescension. Master Immortal, I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. It was entirely my fault, Bulma said, approaching Master Corin with a beaming smile. Flattery without cause is suspect, thought Master Corin, donning an all-seeing expression. What is it that you desire, little girl? He, as expected of you, Master Immortal. Could you assist me in becoming even more beautiful? Although I am already stunning, I wish to enhance my beauty a little more. Please, please. That is not possible. With a face full of pleading, Bulma continued. Then how about making my chest a bit larger? Just a little bit more would suffice. That is not possible. Then perhaps you could make my skin a little whiter? Surely that is feasible? That is not possible. Bulma, unwilling to concede defeat, made 2 more attempts. Yet Master Karen's responses were consistently negative. Frustration began to bubble within Bulma. How could he claim to be a sage when he was utterly useless? I'm a sage, not a wish-granting dragon. You have mistaken the person you seek, Master Karen replied, his expression reflecting a sense of defeat. Bulma, cease your incessant pursuit of Master Karen. You are already quite beautiful, possessing ample bosom and fair skin, which aligns perfectly with my preferences. Chen was somewhat amused and quickly pulled Bulma back. Flushed with embarrassment at Chen's words, Bulma felt a rush of happiness within. By the way, Master Karen, this is a gift for you. Suddenly inspired, Chen produced a universal capsule and tossed it, revealing an array of delectable dried fish scattered about. What is this? Master Karen's nose twitched, intrigued. These are some exquisite fish I caught while training with Wukong on another planet. They are of the highest quality, unattainable on Earth. Please, do try them, Master Karen. Chen chuckled. Master Karen swallowed hard, then sampled a piece. Delicious, he exclaimed, never having tasted anything so exquisite. His eyes narrowed in bliss as he felt his pores open in delight. Master Karen, might you spare us some of your magical beans? Noticing Master Karen's enjoyment, Chen quickly inquired. Oh, go ahead and take as many as you like, Master Karen replied nonchalantly, wholly absorbed in the delightful fish. Although the magical beans were exceedingly rare, they were of little use to him in his daily routine, so he did not mind sharing. With Master Karen's permission granted, Chen bore a triumphant smile, leading Wukong and Bulma to the storeroom of magical beans. The production of these beans was notably scarce in the earlier chapters of Dragon Ball. They appeared to be counted in jars, but those were the culmination of Master Karen's centuries of accumulation. As Goku and others engaged in relentless battles, especially that fool Yajirobe who consumed them like candy, the magical beans became exceedingly rare. Eventually, Goku and his companions could only obtain a few from Master Karen at a time. In truth, Chen and Wukong still possessed some magical beans, but seeing the current abundance, Chen felt it prudent to procure more from Master Karen while he had the chance. Since Master Karen had granted him the liberty to take as many as he wished, Chen took full advantage, collecting an entire jar containing nearly 1,000 beans. Chen, what exactly are these magical beans good for? Observing Chen clutching the jar with an expression of utmost reverence, Tais inquired with curiosity. This is a remarkable treasure. Consuming even a single bean guarantees 10 days of satiety and facilitates rapid recovery from any injury. Chen elaborated to the 2 women, who both displayed expressions of astonishment. Is it truly that extraordinary? You will understand when you have the opportunity to experience it for yourselves, but let us not squander it now. He carefully stored the divine beans in a universal capsule, stating, although a jar of divine beans is plentiful and we shall not soon face a shortage, there will inevitably come a time when they are depleted. Thus, I ponder whether it might be prudent to have Bulma and the others investigate the possibility of cultivating divine beans, as increasing their yield would be most advantageous. However, these matters are not pressing. They can be addressed later. After visiting Master Karen and obtaining the desired divine beans, Chen, having lingered at Karen Tower for a while, intends to depart with several of the ladies. However, before that, Lord Karen, there is one more matter I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 51. Abandoning Integrity. Farewell. Lord Karen. After bidding farewell to the esteemed Karen, Bulma and Tais mounted the black flying cloud and the Nimbus, while Chen and Wukong leaped directly from the edge of Karen Tower, standing at the precipice of the temple. Watching as Chen and the others vanished into the sea of clouds, Master Karen wore an expression of complex emotions. Indeed, Chen had just shared something extraordinary with him. Chen, where are we heading now? Bulma inquired, soaring alongside Chen on the black flying cloud. Below Karen Tower, I have 2 friends whom Wukong and I wish to visit. Chen replied, relishing the exhilarating sensation of freefall. Though Bulma was unaware of who these friends were, she refrained from asking further, for wherever they went, she and her sister merely needed to follow Chen and Wukong. Having just embarked on their journey, they had already encountered the legendary sage, albeit this sage took the form of an ineffectual, rotund feline. Nevertheless, Bulma was filled with immense anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. Accompanying Chen and the others promised to be far more exhilarating than their time spent in school and at home. Upon reaching the ground, the group encountered the Tower Guardian, Bora, beneath Karen Tower. Years had passed, and Bora's demeanor bore the marks of time. His son, Upa, had grown from a tiny child into a spirited young boy. Upon seeing Chen and Wukong, Bora was filled with joy, while little Upa, however, could no longer recognize the two. However, it is quite natural for children to have fleeting memories. Initially, the child appeared somewhat apprehensive upon encountering strangers, yet, after a few playful laps around the meadow with Wukong, they became fast friends once more. Chen presented some gifts he had brought from an extraterrestrial realm to Bra, who reciprocated by catching several large fish and wild beasts, transforming them into delectable dishes to warmly entertain their guests. While savoring the exquisite, all-natural cuisine, Chen engaged in nostalgic conversations with Bra, while Bulma and Tais displayed immense curiosity towards the father-son duo. The guardians of the Korin Tower, who have been safeguarding it for generations, seemed to them akin to the legendary figures found within the pages of storybooks. Bulma remained somewhat composed, while Tais appeared extraordinarily invigorated and intrigued, pulling out her notebook to jot down notes and sketches, likely intending to incorporate Bra and his son as characters in her future literary works. Bra, with your current strength, you could almost challenge the Korin Tower once more, Chen remarked after they had feasted. Perhaps it was due to his earlier words of encouragement. But Chen noted that Bra's aura had significantly strengthened compared to several years prior. With his current abilities, it should not be a formidable challenge for him to ascend the tower if he puts in the effort. I plan to wait a few more years. Once Upa grows a bit more, I will pass on the responsibilities of the Tower Guardian and all that entails before attempting to challenge the Korin Tower, Bra replied, scratching his head with his sturdy hand. Nodding in understanding, Chen acknowledged Bra's perspective. Only after imparting the responsibilities of being a guardian and the skills required for survival to his child could Bra feel free to undertake the challenge. Knowing that even in the event of failure, Upa would carry on the legacy of their guardianship, not lingering too long with Bra and his son. Chen and the others decided to take their leave after their meal and a brief respite. Farewell, Bra Upa. Goodbye, Chen, Sun Wukong. Wukong, do come to play again. After exchanging their farewells, under the watchful gaze of Bra and his son, the black cloud and the nimbus cloud whisked Chen and Wukong away, vanishing into the sky. They are truly magnificent, Bra, Upa, and their ancestors. Having guarded that sacred tower through the ages, Tais remarked, leaning against Chen. They have indeed dedicated their lives to protecting that hallowed ground. Greatness is an apt description for them. So, have you gathered the material you sought? Chen teased, playfully brushing Tais' nose. Yes, I collected many precious materials. However, Mr. Bra is not particularly loquacious. It required considerable effort to obtain these insights. Bra and his family have lived beneath the Korin Tower for their entire lives, rarely engaging with outsiders. The fact that he spoke so freely was quite remarkable. Did you not notice how uncomfortable he was earlier? Indeed, I certainly did. It is truly fascinating to observe Mr. Turtle, who, despite his advanced age, retains a childlike innocence. So, did you deliberately play tricks on him, Tai Si? Oh, is that so? Ha. Amidst laughter and joviality, the group traversed several expansive jungles and seas, soon catching sight of the illustrious Kame House on Turtle Island. Oh, that is the little island belonging to the revered Master Rashi. From afar, they spotted the island and its quaint abode, with Wukong gleefully bouncing atop the flying nimbus. By the way, Yecheng, what sort of person is Master Wutian? To have trained disciples like you and Wukong, he must be quite extraordinary. Knowing that Yecheng and Wukong were returning to visit their martial arts mentor, Bulma and Tai Si inquired with curiosity. Master Wutian, also known as the Turtle Sage, is the creator of the Kame-style martial arts and is lauded as the god of martial arts. He is a disciple of the esteemed Master Mateto, who saved the world centuries ago, indeed a remarkable elder. Yecheng succinctly introduced the identity of Master Rashi to Bulma and Tai Si, who were left astonished by the revelation. Centuries ago. Just how old is your teacher? They exclaimed. Approximately over 300 years, Yecheng replied. Over 300 years? Bulma and Tai Si were taken aback upon hearing of Master Rashi's advanced age. The notion that a human could live so long was almost unbelievable. Had it not been for Yecheng's confirmation, no wonder he is called the Turtle Sage. He possesses a longevity akin to that of a turtle. Rumor has it that Master Wu Tian once consumed an elixir of immortality, so living for a few more centuries should pose no problem for him. It is hardly surprising, considering that Master Karen, whom we encountered earlier, has already lived for over 800 years. Over 800 years, that plump cat? Yecheng spoke nonchalantly. While Bulma and Taisi felt utterly overwhelmed. It is no wonder they are referred to as sages. They truly have remarkable lifespans. I wonder if Master Wu Tian is a kind and gentle elder. Will it be impolite for us to visit him in such a casual manner? A hint of nervousness crept into Bulma and Taisi's voices. Kindness is perhaps an exaggeration. He once resembled a wise and righteous elder. But now he is merely a simple old lecher, Yecheng remarked, recalling Master Rashi's current demeanor with a slight smirk. A lecherous old man? Ah. You will understand once you meet him. They say that as one ages, one should seek enjoyment in life. Thus, Master Wu Tian has abandoned his principles and transformed from the turtle sage into the lecherous sage. So, do be cautious. Do not let him take advantage of you. Bulma and Tais are indeed my women, and Knight Chen is determined to ensure they are not taken advantage of, not even by Master Rashi. Thus, he had previously advised the two ladies to be cautious. Astonishingly, just as they were about to inquire further, the black cloud and the nimbus ceased their flight. Having arrived at Kame House. Chapter 52. Reunion with Master Rashi. Master Rashi, it has been quite some time. With Bulma and Tais in his embrace. Knight Chen leaped onto the island, greeting the sunbathing turtle. I have missed you dearly. Wukong also jumped down, joyfully bouncing while lifting the large turtle. Oh. It's Knight Chen and Wukong. It has been ages. Welcome back. Recognizing Knight Chen and Wukong, the turtle was overjoyed to welcome their return. Is Master Rashi at home? Yes. He is inside, currently watching television with Sun Wukong. Is Wufan also here? Indeed. He arrived shortly after your departure a little over a year ago, and has been living with us since. I see. Let us go in and see Master Rashi and Wufan. Of course, follow me. The turtle crawled ahead, eager to lead them into the house to meet Master Rashi and Sun Wukong. However, its pace was rather slow, prompting Wukong to lift it onto her head and skip into the house. Let us head inside as well, she remarked to Bulma and Tais, and the three followed suit. Meanwhile, within Kame House, 1212, lift your legs higher. 1212, a bit more effort. On the television, several stunning women were performing aerobics, while Master Rashi and Sun Wukong lay on the floor, shouting slogans and mimicking the movements on screen. The sight of the beautiful women engaging in exercise was quite delightful. Yet the image of the two elderly gentlemen attempting the same actions was rather comical. Master Rashi, Wufan, Wukong, and Knight Chen have returned. Wukong and Knight Chen are back. The turtle and Wukong shouted as they entered the house. What? The noise in the room was quite overwhelming. And Master Rashi and Sun Wukong did not catch the words clearly, but turned to look nonetheless. Master Rashi. It's me, Wukong. I am Wukong. Setting the turtle down, Wukong pointed to herself. Wukong? Master Rashi stared at her for a considerable time before suddenly bouncing up in excitement. It's really you, Wukong. You have returned. With a childlike exuberance, Master Rashi joyfully grasped the hand of Wukong, and the two frolicked around the room. Teacher Wu Tian, we have returned, exclaimed Yecheng. Oh. And even Yecheng is here. You have all grown so much. Yecheng greeted Master Rashi, who marveled at how time had transformed them. When Yecheng departed from Kame House for training, he was merely 12 years old, while Wukong was but 6. Now, Yecheng had matured into 18, and Wukong into 12. 6 years had wrought significant changes in both of them, so much so that Master Rashi almost failed to recognize them. Gohan, my senior brother. It has been quite some time, Yecheng remarked. Indeed, it has been a long while, junior brother Yecheng, Gohan replied, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Yecheng was pleasantly surprised to learn from the turtle that Gohan was also present. When he had casually suggested leaving Baozi Mountain, he had not anticipated that the senior brother would truly depart and reside with Master Wu Tian on Kame Island. Nonetheless, this arrangement is quite agreeable, for both master and disciple have companionship. The scene of them engaging in aerobics together in the room appeared remarkably harmonious. After reminiscing, Master Rashi and Gohan naturally took note of Bulma and Tais behind you, Chen. Who are they? Master Rashi inquired. They are Bulma and Tais, both my girlfriends. Yuchen replied. Bulma, Tais, this esteemed individual is Master Rashi, who teaches me in Wukong martial arts. This is Gohan, Master Rashi's senior disciple, as well as my senior in Wukong. Yuchen introduced Bulma and Tais to Master Rashi and Gohan, while Bulma and Tais politely greeted them, saying, Hello, Master Rashi. Senior Gohan, I am Bulma. I am Tais. It is a pleasure to meet you. You both are Chen's girlfriends? Upon scrutinizing them closely, Master Rashi suddenly realized how extraordinarily beautiful Bulma and Tais were, leaving him utterly astonished. It would have been one thing if only one of them were Chen's girlfriend. But the fact that both were left him incredulous. Yes, indeed, Master Rashi, we are both Chen's girlfriends. With a slight blush, Bulma and Tais felt a bit shy. He didn't coerce you with force, did he? If he did, you must tell me, and I shall teach him a lesson and ensure he apologizes to you. Master Rashi's expression turned serious. Despite having become a rather lecherous old man, he remained a righteous martial artist. If Chen truly dared to use the martial arts he taught to force anyone, he would not stand idly by. Master Rashi, I did not force them. Chen interjected. I am not asking you. I am inquiring about them. Master Rashi interrupted, his tone decisive. With a shrug, Chen chose to remain silent. If Master Rashi wished to ask, then so be it. Chen did not force us. We like him, and it is all voluntary. Moreover, our mothers have already approved of our relationship with Chen, Bulma and Tais admitted, albeit feeling somewhat embarrassed. With the confirmation that both sisters were willingly in the relationship and not coerced by Chen, Master Rashi's demeanor softened considerably. However, Master Rashi soon found himself engulfed in a surge of indignation. How infuriating! Why has he not encountered such fortuitous circumstances? You wretched boy! Have you forgotten the teachings I imparted? As martial artists, we must not harbor any nefarious thoughts. Finding a girlfriend is one thing, but to have two at once? I shall expel you from my tutelage. Grabbing Chen by the collar, Master Rashi bellowed, spitting in Chen's face in his fervor. Teacher Wu Tian, what do you mean by martial artists not harboring evil thoughts? This is plainly jealousy. Chen retorted, wiping the spit from his face. Ah, you dare to retort? Furious. Master Rashi exclaimed, come, let us step outside and spar. I wish to see if you have made any progress over the years. Enraged, he dragged Chen outside for a demonstration. However, merely 10 minutes later, ouch, you dare strike your teacher? You disrespectful rascal. Clutching his stomach, Master Rashi lay on the ground groaning. Teacher Wu Tian, I was merely accommodating you. You insisted on colliding with me. Chen stood over Master Rashi, exasperated. Hee, Grandpa Rashi, you seem rather weak now, Wukong chuckled, squatting beside him. You little rascal, even you mock me. Master Rashi, exasperated to the brink of fury, attempted to rise and teach these two rascals a lesson, but ultimately, his strength failed him, and he returned to the ground in resignation. Chapter 53. Chen's ambitions on a sunny day, the distant cries of seagulls filled the air. Yay, yay, yay. On the beach before Master Rashi's humble abode, Wukong and Sun Gohan were engaged in an intense sparring session, exchanging blows and enjoying their time on the sand. Several days had passed since Chen and the others returned to Kame House, and Wukong had quickly developed a fondness for Wukong. Whenever Gohan had a moment to spare, he would practice with her, guiding her cultivation. In truth, even if 10 more of Gohan's caliber were to join, they would not be a match for Wukong's current prowess. However, she paid it no mind, viewing it simply as Gohan playing with her. Nearby, Bulma, Tais, and Chen lounged in deck chairs, donning sunglasses and relishing the gentle sea breeze. Chen occasionally launched energy blasts into the distant sea, creating splashes, embodying a picture of leisure and boredom. Bulma-san, Tais-san, would you care for some juice? At that moment, Master Rashi approached with 2 cups of juice, adopting a solicitous demeanor. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian. We shall not be polite. They replied. Feeling a bit parched, Bulma and Tais expressed their gratitude before accepting the juice and indulging in it. No need for thanks, none at all. The turtle sage replied, a hint of mischief in his voice. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, perhaps you could reveal your undergarments. His face flushed with embarrassment. He spoke with a coy demeanor. Tais sighed in exasperation, while Bulma's eye twitched in irritation, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the turtle sage sprawling. Get lost. You lecherous old man. As the legendary martial arts master and the mentor of Chen and Wukong, Bulma and Tais had initially held him in high regard. However, the old man's incessant requests to glimpse their undergarments rendered any courtesy obsolete. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The turtle sage lamented as he rose painfully from the ground. While Chen sighed in resignation. Master Wu Tian, Bulma and Tais are your disciples' girlfriends. Perhaps you could exercise a modicum of restraint. What does it matter? The turtle sage retorted. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of their undergarments. It won't diminish their beauty in the slightest. Unrepentant, the turtle hermit shamelessly declared, leaving Chen with a profound sense of frustration. Initially, Chen had intended to prolong his stay, but it seemed prudent to take Bulma and the others away as soon as possible. Master Mateto had completely abandoned his integrity as a martial artist, straying further down the path of indulgence. Remaining here posed the risk that Bulma and Ties might one day fall prey to his advances, a scenario Yeching was keen to avoid. Yeching, come join us. After finishing a spar with Sun Gohan, Wukong bounced over, leaping into Yeching's embrace. Let me catch my breath first, Yeching retorted, observing Wukong, who was already drenched in sweat yet still eager to play. With a radiant smile, Wukong rubbed against Yeching, transferring her sweat onto him. Gohan, did Wukong hurt you? Yeching inquired, noticing Sun Gohan grimacing as he approached, rubbing his arm. Ah, old friend. I'm no match for Wukong anymore, Sun Gohan lamented, though his tone reflected more pride than defeat. He felt a swell of joy seeing Wukong possess strength far surpassing his own, even that of Master Mateto. In reality, Sun Gohan was indeed formidable, a top-tier fighter among humans. Yet, in the presence of Yeching and Wukong, he felt somewhat inadequate, as did the Turtle Hermit. Master Mateto, Gohan. We plan to leave here tomorrow, Yeching announced contemplatively. You've only just returned a few days ago. Why the rush? Is there something urgent? The Turtle Hermit inquired. Taken aback. I intend to challenge a deity, Yeching replied. A deity? Are you referring to Lord Karen? With your current strength, even he might not stand a chance. The Turtle Hermit remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. No, I mean the divine being residing in the heavenly temple, Yeching clarified, causing the Turtle Hermit to express astonishment. You wish to challenge that deity? Ordinary individuals are oblivious to the existence of deities. But the Turtle Hermit had once climbed Karen Tower and learned about celestial matters from Master Karen. The latter had informed him that above him existed a higher deity, the true overseer of Earth. Indeed, Yeching affirmed with a nod. Taking a deep breath, the Turtle Hermit's expression turned complex. Has your power truly reached such heights? I can only surmise that you seek to test your strength against the deity. Unbeknownst to Master Roshi, with the formidable power Chen currently possesses, defeating the deity would be a trivial endeavor. His intention to challenge the deity was not merely to test his strength, but rather to secure his divine status. Of course, Chen would refrain from disclosing this for the time being. Master Wutian, I have already discussed this matter with Lord Carlin, and he should have informed the deity of my intentions to challenge him. Tomorrow, I will accompany Wukong and Bulma to the Divine Temple. Would you and Brother Gohan care to join us? Why not? Such an opportunity is one that no martial artist would dare to miss, Master Roshi declared without hesitation. Gohan, smiling, expressed his eagerness to witness the event as well. It's absurd to challenge a deity in a human form. Just the thought of it ignites a fire within us. Then it is settled. We shall all go together tomorrow. A smile graced Chen's face. Though he could face the deity alone, the absence of an audience would render the experience rather dull. Having arrived in this extraordinary world, Chen had no intention of leading an ordinary existence, nor did he wish to engage solely in combat and training. He harbored grand ambitions he yearned to fulfill. Challenging the deity and claiming divine status would be the inaugural step towards realizing these ambitions. As the night drew near, everyone retired early after dinner, eager for the day ahead. In the room, Wukong lay soundly asleep in Chen's embrace, while Bulma and Ties lay on either side, too excited to find slumber. Hey, Chen, aside from that big fat cat, do deities really exist? Bulma inquired while clinging to one of Chen's arms. You've already asked countless times, Bulma, Chen replied, stifling a yawn, his expression one of bemusement. I'm just so thrilled. Tomorrow you'll be challenging a deity. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Indeed, I feel the same. It seems so impressive, Bulma exclaimed, her excitement palpable, while Ties nodded in agreement. It's merely a challenge to a deity. What's all the fuss about? When I become a deity, you two will be goddesses, and then you can get all worked up at that time, Chen chuckled, playfully pinching the noses of both women. Goddess, goddess. They exchanged glances, and in that moment, countless stars sparkled in their eyes. Chapter 54. Journey to the Divine Temple. The following morning, everyone gathered for breakfast. Master Wutian, Brother Gohan, are you ready? Chen inquired, prepared for the adventure ahead. We are all set. Let us embark. Grasping his wooden staff, Master Roshi spoke. This time, we are to meet the legendary deity and witness Yet's challenge to the heavens. Thus, Master Roshi and Gohan commenced their preparations early in the morning, even donning formal attire for the occasion. Observing that Bulma, Ties, and I had no issues, yet resolved to set forth. Everyone, hold on to me, Yet instructed. Ma leaped up and clung to yet the others looked on in confusion. Yet, what do we need to hold on to you for? Aren't we taking the flying Nimbus? This time, we shall forego the nimbus for a swifter alternative. Now, come quickly and grasp me. Soon you shall understand, yet replied with a mysterious smile. Bulma, not wishing to inquire further, joined the others in holding on to Yat's arms or shoulders. Once everyone was prepared, Yat closed his eyes to attune himself, swiftly locating the distant aura of caring. Teleport. Upon opening his eyes, as Yat's words echoed, the group vanished in an instant. When Bulma and Master Roshi regained their senses, they found themselves no longer in the familiar turtle school. Where are we? Caring Tower, exclaimed Master Roshi, astonished. Incredible! We arrived here in the blink of an eye. Yat, how did you accomplish this? Gazing around the temple and the magnificent sea of clouds outside, Master Roshi and Gohan wore expressions of disbelief, while Bulma and Taiz looked on with excitement and curiosity. The notion that they had instantaneously traversed from the Turtle School to Caring Tower was nothing short of astonishing. This technique is called instant transmission, which I learned from the Yard Rat people. By locking onto a target's energy signature, we can directly teleport to their location. Yat explained. Bulma and Taiz's eyes sparkled with wonder, while Master Roshi and Gohan marveled at the revelation. They had never anticipated that Yat had acquired such extraordinary skills from extraterrestrial beings. Observing the astonished and admiring expressions on their faces, Yat merely smiled. His time spent honing his martial arts in the cosmos was not merely for leisure. It allowed him to learn a plethora of techniques from others, including the instant transmission from the Yard Rat people, the fusion technique from the Metamorans, and various others. Some could significantly enhance combat prowess, while others, though not directly beneficial in battle, possessed unique applications. You have arrived. It has been quite some time, Master Roshi. Caring greeted as he descended from the second floor of the temple with his short, measured steps. It has indeed been a while, Master Caring. Upon encountering Master Caring, a hint of nostalgia appeared on the face of Master Roshi, who stepped forward to pay his respects. Knight and Bulma, along with the other women, also greeted Master Caring. While Master Roshi introduced Gohan, Master Caring, this is Gohan, my disciple. Although it was their first meeting, Gohan had heard of Master Caring's exploits from his teacher and, not wishing to appear disrespectful, quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Nodding, Master Caring then turned his attention to Knight. Knight, I have conveyed your desire to challenge the Supreme Kai. Have you truly given it due consideration? Indeed, Master Caring, Knight replied solemnly. He had approached Master Caring out of respect for the Supreme Kai. As a less scrupulous individual might have simply launched a powerful energy blast at the Supreme Kai's palace without a second thought. Since you have made your decision, I shall not elaborate further. The journey to the Supreme Kai's palace can be somewhat cumbersome. However, your earlier technique was impressive. Let us utilize that to reach the palace. Very well, Master Caring. Encouraging everyone to brace themselves, Knight prepared to include Master Caring in the journey. He locked onto the energy signature of the Supreme Kai's palace and employed instant transmission, transporting them all to their destination. Oh, it's so cold. The Supreme Kai's palace, perched high in the atmosphere, was nearly at the top of the stratosphere. Master Roshi and Gohan, both seasoned martial artists, managed to acclimatize, but Bulma and Taiz were trembling, finding it difficult to breathe. Are you all right, Bulma, Taiz? Knight inquired, channeling a hint of energy into the two women. They immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop them, easing their breathing significantly. Grateful, the two women exchanged soft glances. Yes, we feel much better now. Gradually acclimatizing to the environment of the Supreme Kai's palace, they began to survey their surroundings. The palace resembled a hemispherical platform suspended in the air, with a temple constructed on one side and a spacious courtyard in front. The courtyard featured several flower beds adorned with flora, but little else. The entire palace appeared unexpectedly vast yet remarkably simple. Is this truly the legendary abode of the Supreme Kai? It doesn't seem all that remarkable, though it certainly possesses a tranquil aura. It's enormous. Master Roshi stroked his beard, while Bulma shared her thoughts. And Wukong was already frolicking about the courtyard with exuberant laughter. The Supreme Kai has arrived. The wise Master Caring spoke, prompting an immediate silence among the assembly as all eyes turned toward the adjacent temple. The sound of footsteps echoed, and before the gathered crowd, the aged deity, accompanied by his attendant Bobo, emerged from the temple. However, upon catching sight of the deity's visage, the nearby turtle hermit was taken aback, exclaiming, It's the Demon King Piccolo. Shock and fear washed over him, causing him to instinctively assume a combat stance. Calm down, turtle hermit. He is not the Demon King Piccolo. Master Caring quickly interjected, sensing the hermit's emotional turmoil. Not the Demon King Piccolo? Indeed, he is the true deity, not the demon King Piccolo. Yet, why does he bear such an uncanny resemblance to that very fiend? Although the turtle hermit trusted Master Karen and was reluctant to believe that he would deceive him in such matters, he remained perplexed and struggled to quell the turmoil within. Allow me to elucidate. The deity finally spoke as he approached the gathered assembly. Chapter 55. The heir of the deity. Long ago, before I ascended to divinity, I was, in fact, one with the demon King Piccolo. At that time, I was merely a martial artist, and upon learning of the deity's existence, I sought a way to reach this place. The deity possesses a lifespan far exceeding that of mortals. It is not immortal. When I arrived, the previous deity was already in the twilight of his years, and I aspired to become his successor. Although I believed no one was better suited than I to inherit this mantle, the deity hesitated to acknowledge me, having sensed the darkness lurking within my heart. After enduring arduous trials and training, I eventually expelled that darkness from my being. Thus, I earned the deity's recognition and ascended as the new deity. While the malevolent essence I cast aside transformed into the demon King Piccolo, who descended upon the earth, bringing suffering and calamity to humanity. For this, I express my deepest apologies. As the deity recounted his connection to the demon King Piccolo, a look of regret crossed his face. Now I understand, the turtle hermit nodded, astonished by the revelation. No wonder the esteemed deity resembles that vile creature so closely. Hey, Nightstar, who is the demon King Piccolo? Bulma inquired, linking her arm with Nightstar's, while the curious Tai looked on. The esteemed deity has already explained that the demon King Piccolo is the embodiment of the evil that was once part of him. Over 3 centuries ago, the malevolent demon King Piccolo, alongside his minions, proclaimed himself the sovereign of the demon race, wreaking havoc and bloodshed upon the earth, nearly plunging the world into annihilation. It was Master Wu Taido, the esteemed mentor of teacher Wu Tian, who, together with his disciples, intervened to thwart this calamity. The ensuing battle was fiercely brutal. Aside from teacher Wu Tian and another comrade, the disciple of Master Wu Taido faced near total obliteration, ultimately at the cost of his own life. Master Wu Taido unleashed the formidable technique, the Demon Sealing Wave, which successfully imprisoned the demon King Piccolo, thus rescuing the world from despair. In the past, after indulging in drink, Master Roshi would often regale Yecheng and Wukong with tales of his own experiences alongside his teacher, Wu Taido, allowing Yecheng to gain a clearer understanding of the events. Such events are not even recorded in history books, Yecheng mused. To have sacrificed one's life to save our world, Master Wu Taido must have been an extraordinary individual, without a trace of doubt. Bulma and Tais displayed expressions of profound reverence for Yecheng's words. Boy, do you wish to challenge me? At that moment, the god of heaven cast his gaze upon Yecheng and inquired. Yes, Lord God, my name is Yecheng. Stepping forward, Yecheng bowed respectfully to the god. The distinction between the demon King Piccolo and the god of heaven was clear, and irrespective of their respective powers and statuses, Yecheng accorded the guardian of earth the respect he rightfully deserved. I know of you, young one. Approximately 3 years ago, you and the girl beside you summoned the dragon. I had already taken note of you then, the god remarked, scrutinizing Yecheng. It was during that time that Yecheng and Wukong had summoned the dragon and wished for eternal youth and immortality, a selfish desire, indeed, but one that posed no harm to others, thus the god chose not to intervene. Yes, it was indeed Wukong and I. Yecheng nodded in affirmation. Why do you wish to challenge me? The god inquired once more. For the same reason you arrived here, Lord God, I aspire to become the new god. Yecheng replied candidly, revealing his intentions without reservation. However, like my former self, you harbor darkness within, the god remarked, furrowing his brow. Every individual possesses both light and darkness. This is the essence of humanity, is it not? As long as one can master their inner darkness, it can serve as a source of strength. Moreover, despite the darkness that resides within me, my love for this planet remains unwavering. Lord God, I wish to usurp your position. I yearn to safeguard this magnificent world. Yecheng stated earnestly, his gaze fixed upon the god. After a long, penetrating look at Yecheng, the god nodded. You speak wisely. If one can harness their inner darkness, they may surpass those devoid of it. I have grown old and must indeed seek a worthy successor. According to the original edicts, only those with a heart unblemished and pure may ascend to the divine. However, as humanity continues to evolve, perhaps the celestial beings must also embrace certain transformations. Young one, I am willing to grant you a singular opportunity. Should you prevail against me, you shall become the next celestial deity. The divine uttered these words not out of mere whim, for had Yi Chun possessed a selfish, malevolent, and cruel nature, the divine would assuredly not have extended such a chance. However, it was precisely due to the incident of summoning the dragon that the celestial being observed Chen for a period of time. He discovered that although there existed a fragment of darkness within him, he had never committed any malevolent acts. Despite possessing formidable power, he did not choose to bully others. Instead, he often came to the aid of the weak when witnessing injustice. Naturally, the celestial being had other considerations as well. The strength of this youth was so profound that even he could not discern its depths. Should this young man indeed surpass him, there would be few on this planet capable of restraining him. Rather than adhering to tradition and preventing him from becoming a celestial being, thus fostering resentment that could lead to calamity for the world, it would be wiser to allow him to ascend and take on the mantle of protecting the planet. Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken within the celestial being's mind. "Thank you, esteemed celestial being," Chen expressed, blissfully unaware of the complex considerations that occupied the celestial being's thoughts. He was simply elated that his goal was nearing fruition. "Let us commence now." "Yes, esteemed celestial being," Bobo replied promptly, stepping forward to retrieve the celestial being's staff. Under the watchful gaze of the gathered crowd, Chen and the celestial being positioned themselves at the center of the square, stretching their bodies in preparation for the impending challenge. The prospect of a human challenging the celestial being stirred a long-buried excitement within me. Indeed, Chen continues to astonish us time and again, Master Roshi remarked, stroking his beard, while Sun Gohan looked on with admiration. Regardless of the eventual outcome, the mere act of challenging the legendary celestial being was an extraordinary feat. Chen, "You can do it. Go for it." Bulma and Tai shouted encouragingly, while Wukong bounced joyfully nearby. Suddenly inspired, Bulma and Tai donned two devices on their foreheads. These gadgets, gifted to them by Chen, could detect the combat power of most beings and were equipped with communication, warning, and intelligence processing features. As ordinary humans, wearing these devices would enhance their ability to observe the forthcoming battle, with everyone prepared and anticipation building. The battle between Chen and the celestial being was finally set to begin. Chapter 56, 10:000 Battle Power. Please ensure both parties are ready. The battle begins. Bobo, serving as referee, announced. As his words echoed, Chen and the celestial being moved almost simultaneously. Boom, surpassing the speed of sound. The two tore through the air, their arms colliding with tremendous force. Though it was merely a preliminary test, both combatants immediately gained some insight into each other's strength. Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, while the celestial being bore a grave expression. As laughter erupted, the two engaged in a formal contest. Their limbs moving in perfect synchrony. Chen unleashed a flurry of punches, dozens in quick succession, creating a blurred tapestry of motion. Yet, the celestial being, relying on remarkable eyesight and reflexes, deftly evaded the relentless onslaught, seeking opportunities to counterattack. Despite his advanced age, he was undeniably one of the strongest entities on Earth, surpassing even the peculiar Chen and Wukong. His vast experience in martial arts and combat was unparalleled. Such prowess, such brilliance. It was the first time witnessing such an intense battle. Even Bulma and Tai, who were novices in martial arts, felt invigorated, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Nearby, Master Roshi, Gohan, and Korin were transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, although they were among the elite fighters on this planet. Witnessing a confrontation of this caliber was a rare occurrence for them. In mere moments, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows, their speed, strength, and techniques leaving spectators in awe, far surpassing the grandeur of cinematic special effects. With another clash, Chen momentarily retreated, creating some distance between him and the celestial being. Having sufficiently warmed up, he decided it was time to take the match more seriously. With a sudden flash, Chen vanished from sight. In an instant, the celestial being too disappeared, leaving Bulma and Tai in stunned silence as they gazed at the empty arena. Where had they gone? They were now moving at such incredible speeds that the human eye could no longer track them. Master Roshi explained this to the two women. Though he too was secretly astonished, even he could barely perceive fleeting shadows of their rapid movements. Boom, bang, crash. Suddenly, the air was filled with the sound of violent energy explosions, and the readings on the devices worn by Bulma and Tai fluctuated wildly. While the two combatants remained unseen, both Bulma and Tai could only imagine the intensity of the battle between Chen and the celestial being at that moment. Come on, Chen, you can do it. Wukong cheered enthusiastically, bouncing with excitement. It was uncertain how many rounds had transpired, but after another fierce collision, Chen and the celestial being finally reappeared. The celestial being launched a punch towards Knight Chen, who then split into 5 distinct figures. Ah, 5 Knight Chens. Incredible. Both Bulma and Tais exclaimed in astonishment. That was the multi-phantom fist, a technique that creates the illusion of multiple copies through high-speed movement. For an ordinary opponent, this maneuver would be highly effective. However, against a deity, it would likely be swiftly discerned. As the commentator, Master Roshi, remarked, it was indeed as he predicted. The deity scrutinized for a moment and quickly located Yecheng's true form. Right here. With a pointed finger, a powerful finger beam shot forth from the deity's fingertip, hurtling towards Yecheng with tremendous speed. Unperturbed, Yecheng executed a backward flip to evade the finger beam, simultaneously retaliating with a finger beam of his own aimed at the deity. The deity leapt to avoid the attack, while Yecheng's finger beam pierced through the temple, plunging into the sea of clouds below. Although the finger beam lacked the raw power of a true energy wave, its concentrated force provided formidable penetrative capability. Striking an opponent's vital points could prove more effective than a conventional energy wave. Both sides temporarily ceased hostilities, with Yecheng remaining composed, while the deity exhibited slight signs of fatigue, breathing heavily. Truly astonishing strength. Young man, unleash your true power. I sense that a greater force lies dormant within you. The deity stated, his expression one of awe. Lord Deity, I believe you comprehend the situation. Defeating you is not beyond my reach. Should I unleash my full potential, you might find yourself vanquished in an instant. Yecheng spoke candidly, devoid of arrogance. The deity possessed a combat power nearing several hundred, placing him among the elite on Earth. Yet he fell woefully short compared to the current Yecheng. If Yecheng so desired, he could conclude this confrontation at any moment, though it is somewhat humbling. Your words ring true. From the moment we clashed, it became clear to me that I was no match for you. However, as a fellow martial artist, I am eager to witness a power surpassing my own. Go on, give it your all, as it is my request as a deity, the deity urged, gazing intently at Yecheng. Since you, Lord Deity, have made such a request, I shall indeed unleash my full strength. With the deity having spoken thus, Yecheng resolved not to hold back any longer, slowly rising into the air. Under the watchful eyes of all, Yecheng exhaled softly and then, with clenched fists, cried out, "Ha!" A surge of energy erupted from him, a colossal aura radiating forth. Aside from the ever-enthusiastic and cheering Wukong, everyone present, be it the deity, the divine attendant Bobo, or the onlooking Master Roshi, Gohan, and Korin, were left utterly astonished. What an overwhelming presence! Never before had they encountered such a formidable aura. The mere weight of its oppressive presence left their bodies trembling. Bulma and Tais, though unable to sense any aura, were astounded by the frantic readings displayed on their devices. 100, 200, 300, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Fully aware of what these figures represented, the sisters could not help but reveal their incredulous astonishment upon witnessing Yi Chen's ultimate combat power reading, a staggering 110,000 points. Chapter 57, The New God of Heaven. Indeed, Yi Chen now possessed a combat power of 10,000 points. Moreover, this figure merely reflected the readings from the device, indicating the quantity of energy and chi within him. When combined with the extraordinary martial skills he had honed over the years, his actual combat capabilities were far beyond this measure. Divine Master, I shall advance. Enveloped in a massive aura, Yi Chen announced, then, with a flicker, appeared before the Divine Master. How swift! A chill coursed through him, as he felt a tremor within, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. However, boom! Yi Chen's fist struck the Divine Master's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge as he expelled a torrent of anguish. Clutching his midsection, he staggered backward before collapsing to the ground. The immensely powerful Divine Master had been defeated in a single move. The onlookers, including Master Roshi and Gohan, were left in a state of disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Yet, a subtle smile graced Yi Chen's lips. The outcome had been predetermined the moment he decided to unleash his full strength. Of course, Yi Chen had held back. Otherwise, the Divine Master would not merely have fallen, but would have been obliterated by a single blow. As the aura dissipated, Yi Chen rolled his neck, while the attendant Bobo finally regained his composure. The match is concluded. The victor is Yi Chen. Though even Bobo found it hard to believe, the once invincible Divine Master had suffered such a swift and undeniable defeat. Oh my! Yi Chen has won. Yi Chen has triumphed. How incredible! Yi Chen is extraordinary. With jubilant leaps, Bulma and Tais rushed to Yi Chen, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Even those unversed in martial arts could sense Yi Chen's might, and the fact that he had vanquished the legendary divine master was exhilarating beyond measure. With a light chuckle, Yi Chen gently stroked the foreheads of the two maidens, yet he himself remained unconcerned. His power had long transcended that of the celestial beings. With a combat strength of 10,000, overwhelming a deity with merely a few hundred points was hardly surprising. The divine attendants, Bobo and Master Karen, observed the condition of the celestial being, while Master Rashi and Sun Wukong approached Yi Chen. To have so effortlessly defeated Lord Celestial, Yi Chen, have you truly grown this formidable? Master Rashi remarked, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, as memories of his past guidance to Yi Chen flooded his mind, prompting a deep sense of reflection. No matter how powerful I become, I remain a disciple of Master Wu Tian. Furthermore, my current achievements are largely thanks to the guidance of Master Wu Tian, Yi Chen stated earnestly. While he believed he could have reached his current stature without Master Rashi's mentorship, the journey would have undoubtedly been far more arduous and time-consuming, rendering his gratitude genuine and profound. Indeed, no matter how strong you become, you are still my disciple. Master Rashi exclaimed, an air of pride swelling within him as he reveled in the success of such an exceptional student. Beside them, Sun Wukong expressed his admiration. And during their conversation, Master Karen administered a magical beam to the celestial being, healing his injuries. Subsequently, the celestial being, Master Karen, and the divine attendant Bobo approached Yi Chen and his companions. I apologize for my earlier actions, Lord Celestial. Yi Chen bowed respectfully, expressing his contrition. Although victory and defeat are commonplace in battle, he recognized the necessity of maintaining decorum after having injured his opponent. Not at all. I should be the one expressing gratitude for witnessing such formidable power, the celestial being replied, displaying a gracious demeanor. Your name is Yi Chen, is it not? Since I have been bested by you, as per our agreement, you shall henceforth be the new celestial being. Earth is a beautiful planet, and I hope you will wield your power wisely to protect it. The celestial being's expression turned serious, formally acknowledging Yi Chen as his successor. I hold a deep love for this planet as well, and I pledge to safeguard it. Yi Chen responded earnestly, to which the celestial being nodded in agreement. Lord Celestial, may I inquire about your plans moving forward? Yi Chen asked, the atmosphere now considerably more relaxed. I have yet to decide, but with the relinquishment of my celestial duties, I shall be free. Perhaps I will wander the earth for a while, the celestial being mused, uncertain as to why Yi Chen suddenly inquired about these matters. The celestial deity nonetheless responded. Might it be that the esteemed celestial deity has an interest in his own origins? Do you possess knowledge regarding my lineage? A faint smile graced Yi Chen's face, and this time, the celestial deity was taken aback. Perhaps the esteemed celestial deity is unaware that you hail from a planet in the cosmos known as Namek, where I once journeyed with Wukong during our celestial training. Indeed, the inhabitants of that planet resemble you remarkably, complete with their own pair of diminutive antennae. Yi Chen exclaimed, with Wukong energetically chiming in. The Namekians are considered a formidable race within the universe, capable of awakening an array of powers, such as the ability to see great distances, hear whispers from afar, regenerate severed limbs, and extend their arms. Furthermore, the coveted Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish, were crafted by their hands. During their sojourn in the cosmos, Yi Chen and Wukong had indeed visited Namek, where they encountered a multitude of friendly and amiable beings. However, due to certain circumstances, the environment on Namek had become exceedingly harsh, pushing the planet to the brink of desolation, thus compelling Yi Chen and Wukong to depart rather swiftly. So that is the case, the celestial deity murmured, excitement illuminating his features upon hearing Yi Chen and Wukong's words. He had always sensed a dissimilarity between himself and other humans, yet the loss of many memories had left him in the dark regarding his origins. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was, in fact, an extraterrestrial being. After inquiring about various details concerning Namek, the celestial deity shared with Yi Chen some matters relating to the succession of his divine duties. Following heartfelt farewells, he departed from the temple without hesitation. According to the celestial deity's words, he intended to wander the earth for a time, reminiscing about the planet he had guarded and inhabited for centuries, before embarking on a quest to find his home, Namek. From that moment forth, Yi Chen would assume his role, becoming the new celestial deity and protector of Earth. Chapter 58. The search for the 7 Dragon Balls. The challenge against the Supreme God has concluded successfully, just as planned. Yi Chen emerged victorious and ascended to the position of the new Supreme God. After the Supreme God departed, Yi Chen asked the divine attendant Bobo to lead everyone on a tour of the Supreme God's palace. Subsequently, Master Karen, Master Rashi, and Gohan returned to Karen Tower and Kame House, while Yi Chun, Bulma, Tais, and Wukong remained in the Supreme God's abode. In the following days, Bulma, Tais, and Wukong indulged in merriment within the hallowed halls of the palace, treating this sacred place as their personal amusement park. Meanwhile, under Bobo's guidance, Yi Chen diligently familiarized himself with the myriad responsibilities that accompany the title of Supreme God. The role is far from a mere title. It entails numerous duties. Though somewhat burdensome, Yi Chen recognized the necessity of understanding these matters now that he had assumed the mantle of the Supreme God. Thus, he patiently learned alongside Bobo each day. Remarkably, within just a few days, Yi Chen had adeptly mastered the essential tasks and responsibilities expected of the Supreme God. With a sigh of relief, he felt a sense of liberation. His diligent study with Bobo was motivated by the desire to comprehend the duties and powers he now possessed. Yi Chen certainly did not intend to remain in the Supreme God's palace, burdened by mundane affairs for eternity. Bobo, I plan to be away for a while. During my absence, I entrust the affairs of the Supreme God's palace to you. Where do you intend to go, Supreme God? Bobo inquired, somewhat perplexed. I intend to recover the 7 Dragon Balls left behind by the former Supreme God. The power of the Dragon Balls is exceedingly perilous. Should malevolent individuals gather them for their own use, it could spell disaster for the world. It is far safer for them to remain in our possession. Though Yi Chen's desire to avoid the tedious responsibilities of the palace was genuine, recovering the Dragon Balls was indeed his true objective. Their immense and dangerous power was not something he intended to allow anyone else to wield. I understand. You can trust me with this, Supreme God. Bobo assured with a nod. After spending several days together, Yi Chen had developed considerable trust in Bobo. His diligence and thorough understanding of all matters within the Supreme God's palace assured Yi Chen that Bobo would manage the affairs far more adeptly than this novice. Nevertheless, upon returning, Yi Chen would still conduct inspections, for he was indeed the true deity. While he could delegate tasks to his subordinates, it would be a dereliction of duty if he remained oblivious to their actions and their outcomes. After reiterating his instructions to Bobo, Yi Chen sought out Wukong, along with Bulma and Tais. Upon hearing Yi Chen announce their impending departure from the Divine Temple, both Bulma and Tais expressed their delight. Wukong, on the other hand, remained indifferent. As long as she was with Yi Chen, the location mattered little to her. However, after the initial excitement wore off, Bulma and Tais began to feel a sense of boredom in the following days. After all, the Divine Temple was quite limited in size, and once they had explored it, there was little else to do. Below, aside from a vast expanse of clouds, there was nothing to engage them, with no shops to browse or others to converse with. It was a stark contrast to the urban life they were accustomed to. Bobo, we shall take our leave for now, should anything of significance arise. Do not hesitate to contact me. Understood, Your Divine Highness. Farewell, Bobo. Goodbye, Sun Wukong, Miss Bulma, and Miss Tais. After exchanging farewells, and with Bobo watching them depart, Yi Chen lifted Bulma and Tais into his arms and, with a surge of energy, soared down from the Divine Temple alongside Wukong. Bulma, is the new Dragon Ball radar ready? He inquired as he enveloped Bulma and Tais in a protective aura to shield them from the biting winds of the high altitude. Humph, it's been ready for quite some time. This one is exceptionally precise. With a triumphant huff, Bulma proudly retrieved a brand new Dragon Ball radar from her pocket. Several years prior, Yi Chen had also commissioned Bulma to create a Dragon Ball radar, but at that time, she was still quite young and lacked the extensive knowledge she possessed now. Thus, the radar she produced could only ascertain a general area. For the present-day Bulma, crafting an accurate Dragon Ball radar has become a trivial task. Well done, Bulma. Knight Chen bestowed a gentle kiss on Bulma's cheek as a reward. Ah, Knight, really? We're still in midair. Caught off guard, Bulma's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Knight Chen indignantly. Is that not enough? Then let us do it again. Oh, you naughty Knight Chen, you're at it again. Observing the playful tussle between Knight Chen and Bulma, Tais couldn't help but smile, but in the next moment, she found herself unexpectedly caught up in the fray. Ha ha ha, I want to play too. Don't crowd me, Wukong. We're going to fall. Ah. With the precise Dragon Ball radar in hand, Knight Chen and his companions managed to locate 2 Dragon Balls in merely a few days, the 2-star and the 5-star balls. This was largely due to the playful nature of their search. Otherwise, they might have succeeded even sooner. Alongside the 3-star and 4-star balls they already possessed, they collected 4 Dragon Balls in a short span of time, and with just 3 more, they could gather them all once again. Days passed, And suddenly, put me down. Put me down. Black Cloud and Nimbus carried Night Chun and the girls swiftly through the air, while Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang bore a struggling little pig, desperately calling out. This little porker was Oolong, who, akin to his portrayal in the original tale, had been using his transformation abilities to scare the villagers and abduct the village's beautiful maidens as he searched for the 6-star ball. In exchange for the 6-star ball, Night Chun and his friends aided the villagers in unveiling Oolong's bluster and escorted him away to prevent his deceitful antics. Wukong, if he wishes to descend, let him do so. Reclining comfortably on the Black Cloud, Night Chun instructed Bulma and Tai Si to massage his shoulders. Very well, very well. Wukong withdrew her Rui Jingu Bang, and without support, Oolong plummeted towards the ground. Chapter 59, The Great Thief Yumucha. Help, help, Oolong. His face paling with fear, flailed helplessly as he fell. He could have transformed to save himself, but in his panic, he had forgotten entirely about his abilities. Laughing heartily, Wukong caught Oolong just before he hit the ground and hung him back on the Rui Jingu Bang. Do you still wish to descend? Night Chun inquired with a smile as he too landed. I don't want to go down anymore. Clutching the Rui stick tightly, Oolong's head swayed like a wave drum. Just moments ago, he truly believed he was on the brink of demise. Since he had no desire to descend, they might as well continue their journey. Chen and Wukong pressed onward, guiding the Black Cloud and the Somersault Cloud, while Oolong silently wept within his heart. Had he not merely deceived those villagers? His actions were not of a grievous nature. Why then was he so unfortunate as to encounter these fiends? Alas! Naturally, Chen paid no heed to Oolong's sorrowful state. He had resolved to take him to Kame House, where he would reside alongside Master Rashi and the others. Although merely a lecherous little pig, this creature possessed a certain charm. In the original Dragon Ball, he had wished upon the dragon and received a pair of girls' panties, thereby thwarting the ambitions of Pilaf and his gang to conquer the world. Whether you believe it or not, he is indeed a remarkable pig that has saved the world. Even the protagonist, Sun Wukong, who has rescued the Earth on numerous occasions, must stand in his shadow. Sending him to Kame House adds a touch of vibrancy to that locale, and with Master Rashi, Gohan, and the turtle, the four of them could conveniently gather around a mahjong table. Moreover, their shared interests aligned splendidly. Having left along at Kame House, Chen and Bulma, along with a few others, resided there for a couple of days before embarking once more on their quest for the Dragon Balls. In the sky, a golden and black streak of light traversed through the air. Bulma, have you detected the next Dragon Ball? Chen inquired, glancing at Bulma beside him atop the Black Cloud. Yes, I have found it. Let me check the map, she replied. Pan-Fry Mountain, what an odd name. However, the next Dragon Ball should be located there, Bulma stated, pointing to a specific spot on the map after inspecting the dragon radar. Pan-Fry Mountain? Chen squinted his eyes, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. If his memory served him correctly, his second senior brother, the Ox King, resided atop Pan-Fry Mountain. Of course, Chen held little interest in the Ox King himself. It was his daughter, Chi-Chi, who truly piqued his curiosity, as she is the wife of Sun Wukong in the original Dragon Ball series. However, as he observed Wukong, who was gleefully munching on fruit while perched atop the Nimbus, Chen felt a peculiar shift in his emotions. In the original Dragon Ball, the circumstances were different, but in this world, it was evident that Chi-Chi and Wukong could never be united as husband and wife again. Thus, it dawned on him that perhaps he could step in for them. Chen, it is getting rather late. Why don't we rest below for the night and venture to Frying Pan Mountain tomorrow? As Chen was lost in his thoughts, Tais beside him spoke up. Coming back to reality, Chen glanced at the distant sky and noticed that the sun was nearing the horizon, confirming that it was indeed late. He nodded in agreement. Then let us rest here for the night. There is no rush. Ceasing their flight, Chen allowed the Black Cloud and Nimbus to descend. Then he gently leaped to the ground, cradling Bulma and Tais. They found themselves in a vast, desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of civilization. Yet, accustomed to camping in the wild, none of them expressed any discontent. Bulma retrieved a box containing the universal capsules, selected a sheltered spot free from wind, and tossed one of the capsules. With a resounding explosion, a house materialized before them. The universal capsule, a brilliant invention of Bulma and Tais' father, Dr. Brief, allowed for the storage of nearly all inanimate objects, cars, boats, planes, houses, within a tiny capsule, to be summoned at will, greatly enhancing the advancement of human technology and civilization. As the daughters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma and Tais possessed numerous capsules, filled with houses, vehicles, boats, even food, water, and cosmetics. almost everything one could desire. Transitioning from the barren wilderness into the comfort of a cozy home felt like a blissful dream. Wukong, unable to contain his excitement, dashed about the house while Bulma and Tai stretched and sighed in contentment. Yeching, Bulma and I will prepare dinner. You two take a moment to rest, Tai's announced before heading into the kitchen with Bulma. In their previous lives at home, they were accustomed to the assistance of intelligent robots and their mother. So neither Bulma nor Tai's were particularly skilled in cooking. However, after traveling with Yeching and Wukong, they had practiced diligently and could now whip up some commendable dishes. Wukong, it's time for a bath. Okay. Yeching called out, and Wukong immediately scampered over, and together they entered the bathroom. Wukong had practically been raised by Yeching. They had shared meals, slept, and bathed together since childhood, making such activities second nature to them. Soon, the sound of flowing water and Wukong's laughter filled the bathroom. Ha ha ha. That tickles, it tickles, Yeching. As Bulma and Tai busily prepared dinner in the kitchen, they naturally heard the sounds of Wukong. The sisters exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, perched upon a hollowed-out boulder, a little blue cat was fixated through a telescope, observing the cabin where Chen and the others had set up camp. Master Yamcha, an opportunity for profit has presented itself, the cat exclaimed excitedly, lowering the telescope and leaping to the ground to address a young man within earshot. The young man, possessing striking features and long hair cascading past his shoulders, alongside the talking blue cat, was none other than the desert bandit Yamcha and his companion Puar from the original Dragon Ball series. Ah, it seems we have guests arriving. Let us get ready, Puar. It's time to begin our work, Yamcha declared as he stood up. Yes, Master Yamcha. Chapter 60. Wolf Fong Fist. After refreshing himself, feeling considerably lighter, Chen emerged from the bathroom, cradling Wukong in his arms, now dressed in the attire Tai had prepared for them. With dinner still some time away from completion, Chen comfortably settled on the sofa, watching television, while Wukong gleefully dashed around the house in playful abandon. Ah, Chen, someone is approaching us, Wukong exclaimed, perched at the window and pointing excitedly outside. Someone? A hint of surprise flickered in Chen's eyes as he rose to join Wukong at the window. Indeed, in the distance, two figures were riding motorcycles towards them, stirring up a cloud of dust behind them. With remarkable eyesight, Chen quickly discerned the identities of the newcomers, a momentary shock washing over him, soon replaced by a smile that graced his lips. I can't believe it's him. Wukong, let us go out and take a look. Sure. After exchanging greetings with Bulma and Tai, Chen and Wukong stepped outside the cabin. Without delay, a motorcycle approached, and a young man along with a small cat leapt down from it. The tall and handsome youth bore a long knife at his waist, while the kitten bounced playfully, exuding an undeniable charm. Indeed, it was Yamcha and Puar. I am the notorious bandit Yamcha, ruler of this desolate wilderness. I am Puar. With a cold chuckle, they announced their names. This is our territory. If you wish to avoid a fatal encounter, hand over your money and universal capsules. Yamcha's gaze towards Chen and Wukong resembled that of a predator eyeing delectable prey. Do you intend to rob us? Chen replied with a hint of amusement. Indeed. If you know what's good for you, swiftly surrender your valuables. Yamcha brandished his long knife menacingly. Chen shook his head, while Wukong laughed heartily, cradling his head with both hands. The sheer audacity of these two feeble beings attempting to rob them was utterly ridiculous. Yamcha, they are mocking us, Puar exclaimed, pointing furiously at Chen and Wukong. Yamcha's expression turned icy, and he unsheathed his long knife with a sharp clang. My apologies, but it has been quite some time since I encountered anyone bold enough to attempt a robbery against us. You desire valuables? Very well. Should you manage to best me, I shall grant you any treasure you wish. Chen smiled, viewing this as a delightful prelude to dinner. Fool, since you seek your demise, do not blame me. Yamcha, filled with fury, sneered, recalling how many travelers had groveled before him in terror. Did these two truly believe he would refrain from taking a life? With a cold demeanor, Yamcha swung his blade towards Chen. Confident in his might, he thought even the hardest stone would cleave in half beneath his strike. However, the next moment, what? Astonished, Yamcha and Puar widened their eyes as they watched Chen catch his long knife between two fingers. With a gentle pressure, a crisp snap echoed, and Yamcha's weapon shattered into two pieces. Why Yamcha? As he continuously retreated, Pool trembled in fear, and Yamcha could not help but adopt a grave expression. It truly astonished him. This individual turned out to be a formidable master as well. However, aside from an initial shock, Yamcha quickly became exhilarated. It had been ages since he had encountered such a formidable opponent. Today, he could finally stretch his limbs and engage in a vigorous battle. Kid, I admit I underestimated you just now. But don't think that breaking my sword is such a remarkable feat. My true strength far exceeds that. With a confident smirk gracing his lips, Yamucha discarded the broken blade and assumed a stance reminiscent of a fierce wolf. Come on, let me witness your true prowess. Yecheng, still wearing a cheerful smile, beckoned with his hand. The nonchalant demeanor of his opponent irked Yamucha. Did this guy truly believe he had him at his mercy? Humph. Prepare yourself. You've successfully provoked me, and even if you plead for mercy later, I shall not show you any. Wolf Fang Fist. With a powerful push off the ground, Yamucha lunged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Yecheng. Ha ha ha. This is the distinguished Yamucha's signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Are you frightened yet? Are you? Go, Yamucha. You can do it. Yecheng won't lose. Go, Yecheng. You can do it. Purr. Bouncing excitedly on the sidelines, cheered for Yamucha, while Wukong made a face at Purr and joined in the cheers for Yecheng. As a human from Earth, Yamucha's strength was indeed commendable. His Wolf Fang Fist was executed with flair, fierce and swift, as if countless wolves were howling and lunging at Yecheng. However, the disparity in their powers was as vast as the heavens. No matter how fiercely Yamucha attacked, he could not land a single blow on Yecheng. Though his opponent stood right before him, after launching dozens of strikes, he couldn't even graze Yecheng's clothing, driving Yamucha to the brink of madness. I can't hit. I can't hit. Why can't I hit? I refuse to believe this. With a fierce roar, Yamucha resolved to hold nothing back this time, charging at Yecheng with all his might. Meanwhile, within a nearby cabin, Sister, where did that fool come from? Thinking he can defeat Yecheng? I don't know. He seems to want to rob us. A robber? He is rather handsome, but still not a patch on our Yecheng. Hey. He seems to have some skills. Let us see just how strong he really is. Having heard the commotion outside, Bulma and Tai stood by the window, observing the unfolding scene. Suddenly struck by an idea, Bulma retrieved a scouter and placed it on her forehead. The device locked onto Yamucha, who was currently attacking Yecheng. And as the data fluctuated, it ultimately displayed the number 8. Humph, I expected more from him. Sister, let us return and continue our culinary preparations. Indeed, that sounds agreeable. In an instant, my interest in Yamucha waned. How astonishing it is that a being with merely 8 points of combat prowess dares to challenge Yatsen. I am left to ponder whether to commend his audacity or to lament his ignorance of impending doom. Without even glancing, they already knew the outcome. Bulma and Tais were too indifferent to pay attention to the playful skirmish, returning to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Chapter 61. Terrified Yamcha. Missed. Missed. Still missed. Despite exerting all his strength, it proved utterly futile. After hundreds of attempts, not a single blow landed, and Yamcha was on the verge of despair. However, it was precisely at this moment that the opponent unexpectedly ceased evading. Now is the time. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Yamucha summoned all his strength and swung a punch. You despicable scoundrel, you shall not escape this time. Finally, his strike did not miss. As Yamucha's fist connected with Yi Chen's chest, confident in his own power, Yamucha envisioned the scene where Yi Chen would scream in agony and spew blood, flying backward. However, in the next instant, Yamucha felt as though he had struck not a person, but an immovable mountain. Yi Chen remained utterly unfazed, while Yamucha's hand turned crimson and began to swell at a visible rate. Ah! Pain, 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 pain. Tears nearly welled in his eyes as Yamucha felt as though his bones might shatter. With a pained cry, he clutched his hand and began to hop around. Ha ha! Master Yamucha. Observing Yamucha's comical antics, Wukong erupted in joyous laughter, while Puar, taken aback, hastily flew over to assess Yamucha's condition. After a considerable amount of time, Yamucha finally regained his composure, gritting his teeth and regarding Yi Chen with a mix of fear and curiosity. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Yamucha was acutely aware that the young man before him was a formidable expert. Though still young, Yamucha considered his own skills commendable and was well versed in the names of renowned martial artists. However, he had never heard of anyone resembling the individual before him. I am Yi Chen. As for my identity, let us say I am a deity of earth. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Chen introduced himself. A deity? Yamucha and Puar exchanged bewildered glances. Well, discussing this with you now would be futile. Earlier, you allowed me to observe your technique. Now, let me show you mine. As he spoke, Yi Chen made a swift gesture with his finger. Startled, Yamucha and Puar quickly retreated, but upon realizing nothing had occurred, they both sighed in relief. What was that? It was merely a scare. Nothing actually happened. Poir mumbled, even sticking out his tongue at Chen. You are both rather foolish. Look over there. Wukong, unable to contain himself, pointed to the side to alert the two, who then turned to follow his gaze. Not far from them stood several towering boulders. And to Yamcha and Poir's astonishment, those boulders suddenly snapped in half and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. How did you do that? Yamcha exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Did you not see it clearly? Then let me demonstrate something simpler. With a gentle smile, Chen gathered a ki blast in his hand and casually tossed it aside. The ki blast, the size of a volleyball, soared through the air for a considerable distance before landing upon the desolate expanse thousands of meters away. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, and the ground trembled violently. The yellow sands billowed as if a nuclear explosion had occurred, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended into the sky. Witnessing this exaggerated spectacle, Yamcha and Poir were utterly paralyzed with fear. Monsters, monsters! Is this the extent of human power? Impossible. It must be a monster. Their bodies trembled at the thought that they had even contemplated robbing such a terrifying creature, and both Yamcha and Poir felt an overwhelming urge to strangle themselves. Chen, what is happening outside? Oh, it's nothing. Just tossing a ki blast for fun. Really, Chen? Dinner will be ready soon. Stop playing around. Yes, we shall return shortly. The voices of Bulma and Tais echoed from within the house, to which Chen responded. He had intended to continue the playful antics. But since dinner was imminent, it was time to conclude this farce. With that in mind, Chen approached Yamcha and Poir. Please spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. Thinking that Chen was about to end their lives, Yamcha and Poir huddled closely together in fright. Do not worry, I shall not harm you. Chen reassured them. Yamcha, do you wish to possess the power you just witnessed? Would an elephant concern itself with the insolence of an ant? Now, as the deity of this planet, Chen naturally would not dwell on such trivial matters, but instead inquired, Master, please accept me as your disciple. With a quick turn of thought, Yamcha immediately knelt before Chen. As a man and a martial artist of sorts, he certainly desired the divine power he had just witnessed. Even if I were to accept disciples, I would not take you as one. Chen chuckled, while Yamcha's expression fell into despair. However, although I cannot take you as my disciple, I can certainly introduce you to a master. Seek out Master Roshi on the Turtle Island by the Southern Sea, and tell him that I sent you. He will undoubtedly accept you as his disciple and impart martial arts to you. Master Roshi, could he be the legendary god of martial arts? Yamcha exclaimed in shock upon hearing Chen's words. Indeed, I am a disciple of Master Roshi, and it is under his guidance that I have attained such strength. Chen continued, Yamcha, do not squander your talents by engaging in thievery here. Go find Master Roshi, and strive diligently to become a great martial artist. That shall be your true calling and purpose in life. Clapping his hand on Yamcha's shoulder, Chen spoke with profound sincerity. Staring blankly at Chen, Yamcha felt a surge of fervor, his eyes ignited with a fierce determination. The prospect of possessing such formidable strength and becoming a great martial artist seemed rather appealing. Ultimately, Yamcha expressed his apologies and gratitude to Chen, then, alongside Bulma, mounted their motorcycle, waving farewell to Chen before departing. He embraced Chen's counsel and set forth to seek Master Wu-Ten, aspiring to become a remarkable martial artist. As he watched Yamcha leave, a faint smile graced Chen's face. Yamcha harbored immense potential. With diligent training, he could evolve into a super warrior capable of transcending human limits. The recommendation to train under Master Wu-Ten stemmed, in part, from Chen's appreciation for talent. Yet it also served Chen's own ambitions. Although he had already ascended to the status of a deity on Earth, Chen's aspirations extended far beyond that. His true desire was to conquer the entirety of the universe. In order to achieve this goal, he must not only strengthen himself but also ensure that the Earth grows in power alongside him. Individuals like Yamcha, who possess immense potential, naturally require attention and cultivation. Once he matures, he will undoubtedly become one of the formidable forces in Chen's arsenal. Wukong, it's time to return for dinner. With that, Chen averted his gaze and turned to enter the house. Oh, dinner time, dinner time. Chapter 62. Journey to Frying Pan Mountain beneath the cloak of night. Two octopus-shaped robots swiftly traversed the wilderness. Target acquired. Target acquired. We've finally located them, concealed behind a massive rock. The two robots covertly scrutinized the dwelling where Chen and his companions resided. The operators of these robots were none other than a dog-like humanoid clad in ninja attire and a girl donning military garb, none other than the loyal subordinates of Pilaf. Asa and Xiaowu. What should we do now, Xiaowu? Asa whispered, evidently wary of being discovered by the enemy. Isn't it obvious? We must seize the Dragon Balls from those individuals. A cold glimmer flashed in Xiaowu's eyes as she spoke with a steely resolve. But that fellow named Chen and the one called Sun Wukong are quite formidable. We stand no chance against them. Asu recalled their previous encounter with a look of trepidation. Just days prior, under Pilaf's command to locate the Dragon Balls, they had encountered Chen and his group. Their excitement had soared upon discovering several Dragon Balls in their possession, prompting them to attempt a theft, only to be swiftly defeated by their adversaries. Not only did they fail to procure the Dragon Balls, but they also faced severe repercussions from Lord Pilaf upon their return. Fools. We merely need to avoid direct confrontation with them. You will stealthily plant the bomb on their house, and then we shall proceed as planned. Xiaowu murmured to Asu, who soon displayed a look of realization. Ah, truly worthy of your cunning, Xiaowu. Hee. Once we acquire the Dragon Balls from them, Lord Pilaf will surely commend our efforts. All right, let us commence our operation. Yes, indeed. Carefully maneuvering their robots, the duo approached the house with utmost caution, making not a sound. However, at that moment, it was the same two fellows again. The slumbering Chen opened his eyes, disturbed from his slumber and feeling rather irked. He casually tossed the key blast out of the window. What is this? Observing a luminous sphere flying out of the room, Ashu subconsciously directed the robot to catch it. As he was preparing to set a bomb, Xiaowu also looked over, both of them wearing expressions of utter bewilderment. The key blast shimmered in the robot's grasp, seemingly brimming with boundless energy poised to erupt at any moment. Xiaowu, I have an ominous premonition. I, too. The feeling of unease intensified within them. Just as Ashu was about to discard this peculiar object, the key blast finally detonated. Boom. Amidst the thunderous explosion and cries of shock, Ashu and Xiaowu, along with the robot they controlled, were propelled into the air, transforming into two fleeting meteors. What is that sound outside, Chen? Wukong remained nestled against Chen, fast asleep, while Bulma and Tais, lying on either side of Chen, were roused from their slumber by the explosive commotion, groggily inquiring. It's just a couple of cockroaches. There's nothing to worry about. Continue sleeping, Chen reassured the two ladies, calming their concerns. Oh, since Chen says it's fine, it must indeed be so. Bulma and Tais clung to Chen's arm and drifted back into the realm of dreams. The following day, after breakfast and a brief rest, Bulma stored the house back into the universal capsule. Chen and Wukong summoned the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus, and the four of them set off once more. According to the Dragon Radar, the sixth Dragon Ball lay atop Frying Pan Mountain. With the swift speed of the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus, they soon arrived within the vicinity of Frying Pan Mountain. There's a mountain ablaze, Wukong exclaimed, pointing at a distant mountain engulfed in flames. Could that be Frying Pan Mountain? It's so hot. Bulma couldn't help but wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. I've seen some reports about Frying Pan Mountain in the newspaper. It was once called Liangjing Mountain. But 10 years ago, a fire spirit fell from the sky, and it transformed into what it is now. I can't believe it's true. Tais gazed at Frying Pan Mountain in astonishment. However, rather than referring to it as Frying Pan Mountain, perhaps it would be more fitting to call it Flame Mountain. For the entire edifice is engulfed in an unquenchable fire, a searing heat palpable even from a considerable distance. If this is indeed Frying Pan Mountain, how shall we search for the Dragon Balls? It's a simple matter. We merely need to extinguish the flames with a banana fan. Bulma wore a perplexed expression. Yet Chen spoke casually. A mere mountain of fire posed no challenge to him. If the fan proved ineffective, he could always resort to a key blast. Just as the group prepared to soar directly to Frying Pan Mountain, a sudden cry for help echoed from below. Help! Help! Don't come near! Don't come near! Beneath them, a dinosaur was pursuing a girl nearly the size of Wukong, who was running ahead while shouting frantically. That girl is in danger. Chen, please save her. Bulma and Tais exclaimed, their faces etched with alarm. Just as he was about to intervene, Chen found himself amused upon getting a good look at the girl. No need, she can handle it herself. Bulma, Tais, and even Wukong were puzzled, but the next moment, they understood. The girl suddenly turned around and hurled a spinning blade from her helmet, which swiftly severed the dinosaur's neck with a sickening thud. How terrifying. So terrifying. The blade completed its rotation and returned to the girl's helmet, yet she continued to scream, pressing her hands to her forehead. Another beam of light shot forth from her helmet, obliterating the dinosaur's carcass in a thunderous explosion. While Wukong and Chen remained unfazed, Bulma and Ties were visibly shaken. Despite her cries of fear, the girl's ruthless efficiency was astonishing. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Let us descend and take a closer look. With a slight smile, Chen commanded the Black Nimbus to land. To encounter such a character here was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 63, The Bull Demon King and His Daughter. Hello, little sister. As the Black Nimbus touched down, Chen raised his hand in greeting to the girl. Are you here to capture me too? Stay away. Upon seeing Chen and his companions, the girl's expression turned to one of fright. With a swift motion, she pressed her forehead again. And another beam of light shot towards Chen and the others. Bulma and Ties gasped, but Chen calmly embraced both women, tilting his head slightly to evade the attack. You wicked person! Why are you attacking Chen and Bulma? Upon witnessing the adversary's assault on Chen and his companions, Wukong, riding on the Nimbus cloud, became incensed and raised his Rui Bang, prepared to strike the girl below. Wukong, cease. She is not a villain. Should Wukong's staff descend upon her, it would likely result in a grievous injury. Chen hastily intervened, though he could not fathom why he had declared her innocent. Nonetheless, Wukong had never questioned Chen's commands, and upon hearing his voice, she promptly halted her actions. My dear child, we are not here to capture you, so please refrain from attacking us. Otherwise, Wukong might inadvertently damage that lovely little head of yours, and you would have no one to blame but yourself. Leaping down from the dark cloud, Chen gently tapped the girl's head, speaking with a light-hearted tone. You're not here to apprehend me? She stammered, bewildered. Certainly not. Your name is Kiki. Is it not? Yes, I am Kiki. How do you know my name? The girl, now revealed as Kiki, looked astonished upon hearing Chen utter her name. With such an adorable appearance, who else could you be but Kiki? Chen chuckled, affectionately ruffling her charming little helmet. Meanwhile, on the dark cloud, Bulma and Ties were flabbergasted. Was Chen truly so mischievous as to toy with the girl? To their astonishment, Kiki seemed to take his words to heart. See cute? Oh, how embarrassing. It's the first time a boy has ever called me cute, aside from my father. She covered her face, displaying a mix of shyness and joy. Chen could not help but stifle a laugh, reflecting on the simplicity of this innocent girl. However, one must credit Chi-Chi for her innocence, otherwise, how could the perpetually training Sun Wukong from the original tale ever hope to find a spouse? He would undoubtedly live his life as a solitary bachelor. I am Chen, and these are Bulma, Tai-Si, and Wukong. Chi-Chi, where are you planning to go? After introducing ourselves, Chen inquired. My father wishes to extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain, so I am seeking Master Wu Tian to borrow the banana fan. Chi-Chi replied earnestly. You wish to borrow the banana fan? In that case, you need not seek Master Wu Tian. Wukong and I are his disciples, and here is the banana fan. We are also heading to Frying Pan Mountain, so join us, and we shall help you extinguish the flames, Chen said, displaying the banana fan he had taken from behind him. You are indeed Master Wu Tian's disciples, and this is the banana fan? How wonderful. Thank you, Chen. You are truly a good person, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face alight with joy at having so quickly found both the disciples of Master Wu Tian and the banana fan. Chen felt a slight bewilderment at being labeled a good person, but he decided to let it be. Chi-Chi, you can ride on Wukong's Nimbus. We will take you back to Frying Pan Mountain. Wukong, please assist Chi-Chi. Understood, Wukong complied, lowering her Nimbus slightly. Can this fluffy thing carry people? How impressive. Chi-Chi marveled as she touched the soft Nimbus, preparing to climb aboard. However, due to her small stature, she found it quite challenging to ascend. Upon noticing Wukong's swaying tail, she instinctively grabbed it. Ah, my tail. Don't touch my tail, Wukong exclaimed, flustered. The tail is a weakness of the Saiyan race. Once grasped, it causes them to lose strength. Although Wukong had overcome this vulnerability through Chen's training, her tail remained a sensitive area, and she would never allow anyone to touch it except for Chen. How peculiar. Why do you still have a tail? It's just a touch. How stingy. Chi-Chi remarked as she managed to climb onto the Nimbus. You are the stingy one, you pest. You are the pest. Rude. As they exchanged playful banter, Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the two acting like little adversaries. All right, Wukong, let us depart. All right. Without further ado, Chen and Wukong soared into the sky on their respective clouds, the Black Cloud and the Nimbus Cloud, startling Chi-Chi, who quickly grasped Wukong's garment. How incredibly swift this Nimbus Cloud is, she exclaimed, her delight palpable. Hee, my Nimbus Cloud is the mightiest. By the way, Chen, how do you know that girl named Chi-Chi? Bulma inquired as she flew alongside Chen, with Chi-Chi and Wukong leading the way on the Nimbus Cloud. Chi-Chi's father, the Ox King, is also a disciple of Master Wu Tian, which is how I became acquainted with her, Chen replied vaguely, while Bulma's expression indicated her understanding. In truth, Chen had never encountered the Ox King and his daughter before. His recognition of Chi-Chi stemmed solely from his status as a traveler from another realm. This was a secret he intended to keep buried within his heart forever. Navigating the Black Cloud and Nimbus Cloud, the five of them soon arrived above Frying Pan Mountain. The entire mountain was ablaze, and at the heart of the flames, a magnificent castle could be discerned. According to Chi-Chi, that castle was their home, housing countless treasures amassed by her father, the Ox King. Furthermore, the dragon radar indicated that the sixth Dragon Ball was located within that very castle. My father is in there. Daddy, I'm back. Chi-Chi joyfully shouted upon spotting a large figure sleeping against a boulder below. Following Chi-Chi's gaze, Chen finally beheld the legendary Ox King, his nominal second master. True to the rumors, the Ox King was a stout and hefty figure, his unkempt face adorned with a scraggly beard and a horned helmet resting upon his head, presenting an intimidating visage that seemed to warn others to keep their distance. Finding the situation amusing, Chen and Wukong guided their clouds down to the ground. Is that you, Chi-Chi, calling for me? The Ox King yawned, waking groggily, and then turned his gaze toward Chen and the others. Chapter 64, The Sixth Dragon Ball, Who Are You? Do not harm Chi-Chi. The Ox King exclaimed in shock upon seeing his daughter in the company of others. Grabbing a large axe from beside him, he charged toward Chen and his companions. Throughout the years, greedy villains had coveted the Ox King's treasures, and some had even attempted to capture Chi-Chi as leverage against him. Thus, the Ox King's immediate reaction was to assume that these newcomers were also after his riches. No, Daddy. Bulma and Tai-Si turned pale with fear, while Chi-Chi shouted desperately, trying to prevent her father from attacking. But the mighty axe hurtling toward them showed no signs of halting. With a subtle lift of his hand, Chen effortlessly pinched the axe of the Bull Demon King between his two fingers. Father, they are not villains, like you. They are disciples of Master Wu Tian, and are here to assist us in extinguishing the flames. Chi-Chi exclaimed with a sigh of relief. You are also disciples of Master Wu Tian? The Bull Demon King gazed at Chen and his companions with astonishment. Indeed, Brother Bull Demon. I am Chen, and these are Bulma, Tai-Si, and Wukong. Both Wukong and I are disciples of Master Wu Tian. This is the Nimbus Cloud bestowed upon Wukong and me by Master Karen, who also possesses one. And this Rui Bang was given to Wukong by Brother Sun Wukong, whom you should recognize, Chen explained, introducing their identities while gesturing towards the Nimbus Cloud and the Rui Bang behind Wukong. Is it truly the Nimbus Cloud and the Rui Bang? Chen, Wukong, I never imagined you were also disciples of Master Wu Tian. I thought you were here to seize my treasures. My apologies, please forgive me. How I long for the days with Master Wu Tian and Brother Sun Wukong. Are they both well? The Bull Demon King chuckled heartily, casting aside his axe and dispelling his animosity. Brother Wukong now resides with Master Wu Tian, and they are both doing splendidly. You need not worry. Chen replied with a smile. Chen, Wukong, since you possess the Nimbus Cloud, might you assist me in borrowing the banana fan from Master Wu Tian? My castle is surrounded by flames, and only the fan in Master Wu Tian's possession can quell them, the Bull Demon King said, nodding. The banana fan is right here. Please take a look, Chen said with a slight smile, retrieving the fan from behind him. Splendid. At last, I can return to my castle. Chen, would you help me extinguish the flames on the mountain? I will grant you any request you have, the Bull Demon King exclaimed, his joy palpable as he recognized the genuine banana fan in Chen's hands. Certainly. However, we are currently in search of the Dragon Balls, and one of them resides within your castle. Once I have extinguished the flames on the mountain, I hope you will kindly grant us that Dragon Ball, Chen stated. Dragon Ball? Is it this kind of sphere? Seeing the Bull Demon King's bewildered expression, Chen produced a Dragon Ball for him to examine. I do not recall having such a sphere among my treasures. Well, if you find it, I shall give it to you, the Bull Demon King replied, pondering the unfamiliarity of the object. Nevertheless, he readily consented, saying, Then I thank you, brother. I will now assist you in quelling the flames on the mountain. Without further ado, a few individuals found a relatively elevated position, and then Chen grasped the banana fan, preparing to extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain that raged fiercely. With a gentle command, Chen waved the fan, and instantly a tempest arose. sweeping away the flames that engulfed the entire mountain. However, before the group could rejoice, the fire roared back to life with a whoosh. These flames were ignited by the essence of fire that fell from the heavens, burning for a decade without respite. It appeared that a mere fan could not extinguish them. Nevertheless, Chen remained undeterred, wielding the banana fan to cast another 2 waves. The banana fan was an extraordinary artifact, capable of summoning winds, rains, and torrential downpours with a mere wave. As Chen executed 3 successive swirls, the skies darkened and thunder rumbled ominously, followed by a deluge of rain cascading down. Amidst the torrential downpour, the flames on Frying Pan Mountain were gradually extinguished, and the previously sweltering temperatures began to cool. Ahaha! Splendid. Absolutely splendid. The flames have finally been quelled, cheered the Bull Demon King, his joy palpable at the sight of the extinguished inferno. Meanwhile, Chi-Chi gazed at Chen with starry eyes, exclaiming, "How impressive, Chen! That remarkable artifact, the banana fan. Do you like it, Chi-Chi? If you do, I shall gift it to you," Chen replied, noticing her evident fascination with the fan. "Is it truly all right to give me such a powerful item?" she asked incredulously. "Of course. How could I not bestow it upon someone as adorable as you?" Chen said, affectionately ruffling her charming little head. "Really? Adorable." Not only did she praise her own cuteness, but she also gifted herself the precious and formidable banana fan. Was this a declaration of affection from the other party? Covering her face, Kiki blushed deeply, retreating into her personal world. "Ah, I found it." In a corner of the Bull Demon King's castle, Wukong joyfully exclaimed as he picked up the Dragon Ball that had fallen there. This was a 7-star ball, which must have landed here after Chen and Wukong made their wish to the dragon a few years ago, along with the several they had already found. They now possess 6 Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha, I never expected that the orb would truly be in my castle. Finally back in his castle. The Bull Demon King appeared exceedingly pleased. Grateful to Chen and the others, he subsequently invited them to admire his collection of treasures. Without hesitation, Chen and his companions followed along. Upon witnessing the Bull Demon King's amassed treasures, Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The room was filled to the brim with various jewels and gold. He hadn't anticipated that his rather unassuming senior brother had accumulated such a wealth of exquisite items. Wukong, who had little concept of these so-called treasures, remained indifferent, whereas Bulma and Tais were wide-eyed, unable to suppress their racing hearts. "Mr. Bull Demon King, could you possibly spare us some of your treasures?" Bulma inquired, her voice dripping with charm. "Ha ha, of course. You are friends of Chen and Wukong. Take as much as you desire." The Bull Demon King laughed heartily, his spirits high and generosity evident. "Long live!" With joyous exclamations, the 2 sisters rushed into the heap of treasures, eagerly selecting their favorites. Chapter 65, Kiki joins in. After extinguishing the flames of Frying Pan Mountain and discovering the 6th Dragon Ball, Chen and his companions intended to take their leave. However, the Bull Demon King warmly invited them to stay in his castle for a couple of days, with thoughts of his daughter occupying his mind. Chen considered that perhaps he could use this opportunity to strengthen his bond with Kiki, so he decided not to decline. Thus, in the ensuing days, Chen and the girls, including Bulma, resided in the Bull Demon King's castle, indulging in hearty meals and lively revelry. Although most of his time was spent with Kiki, Chen would occasionally spar with the Bull Demon King to practice his martial skills. As the second disciple of Master Roshi, the Bull Demon King's prowess was indeed commendable. He was robust and strong, certainly a top-tier expert among Earthlings. Of course, he was no match for Chen, who could effortlessly defeat him with a mere move. However, the exchange was merely a friendly spar, and given that the other party was his nominal senior, Chen naturally did not take it too seriously, regarding it as nothing more than a playful engagement. Nevertheless, even so, the Bull Demon King found himself quite astonished, for no matter how forcefully he struck, this younger junior was able to effortlessly deflect his attacks, although it was utterly remarkable and beyond his expectations. The Bull Demon King grew increasingly appreciative of Chen's prowess at such a tender age. He candidly expressed his intention to have his daughter, Chi-Chi, marry him. Amusingly, while he was preoccupied with thoughts of his daughter, he found it rather amusing that his rather boisterous senior had unwittingly presented her to him. Nonetheless, it is undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. Brother Nyoemo, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your generous hospitality over the past few days. However, my companions and I plan to take our leave. Within the castle, Chen remarked while savoring fine wine. Are you truly departing so soon? It would be perfectly fine for you to stay a bit longer. Both Nyoemo and Chi-Chi expressed their reluctance upon hearing Yi-Chen's intentions to leave. Particularly Chi-Chi, who had formed a delightful friendship with Wukong during their time together, had grown quite fond of Yi-Chen, even harboring a sense of admiration, and thus wished for them not to depart so swiftly. We have already overstayed our welcome, and we must also seek the final Dragon Ball. Yet, Yi-Chen turned his gaze toward Chi-Chi and inquired, "What say you, Chi-Chi? Would you care to join us?" Shaking her head, Chi-Chi was taken aback. "You mean I would accompany you? Embarking on an adventure with us would be exceedingly thrilling. Moreover, Chi-Chi possesses a remarkable aptitude for martial arts. I could offer her guidance along the way." Chi-Chi was filled with disbelief, while Yi-Chen chuckled. His fondness for Chi-Chi stemmed not only from her endearing nature, but also from her innate talent in martial arts. Despite her tender age, Chi-Chi already exhibited considerable strength, easily handling several grown men with ease. This was evidenced in the original Dragon Ball narrative, where Chi-Chi, having merely learned some techniques from her father, Yo-Mo, had attained a combat power exceeding 100, establishing herself as a formidable female martial artist. However, after marrying Sun Wukong, she gradually relinquished her martial pursuits to raise her family. One could assert that Chi-Chi presently embodies a flawless, uncut gem. And with Yi-Chen's nurturing and refinement, her future accomplishments would be boundless. While she may not possess the Saiyan lineage of Wukong, she certainly surpasses characters such as Krillin and Tien Shinhan from the original tale. Naturally, should Chi-Chi choose to accompany them, Yi-Chen could also seamlessly implement his training plan. "So, Chi-Chi, are you willing to join us?" he inquired, a smile gracing his lips, signaling that now was the time to showcase the fruits of his labor over the past few days. "Yes, I am willing. Daddy, I want to go with Yi-Chen and the others." Chi-Chi nodded with palpable excitement. "Since Chi-Chi wishes to join, let her accompany you. However, I shall feel lonely in her absence." Yo-Mo, who had always doted on Chi-Chi and seldom denied her anything, felt a wave of melancholy at the thought of living alone. "Brother Yo-Mo, currently Brother Wu Fan is with Master Wu Tian. Why not join them and live together? If you go there, we shall often bring Chi-Chi to visit you," suggested a voice, hoping to lift Yo-Mo's spirits. In order to reassure Chi-Chi and accompany her, Yi-Chen proposed a suggestion to the Bull Demon King. "Indeed, I could also seek out Master Wu Tian and Gohan." With a fist pump, the Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had been quite a while since he last saw Master Wu Tian and son Gohan, and he missed them dearly. The time they spent together was cherished, and Chi-Chi often visited him, which seemed rather delightful. "However, the treasures within my castle." The thought of his riches caused the Bull Demon King to exhibit a moment of hesitation. "Bulma, could you spare a few of your universal capsules for my esteemed brother?" "The Bull Demon King?" chuckled Yi-Chen, turning to Bulma by his side. "Okay," Bulma replied, remembering how the Bull Demon King had previously allowed them to choose from an array of exquisite jewels. She was not one to be stingy. A mere handful of universal capsules was insignificant to her. "Farewell, Uncle Bull Demon King." "Goodbye, father." "Farewell, Chi-Chi, Yi-Chen, Wukong." As they prepared to leave on the Black Nimbus and the Flying Nimbus, Yi-Chen and the others bid farewell to the Bull Demon King below. Next, Yi-Chen and his companions were set to search for the final Dragon Ball, while the Bull Demon King intended to journey to Kame House to find Gohan and Master Roshi. "So, Yi-Chen, are we now off to find this thing called the Dragon Ball?" Chi-Chi inquired, having departed from Frying Pan Mountain and riding on the Flying Nimbus with Wukong. "Indeed. However, before that, we shall take you to another location." "What place is that?" "You will find out shortly." The destination was Korin Tower. "How wonderful. Master Cat, can this Flying Nimbus truly be gifted to me?" Holding a beautiful Flying Nimbus, Chi-Chi asked gleefully. "Yes, take it without worry. The Flying Nimbus is meant for those with pure hearts," replied Master Korin, stroking his beard, "to facilitate their future endeavors." Yi-Chen brought Chi-Chi to Korin Tower to request a Flying Nimbus for her as well. Given Yi-Chen's status as a deity of Earth and their close relationship, Master Korin would not refuse such a modest request. "Fantastic. Thank you, Master Cat." With a cheer, Chi-Chi leaped onto the Flying Nimbus, soaring joyfully through the skies. "Oh, Master Korin, could you also grant me a Flying Nimbus?" Bulma, enviously observing, approached Korin and sweetly asked. "The Flying Nimbus can only be used by those with pure hearts. You would be better off riding the Black Nimbus with Yi-Chen," Master Korin replied slowly, glancing at Bulma. Her expression stiffened, and Bulma could not help but feel annoyed. How stingy. Chapter 66, The Castle of Pilaf. Ha ha ha. "Wukong, come chase me." "Chi-Chi, wait for me." Two streaks of light danced through the air as Chi-Chi and Wukong joyfully pursued one another on their respective nimbus clouds. Bulma, have you detected the seventh Dragon Ball? Chen inquired while seated on the black cloud alongside Bulma and Tais. It has been detected. Just in that direction. We should arrive in about 1,500 kilometers, Bulma replied, checking the Dragon Ball radar in her hand. Once we locate that Dragon Ball, we will have gathered them all. Chi-Chi, Wukong, it's time to stop playing and accelerate. Oh. The black cloud and nimbus cloud sped swiftly, and before long, Chen and Bulma, along with the others, reached the location indicated by the radar. Below them lay a vast, gray desert, and not far ahead stood a magnificent castle. I can't believe there's a castle in such a desolate place. The seventh Dragon Ball must be inside that castle, Bulma remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. A smile crept across Chen's face as he surveyed the castle amidst the wasteland. Meanwhile, within the castle, Lord Pilaf, according to the radar, the other 6 Dragon Balls have come to us. What? Let me see. Asu and Xiaowu reported to their leader, Pilaf, who immediately sprang to his feet upon hearing the news. Gazing at the 6 Dragon Ball signals on the radar screen, he was filled with elation. I never expected the Dragon Balls would come to me so willingly. It seems fate is aiding my ambition to conquer the world. Oh ha ha. Who would have thought such fortune would befall me? Pilaf laughed heartily. Pilaf, it's Chen and Sun Wukong. The other 6 Dragon Balls are in their possession. Xiaowu exclaimed in shock as she pulled up the images of Chen and his companions. Chen, Sun Wukong? Those are the 2 who thwarted you before? Pfft. They're just sitting on some peculiar clouds. It's nothing impressive. No one can thwart the ambition of King Pilaf. Since they have delivered the Dragon Balls to me, I shall graciously accept. Asu, Xiaowu, bring them down. With a cold smirk, Pilaf commanded as he settled into his throne. Although Asu and Xiaowu felt a twinge of unease, they dared not defy King Pilaf's orders and could only comply. Yes, Lord Pilaf. Seated at the control panel, Asu and Xiaowu swiftly activated the weaponry system within the castle. One by one, machine guns emerged from the castle's exterior, locking onto Chen and his companions in the sky, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Just as they were preparing to enter the castle in search of the 7th Dragon Ball, they were unexpectedly subjected to an assault. Chen conjured a protective energy shield to safeguard Bulma and Tais, while Wukong and Chi-Chi maneuvered through the air on their flying nimbus, deftly evading the onslaught. How dare these vile adversaries attack us? Take this. Chi-Chi, infuriated by the sudden attack, struck her forehead while standing atop the nimbus, unleashing several beams from her adorable helmet that obliterated multiple machine guns. Ha, count me in. This looks like fun. Wukong laughed heartily, joining in with her own powerful finger beams. United in their efforts, the duo swiftly dismantled the entire array of machine guns atop the castle. Ah, are those 2 little girls monsters? Pei Laofu gaped at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, while Asu and Xiaowu exchanged bewildered glances, swallowing hard. Initially, they had only contended with the likes of Chen and Sun Wukong, but now another formidable little girl had entered the fray, leaving them with little hope for survival. How infuriating. No one shall thwart the ambitions of King Pei Laofu. Continue the assault. Press on. Regaining his composure, Pei Laofu bellowed in frustration. Yes, Lord Pei Laofu. Overwhelmed by shock, Asu and Xiaowu resumed their actions, and once more, a series of artillery pieces rose from the castle's exterior under their command. Boom, boom, boom. Shells were launched, crashing into the distant desert with resounding explosions. Haha. Annihilate them. Obliterate them. Once I possess their Dragon Balls, I shall summon the legendary Shinran and fulfill my dream of world domination. Pei Laofu commanded with maniacal laughter, convinced that these creatures could not possibly survive such a relentless onslaught. However, the ground shook violently as a cacophony of explosions erupted. Pei Laofu and his companions were thrown to the floor, and the large screen in the room flickered before plunging into darkness. Ouch! 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 Asu Xiaowu, where are you? Pila, Lord Pilaf, the entire room lay in disarray, while outside the castle, a scene unfolded. Aha, did you see that? The fellow inside. This is the prowess of our Chen. Bulma exclaimed triumphantly from atop the black cloud, witnessing Chen effortlessly launch several energy blasts that obliterated the cannons. Let us wrap this up and head home, she murmured. With a subtle exertion of his inner energy, Chen sent forth a beam of light from his fingertips. With a gentle sweep, the colossal castle was cleaved in twain. The resounding crash echoed through the air as the upper half of the castle plummeted to the ground, revealing Pilaf, Xiaowu, and Asu within. Asu and Xiaowu sat dazed on the ground, seemingly bewildered by the turn of events, while Pilaf stood behind them, groping his bald head in a daze. His hat had been severed, and he narrowly escaped losing his head as well. For the first time in his life, Pilaf felt an unexpected sense of gratitude for his short stature. Chapter 67. Xiaowu's Submission. Ah, it's you again. As Chen approached on his black cloud, he gazed upon Pilaf, Xiaowu, and Ashu now exposed from the castle. Pilaf, a diminutive, monster-like earthling, was notably the first true adversary of little Goku in the original Dragon Ball series, while Ashu and Xiaowu were his subordinates. Though he appeared as a mere short pumpkin, this little fellow harbored grand ambitions, persistently seeking to gather the Dragon Balls to fulfill his desire to conquer the world. However, rather than labeling them as a trio of villains, it would be more fitting to describe them as a comedic trio. Each time, they strive to gather the Dragon Balls and have even summoned the Eternal Dragon, yet due to various unforeseen mishaps, they ultimately meet with failure. In essence, they are three hapless souls responsible for the humor in this tale. "Who are you?" exclaimed Pilaf, feigning bravado while casting a fierce glare at Chen. Despite being utterly terrified within, the audacity of these rascals to destroy his castle was infuriating. "I am Chen. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. The last Dragon Ball is in your possession, is it not? Bring it to me," he stated, patting Pilaf on the shoulder. "Dragon Ball? Not a chance. That belongs to me, King Pilaf." Pilaf's anger surged upon realizing that the other party sought to seize his Dragon Ball, and he resolutely refused. "Master Pilaf, this Chen fellow is quite formidable. Perhaps we should just hand over the Dragon Ball," suggested Ashu and Xiaowu, having witnessed the prowess of Chen and his allies. "Silence, you two traitors. The Dragon Ball is crucial to my ambitions. I would sooner perish than relinquish it to anyone." Pilaf rebuked Ashu and Xiaowu, his resolve unwavering. "Master Pilaf." Ashu and Xiaowu exchanged worried glances. Yet Chen had no time to indulge their hesitation. With a swift motion, he unleashed a ki blast from his fingertips. Boom! The blast detonated in the desert miles away, shaking the very earth and producing a deafening roar. Gazing dumbfounded at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the distance, Pilaf and his companions turned pale, swallowing hard in fear. "Now may I have the Dragon Ball?" Chen inquired, a smile gracing his face as he fixed his gaze upon Pilaf, feeling as though he were being scrutinized by the most fearsome demon in existence. Pilaf snapped back to reality. "Ah, it's you, Lord Chen. Please, wait a moment. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball for you," he exclaimed, his demeanor transforming to one of eager servitude as he hopped away to fetch the box containing the Dragon Ball, presenting it to Chen with utmost deference. Bulma, Tais, and the other women regarded him with disdain, while Ashu and Xiaowu simply collapsed to the ground. Just moments ago, Pilaf had vehemently proclaimed that the Dragon Ball was vital to his ambitions, declaring that he would rather die than surrender it to anyone. "Master Pilaf, what of your ambitions? What of your integrity?" "Indeed," Chen remarked, examining the Star Dragon Ball nestled within the box, nodding in satisfaction. With this final piece, they had successfully gathered all the Dragon Balls. Lord Chen, may we take our leave now?" Rubbing his hands together, Pilaf cautiously inquired. "May we take our leave?" With the permission granted by Chen, Pilaf and his companions discreetly exhaled in relief before promptly turning to make their escape. "Stop right there." The faint voice of Chen caused Pilaf and his companions to freeze in place. "Lord Chen, you just said, I did say you could leave. But I did not specify that all of you could go. Only 2 of you are permitted to depart. As for the remaining one." A sinister smile crept across Chen's face, revealing a dark malevolence. Confronted with such a daunting figure, Pilaf and his companions felt a chill envelop them, their hearts racing with trepidation. Only allowing 2 to escape. What a cold-hearted fiend. "Lord Pilaf, who among us should stay?" It was evident that the one left behind would face the wrath of the demonic Chen. A glance was exchanged among the 3, and then, "Xiaowu, you stay." "I'm sorry, Xiaowu." Pilaf and Ashi quickly fled, leaving Xiaowu standing alone, bewildered amidst the wind. She had been forsaken by her companions. "Lord Pilaf, Ashi, wait for me." Finally regaining her senses, Xiaowu prepared to chase after them, but Chen swiftly positioned himself in her path. "What a pitiful woman. Abandoned by her own allies," he remarked. "What do you intend to do with me?" Fear etched on her face. Xiaowu instinctively took a few steps back. The agony of being cast aside by Pilaf and Ashi, combined with her terror of the man before her, left her utterly disoriented, her complexion pale as a ghost. "Now, you have 2 choices. First, submit to me and serve as my tool. Second, allow me to toy with you until your demise." With a malevolent glint in his eyes, Chen presented his options, then softened his tone. If possible, I hope you will choose the second. I choose the first. Xiao blurted out, her face drained of color. She absolutely refused to be toyed with to the point of death. Although the first option was troubling, at least it offered a glimmer of survival, did it not? She was no fool. She knew which choice to make. Yu Chen's expression morphed into one of triumph at her decision. What a naive woman. A mere scare was all it took to sway her. However, Yi Chun had a fondness for such simple-minded individuals, for their naivety rendered them exceedingly convenient to manipulate. Be obedient and call me master, he commanded, gently stroking Xiao Wu's forehead. Master, she stammered, her cheeks flushed. Although overwhelmed by shame, she yielded to the fear that gripped her. The smile on Yu Chen's face widened. He understood that Xiao Wu's submission stemmed solely from her terror, devoid of any true loyalty. Yet, he paid it no mind. Loyalty could be cultivated later, after all. From now on, you shall be my tool and subordinate. Come with us, he declared, leaping onto the black cloud. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing back at the fleeing figures of Pilaf and Ashu, clearly reluctant to part with her former companions. What is this? They have abandoned you. Yet you still feel attached to them? Yi Chen remarked with a sneer, causing Xiao Wu to shudder. Indeed, it was Lord Pilaf and Ashu who had forsaken her. Thus, was it truly wrong for her to submit to this man? In that instant, a flicker of vengeful delight surged within her. The hesitation faded, and without further doubt, she leapt onto the black cloud as well. Chapter 68, A Sea of Darkness. At last, they had departed, that demon, hidden in the shadowy corner of a castle. Pilaf and Ashu sat slumped on the ground, exhaling long sighs of relief as they watched Yu Chen and his entourage vanish into the horizon. Such a terrifying creature exists in this world, Lord Pilaf. Perhaps we should abandon our quest for world domination and return home, Ashu suggested, recalling the dreadful explosion with lingering trepidation. Fool, how have I taught you in the past? Our ambition to conquer the world must never be relinquished, absolutely never. Pilaf erupted, jumping to his feet and shouting at Ashu. But Xiao has already been captured, Ashu replied weakly, his expression filled with despair. Humph. We merely executed a strategic feigned retreat, do you understand? That imbecile believes capturing Xiao Wu will compel her to serve him. Little does he know, she will only heed my commands. Just wait, Xiao Wu will return soon, and she will bring all the Dragon Balls with her, Pilaf proclaimed, folding his arms with a look of smug satisfaction. Is that true, Lord Pilaf? Ashu inquired, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Of course it's true. I discreetly blinked at Xiao Wu 3 times. She will surely comprehend my intent. Indeed, you are truly the great King Pilaf. Once Xiao Wu returns with all the Dragon Balls, we shall summon the eternal dragon to make our wishes, and I shall realize my ambition to become the ruler of the world. At that moment, oh ha ha ha. Oh ha ha ha. Location, the Heavenly Temple. Utilizing instant transmission, Yeching and Xiao Wu's figures materialized above the Heavenly Temple. Where's this? Glancing around at the unfamiliar surroundings, Xiao Wu wore a look of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had been soaring upon that dark cloud. How did they suddenly arrive here? This is the Heavenly Temple, the abode of the Supreme Deity, Yeching briefly explained to Xiao Wu. The notion of the Heavenly Temple and the Supreme Deity only left Xiao Wu's mind in a state of confusion. Welcome back, Divine Lord. Sensing Yeching's presence, the divine attendant Bobo emerged from the Grand Hall. Bobo, please provide me with a report on recent events. It had been several days since Yeching and Bulma had departed, and all matters requiring the Supreme Deity's attention had been entrusted to Bobo in their absence. Naturally, upon returning, Yeching sought to inquire. Certainly, Divine Lord. With a respectful reply, Bobo succinctly summarized the recent happenings for Yeching. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood by, somewhat dazed. But even her sluggishness allowed her to grasp the situation. She had arrived at a place known as the Heavenly Temple, and the man named Yeching was, in fact, the Supreme Deity. No wonder he was so formidable. Well done, you have worked hard. Having gleaned some insights from Bobo regarding the recent occurrences at the Heavenly Temple, Yeching nodded in appreciation, then introduced Xiao Wu to Bobo. This is Xiao Wu, my newly appointed subordinate. I will remain on this realm for a while longer, and she shall stay here. Bobo, please impart some martial arts training to her and ensure she receives proper instruction. Understood, Divine Lord. Bobo replied, glancing at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, although you are now my subordinate, I have no use for the inept. You shall remain here and diligently practice martial arts with Bobo to enhance your strength. Upon my return, I shall assess your progress. If you show no improvement, you understand? His tone deliberately elongated. Yeching wore a sinister grin. Yes, master. I will certainly strive to practice martial arts and shall not be idle. Terrified by Yecheng's wicked smile, Xiaowu trembled slightly and responded hastily. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you. With a cheerful pat on Xiaowu's shoulder, Yecheng exchanged greetings with Bobo once more before utilizing instant transmission to depart from the heavenly temple. Your name is Xiaowu, is it not? I am Mr. Bobo. Following the divine command, I shall instruct you in martial arts. First, you are to run around this temple 500 laps, so I may assess your physical fitness. With his hands clasped behind his back, Bobo addressed Xiaowu. 500 laps? Upon surveying the entire temple, Xiaowu felt utterly astonished. Though the temple was not particularly large, it was certainly not small either. The thought of running 500 laps around it made Xiaowu feel as if she might perish from the endeavor. Indeed, is there a problem? Bobo replied. Observing Bobo's calm and earnest demeanor, Xiaowu's heart raced, and she felt a shroud of darkness enveloping her future. Ha ha ha, Chi-Chi, come chase after me. Wukong, wait for me. In the sky, Wukong and Chi-Chi frolicked and pursued each other on their respective nimbus clouds, while Bulma and Tais flew leisurely on a dark cloud behind them. I have returned. Naichen's voice resonated as he materialized between Bulma and Tais. Naichen. Tais joyfully embraced Naichen, while Bulma, crossing her arms, turned her head away. Humph. Was he someone just with their newly acquired lover? Why return now? With a huff, Bulma's tone carried a hint of jealousy. Hey, Bulma, are you feeling envious again? Xiaowu is merely a subordinate I have recruited. When did she become my lover? Amused, Naichen disregarded Bulma's protests and lifted her onto his lap. You just had her call you master. She will henceforth be my subordinate and possession. Is there an issue with her addressing me as master? Or perhaps, Bulma, you secretly enjoy such titles? Cradling Bulma's face, Naichen wore a mischievous grin. I do not like it. Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Bulma is quite the little jealous one, often feeling envious for the most trivial reasons. However, after spending time together, Naichen has devised a method to handle Bulma's jealousy. When faced with her envy, it is best to abandon all reasoning and take action directly. With a sly grin, Yichen swiftly sealed Bulma's lips with his own. The muffled sounds of her protests, filled with indignation and frustration, were futile against his overwhelming strength. In a short while, she found herself disoriented, her body yielding to his dominance. After a considerable pause, Yi Chun, with a look of satisfaction, licked his lips, while Bulma lay upon him, enveloped in an aura of endless lament. Observing Bulma's plight, Taisi couldn't help but chuckle, leaning on Yi Chen's arm as she inquired, where shall we go next? Yi Chen, now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, let us return to Kame House for a couple of days of rest before we embark on further adventures. After a moment's reflection, Yi Chen replied, Indeed, I will heed your wishes. Resting against him, Taisi radiated pure bliss. Chapter 69, The Two Young Disciples. Riding on the black cloud and the nimbus cloud, Yi Chun and Bulma, along with the other women, returned to Kame House. To everyone's surprise, Master Roshi and his companions were no longer present, and even the Kame House had vanished. After some contemplation, Yi Chun surmised that Master Roshi and his associates had likely relocated to another place. Yamcha, having received an introduction, came in search of Master Roshi to seek martial arts training. Indeed, the lad possessed the aptitude for martial arts, and with the recommendation in hand, Master Roshi would probably not refuse him. Since Master Roshi would be mentoring Yamcha in his training, it was evident that Kame Island would no longer suffice. He had most likely moved to the large island where he had previously instructed Yuchen and Wukong. As expected, upon arriving at the familiar island, Yuchen and the ladies quickly spotted the Kame House nestled along the coastline. While Master Roshi was absent, they did find Oolong, the chubby pig, lounging on a deck chair, perusing a magazine, while the turtle was basking in the sun on the beach. We're back, old turtle. It's Wukong and Yi Chun. Welcome back, the turtle exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing them. Old turtle, where are Master Roshi and the others? Yi Chun inquired, gently placing Bulma and Tais on the ground. Master Roshi has recently taken on 2 new disciples. They are currently out training but should return soon, the turtle replied. 2 new disciples? One is a boy named Yamcha, whom you recommended, and the other is a little monk named Krillin. Yi Chun realized, struck by a sudden understanding. I didn't expect that little bald-headed Krillin would join as well. Oolong, it seems you've been enjoying yourself here, Yi Chun remarked, glancing at Oolong with a smile. Mind your own business, Oolong retorted, recalling how those companions had teased him. Although initially displeased by being left there, he had grown accustomed to it after a couple of days. He spent his days leisurely, occasionally engaging in discussions about girls' underwear with Master Rashi and Sun Wukong, surprisingly finding it rather enjoyable. Oolong, what are you reading? Let me see. Bulma exclaimed, snatching the magazine from Oolong's hands, causing him to erupt in protest. That is my magazine. Give it back. Give it back. You actually read this kind of magazine, you lecherous pig. Bulma exclaimed, her face flushing crimson upon seeing the magazine's content. She promptly delivered a sharp punch to Oolong's head. Ah, that hurts. That hurts. Oolong yelped, clutching his head, nearly shedding tears from the pain. That wicked Bulma, so adorably cute, yet so tempestuous and violent. Why does my magazine concern you? Give me back my magazine. Give it back. Not a chance. I want to return it. As the two individuals engaged in a heated argument, Tai Si helplessly rubbed her forehead, while Chen found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, it seemed that Chen sensed something and turned his gaze aside. In the distance along the coastline, several figures were dashing towards them, running and jumping in joyful exuberance, chanting familiar slogans. Each individual bore a thick turtle shell on their back. Leading the charge was Master Rashi, closely followed by Sun Wukong and the Ox King, with two more figures trailing behind, the desert bandit Yamcha and the short, stout, bald-headed Krillin. Master Rashi, Sun Wukong, and the Ox King appeared relaxed as they ran, while Yamcha and Krillin struggled behind, panting heavily as if they were on the brink of exhaustion. Master Rashi, Brother Wukong, Brother Ox King. Oh, it's you. Chen and Wukong. Daddy. Ha ha, Chi-Chi. Chen greeted Master Rashi and the others, while the ecstatic Chi-Chi dashed forward to embrace her father, the Ox King. Weren't you all off in search of the Dragon Balls? How did you return so quickly? Master Rashi inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. We have gathered all the Dragon Balls, so we came back to rest for a couple of days, Chen replied with a smile. Yamcha, keep it up. You can do it. Haha, it's finally over. Encouraged by Poir, Yamcha and Krillin finally reached the finish line, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Yamcha mentioned he encountered you and Wukong in the desert. Did you encourage him to seek me out for martial arts training? Indeed. I noticed his potential was rather promising, and it seemed a waste for him to remain abandoned in the desert. So I suggested he come to study under Master Rashi. Though he may not match up to you and Wukong, he has indeed shown commendable perseverance in my training. Master Rashi nodded, stroking his beard. Chen and Wukong were truly exceptional, while Yamcha resembled a more typical human. Master Rashi, is he also your new disciple? Chen asked, pointing to Krillin. This is Krillin. He claims to be a monk from the Shaolin Temple and wishes to train alongside me. Well, I think he shows promise, so I accepted him as a disciple. Master Rashi feigned seriousness, though Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Krillin had been quite the rascal in his youth. It was likely he had resorted to bribing Master Rashi with some magazines, akin to the antics depicted in the original Dragon Ball. Why Chen, sir? Having regained his composure, Yamcha rose from the ground, a palpable tension evident as he called out to Chen. Having witnessed the terrifying power that resided within Chen, and learning from Master Rashi that he had once vanquished the formidable god of the heavens to become the current deity of earth, Yamcha held an immense admiration and even reverence for him. There's no need to be so anxious. From now on, we are considered fellow disciples, Chen reassured, gently patting Yamcha on the shoulder in a small gesture of encouragement. If you diligently follow Master Rashi's teachings, you too can grow strong. Yes, I will certainly strive to improve, Yamcha exclaimed, his spirits lifted. No matter how hard you try, you'll never surpass our Chen, Bulma interjected, pride radiating as she clung to Chen's arm. Due to Chen's presence, Yamcha had previously overlooked the two beautiful women nearby, and it was only now that he noticed them. Women? His cheeks flushed crimson as he became overwhelmed with fear, retreating clumsily until he inadvertently stumbled and fell to the ground in an ungraceful manner. Yamcha, what is with that guy? He looks utterly terrified. Poir rushed to follow after Yamcha, while Bulma expressed her annoyance. What does it mean for him to react that way upon seeing me? Bulma, don't take it to heart. Yamcha has a fear of women. He gets anxious in the presence of attractive girls. Chen chuckled. Oh, is that so? Bulma felt a sense of relief upon hearing Chen's explanation, but she couldn't help but look down on Yamcha for his nervousness around beautiful women. To be so flustered by a pretty girl, what a pitiful fellow. Truly, Chen is the best. Hey, Lord Chen, my name is Krillin, and I am also a disciple of Master Rashi. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Cleanse, the little bald head, had already positioned himself in front of Chen, a charming smile plastered across his face as he spoke amiably, observing Cleanse, who still resembled a diminutive being. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. I look forward to your continued support, young apprentice Cleanse. Chapter 70, The Cunning Chi-Chi. Oh my goodness. In front of the turtle hermit's abode, Chen, Bulma, Tais, along with Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, Oolong, and the Ox King, sat in a row indulging in shaved ice. Meanwhile, on the sandy beach before them, Chi-Chi, Yamcha, and Cleanse were engaged in a fierce battle. Several days had passed since Chen and his companions arrived here. And every day, under Master Roshi's guidance, Yamcha and Cleanse underwent rigorous training, with Chi-Chi joining them as well. Besides Master Roshi, Sun Wukong, and the Ox King, Chen occasionally offered pointers, and even Wukong would often train alongside them, just as he was doing at that moment. Yamcha, Chi-Chi, and Cleanse teamed up to attack Wukong. Despite their numerical advantage, the disparity in strength was as vast as a chasm. Even when facing all three, Wukong appeared to be enjoying himself. Among them, Yamcha, being the eldest and strongest, unleashed a flurry of wolf fang fist strikes with great vigor. Chi-Chi followed closely, while Cleanse was the least skilled. In truth, Cleanse was not weak. Completing the rigorous training assigned by Master Roshi daily was no small feat, however. This little bald-headed boy was full of clever schemes yet timid at heart, always preferring to let Yamcha and Chi-Chi charge ahead while he attempted to sneak in from behind. The outcome was predictable. His sneak attacks were akin to mere tickles for Wukong. With a slight tilt of his neck, Wukong effortlessly countered Cleanse's approach, delivering a light tap to Cleanse's bald head. Concerned about injuring Cleanse, Wukong controlled his strength, yet it was still beyond Cleanse's capacity to withstand. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, incapacitated. Cleanse. Seeing Cleanse so easily dispatched, Yamcha grew anxious, hastening his attacks in an attempt to subdue Wukong. However, no matter how forcefully Yamcha struck, he could not land a hit on Wukong, who wore a radiant smile. With a swift step, Wukong lunged forward and landed a punch squarely in Yamcha's abdomen. Well, though Wukong's fists seemed small, they contained immense power, causing Yamcha's eyes to bulge as he spat out bitterness. Indeed, Wukong is formidable. Clutching his abdomen, Yamcha staggered backward before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Young Master Yamcha! Young Master Yamcha! Bulma gasped in shock, rushing over to check on Yamcha's condition, while Chi-Chi continued her battle with Wukong, exclaiming, "Dreaded Wukong, take this." Despite several unsuccessful attacks, Kiki grew increasingly irate. She pressed her finger to her forehead, and from her delightful little helmet, powerful beams of energy surged forth, aimed at Wukong. Boom, 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 boom. The air filled with dust, and the beach erupted with a cacophony of explosions. Ha ha ha, I shall join in, Wukong exclaimed joyfully, deftly dodging several beams. With a flick of her finger, she unleashed a formidable finger wave, which collided mid-air with one of Kiki's beams. Though Kiki's beam, reliant on her helmet, possessed considerable strength, it paled in comparison to Wukong's finger wave. The beam was relentlessly pushed back, inching closer to Kiki, who swiftly rolled aside to narrowly evade the onslaught of the finger wave. Kiki, you cannot prevail against me. Surrender now, Wukong declared, cradling her head with her hands and grinning with delight. Having endured countless arduous training sessions alongside Chen, her strength was formidable. She could easily conclude the battle at any moment if she so desired. I shall not concede, Kiki retorted defiantly, sticking her tongue out at Wukong. However, Chi-Chi was well aware that she was no match for Wukong. If she wished to triumph over Wukong, she would need to devise a different strategy. Her large, expressive eyes darted about, and soon an idea formed in her mind. Wukong, look behind you, Chi-Chi exclaimed, pointing animatedly. My behind? Wukong responded, a look of confusion crossing her face, yet she turned to glance over her shoulder. In that moment, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Chi-Chi's eyes as she revealed a cunning smile. She swiftly removed the banana fan from her back and with a vigorous motion, directed it towards Wukong. Banana fan! A cacophony of wind erupted, and amidst Wukong's startled cries, a fierce gust enveloped her, lifting her into the sky and swiftly whisking her away from the onlooker's sight. Hee, I have one. Chi-Chi triumphantly wiped her little nose and flashed a victorious gesture towards the crowd. Ha ha ha, Chi-Chi has won. Chi-Chi has won. The Bull Demon King burst into hearty laughter. Yet Chen and Master Roshi exchanged knowing glances, speechless at the cunning antics of the little girl. The tempestuous winds unleashed by the banana fan carried Wukong far away, but it was not long before she returned, enveloped in a swirling aura. Chi-Chi, you tricked me. There was nothing behind me. Wukong huffed as she landed back on the ground, clearly exasperated. Well, there was nothing at all. You were simply too foolish, Wukong, Chi-Chi replied, her arms crossed, wearing a smug expression. That doesn't count. Let's have another go. Again. Again. Humph. The opportunity was singular. This contest was my victory. Chi-Chi is far too cunning. It was your own fault for being so naive. Observing the playful banter between the two, Chen shook his head in exasperation and approached to gently tap the girls on their heads. Enough of the quarrel. This round has been won by Chi-Chi. Wukong, though you are stronger than Chi-Chi, you often underestimate your opponents. Remember to learn from this experience, all right? I understand, Chen, Wukong replied, her head lowered in acknowledgement of her folly. Chi-Chi too realized that although she had cleverly claimed victory this time, the banana fan was merely a tool. She must continue to train diligently to enhance her true power. Chen, wishing to prevent Chi-Chi from developing a reliance on external aids, advised her, Indeed, I will strive to train hard. Chi-Chi responded obediently, displaying her eagerness to improve. You both have performed admirably. You have worked hard in training, so hurry and wash off the sweat. Observing the two little girls, Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, subsequently relaxing his tone. Wukong, shall we take a bath together? Absolutely. With bright smiles once more illuminating their faces, Chi-Chi and Wukong skipped joyfully into the house, eager to cleanse themselves. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Sister, let us prepare lunch, Chi-Chi suggested, stretching her waist, prompting Bulma to rise as well. All right, but I recall that the spices in the kitchen are running low. Yi-chun, could you kindly purchase some spices for us? Tai-Si also stood up, directing her gaze towards Yi-chun. Spices? Leave that to me. Chapter 71. The enigmatic young girl on the small island where Yi-chun and his companions resided, there were indeed other inhabitants. Although there were no large supermarkets, there was a quaint retail shop run by an elderly woman, where the locals usually procured their daily necessities. Utilizing the flight technique, Yi-chun soared to the retail shop to acquire the spices that Tai-Si and the others required. However, to his dismay, he was met with the elderly woman's apologetic expression. I'm terribly sorry, young man, but we've run out of spices. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Yi-chun realized he would have to venture to the town on the other side of the coast. Although it was slightly inconvenient, it would only take him a few minutes. Summoning the black cloud, Yi-chun glided over the sea and soon arrived at a small town on land, where he successfully acquired the spices he sought from a local supermarket. Not lingering in the town for long, he cradled a hefty bundle of spices in his arms and prepared to return on the black cloud. Soy sauce, MSG, salt, and pepper. He had forgotten to inquire which specific spices Tai-Si needed, so he opted to purchase a selection of commonly used ones, filling the black cloud to capacity. Just as Yi-chun was about to exit the town and re-enter the sea, he suddenly heard a series of gunshots below. Intrigued, he directed the black cloud to descend towards the source of the commotion, soon hovering over the scene of the incident. To his astonishment, he discovered a fierce altercation taking place in the valley below, with one side consisting of uniformed police officers and the other a strikingly beautiful blonde woman. Initially, Yi-chun paid little mind to the skirmish, but upon catching sight of the blonde woman, he was taken aback. It was her. Bang, 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 boom, boom. Lan Shi, you have nowhere left to run. Surrender and drop your weapon. You inept officers, come and catch me if you can. Ha. The woman battling the police was none other than Lan Shi from the original Dragon Ball series. Lan Shi is a remarkable girl endowed with a dual personality. In her blue-haired state, she is gentle, pure, and industrious, embodying the qualities of a beloved good girl. However, upon sneezing, her hair transforms into golden locks, revealing an entirely different persona. In her golden-haired form, Lan Shi is characterized by her brutal, wild, and avaricious nature. She is adept in combat and proficient with various weapons, harboring a penchant for gold, silver, and jewels, often resorting to theft. In the original tale of Dragon Ball, it was during Goku and Krillin's tutelage under Master Roshi that they were tasked with finding a beautiful girl, leading them to encounter Lan Shi. Unexpectedly, this time it is Yi-chun who stumbles upon her. Having never encountered her before is one thing, but now that he has, Yi-chun has no intention of letting her slip away. Hey, what are you all doing? Descending on his black nimbus cloud between the two parties, Yi-chun captured the attention of both the police engaged in a firefight and Lan Shi. Cease fire, quickly cease fire. Young man, this place is perilous. You must leave at once. The officers, mistaking Yi-chun for an unsuspecting civilian, hastily halted their shooting. Ignoring the police officers, Yi-chun turned his gaze towards Lan Shi. Miss Lanqi, have you been robbing others again? It seems you've attracted the attention of the police. Who are you, brat? Lanqi glared fiercely at Yi Chun with her captivating eyes. Just a nameless nobody who has heard of your exploits. No need to pay me any mind. Since you're merely a nameless nobody, you should swiftly depart and refrain from bothering me. Yi Chun maintained a cheerful demeanor while Lanqi retorted fiercely. Miss Lanqi, it is wrong to rob others. Your actions are quite improper, Yi Chun remarked, fully intending to remain. I enjoy robbing. What can you do about it? Mind your own business. Lanqi's cold smile belied her amusement at this intruder. Indeed, you are as the rumors depict. Since you are so obstinately unrepentant, I find myself at a loss. Observing Yi Chun, a dangerous glint flickered in Lanqi's eyes. What do you intend to do, young man? Cautiously, she sensed that despite his seemingly harmless appearance, he posed a greater threat than the inept police officers nearby. What do I intend? I shall eradicate you in the name of justice. With a broad grin, Yi Chun soared forth on his nimbus cloud, and before the astonished officers could react, he seized Lanqi and ascended into the sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Let me go! Let me go! In the heavens, Lanqi struggled and shouted, completely bewildered by the situation. By the time she regained her senses, she realized she had been whisked away into the sky. Since you, Miss Lanqi, have made such a request, I shall comply. A mischievous smile curled upon my lips as I truly released Lanqi. Suddenly, she plummeted from a height of several hundred meters, her limbs flailing as she let out another scream, gazing down at the rapidly approaching ground. Even Lanqi could not help but feel a surge of terror. I am going to die. Just as she closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. A significant amount of time passed, yet the anticipated pain of being shattered did not come. Upon opening her eyes, Lanqi was met with the radiant smile of someone. So, Miss Lanqi, were you frightened just now? Although she was unclear about what had transpired, Lanqi realized that this scoundrel had played her for a fool. Never before had anyone dared to mock her in such a manner. The fury within her surged to unprecedented heights. You shall pay for this. Raising the submachine gun in her hands, Lanqi unleashed a rapid barrage at Yi Chun, determined to turn him into a sieve. Though firearms wield great lethality against ordinary individuals, to Yi Chun, they were no more than toys. With a swift motion, his right hand became a blur, effortlessly catching every bullet that Lanqi had fired. Miss Lanqi, such things are of no use to me. With a grin, Yi Chun opened his palm, and all the bullets clattered to the ground. Are you a monster? Taking a couple of steps back, even Lanqi was somewhat taken aback. How could a human possibly catch bullets with their bare hands? This fellow was undoubtedly a monster. A monster? While I consider myself an upstanding human, perhaps to you, Miss Lanqi, I am not much different from those creatures. However, none of this mattered. Did you not enjoy robbing others, Miss Lanqi? Congratulations, for you are now my victim. Observing the shock on Lanqi's face, Yi Chun wore a devilish grin. What? Still in a state of disbelief, Lanqi struggled to respond. A touch exasperated, Yi Chun reiterated, Miss Lanqi, you have been robbed by me. From this moment forth, all your possessions, as well as yourself, are entirely mine. Do you understand now? Chapter 72. The collapse of Lanqi finally coming to her senses, Lanqi trembled with rage, nearly driven to madness. She, who had always been the one to rob others, was now being robbed by the scoundrel. Moreover, it was one thing to rob material possessions, but to spare no one, not even a person, was utterly outrageous. What was he trying to achieve? Did he intend to plunder both wealth and virtue? You scoundrel, perish. With that, Lanqi drew forth a rocket launcher. Aiming it squarely at Yi Chun, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled the trigger. This rascal could catch bullets with bare hands. So I shall bestow upon you a rocket launcher and see if you can withstand it. As the rocket hurtled towards him, Yi Chun merely smirked, his mind racing with curiosity about how Lanqi managed to conceal such a formidable weapon. He raised a hand, and with a delicate motion, he swatted the incoming rocket away. With a resounding explosion, the rocket created a massive crater on the distant beach. Lanqi nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief, convinced she was experiencing an illusion. How could anyone possibly swat a rocket away with a mere hand? What on earth is happening in this world? In that instant, her worldview suffered a catastrophic upheaval. Miss Lanqi, do you not comprehend? Such toys are of no consequence to me. He took a couple of steps forward, grasped the rocket launcher in her hand, and effortlessly crushed it into a crumpled mass of scrap metal, discarding it carelessly onto the ground. Very well, Miss Lanqi. Accept reality and surrender gracefully. You are now my property after being robbed and captured. Never. Enraged and trembling, Lan Shi shouted, launching a furious punch towards Yi Chen. Though she was indeed somewhat intimidated, it mattered not. How dare this scoundrel harbor intentions against her? Lan Shi? I shall see to your demise. Still intent on resisting? With a sigh, Yi Chen merely sidestepped, evading Lan Shi's strike. Undeterred, she charged forward once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Not only is Lan Shi proficient in the use of various modern weaponry, but she is also skilled in an array of combat techniques. Moreover, her physical strength is considerable. Even a group of ordinary strong men would likely be effortlessly subdued by her. However formidable Lan Shi may be, she remains a mere mortal. And the notion of defeating Yi Chen is but a fanciful delusion. After indulging in a playful exchange for a while, Yi Chen, feeling a tinge of boredom, seized Lan Shi's fist and pulled her into his embrace. Let go of me. You scoundrel, release me. Lan Shi shouted, struggling incessantly, causing Yi Chen a slight headache. Though her fierce demeanor possessed a certain charm, allowing her to continue in such a ruckus was untenable. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Chen lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. Stunned as if struck by lightning, Lan Shi was taken aback. She had been forcefully kissed by this rogue. It was her first kiss. Oblivious to Lan Shi's turmoil, Yi Chen savored the moment until his desires were satisfied, finally releasing her. Miss Lan Shi, may I speak with you now? He inquired with a grin, though his expression betrayed an insatiable longing. You scoundrel, I shall end your life. Lan Shi retorted, her face flushed with indignation as she glared at him. It seemed she had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With a sigh, Yi Chen chose not to elaborate further and once more captured her lips. I will kill you. I will not let you go. I will fight you. Lan Shi cried, her protests echoing on the beach as she found herself repeatedly tormented by him. She was on the brink of collapse. Stop it. Feeling dizzy and nearly losing consciousness, Lan Shi summoned her immense willpower to push Yi Chen away. Miss Lan Shi, what do you wish to convey this time? Yi Chen asked with an amused smile, unperturbed. This time allow me. Gasping for breath, Lan Shi, resembling a furious tigress, pounced on Yi Chen, capturing him in a passionate kiss. You enjoyed that kiss, didn't you? It's just a kiss. I can do it too. Observing the fierce satisfaction etched on Lan Shi's face, Yi Chen felt a flicker of concern. Had she truly been so thoroughly ensnared by him? It seemed as though she had lost her senses, yet the prospect was rather delightful. Yi Chen closed his eyes, surrendering to the moment. Eventually, Lan Shi exclaimed, You scoundrel, you must take responsibility. Gripping his collar with fierce determination, her eyes brimmed with tears. Here was Lan Shi, a woman who had navigated life's tumultuous waters, able to rob or bully whomever she wished, yet never had she felt so utterly humiliated as she did today. Not only did she suffer a setback in the gutter, but it also led her to her grandmother's house. The mere thought of the previous events filled Lan Shi with a desire for oblivion. Fear not, for I shall take responsibility. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I am Yi Chen. Yes, from now on, I shall be your counterpart. With a smile, Yi Chen introduced himself. Yi Chen, is it? I shall remember you. Lan Shi replied through gritted teeth, yet she did not deny their connection. Although her temperament was somewhat fierce and wild, Lan Shi was indeed a woman who loved passionately and hated fiercely, despite having known each other for less than an hour. Could this scoundrel truly escape the repercussions of having taken so many liberties with her? Not a chance. Observing Lan Shi's expression, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The golden-haired Lan Shi was the epitome of pride and independence. She would not be easily swayed by trivial matters, and conventional approaches would never penetrate her heart. In fact, it was often through more assertive means that one could conquer her spirit. Yes, just as stated above, as long as Lan Shi has fallen into his trap, Yi Chen would not allow her to escape, for matters of the heart could be nurtured over time. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had another intention. He had already encountered the golden-haired Lan Shi, and now he wished to meet the blue-haired version as well. What do you intend to do? As Yi Chen approached her, Lan Shi instinctively felt a twinge of panic. At that moment, she fully realized that she was no match for Yi Chen, that scoundrel had already taken advantage of her. And was he now thinking of repeating those actions? Don't move. Just as Lan Shi's heart raced with anxiety, Yi Chen spoke, gently twirling a strand of her hair and teasing her nose with it. Oh, that tickles. Stop. Please stop. Chapter 73. Another personality. Lan Shi was a remarkable girl. With just a single sneeze, she would switch personalities, her hair color changing along with it. It was more astonishing than any transformation seen in anime. Under Yi Chen's gaze, Lan Shi's hair shifted from golden to blue, and her demeanor transformed in an instant. If previously she exuded a bold and wild aura, now she appeared gentle and serene. Even Chen found it hard to believe that such a dramatic change could occur in a mere moment. Where am I? Seemingly devoid of the memories of her other personality, Lan Qi surveyed her surroundings with a bewildered expression, eventually fixing her gaze upon Chen. Sir, who are you? Miss Lan Qi, I am Chen. Do you not recall what happened just now? Chen feigned surprise, secretly intrigued. I apologize, Mr. Chen. Each time I sneeze, my personality alters and I struggle to retain my memories. May I inquire what transpired earlier? Understanding her plight, Chen nodded. Oh, I see. Just a moment ago, there was quite a commotion as the police were pursuing you, and I happened to intervene and rescue you. I often find myself being chased by the police. Perhaps I unwittingly committed robbery again. Nevertheless, I am sincerely grateful for your assistance, Mr. Chen. Despite her distress regarding her personality changes, Lan Qi bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Not at all. It was merely a coincidence that I happened to be there. Chen continued, Miss Lan Qi, what are your plans moving forward? Still lost in her own thoughts, Lan Qi couldn't help but lower her head in despondency. Each time she sneezed, she would switch personalities, transforming into someone entirely different. A person who reveled in chaos and mischief, often finding herself in unfamiliar places, pursued by law enforcement and bounty hunters alike. With no fixed abode and a life of wandering, she was unable to live like an ordinary person, uncertain of her purpose. Observing Lan Qi's reaction, Chen's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Miss Lan Qi, since you have no plans at the moment, why not come stay with me for a few days? My friends and I reside on a nearby island, where you should be free from police pursuits. Lan Qi felt a flicker of hope. Really? Wouldn't that be too much of an imposition on you, Mr. Chen? Not at all. Having such a beautiful and gentle lady like you with us would bring everyone great joy, Chen replied with a shake of his head, amused at the thought that her absence would cause more concern. Very well then, I shall impose upon you for the next few days, Mr. Chen. After contemplating, Lan Qi made her decision. With nowhere else to turn and being hunted by the authorities, having a temporary refuge was indeed a blessing. Miss Lan Qi, you are too polite. Just call me Chen, and you may call me Lan Qi. With the distance between them narrowing, they exchanged smiles, both feeling a sense of warmth. In her heart, Lan Qi mused on how gentle and charming this Chen was, a true gentleman who had come to her aid. Indeed, a good person. Unbeknownst to her, she had already awarded him a good person card in her mind. Chen summoned the black cloud. Lan Qi, please step onto this. We shall return now. What is this? Lan Qi marveled at the peculiar cloud before her, intrigued. This is the black cloud, a flying apparatus, Chen explained. Now, quickly climb aboard. All right. Though still curious, Lan Qi refrained from further questions. With Chen's assistance, she stepped onto the cloud, kneeling gracefully atop it. The cloud, soft as cotton, surprisingly offered her comfort rather than discomfort, and she felt a sense of wonder. Black cloud, let us return. With a leap, Chen ascended into the air atop the black cloud. Having lingered for quite some time, it was likely that Bulma and Tais were growing impatient. However, the chance to procure a single spice while inadvertently capturing a lovely Lan Qi seemed to be a fortuitous gain. The black cloud soared swiftly, and soon Chen arrived at the Kame house on the island, accompanied by Lan Qi. Upon witnessing Chen return with a stunningly beautiful maiden after merely purchasing condiments, the household was engulfed in curiosity, especially Master Rashi and Oolong, whose jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. Chen, who is this enchanting lady? Master Rashi inquired, tugging at Chen's sleeve with a mischievous glint in his eye. Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation at his mentor's demeanor. Master Wu Tian, despite being a legendary master, could we perhaps refrain from such an undignified display? A modicum of decorum would be appreciated. This is Lan Qi, he explained. I happened upon her while she was being pursued by assailants and offered her assistance. She currently lacks a place to stay, so I invited her to reside with us temporarily. Chen presented Lan Qi to everyone, intentionally omitting the details of her being chased by the police due to a robbery. Lan Qi politely greeted everyone. Hello, I am Lan Qi. I look forward to your kindness. Ah, Miss Lan Qi, greetings. I am Master Rashi, Chen's teacher. Rest assured, once you are here, no ill-intentioned individuals shall dare to trouble you. Miss Lan Qi, I am Oolong, and I shall protect you from now on. Both Master Rashi and Oolong, captivated by Lan Qi's beauty, hurriedly introduced themselves, eager to establish a rapport. These two are my senior brothers, Sun Wukong and Yoemo Wang. As well as Bulma and Tais, Chen continued, nudging Oolong aside, and proceeded to introduce the rest of the group to Lan Qi, who graciously acknowledged each of them. As they beheld Lan Qi's charming demeanor and gentle politeness, everyone found themselves fond of her. However, contemplating the situation, Chen deemed it prudent to issue a warning. It is important to note that Lan Qi possesses a peculiar constitution. Upon sneezing, her personality undergoes a drastic transformation, and her hair turns golden. Should anyone encounter her with golden hair, I implore you to maintain your distance. Transforming personality and golden hair upon sneezing? Such a notion is preposterous. Chen, surely you need not concoct such absurd reasons to deter us from approaching Miss Lan Qi, they exclaimed in disbelief. Everyone found it somewhat hard to believe. Especially the little bald-headed Clin, who tugged at Chen's pant leg and cast a knowing glance that we all understood. You little rascal, you already have Bulma and ties. But if you dare to harm Miss Lan Qi, I shall expel you from my tutelage and cleanse the doors. Master Roshi clearly did not trust Chen's words, sternly warning him. With a twitch of his lips, Chen could hardly be bothered to say more. Since they did not believe him, he would let them witness it for themselves. With that thought, a mischievous smirk crept across Chen's face. Chapter 74. Chen's plan. Achu. Chen playfully brushed his hair against Lan Qi's nose, causing her to sneeze involuntarily, and in an instant, her demeanor transformed, her hair turning golden. It was truly, genuinely transformed. In disbelief, Clin and the others nearby were nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. Just moments ago, they had assumed that Chen had concocted a mere excuse to prevent them from approaching Miss Lan Qi, yet to their astonishment, she truly possessed the ability to transform. Simultaneously, the golden-haired Lan Qi regained her consciousness. An aura of wildness radiated from her entire being, and her icy gaze swept around the vicinity. Clin and Yamcha found themselves retreating continuously, feeling an unsettling chill creeping down their spines. Where have you brought me? Who are these people? Lan Qi exclaimed. Her earlier gentility and politeness completely vanished as she seized Chen by the collar and shouted fiercely, Now do you believe? Without directly answering Lan Qi's inquiry, Chen directed his gaze towards Clin and the others, who nodded in agreement. The transformation of Miss Lan Qi has left them utterly astounded. I am speaking to you, so please respond promptly. Upon realizing that Chen was ignoring her, Lan Qi's temper flared, and she tugged at him once more with force. Enough already. Did you not see I was preoccupied? Allow me to introduce you properly. With a hint of exasperation, Chen brushed Lan Qi's hands aside. The two aspects of Lan Qi's personality were incapable of sharing memories. Thus, Chen could only provide a brief introduction to Master Roshi and Krillin. However, upon concluding the introductions, she scoffed, so they are merely a ragtag bunch. Hey, you old coot, what are you staring at? Do you wish to perish? Completely disregarding Krillin and the others, Lan Qi noticed that the elder known as Master Roshi was leering at her, prompting her to glare back with intensity. Indeed, I wish to die. The lecherous Master Roshi responded instinctively, his eyes gleaming with unseemly delight. Chen sighed in disbelief, while Lan Qi's eyelids twitched in irritation. This old man, despite his advanced age, still carries such an unrefined demeanor. Since you wish to die, then go ahead. Suddenly brandishing a machine gun, Lan Qi unleashed a flurry of fire upon Master Roshi, exclaiming, Ouch! Ouch! Why are you shooting at us too while Master Mateto is watching? Laughter erupted as Chi-Chi exclaimed, Look, Lan Qi is so amusing. The atmosphere around the turtle hermit's abode became chaotic, with Master Roshi, Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha scrambling for cover, while carefree Wukong and Chi-Chi stood by, laughing heartily. Despite the commotion, Lan Qi officially settled on the island in the days that followed. In her blue-haired form, she exuded gentleness and grace, displaying remarkable domestic skills that endeared her to everyone. Conversely, her blonde-haired persona was wild and fierce, relentlessly chasing Master Roshi and Krillin with her gun. Only Chen could manage to rein her in. A few days later, Lan Qi cheerfully announced, Everyone, please try my potato stew tonight. Oh. As expected from Miss Lan Qi, this is exquisite. Master Roshi praised after tasting it. Indeed, Lan Qi's culinary skills were exceptional, far surpassing the recent attempts of Bulma and Tais. They had been learning from her, yet their efforts paled in comparison. After sampling her dish, Lan Qi, somewhat dissatisfied, added a sprinkle of pepper to the pot. As some pepper swirled into the air, it tickled her nose, causing her to instinctively open her mouth, ready to sneeze. Master Roshi, Gohan, Oolong, Krillin, Yamcha, and the Ox King exchanged terrified glances and hastily retreated from her. Apologies for startling everyone, Lan Qi said, managing to suppress the sneeze. While the others breathed a sigh of relief, They truly feared the blonde version of Lan Qi. Her recent appearances had left them with lingering psychological scars. Observing their exaggerated reactions, Yi Chen, seated between Bulma and Tais, stifled a laugh. However, recalling something, he spoke up. Master Potato, I plan to take Wukong and the others away tomorrow. We will be gone for quite some time, likely over a year before we return to visit you. The group fell silent, taken aback by Yi Chen's announcement. Is there something significant occurring that necessitates such an extended absence? Master Roshi inquired. Indeed. There are important matters at hand. I intend to take Wukong to train with Lord Kai, Yi Chen replied. Lord Kai? Yi Chen replied. And the crowd could not help but express their bewilderment, uncertain of the identity of the great king of the realm he mentioned. If I am the deity governing Earth, then the great king of the realm oversees the galaxy. I am on a quest to seek the northern great king of the realm, who governs the northern galaxy where our Earth resides, intending to bring Wukong with me for a year of cultivation. Yi Chen briefly elucidated to everyone. The notion of a deity presiding over the galaxy was indeed a staggering revelation. As they exchanged glances, astonishment illuminated their faces, and Master Roshi, with a grave expression, nodded in agreement. If you are to seek the great king of the realm for training, then you should proceed. I have heard you speak of many formidable beings and races within the universe. As the deity of Earth, it is indeed essential for you to enhance your strength to safeguard our planet. Both you and Wukong have surpassed us by great margins. And as your two elder brothers and I have grown old, the weighty responsibility of protecting our world must be entrusted to you. Although often perceived as a frivolous old man, Master Roshi remained a righteous martial artist and naturally had no objections to Yi Chen's plan, even offering encouragement. Hey, Yi Chen, could you take us along to train under the great king of the realm? Krillin's voice chimed in, as he and Yamcha gazed at Yi Chen with eager anticipation. Over the days, Yi Chen had occasionally imparted wisdom to them, and they were well aware of his immense power. The fact that even the invincible Yi Chen sought training from the great king of the realm indicated that this figure must be extraordinarily formidable. If the two of them could accompany Yi Chen for training, wouldn't they soon become invincible as well? Just as Krillin and Yamcha were lost in their daydreams, Yi Chen swiftly delivered a punch to each of their heads. You two rascals, wanting to run before you can walk. Complete your training under Master Wu Tian first. Ouch, ouch. Yi Chen, does that mean after we finish our training with Master Wu Tian, we can go to the great king of the realm like you? Not yet. After you finish here with Master Wu Tian, you must go to Kirin Tower to seek Master Kirin. Once your training with him is complete, I will have my servant Bobo guide you. Only after completing your training with Bobo will you be nearly ready to visit the great king of the realm. Ah, there is still so much to do. Upon hearing that they had a considerable journey of training ahead, Krillin and Yamcha instantly felt disheartened. They had only just begun their training with Master Wu Tian, and the prospect of going to the great king of the realm seemed distant indeed. Wukong and I have traversed this path step by step. You two must endure and persevere. Haha, Yi Chen responded with a hint of annoyance. And the others couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 75. Let us travel together, Yi Chen. You and Wukong have gone to train under the Lord of the Realm. What about us? Bulma's voice, filled with a sense of grievance, came from beside him. Although she understood that Yi Chen, as a deity of Earth, needed to enhance his power, the thought of him leaving for over a year made her heart ache. The same sentiment echoed in Tai's heart. I have other arrangements for you, Yi Chen replied. I have some important matters I wish for you to assist me with. However, there is no rush. Before we head to train with the Lord of the Realm, I will take you out to enjoy some time together. With a playful scratch on Bulma's petite nose, Yi Chen declared. Really? Yi Chen, you are the best. Bulma exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that they would have some time to play. And Yi Chen smiled as he affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Watching these two openly display their affection, Krillin and Yamcha felt a pang of envy. Especially Yamcha, who yearned to find a beautiful girl to date but became nervous in their presence, lacking the courage to even speak to them. Compared to his senior, who was already embracing two lovely companions, Yamcha felt utterly defeated. Unbeknownst to him, even if Yi Chen had noticed Yamcha's subtle disappointment, he would have dismissed it. After showing affection to Bulma, Yi Chen turned his gaze to Launch. Launch, why don't you join us? Me with you all? Launch replied, seemingly taken aback. Indeed, there is nothing for you to do here. Why not travel with us? Besides, if another version of you appears while I'm away, Master Roshi and the others might be in trouble, Yi Chen teased. Initially, Master Roshi felt displeased with Yi Chen's suggestion of taking Bulma and Tais along, and now he wanted to bring Launch as well. However, upon hearing the latter part of Yi Chen's statement, Master Roshi found some merit in it. If Chen left, and the wild, fierce blonde launch emerged, who could possibly control her? They would surely be in peril. Will my joining cause any trouble for you? Chen? Launch asked, her hesitation evident despite her interest. Not at all. Right, Bulma? Ties? Chen said with a cheerful smile. Casting a knowing glance at Bulma and Ties. Bulma and Ties exchanged looks, fully aware of Chen's intentions. Even with their sisterhood established, he still sought to charm Launch. Let us set aside the matter at hand. It is utterly infuriating that this despicable fellow would even require his own sisters to assist him. Indeed, it is hardly a bother at all. Launchy, you should join us. Haha. Though internally reluctant, Bulma and Ties naturally felt too embarrassed to refuse in front of Launchy. They could only indulge his whim with laughter, while simultaneously pinching a soft spot on Chen's waist behind his back. He gasped sharply, his teeth gritted in pain. Yet he ultimately bore it with stoicism. Aware that the sisters' jealousy had once again been stirred, he thought it best to let them vent their frustrations for the time being, planning to exact a more severe retribution upon them later in the privacy of their room. Since that is the case, I shall prepare my belongings and accompany you, he declared. The prospect of traveling with Chen was indeed somewhat exciting. Upon hearing that neither Chen nor Bulma found it troublesome, the innocent Launchy clapped her hands, her face lighting up with anticipation and delight. After dinner, everyone relaxed for a while watching television until bedtime arrived. The turtle hermit, Sun Wukong, the Ox King, along with Krillin, Yamcha, Oolong, Puar, and the turtle, had filled the turtle hermit's abode to capacity, even beyond. Thus, that evening, Chen and the girls, including Bulma, opted to set up their own accommodations from the Capsule Corporation, enjoying a restful night in their own quarters. Naturally, Launchy also joined them in their lodgings. In her own room, Launchy hummed a cheerful tune while organizing her luggage, her spirits seemingly quite high. Although she had visited numerous places before, those were adventures undertaken by a different version of herself, often followed by the need to evade the authorities and bounty hunters. Reflecting on those times now filled her with a sense of bitterness. It had been a considerable while since she had truly embarked on a leisurely journey, and accompanying Chen and the others this time alleviated her concerns for safety. Thus, she felt a deep sense of anticipation for this trip. Adjacent to Launchy's room were the quarters of Wukong and Chi-Chi. Since Chi-Chi's arrival, Chen had arranged for Wukong to keep her company at night, and the two young girls were currently nestled together in peaceful slumber. Next to them was the room shared by Chen, Bulma, and Ties. Although the lights had been extinguished, the atmosphere within was decidedly tense. Curse that Chen. Tell me, do you harbor feelings for Launchy as well? Wishing to add her to your harem? Bulma inquired fiercely, straddling Chen. Ties, while not mirroring Bulma's actions, sat beside her with a mischievous smile, watching Chen intently. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, he replied. Nodding slightly, Chen unabashedly acknowledged the truth. Although taken aback by Chen's candid demeanor, Bulma quickly regained her composure and erupted in fury. How can you be so insatiable? You already have me and my sister, yet you still desire more. You lecher. Scoundrel. Heartbreaker. With her delicate fists, Bulma unleashed a flurry of punches upon Chen's torso as she berated him. Hey, Bulma, I assure you, this is all for you and Ties, Chen replied, seizing Bulma's fists. For us and my sister? Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Ties, standing nearby, bore an expression of utter astonishment. Was this man truly claiming that his desire for a harem was for their benefit? Of course. What else would you think? If I weren't concerned about your well-being, I would have already consumed both of you. Do you think just the two of you could ever satisfy me? Absolutely not. My desires far surpass your capabilities. If I do not seek out additional companions soon, I might inadvertently harm you both one day due to my uncontrollable urges. Therefore, my intention to include Launchy in my harem is not merely for my own gratification, but also for your welfare, Chen proclaimed with fervor, his words resonating with a sense of righteousness. Bulma and Ties stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to process his audacious justifications. This insufferable rogue sought to justify his lustful aspirations with such grandiloquent reasoning, claiming it was for their own good. Bulma was nearly amused by her indignation. What a preposterous excuse. I'll have your head for this. Exasperated with the absurdity of the situation, Bulma lunged at Chen, delivering a fierce bite. Ouch! Chen winced in pain, then swiftly flipped over to switch positions with Bulma. You dare bite me? He growled, pinning her hands down. Both Bulma and Ties were startled by this sudden display of aggression, and Bulma found herself momentarily flustered. I'll bite you, you fickle scoundrel. What of it? Despite her inner turmoil, Bulma feigned composure. You dare bite me? Then I shall tear your clothing. With a wicked and chilling grin, Chen, under Bulma's astonished gaze, seized her nightgown and tore it forcefully. Brute! You've ripped my clothes again. Stop. Please, stop. Without delay. The room was soon filled with the sound of tearing garments and Bulma's cries, followed shortly by Tai's participation. Chapter 76, Knight's Ambition, Part 1. The next day, after breakfast, Knight and Bulma, along with the other ladies, prepared to embark on their journey. Master Wu Tian, Brother Gohan, and Brother Nyo, please take care of yourselves. Likewise, remember to return and visit us once your training is complete. Knight and the women bid farewell to everyone, while Master Roshi imparted a few words of wisdom. Knight, I entrust Chi-Chi to you. Rest assured, Brother Nyo, I shall take good care of Chi-Chi. Brother Nyo replied, and Knight nodded with a smile. In addition to Bulma and the other women, Chi-Chi would naturally accompany Knight on their travels, and according to Knight's plans, he would later take Wukong and Chi-Chi to train under Lord Kai. Krillin and Yamcha harbored feelings of resentment, pondering why even Wukong could train with Lord Kai while they could not. Knight, however, paid little heed to their grievances. Chi-Chi was merely an adorable little girl. While they were not, Chi-Chi could be nurtured and cherished, but could they? If one cannot do so, then one might as well stay here and cultivate diligently. The time for departure has arrived. Wukong and Chi-Chi summoned the flying Nimbus, while Chen called upon his black Nimbus. Naturally, Bulma and Tais would accompany Chen. The black Nimbus could comfortably accommodate 3 passengers, but adding Lan Chi would make it rather cramped. Although it was feasible for Lan Chi to ride with Wukong and Chi-Chi on their Nimbus, Chen pondered and concluded that it would be better to have Lan Chi remain with him. Black Nimbus, expand a little, he commanded, stroking the Nimbus gently. The Nimbus shuddered, revealing a large face, and then it inhaled deeply, causing its entire form to swell substantially. Not only could they fit Lan Chi, but even 2 more passengers would be a trivial matter. How impressive. Hey, Nimbus, can you also grow a bit larger? Wukong and Chi-Chi exclaimed, their eyes sparkling at the sight of Chen's expanding Nimbus. The 2 Nimbus attempted to mimic the black Nimbus, shaking vigorously, yet despite their efforts, they remained unchanged, leading Wukong and Chi-Chi to feel a twinge of frustration. The black Nimbus, having mutated from absorbing dark energy, surpassed ordinary Nimbus in speed, could unleash lightning, navigate underwater, and alter its size, accomplishing feats that regular Nimbus could not. It took considerable effort from Chen to tame it initially. Once Bulma, Tais, and Lan Chi were settled on the black Nimbus, Chen leaped aboard as well. Farewell, Master Roshi and everyone. Goodbye, Wukong, Chi-Chi, remember to visit us. They waved to Master Roshi below, and then Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi soared into the sky aboard the black Nimbus and the flying Nimbus. Chen, where are we going to play now? Bulma, sitting beside Chen, inquired excitedly. Despite the black Nimbus flying at an exhilarating speed, Chen had created a protective barrier, ensuring that the girls felt no discomfort. You can go wherever you desire, he replied, playfully pinching Bulma's cheek. You are too kind. Bulma cheered, and a hint of a smile graced Chen's face. His decision to spend some time playing with Bulma and Tais before heading to train with the king was indeed motivated by a desire to bond with them. But it was also a strategic move to win Lan Chi's heart. While blonde Lan Chi was not to be overlooked, blue-haired Lan Chi had developed a friendly rapport with Chen, yet mere friendship would not suffice for him. He had long coveted her entirely. Chen was determined not to allow the passage of over a year to diminish the bond between himself and Lan Chi. Thus, his aim was to win her heart before embarking on his cultivation journey. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Lan Chi, who was engrossed in the breathtaking scenery, kneeling with enthusiasm. A radiant smile spread across Chen's face as he watched her. In the ensuing days, Chen took the young ladies on various excursions. When Bulma expressed a desire to shop, he willingly guided them to the bustling city. When Tai Si yearned for adventure, he led them into the enchanting forest. In essence, wherever the young women wished to go, Chen was there to accompany them, and he readily fulfilled their every request without hesitation. Amidst the joy and laughter, a month swiftly passed. Chirp, chirp, the gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sky stretched infinitely blue, while melodious birdsong echoed through the forest. On a meadow adorned with blossoms, Chen and Bulma reclined on the grass, engrossed in a tablet, while Lan Chi and Tai Si busied themselves preparing a delightful lunch for everyone. How remarkable! With these advancements, the technological progress of the entire planet could leap forward by 30 years. No, perhaps even 50. Continuously scrolling through the tablet, Bulma's eyes sparkled with wonder as she emitted a series of exclamations. At that moment, she was engrossed in the extraterrestrial technologies presented to her by Chen. As a brilliant young woman and scientist, Bulma quickly grasped the implications of these innovations, her entire being enveloped in exhilaration. Observing Bulma's animated excitement, a faint smile crept across Chen's face. During their time on planet Vegeta, he had secretly amassed a considerable collection of alien technologies, and later, when he ventured into the cosmos with Wukong for training, he had deliberately gathered even more. Many of these alien advancements surpassed the current technological capabilities of Earth by leaps and bounds. Although this world is one where sheer force can obliterate all, personal power remains merely individual strength. In contrast, these technologies possess the potential to elevate the civilization and capabilities of an entire planet. With grand ambitions, Chen naturally places greater emphasis on such advancements than others. Though Chen is now regarded as a deity on Earth, his aspirations extend far beyond that. His sights are set on the entirety of the galaxy and even the universe. Within Chen's grand design, he aims not only to enhance his own power but also to bolster the overall strength of Earth, advancing human technology and civilization. Ultimately, he envisions launching from Earth as a base to conquer the galaxy and beyond. Of course, it is still premature to speak of such ambitions. Everything must unfold gradually. While Chen has gathered a wealth of alien technology, his understanding of it remains limited, and utilizing these advancements proves to be quite challenging. Nonetheless, it matters not. If one is unfamiliar with something, it is best entrusted to those who possess understanding. Among the individuals known to Chen, none are more suitable than Bulma. Chapter 77, Chen's Ambitions, Part 2. We're back. Two nimbus clouds approached from the distance, and then Wukong and Chi-Chi leaped down from the sky, each cradling a bountiful harvest of freshly picked fruit. Welcome back, Wukong and Chi-Chi. Oh dear, you both are quite dirty. Do wash up quickly, dinner will be served soon, remarked Lan Chi as she greeted the returning duo, noticing the grass and dirt clinging to their clothes. With a cheerful acknowledgement, Wukong and Chi-Chi set down their harvest and hurried to a nearby creek to cleanse themselves. Bulma, Chen, are you ready yet? We'll take a look later. Sister, Chen showed me so many incredible alien technologies. With these advancements, our entire planet's technological civilization could leap forward by decades. Yes, I understand. Bulma replied with a hint of annoyance. Oh dear sister, could you not muster a bit more excitement? I am not as clever as you and cannot comprehend those things. How do you expect me to feel exhilarated? Observing her sister's nonchalant demeanor, Bulma felt a sense of defeat. Indeed, her sister seemed entirely absorbed in Chen, rendering all other matters inconsequential. Though slightly exasperated, Bulma and Chen chose not to dwell on it. After gathering their belongings, they joined Tai's and Lan Chi in placing the prepared dishes onto a blanket. Here is Wukong's, and this one is for Chi-Chi. Delicious, delicious. Lan Chi exclaimed as she served the food into bowls for Wukong and Chi-Chi, who eagerly began to devour the meal. Wukong's appetite was well known, being a pure-blooded Saiyan. While Chi-Chi's consumption was not as prodigious, as a martial artist, she too required substantial sustenance. The two girls consumed their food with astonishing speed, reminiscent of a whirlwind. But Bulma and Tai's were already accustomed to such scenes. Chen, this is for you, Lan Chi said, serving a bowl for him as well. Thank you, Lan Chi. With a grateful expression, Chen accepted it, but inadvertently brushed against Lan Chi's hand. A faint blush blossomed on her cheeks, prompting Lan Chi to quickly retract her hand. Noticing that Tai Si and Bulma nearby remained oblivious, she let out a silent sigh of relief. Naturally, Chen observed Lan Chi's reaction with keen interest, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Over the past month, he had invested considerable thought into Lan Chi, and the results were undeniably remarkable. Their relationship had rapidly progressed, with only the proverbial barrier left to break. According to Chen's estimation, if he were to confess his feelings to Lan Chi now, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly high. However, this matter is not urgent for the time being. After a brief pause, Chen remarked, Bulma, Tai's, we have been on this journey for over a month now. It is nearly time to conclude our travels. Tomorrow, I shall escort you back to West City. And then I must accompany Wukong and Chi-Chi to train under Lord Kai. Ah, must it end so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet. Chen, could you stay with us a little longer? Bulma pleaded upon hearing Chen's announcement. A mere month feels insufficient. She yearned to remain with Chen indefinitely. Bulma, do not be so willful. Chen has already devoted a considerable amount of time to us. We cannot hinder his training simply for our sake. Besides, if he completes his training sooner, he can return to us more quickly. Tai's gently chided, tapping Bulma's forehead lightly. I am well aware of that. I simply do not wish for Chen to depart, Bulma admitted reluctantly, ultimately resigning herself to the reality of the situation. Chen observed the exchange with a quiet amusement. In comparing the two sisters, Bulma appeared more clever and endearing, while Tai's exuded a nurturing and considerate demeanor. Each possessed their own unique charm. Rest assured, Bulma, we shall return within a year at most. However, during this time, I hope you and Tai's can assist me with a task, Chen consoled, before continuing. What is it that you need us to do? The sisters' expressions turned serious as they regarded Chen. Bulma, you have seen the alien technology one provided earlier, correct? I would like you two to establish a company that fully utilizes this technology, Chen stated. You wish to create a company? Both Bulma and Tai's expressed their surprise. Indeed, although I am now regarded as a deity on Earth, my ambitions extend far beyond this. I aspire to conquer the galaxy and ultimately the universe. While that goal remains distant, we can begin our preparations now. Bulma, I need you to help me form a company that harnesses this technology to advance human science and enhance Earth's overall strength. Simultaneously, we will amass substantial resources and influence to prepare for future endeavors. What do you think? Is it feasible? With no need for pretense, Chen candidly shared his ambitions and plans with the young women. Aside from Wukong and Chi-Chi, who were preoccupied with their meal, Bulma, Tai's, and even Lan Chi displayed expressions of astonishment. Chen had declared his intention to conquer the galaxy, to dominate the universe. If it were anyone else making such grandiose claims, Bulma would undoubtedly find it laughable. However, when it comes to Chen, there exists a possibility that he might indeed accomplish it. Exchanging glances, both Bulma and Tai's could perceive the glimmering light of ambition in each other's eyes. What could possibly be wrong with Chen possessing such lofty aspirations? No, in the eyes of the two sisters, such a night was simply mesmerizing. If Chen could indeed conquer the galaxy and the universe, wouldn't they, as his girlfriends, also become extraordinary figures? Both sisters felt an unprecedented thrill and excitement within their hearts. No problem, leave everything to us, Chen. Bulma and Tai's nodded emphatically. While they might hesitate over other matters, the mere establishment of a company was exceedingly simple for the two of them. Seeing the sisters in agreement, Chen turned his gaze to Lan Chi. Lan Chi, would you join Bulma and the others in assisting me? Me? Am I really going to help too? But I don't understand anything about setting up a company, Lan Chi expressed with a hint of hesitation. Don't worry, Lan Chi. Just assist Bulma and the others with whatever you can manage. They're still quite inexperienced, and having you to oversee and care for them would put my mind at ease, Chen replied with a smile, prompting Bulma and Tai's to roll their eyes. This rascal Chen, claiming that Lan Chi should help look after them. He has clearly worried she might run off and wants us to keep an eye on her instead. However, the innocent Lan Chi remained oblivious to the ulterior motives of a certain individual, with nothing pressing to occupy her mind. She pondered for a moment before ultimately conceding, very well then. Chapter 78, A Farewell Confession. Having concluded their journey, Chen escorted Bulma, Tai's, and Lan Chi to Bulma's residence in West City. According to Chen's plans for the upcoming year, he would be embarking on a training expedition to King Kai's planet with Wukong and Chi-Chi, while Bulma, Tai's, and Lan Chi would remain on Earth to prepare for the establishment of his company, thus laying the groundwork for his future ambitions and endeavors. In addition, Chen returned to the Heavenly Palace to bring Xiaowu down with him. Initially possessing considerable skill, Xiaowu had improved significantly under Bobo's tutelage, although Chen deemed her still lacking. In comparison to ordinary humans, she had become somewhat of a proficient fighter. It sufficed for her to assist Bulma and the others while also serving as a part-time bodyguard. Given the limited time for training, her loyalty was indeed a matter to contemplate. However, Chen felt little concern. At present, Xiaowu's allegiance mattered little. Her submission was all that he required. After witnessing his own power and his status as the Earth's deity, Chen held no doubts that she would dare to betray him or flee. Should she attempt such a thing, he would find himself admiring her audacity. Of course, as a precaution, Chen advised Bulma to keep a close eye on her, but knowing Bulma's intellect, he was certain she would be vigilant even without his counsel. At Bulma's home in West City. Bulma, how long do you intend to hold on? Chen remarked, wearing an expression of exasperation as Bulma clung to him. Unwilling to let go. I don't care. You're leaving us for such a long time, so I'm going to hold on to you, Bulma declared, gripping Chen tightly. Observing Bulma's spoiled and willful demeanor, everyone nearby erupted in laughter, and Yeching felt a mix of amusement and annoyance in his heart. Yet, this is Bulma, a character marked by a blend of capriciousness and charm, equally endearing and sincere. Very well. Did I not promise you that I would return immediately upon completing my training? Yi Chun affectionately brushed his fingers across the young girl's forehead. While Tai Si approached them, Bulma, cease your stubbornness. Yi Chun's arduous endeavors and training are aimed at safeguarding us and our planet in the future. Let him go. I am well aware of what my sister is saying, Bulma thought, yet I cannot help but feel an overwhelming reluctance. Nevertheless, under her sister's gentle persuasion, Bulma eventually released Yi Chun. In truth, it was not only Bulma who felt this way. Yi Chun too was loath to forsake his haven of tenderness for the grueling path of training. However, he comprehended that strength is the ultimate assurance of all. Although his current prowess allows him to reign supreme on Earth, he is acutely aware of the multitude of formidable beings that exist in the cosmos. Compared to the malevolent cosmic tyrant Frieza, he still has a vast distance to cover. Should he fail to elevate his strength to the utmost, he might find himself utterly unprepared when faced with those powerful adversaries. With this thought, Yi Chun's previously wavering resolve solidified once more. Only strength can offer the assurance of survival. Whether for survival itself or for his ambitions, he must become ever stronger. Tai Si, after we depart, I entrust the matters I've assigned to you. With a renewed mindset, Yi Chun addressed Tai Si. Rest assured, we shall handle it, she replied softly, nodding, while also straightening his garments. In contrast to Bulma's playful and charming demeanor, Tai Si exuded a gentle and considerate nature, as befitting an elder sister. Despite their differing charms, Yi Chun held affection for both. Without further ado, he stepped forward to embrace the two sisters, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. Xiao Wu, after my departure, obey Bulma and the others' commands, ensuring their safety. Releasing Bulma and Tai Si, Yi Chun turned to Xiao Wu, issuing his command. Yes, master. Bowing respectfully to Yi Chun, Xiao Wu quickly responded. It seemed she had come to accept her current identity each time she addressed Yi Chun as master. She no longer exhibited the same bashfulness she had at the beginning. With her striking appearance and commendable strength compared to ordinary humans, Xiao Wu had learned quite a bit during her time following Pilaf. Overall, she was rather impressive. Observing the respectful demeanor on Xiao Wu's face, a subtle smile crept onto Yi Chun's lips. Upon returning from his training, he would certainly take some time to properly mentor her. His gaze then shifted to the side, landing on Lan Qi. As for the blonde Lan Qi, she had practically latched onto Yi Chun. A consequence of the events that had transpired between them, it was not so easy to take advantage of her. She insisted on having him take responsibility, and Yi Chun, naturally, was more than willing to oblige. In contrast, the blue-haired Lan Qi was kind, gentle, and innocent. If the blonde Lan Qi sought conquest, the blue-haired one inspired affection. Initially harboring ulterior motives, the bond between the two had grown during their time together, aided by Yi Chun's deliberate efforts. Reaching a point where their mutual understanding was palpable, only a mere formality remained to be crossed. Knowing he would soon depart for a year of training before returning, Yi Chun felt it was time to breach that formality. With this thought in mind, a warm smile graced his face. Lan Qi, I entrust you to take good care of Bulma and Tais. And no, it has always been Bulma-san and Tai-san taking care of me. Seeing Lan Qi's slightly flustered expression, Yi Chun smiled gently, stepping closer to whisper in her ear, Lan Qi, I like you. The unexpected confession rendered Lan Qi momentarily speechless, her beautiful face flushing visibly. Yi Chun-san, I, flustered and at a loss. Lan Qi found herself unsure of how to respond. He had confessed to her. Although Bulma, Tais, and the others nearby did not catch the exact words Yi Chun had whispered, they could easily deduce the situation from Lan Qi's reaction. Tais wore a faint smile, while Bulma pouted with a hint of jealousy. Meanwhile, Mrs. Brief chuckled softly, as if to say, Oh dear, little Yi Chun, you are impressive. Lan Qi, I understand that this sudden confession may distress you, but I truly like you. I wish for you to become my wife in the future. Just like Bulma and the others. You need not decide right now, but when I return from my training, I hope you will share your answer with me. Gazing into Lan Qi's eyes, Yi Chun spoke gently, although she initially felt a sense of panic and shyness upon hearing Yi Chun's words. Lan Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief and regained her composure. Indeed, she harbored a fondness for Yi Chun. However, with Bulma and Tai Si nearby, she found herself somewhat embarrassed at the prospect of having to make a decision in that moment. Unable to meet Yi Chun's gaze, Lan Qi shyly nodded in agreement to his proposal. Observing her reaction, a barely perceptible smile graced Yi Chen's lips. Although he possessed the ability to compel Lan Qi to make an immediate decision and was confident she would acquiesce, it would be rather callous to abandon her so soon after establishing their bond. Moreover, rather than forcing Lan Qi into a hasty choice, it would be far more considerate to grant her additional time for contemplation. Following his confession, even in his absence, Lan Qi would likely find herself preoccupied with thoughts of him, wrestling with the dilemma of whether to accept his feelings. This inner turmoil would, in turn, deepen his impression within her heart. Upon his return from training, the prospect of winning her over would undoubtedly be within reach. It must be said that Yi Chen is indeed quite cunning. Wukong, Chi-Chi, we shall take our leave. Oh. With no further matters to attend to, Yi Chen no longer lingered, summoning Wukong and Chi-Chi to bid farewell to Bulma and the other ladies, before activating his instantaneous movement. Vanishing in a flash with Wukong and Chi-Chi. Within the Celestial Hall, Yi Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi materialized. Celestial Master, sensing the presence of Yi Chen and his companions. The divine servant Bobo emerged from the hall and bowed respectfully. Bobo, for the coming year, I shall be training under Lord Kai, so I entrust the affairs of the temple to you. Yes, Celestial Master, Bobo replied with deference. It is worth noting that Yi Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, as he had scarcely fulfilled his duties since assuming the role of Celestial Master. Aside from a few days of initial training with Bobo, he had consistently delegated the various matters of the temple to Bobo. If there were to be an award for the most negligent Celestial Master of the year, he would undoubtedly be a top contender. However, this predicament is unavoidable if becoming the deity of Earth did not serve to further his ambitions. Chen would hardly deign to assume such a burdensome role. Fortunately, Bobo is a diligent soul. He dutifully fulfills every command from his superiors without a hint of complaint. Were it another employee with even a modicum of temperament, encountering such a negligent leader would surely lead to frustration. Returning to the matter at hand, after entrusting the affairs of the temple to Bobo, Chen intended to journey to the King of Worlds with Wukong and Chi-Chi. However, to reach the King of Worlds, one must first traverse the Yellow Springs, the realm of the dead. For ordinary souls, entry into this domain occurs only after death. Yet, as the deity of Earth, Chen possesses the privilege to enter the underworld at will. Accompanied by Wukong and Chi-Chi, the three figures vanished in an instant. Esteemed souls, please form an orderly line and proceed one by one, called a staff member at the entrance of the Yellow Springs, directing the newly departed spirits with a loudspeaker. At one moment, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi appeared along a corridor. Say, Chen, have we arrived at the Yellow Springs? Indeed, this is the Yellow Springs, the resting place for souls after death. Really? It doesn't seem frightening at all. With curiosity sparkling in her eyes, Wukong surveyed her surroundings, while Chi-Chi pouted her little face, clearly disappointed. Chen couldn't help but chuckle. After all, this was merely the Yellow Springs, not the true Inferno, and thus, it was far less terrifying than the legends might suggest. However, Yi Chen could somewhat comprehend Chi-Chi's feelings. After all, the legendary underworld was indeed vastly different from what one might imagine. The air was fresh, the environment bright, and the staff, adorned in immaculate attire, appeared rather modern, each shouting into their megaphones. Who are you three? At that moment, a staff member noticed Yi Chen and his companions approaching them. The workers of the underworld were not ordinary humans but rather little spirits, although they bore a striking resemblance to humans. Their skin was tinted in shades of green and red, with two pointed horns adorning their heads. I am Yi Chen, the newly appointed deity of Earth, and I request an audience with your Lord Yama. With that declaration of his identity, Yi Chen spoke directly. To the deity? The staff member exhibited a look of astonishment, unable to refrain from scrutinizing Yi Chen more closely. Although there was a hint of skepticism regarding the youthfulness of this deity, the staff member did not doubt Yi Chen's identity, as his ability to enter the underworld in a living form served as the most compelling evidence. Please, follow me. Nodding, the staff member gestured for them to proceed. Following the staff member, Yi Chen and his companions swiftly arrived at the grand hall where Lord Yama resided. Lord Yama, the deity governing the Yellow Springs and the underworld, held the power to determine whether the souls entering the underworld would ascend to heaven or descend into hell, making him a figure of considerable authority. However, upon catching sight of the figure seated behind the desk, resembling a small mountain, Yi Chen could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Lord Yama bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother, the Bull Demon King. Could they possibly be related? Though such speculation seemed rather far-fetched, Chen found himself silently mocking the thought. Moreover, it was not only Chen. Wukong and Chi-Chi also stared in astonishment at Lord Yama, evidently sharing the same sentiment of resemblance. As the sound of stamps echoed, declaring whether each soul ascended to heaven or descended to hell, Lord Yama finally lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the trio. Young man, are you the newly appointed deity from Earth? Not only is he tall, but his voice reverberates throughout the grand hall like thunder. Indeed, I am the newly appointed celestial deity of Earth, Chen, here to pay my respects to Lord Yama. Stepping forward, Chen bowed before Yama. In terms of status, the king of hell, who oversees all departed souls, undoubtedly holds a higher rank than Chen, a mere earthly deity. When it comes to strength, Yama, having completed his training on planet King 500 years ago, is certainly more formidable than Chen in the present, as long as they are not his enemies. Chen typically extends the respect due to powerful beings. Observing Chen's actions, Yama paused his work, seemingly intrigued by the young man. Young one, what brings you to the underworld instead of remaining on Earth? Chapter 80. The Serpent Path and the Peach of Immortality, Lord Yama. We seek to journey to Planet King to receive guidance in our training. Without any intention to conceal his purpose, Chen directly conveyed his intentions to Yama. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Chen's words, Yama's expression shifted to one of astonishment. You wish to train under Lord King? Indeed, I kindly request your assistance, Lord Yama. Observing Chen's poised demeanor, Yama fell silent for a moment. His keen perception allowed him to recognize Chen's extraordinary nature. There was no issue with Chen pursuing training under Lord King, yet the same could not be said for his companions, Wukong and Chi-Chi. Particularly Chi-Chi, whose meager strength would likely render her incapable of withstanding the gravity on Planet King. What a reckless endeavor. Your desire to train under Lord King is understandable, but are you certain you wish to bring them along? The training there is exceedingly rigorous and demanding, far beyond the capabilities of such young girls, Yama remarked, casting a glance at Wukong and Chi-Chi. Before Chen could respond, Wukong and Chi-Chi interjected, clearly displeased. Uncle, do not underestimate us. Exactly. Both Wukong and I are formidable, they exclaimed, shaking their tiny fists in indignation. Yama couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that he was well aware of the capabilities of these two girls. You are quite confident, are you? Just as Yama was about to speak again, Chen's voice finally emerged. Wukong, Chi-Chi, no disrespect. Please rest assured, Lord Yama, I have made arrangements for Wukong and Chi-Chi. If they cannot endure the training under Lord King, I will ensure they are sent back. After admonishing Wukong and Chi-Chi, Chen continued. Naturally, he could foresee Yama's concerns. Wukong seemed unfazed, but Chi-Chi's situation indeed posed some challenges. However, as Chen stated, he had his own arrangements. There was no need to disclose the specifics of the plan to the King of Hell. Frowning slightly, the King of Hell evidently discerned the underlying implications in Chen's words. Nevertheless, he had already kindly offered a reminder, and he was indifferent to their plans and arrangements. In light of this, you may proceed. You, guide them to the Serpent Path. Without further ado, the King of Hell pointed to a nearby imp. Yes, Lord King of Hell, esteemed lords, this is the Serpent Path. Under the guidance of the imp, Chen and his companions swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Serpent Path. The so-called Serpent Path was a narrow, winding pathway built upon the back of a stone serpent, convoluted and extraordinarily lengthy, stretching beyond the horizon. Below the Serpent Path lay a vast expanse of earthen yellow clouds, a sight of remarkable grandeur. This serpent is incredibly long. Indeed, it appears quite formidable. Observing the scene before them, Wukong and Chi-Chi exhibited signs of excitement. Once they traversed the Serpent Path, they would reach the realm of the King of the Universe. However, the path extended an astonishing 100,000 kilometers, and it was said that only the King of Hell had ever succeeded in crossing it. Furthermore, directly beneath the Serpent Path was Hell itself. So the three esteemed lords were advised to exercise caution and not fall. Seemingly quite earnest, the imp remarked, "Thank you, we will be vigilant." Naturally, Chen was aware of the imp's warnings, yet he still expressed his gratitude. If there are no further matters, I shall return to report to the King of Hell. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen and his companions watched as the imp departed, then turned their focus back to the Serpent Path, each feeling a subtle thrill. Hey, Chen, do we need to run from the head of this great serpent to its tail? Bouncing with eagerness, Wukong appeared ready to leap into action. Indeed, The other side of the serpent path leads to the planet of the king of the universe, our destination. However, running would be too slow. Let us utilize the art of flight instead. With a gentle smile, Chen then turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. Understanding Chen's intent, Chi-Chi leapt onto his back, nuzzling her adorable little head against him, her large, sparkling eyes curving into crescent moons. Wukong, let us set forth. Oh. Without further delay, a translucent aura erupted from the bodies of Chen and Wukong, enveloping the three of them before soaring into the sky. The snake way stretches an astonishing 1 million kilometers. To put it in perspective, the circumference of the Earth's equator is approximately 40,000 kilometers, which means traversing the snake way is akin to running around the Earth's equator 25 times. This indeed presents a daunting distance, an endeavor utterly impossible for the average person. However, for Chen and his companions, it was merely a matter of course. If Chen so desired, a full-speed flight could be accomplished in just half a day. Naturally, they were not in a hurry to reincarnate and save the Earth. There was no need for such urgency, allowing them to glide leisurely through the skies. After 2 days of silent travel, Chen suddenly came to a halt, prompting Wukong to quickly pause in midair. "We should be near," he murmured, surveying the surroundings. According to Chen's estimation, they had covered approximately a quarter of the snake way, and here lay something he coveted greatly. In the original Dragon Ball series, the protagonist Sun Wukong, during his first journey to King Kai's planet, inadvertently fell into hell while dozing off on the snake way. However, he fortuitously consumed a divine peach in hell, significantly augmenting his strength, and swiftly completed the previously arduous trek along the snake way. Naturally, Chen yearned for such a remarkable boon. Moreover, another motive was his concern for Chi-Chi. Although Chi-Chi possessed considerable talent and Chen held high hopes for her, she currently remained somewhat fragile. With her current prowess, enduring the gravity on King Kai's planet would undoubtedly be a considerable challenge, let alone training there. Yet, if Chi-Chi were to consume a divine peach to enhance her strength, all obstacles could be effortlessly overcome. This had long been Chen's meticulously crafted plan. The reason he had not disclosed this to King Yama was precisely because of this. The divine peach was an exclusive delicacy reserved for King Yama, a rare fruit that belonged solely to him. To partake in it, they would need to resort to thievery. Would a would-be thief foolishly announce their intentions to the rightful owner? Certainly not. Yet, even in the act of thievery, if one remains undetected, who would ever know of your transgressions? Contemplating this notion, a covetous and sinister smile crept across Chen's face. Chapter 81, The Hellish Peach, Part 1, Wukong. Let us descend, Chen declared, resolute in his decision. Descend? But isn't this place akin to hell? Wukong replied, tilting her head in confusion. There exists a wondrous fruit below, not only delectable, but also capable of augmenting our strength. Once we indulge in this fruit, we can proceed to meet Lord Realm King. Delicious fruit? Oh, splendid! Upon hearing the promise of a tasty treat, Wukong's spirit soared, her mouth watering in eager anticipation. The notion of this place being hell was of little concern to her. As long as she accompanied Chen, she was indifferent to their destination. Then let us make our descent. With a gentle smile, Chen cradled Chi-Chi and, together with Wukong, they gracefully descended into the depths of the clouds, entering the realm of hell. As they plunged into what felt like an entirely different world, the scenery of hell starkly contrasted with the serene path above. Jagged peaks and blood pools were scattered throughout, finally giving a semblance of the infernal landscape. Chen, Wukong, have we arrived? Chi-Chi, rubbing her sleepy eyes, asked groggily upon waking. Chen could not help but smile at Chi-Chi's adorable demeanor. Since she had yet to master the art of flight, Chen had been carrying her. Initially, she had been filled with enthusiasm, but the monotonous scenery above soon bored her, and during their journey, Chi-Chi mostly dozed off in Chen's arms. We have not yet reached Lord Realm King. We are in hell, Chen explained succinctly. Upon hearing of the delectable fruit that could enhance her power, Chi-Chi's excitement surged. I want to eat. I want to eat. Fear not, there will be enough for you. Everyone shall partake. But where is this fruit called the Peach of Immortality? There is nothing around here. Both Wukong and Chi-Chi searched the surroundings. But aside from the jagged peaks and blood pools, they found nothing. In truth, Chen was equally unaware of the precise location of the peach tree. The vastness of hell was daunting. Aimlessly searching could take an eternity. It would be fortuitous to encounter someone who could provide guidance. Just as Chen contemplated this, a voice echoed from behind them. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Chen, Wukong. And Chi-Chi turned around to find a little demon with 2 pairs of sharp horns curiously staring at them. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon them just as they were feeling drowsy. Exchanging glances, the trio broke into smiles. Several hours later, Chen exclaimed, "Chi-Chi, look quickly," as he pointed towards a distant tree laden with ripe fruits. Wukong, filled with exuberance, leaped about in delight. A smile tugged at Chen's lips, and he too felt a surge of excitement. Just hours prior, they had captured the little demon and pressed him for the location of the peach tree of immortality. Initially defiant, the creature soon succumbed after receiving a few well-placed punches from Chen, revealing everything they sought to know with the ease of spilling beans from a bamboo tube. The peaches, which grew in the depths of hell, were said to enhance one's strength with just one bite. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? However, just as Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi were preparing to pluck fruits from the tree, two figures suddenly leaped forth. "Who are you? How dare you steal the fruits of the peach tree? Such audacity!" Each brandished a weapon resembling a spiked club, and the two figures admonished Chen and his companions with a thunderous voice. These figures were, of course, two little demons from the underworld. One possessed a robust frame with blue skin and a single pointed horn atop his head, while the other was similarly stout, with red skin and two pointed horns. Upon witnessing these fearsome beings, Wukong and Chi-Chi swiftly assumed combat stances. Yet Chen merely smiled. "So you are the blue demon and the red demon? Who are you, and how do you know our names?" The blue and red demons were taken aback upon hearing Chen call them by name. "That is of little consequence. Big brother blue demon, big brother red demon. We find ourselves a bit hungry. Might you allow us to pass and pick a few fruits?" Chen stated, shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing Chen's words, the blue ghost and the red ghost were filled with fury. "Impudent! Those are rare fruits that only the king of hell is entitled to consume. How dare anyone else lay a hand on them?" they questioned. "You three are living beings, are you not? What are you doing here?" They vehemently dismissed Chen's request, casting suspicious glances at the trio. With a sigh, Chen rubbed his forehead, a look of regret crossing his face, before his gaze sharpened. "Wukong, deal with them." "Hiki, leave it to me," Wukong exclaimed, clenching her tiny fist as she stepped forward. The blue ghost and the red ghost, upon hearing her, were both amused and enraged. "What a little rascal! Not only does she wish to steal the king of hell's peaches, but she also dares to be violent. This little girl thinks she can take me down with just a glance." Irritated, the blue ghost and the red ghost raised their weapons, ready to teach these audacious little thieves a lesson, to remind them who truly reigns in this realm of the underworld. However, a few minutes later, it was impossible for the blue and red demons to remain standing. They fell to the ground, their eyes bulging in disbelief, despite having lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Wukong flashed a radiant victory gesture at Wukong and Chi-Chi. The blue and red demons were merely minor spirits from the underworld, although slightly stronger than their peers. Wukong found it exceedingly effortless to deal with them. "Chi-Chi, Wukong, go and pick the fruits," Chen said with a smile, kicking the unconscious blue and red demons to the side. "All right." With Chen's permission, Wukong and Chi-Chi joyfully leapt into the trees, soon harvesting 2 large piles of fruit. It is rather strange that the peaches, typically found in the peach garden, also grow in the underworld. Let us call them hell peaches. The hell peaches that Wukong and Chi-Chi gathered were fresh and enormous, each larger than an adult's fist, appearing exceedingly delectable. Swallowing hard, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi wasted no time in seizing 2 each and began to devour them with great enthusiasm. Chapter 82, The Hell Peach Fruit, Part 2. Upon consuming the hell peach, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. What an exquisite flavor! Moreover, a warm current surged within them, and they distinctly felt their strength amplifying. Indeed, it is a precious fruit that can only be consumed by the king of hell, grown in the depths of the inferno. What a delightful treasure this is! With eager anticipation, the trio devoured the heavenly peaches that Wukong and Chi-Chi had gathered, leaving not a morsel behind. Still yearning for more, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi leapt into the tree, plucking and feasting on the fruits with an insatiable fervor, determined to consume every last one. Though aware of their thievery, Chen pondered whether their ferocity was somewhat excessive. However, as he felt the surging power within him, any twinge of guilt was swiftly cast aside. After all, what mattered was the indulgence. Half an hour later, laughter erupted. I'm so full. I can't eat another bite." Beneath the peach tree lay a chaotic scene, with remnants of fruit scattered everywhere. Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi reclined on the grass, their bellies round and full. The peaches of hell bore effects akin to the mystical beans. A single one could sustain a person for 100 days, having consumed the majority of the fruit from the tree. It seemed they would not require sustenance for quite some time. After a lengthy respite, their distended bellies finally returned to normal, and the trio rose to their feet. Wow! Chen Wukong, this fruit called the heavenly peach is incredible. I feel invigorated, exclaimed Chi-Chi. Yes, I feel it too, she added, bouncing with excitement alongside Wukong. The two young women clenched their small fists, releasing a spirited shout as two waves of colorless energy erupted from within them. Chen, noticing the flicker of change in their eyes, sensed the newfound strength radiating from both Wukong and Chi-Chi. Notably, Chi-Chi, who previously possessed only a modest fighting power, was now able to unleash her energy after consuming the heavenly peach. Of course, it was just Wukong and Chi-Chi who benefited. Chen himself reaped tremendous rewards. Let us see how much our strength has increased, he said. Retrieving a device to measure their combat power, after placing it on his forehead, he tested each of their strengths. The readings fluctuated, revealing their respective combat powers. Chi-Chi, 550 points. Wukong, 4,800 points. Chen, 15,700 points. How astonishing, exclaimed Wukong and Chi-Chi, both taken aback by their newfound power. Even Chen was inwardly astonished. For years, he and Wukong had endured countless trials to enhance their strength. Yet now, simply by consuming a few heavenly peaches, their combat prowess had surged dramatically. Chen has gained over 5,000 points of combat power. Wukong has increased by more than 3,000 points. And Chi-Chi has augmented her strength by over 500 points. If we consider their original power as a benchmark, Chen's strength has risen by approximately 50%. Wukong's has doubled, while Chi-Chi's has surged nearly 100-fold. Glancing at the remaining hell peaches on the tree, Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Unfortunately, the augmentation in power provided by the hell peaches has reached its limit. Even if they were to consume more, their strength would not see significant further enhancement. This is a reality that Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi have long recognized. When they first consumed the initial peach, the increase in their power was strikingly apparent. However, with the second and third peaches, the effects diminished considerably, and subsequently, even the consumption of additional peaches yielded only negligible enhancements to their strength. However, upon reflection, it is quite reasonable. If the peaches from hell could endlessly augment their strength, would it not imply that they would no longer need to cultivate their skills? Merely planting a few peach trees and consuming the fruit would render them invincible throughout the cosmos. It is evident that such an incredible boon could not possibly exist in this world. However, although the hell peach no longer holds much significance for Chen and his companions, it remains a treasure among treasures for others. Wukong and Chi-Chi, please gather the fruit pits from the ground. We shall see if we can cultivate our own fruit upon our return. Sounds good, Chen mused, as Wukong and Chi-Chi joyfully dashed to collect the fallen pits. Although the hell peach could no longer enhance their powers, they delighted in its sweet and delectable flavor. The mere thought of one day being able to grow their own hell peaches and enjoy the delicious fruits daily filled Wukong and Chi-Chi with boundless anticipation and joy. Meanwhile, while Wukong and Chi-Chi busied themselves with the pits, Chen leapt into the tree and plucked a dozen more peaches, placing them into the universal capsule. These peaches were not for his own enjoyment, but rather intended to be brought back after their training for Bulma, Tai's, and Master Roshi. Chen had contemplated teaching Bulma and Tai's martial arts. However, having grown up in the city, pampered and accustomed to a life of luxury, the two young ladies found it difficult to endure such hardship. Despite their attempts to practice under Chen's guidance, they inevitably turned their training into a dance, leaving Chen at a loss for words, ultimately abandoning the notion of having Bulma and Tai's engage in martial arts training. However, times have changed. Now, merely consuming the hellish peach can bestow power upon the two women. While I do not expect them to become mighty masters traversing the cosmos, at the very least, they should possess a measure of self-defense on this modest planet Earth. I would hate for them to encounter a band of rogues or ferocious beasts on a day when I am not by their side, leaving them in peril. In no time, Wukong and Chi-Chi gathered all the fruit pits from the ground, while Chen leaped down from the tree, returning to the earth. Observing the once bountiful peach tree now stripped bare, save for a few scattered, misshapen fruits, Chen couldn't help but smirk. If the king of hell were to discover this, he might very well harbor thoughts of executing them. With this contemplation, Chen's gaze fell upon the unconscious blue ghost and red ghost lying nearby, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes, pondering whether he should silence them for good. However, ultimately, the coldness in Yi Chen's eyes dissipated as he shook his head. What a trivial matter. It was merely a few stolen peaches. Even if the king of hell were to find out, what could he possibly do? Could he devour them and force them to regurgitate? So what if he knew? After all, they had already indulged. Yi Chen, what shall we do now? Asked Wukong, who had skipped over to his side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Glancing up at the ochre sky above, Yi Chen pondered for a moment before replying, there is no longer any significance in staying here. Let us return above and continue our journey to Planet King. Chapter 83. Beginning from the starting point, Yi Chen, Wukong, you can do it. Cheered Chi-Chi beneath the peach tree, while Yi Chen and Wukong stood firmly side by side, braced in a fighting stance. Kamehameha. With both hands cupped at their waists, Yi Chen and Wukong simultaneously unleashed a powerful energy wave. The two energy blasts intertwined in the air, merging into a singular, even more potent wave that tore through the sky, creating a massive concavity in the cloud layer above, measuring several dozen meters across. However, before Chi-Chi could even cheer, the enormous indentation in the clouds began to visibly restore itself at an astonishing speed. Yi Chen, those clouds above are so resilient. Our energy wave had no effect at all. Wukong's expression was one of deep frustration, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Given the strength of both herself and Yi Chen, they should have been able to easily shatter even the most formidable steel, let alone a mere cloud. While Yi Chen was not particularly surprised by the result, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The clouds that blanketed the realm of hell were certainly not ordinary. They formed an absolute barrier, preventing the malevolent spirits of hell from escaping to the outside world. Although one could fall from above without obstruction, ascending from below was utterly impossible. Originally, Yi Chen had contemplated whether they could break through the cloud layer and return directly to the surface, but it appeared that their current strength was insufficient to breach that formidable barrier. Since a direct descent was not feasible, alternative routes had to be considered. With this thought in mind, Yi Chen turned his gaze to the unconscious blue ghost and red ghost nearby. If he recalled correctly, these two should know the way out of hell. Wukong, Chi-Chi, wake those two up, Yi Chen instructed, and the two girls bounced over, playfully slapping the faces of the blue ghost and red ghost, exclaiming for the big fellows to get up. Without delay, the dazed blue ghost and red ghost finally regained consciousness after being struck down by the dance of the void. Rubbing their throbbing heads, they propped themselves up and exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts. That wretched little girl. What happened?" Shaking their heads to clear their thoughts, they finally came to their senses. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene of the pandao tree nearby, their eyes widened in shock, nearly causing them to faint once more. You dared to pilfer the pandao of King Yama. It was us who devoured them, and they were quite delectable," came the reply. "Now, hasten to tell us the way out of hell. Surely, you two must know," Chen said, patting the shoulder of the nearby blue ghost with a smile that radiated warmth and friendliness. "Even if we knew, we would never divulge it." The blue ghost and red ghost retorted angrily, "Having stolen King Yama's pandao, you shall remain in hell for eternity." Infuriated, the two shouted in unison. The audacity of these three to consume King Yama's pandao was one thing, but their brazen disregard for the act, leaving nothing behind, was another. Should King Yama discover their transgression, they would surely face dire consequences, and their negligence would attract severe punishment from him. It's all because of these three. It's all because of these three. We do not wish to be trapped in hell for eternity. Since you refuse to speak, I regret to inform you." Chen sighed, feigning disappointment. Yet, in the next moment, a chilling and sinister smile spread across his face. "After a few minutes, if you ascend the stairs over there, you shall return to the serpent path above. Now, be gone, you wretched demons, and never return." With bruised faces and heads swollen, the blue ghost and red ghost humiliatedly led Chen and his companions to a passageway. Unfazed by tyranny, they shamefully succumbed to the violence of these malevolent beings. What a disgrace indeed. "Thank you, dear brothers of the underworld. Rest assured, we shall never return. Farewell, Behemoth." In high spirits, Yi Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi waved goodbye to the blue ghost and the red ghost before leaping into the passage, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Red ghost, those miscreants have nearly devoured all of King Yama's peaches. What shall we do? If King Yama discovers our negligence in guarding them, he will undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon us. Should we perhaps refrain from reporting to King Yama for the time being?" "Very well, if King Yama finds out, I shall claim it was your decision to withhold the report." "Scoundrel, You were complicit as well. While the unfortunate blue ghost and red ghost schemed to conceal the truth for the trio of fruit thieves, Chen, Wukong, and Chi ascended the staircase within the passage, soon catching sight of a radiant light before them. As anticipated by Chen, upon emerging from the passage, they found themselves within the drawer of Yama, the king of hell. Chen, Wukong, look, it's that uncle named Yama, exclaimed Chi and Wukong, their faces beaming as they greeted the king of hell. Hello, esteemed Yama, he inquired. What brings the three of you here? Have you already met Lord Jiawang? We accidentally fell from the serpent path, they replied with laughter. Goodbye, Lord Yama. Unlike Wukong and Chi, who seemed carefree, Chen felt a pang of guilt for having just pilfered Yama's prized peaches. He chuckled awkwardly and swiftly pulled Wukong and Chi into a side passage leading back to the serpent path. Observing the trio vanish into the corridor, Yama furrowed his brow in confusion. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that the auras of those three little rascals had significantly strengthened. It appeared that the previous days had been in vain, as everything had reverted to square one. Although Chen felt a tinge of frustration, it paled in comparison to the gains made by the three of them. Starting anew was simply a part of their journey. However, compared to their previous journey, the trio's pace was considerably slower this time, as Chen no longer carried Chi along with him, allowing her to traverse on her own. With over 500 points of combat power, Chi was now capable of mastering the art of flight, and it was indeed beneficial for her to familiarize herself with her newfound strength before reaching the sacred world. The technique of flight was not particularly esoteric or difficult to learn, and the astute Chi quickly grasped it. Elated by her newfound ability to soar through the skies, she frolicked joyfully, engaging in playful pursuits alongside the art of flight. Thus, as they indulged in merriment, days swiftly passed. Chapter 84. The Palace of the Serpent Queen. The winding serpent path was illuminated above by three figures enveloped in a fiery aura. Ha! Chen, Wukong, come chase me, Chi called out, her laughter echoing in the air. Wait for us, Chi. With cheerful voices, Chi darted ahead, while Wukong hastened to keep up. Observing the two spirited girls reveling in their playful antics, Chen couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, then quickened his own pace to join in the fun. It must be said that Kiki's talent is indeed remarkable. Under the guidance of Chen and Wukong, she has swiftly mastered her current powers within just a few days. Her proficiency in the dance of the sky has reached an impressive level, and she is even able to launch the Kamehameha wave, albeit with some difficulty. In the original Dragon Ball narrative, after marrying the protagonist Sun Wukong, Kiki embarks on the journey of nurturing her husband and raising their children, ultimately forsaking the martial arts that once defined her as a striking and spirited warrior, transforming instead into a devoted housewife. As the years pass, her beauty wanes, which undeniably stands as a significant regret within the Dragon Ball saga. However, this time, Chen had no intention of allowing Chi to tread the same path. Possessing such remarkable talent, Chen had resolutely decided to nurture Chi with the same meticulous care as he did with Wukong, aspiring to transform her into a significant ally in the future. While it might not be necessary for Chi to become a conqueror of the universe, dominating a mere Earth would undoubtedly be within her grasp. With a combat power exceeding 500, Chi was already capable of claiming the title of the strongest Earthling. As for Krillin, who was still following Master Roshi, fishing and wasting time, it was likely that he would never again have the opportunity to aspire to such honor and throne. Chen, Wukong, look, there is a palace ahead. At that moment, Chi, who was flying in front, suddenly halted and called out to Chen and Wukong. There really is a palace. Naturally, Wukong was equally astonished upon spotting the palace in the distance. After flying for several days, with nothing but winding paths and endless seas of clouds beneath them, the sudden appearance of a palace in their line of sight was indeed a surprising revelation. Gazing upon the palace ahead, Chen's eyes sparkled, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. If his memory served him correctly, that splendid edifice belonged to the legendary Serpent Princess, rumored to be the goddess of the Serpent Path and the unrivaled beauty of the underworld. Wukong, Chi, shall we take a respite there? He proposed. Absolutely. They responded with enthusiasm. Though not particularly weary, after several days of continuous flight, even Chen felt a twinge of ennui. A brief pause at such a remarkable location seemed most agreeable. Of course, he would never admit that he was also intrigued by the enchanting Serpent Princess. Without delay, Chen, Wukong, and Chi descended before the palace. just as Wukong and Chi-Chi were about to knock on the door. The palace ahead suddenly morphed into the colossal head of a serpent, which opened its gaping maw and swiftly engulfed the three of them. As they tumbled through what seemed like an interminable abyss, they finally landed in a grand hall. Yi-Chun executed a series of flips in midair and gracefully steadied himself upon the ground, then caught Wukong and Chi-Chi, who were falling with exclamations of surprise. Ha ha ha, this is truly delightful. What just transpired? Where are we? Wukong laughed heartily, while Chi-Chi shook her slightly dizzy head and gazed around in bewilderment. Welcome. 3 distinguished guests have arrived and need to rest. Preparations are underway for your reception, announced a young girl dressed as a maid, who appeared to have been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Yi-Chun and his companions enter, she struck a copper gong and continued, "Esteemed guests from afar, please step inside and rest." "Thank you very much," replied Yi-Chun with a smile, gently pulling Wukong and Chi-Chi into the hall where they settled down. Moments later, several maidens approached, serving an array of fruits, pastries, and tea to Yi-Chun, Wukong, and Chi-Chi. Yi-Chun expressed his gratitude, and the maidens bowed with smiles before retreating. "Delicious, delicious," Wukong exclaimed, her mouth watering as she stared at the lavish spread. "Yi-Chun, where is this place? Those people seem rather peculiar." As Wukong eagerly began to feast upon the abundant fruits and pastries, the more observant Chi-Chi tugged at Yi-Chun's sleeve and whispered, "Since we have been welcomed, the owner of this place will surely appear soon. Rest assured, with me around, there is no danger," Yi-Chun reassured her, gently patting Chi-Chi's head with a smile. "That's true. As long as Yi-Chun is here, there is nothing to worry about." With that thought, Chi-Chi relaxed and joined Wukong in indulging in the delightful spread before them. Despite having indulged in numerous peaches within the underworld, the trio did not feel the pangs of hunger. Yet, being unhungry did not preclude them from enjoying the feast. Surprisingly, the delicacies of this realm possessed an unexpectedly delightful flavor. As Wukong and Chi-Chi devoured the fruits and pastries with great enthusiasm, Yi-Chun savored a cup of fragrant tea at a leisurely pace, the corners of his mouth curving upward while his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "The first beauty of the Yellow Springs, the legendary serpent princess, I hope she does not disappoint." Meanwhile, in a chamber within the inner sanctum of the hall, a graceful and elegantly attired woman was also enjoying her own fragrant tea. "Princess, 3 guests have arrived outside," announced a maid who entered the room, bowing to the woman. "Oh, 3 guests?" With a sudden glimmer in her eyes, the serpent princess gracefully set down her cup. It had been centuries since anyone other than the king of hell had traversed this place, leaving her quite astonished. Indeed, there were 2 young maidens, accompanied by an exceptionally handsome gentleman. The maidservant spoke with utmost reverence, prompting the serpent princess to rise abruptly. "Handsome? A handsome gentleman?" Completely forgetting her elegant facade, the serpent princess was overtaken by excitement and hurried to the nearby window to gaze upon the grand hall. Upon catching sight of Yi-Chun, who was savoring tea within the hall, she was rendered utterly speechless. "Ah, what a remarkably handsome and perfect man." Her eyes sparkled with delight, filled with hearts of pink. She covered her lips, overwhelmed with emotion and nearly at a loss for words. The maidservant stifled a laugh, thinking to herself how eagerly the princess seemed, considering she had once found the portly king of hell quite appealing. However, unlike the corpulent figure of Yama, this new arrival is truly perfect and handsome. Not only did the esteemed princess find herself captivated, but even her handmaidens could not help but chuckle at their princess's infatuation. Just as the maidens were quietly teasing their princess, the enchanting serpent princess, as if struck by Cupid's arrow, snapped back to her senses and exclaimed with great excitement, "Quick! Summon everyone! I must prepare myself splendidly and personally attend to that esteemed guest." "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 85, Sweet Temptation, Part 1. "Oh, I am so full." Within the grand hall, Wukong and Chi-Chi had devoured all the pastries and fruits, their cherubic faces displaying satisfaction as they patted their little bellies. Yi-Chun, still leisurely savoring his tea, placed his cup on the table, realizing it had become somewhat lukewarm. They had been waiting for quite some time. Yet the serpent princess had yet to make her appearance. However, Yi-Chun possessed ample patience, confident that she would soon emerge. Indeed, it was not long before the serpent princess arrived. A maid standing nearby struck a gong, and the grand doors on the inner side of the hall swung open, revealing a delightful entourage of charming handmaidens escorting a breathtakingly beautiful woman. This enchanting figure possessed a stunning visage, her graceful form radiating an alluring charm. Every smile and glance seemed to exude an extraordinary magnetism as she approached Yi Chun and the others with a captivating glimmer in her eyes. It was none other than the Serpent Princess. Although he had long been prepared, Yi Chun could not help but be momentarily dazzled upon seeing the Serpent Princess. Unlike ordinary human women, she bore a striking appearance, with her pale green skin and devilishly pointed ears. Yet this world was not the one Yi Chun had known in his previous life. Earth itself harbored a multitude of subhuman species, and the cosmos was home to a myriad of fantastical races. The Serpent Princess's unique pale green skin and sharp ears did not render her unattractive. Rather, they enhanced her exotic beauty and allure. If Bulma and Ties were akin to slightly immature apples, this Serpent Princess was undoubtedly a perfectly ripe peach, leaving even Yi Chun silently admiring her. Indeed, she is the most exquisite beauty of the underworld. As Yi Chun observed the Serpent Princess, she too scrutinized him, her face adorned with an elegant and enchanting smile, though her heart raced with fervor. Truly, this gentleman was exceedingly handsome, exuding an undeniable masculine allure. I must possess him. Her heart cried out in a frenzy. Yet, upon reaching Yi Chun, the Serpent Princess spoke softly. I beg your pardon, esteemed guest from afar. I am the Serpent Princess. Your Highness, you are too kind. It is we who have intruded. Yi Chun replied with a smile, shaking his head. He graciously introduced himself and his companions. I am Yi Chun, and these are Wukong and Chi-Chi. As if struck by a pink heart-shaped arrow, the Serpent Princess felt her very bones soften. So, this striking man is named Yi Chun. What a name that embodies perfection and masculinity. If Yi Chun were to fathom the thoughts swirling in the Serpent Princess's mind, he would surely wipe the cold sweat from his brow, for his name was quite ordinary, lacking any grandeur. Greetings, Your Highness, I am Chi-Chi. You may call me Chi-Chi, said the demure girl. Beautiful princess, I am Wukong, Sun Wukong, she added, bouncing with energy. Oh, what delightful young ladies you are. Despite her focus on Yi Chun, the sweetness of their words brought a smile to the Serpent Princess's heart. Please, esteemed guests, take a seat. Someone, bring forth more tea and pastries for our guests. Yes, Your Highness, came the reply. The Serpent Princess gestured for them to sit, while several maidens served an assortment of pastries and fruits. With a cheer, Wukong began to indulge heartily, while Chi-Chi exhibited utmost grace and politeness in the presence of others. Meanwhile, the Serpent Princess gazed unblinkingly at Yi Chun, her eyes shimmering with longing and desire, filled with an insatiable greed to possess him. Though her heart burned with excitement, this splendid, perfect man was a divine gift she had awaited for centuries. Fearing that her enthusiasm might frighten him, the Serpent Princess strove to temper her feelings, seeking to engage him in conversation to bridge the gap between them. Lord Yi Chun, you all emanate the essence of the living. It appears you are not denizens of the underworld. Indeed, we are not of the underworld. We hail from a planet known as Earth. Earth? I have heard of it. It is said to be a remarkably peaceful and beautiful world. Indeed, compared to other planets, Earth is akin to a serene and beautiful paradise. As they exchanged words, the dialogue between Yi Chun and Princess Shiji gradually unveiled numerous facets of each other's lives. The atmosphere became harmonious, and the distance between them naturally diminished, as if everything was progressing in the direction anticipated by Princess Shiji. During their conversation, she recounted many intriguing tales from the underworld, while Yi Chun illustrated the vastness of the universe beyond. Sharing their purpose of journeying to Planet King to seek guidance from the esteemed king regarding their cultivation. Particularly, upon discovering that Yi Chun was, in fact, a deity of Earth, Princess Shiji gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Truly, Master Yi Chun, how remarkable it is that you have attained the status of Earth's deity at such a tender age. Not only is he handsome and perfect, but he is also remarkably young and accomplished. Princess Serpent feels that the restlessness within her heart is on the verge of breaking free. It is imperative to possess him. One must certainly possess him. In the face of such astonishment from the Serpent Princess, Yi Chun maintained a composed smile, yet internally, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could he be unaware that this Serpent Princess was intentionally flattering him? While the notion of a deity from Earth may sound grand and prestigious, in the hierarchy of divine beings, it is rather lowly. If one were to draw comparisons, the Serpent Princess, as the goddess of the Serpent Path, might very well hold a rank superior to his own. However, whether it be identity or divine status, Yi Chun has never truly regarded such matters with any seriousness. After all, even the esteemed Kaioshin from the original Dragon Ball series humbly requested Sun Wukong to save the world and eliminate adversaries. Ultimately, this world remains one where strength reigns supreme. Returning to the main topic, after engaging in conversation with Princess Snake, Chen discerned certain truths. Despite her efforts to suppress her intentions, her demeanor, gestures, and words all revealed an undeniable fact. This enchanting Princess Snake was indeed attempting to ensnare him. Chen, not being one of the dull-witted fools, saw no reason to doubt this revelation, although he felt a spark of interest and curiosity towards the renowned beauty of the underworld. Princess Snake. His initial intention was merely to witness her allure and take a brief respite before continuing his journey to train on King Kai's planet with Wukong and Chi-Chi. Thus, whether he should allow himself to be ensnared by this captivating princess was a matter that required deep contemplation. As Chen hesitated, pondering the potential for a beautiful and profound exchange with Princess Snake, she, on the other hand, could hardly contain her anticipation. While conversing with the esteemed Chen was delightful, she yearned for something deeper, more intimate, and far more engaging. With an overwhelming sense of urgency and eagerness, the clever Princess Snake quickly devised a plan. Lord Chen, shall we dance a tango? She proposed, her eyes filled with a yearning that was impossible to ignore. Tango? While I am proficient in martial arts, I have little experience with dance, Chen replied, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. Ah, no worries. If you have never tried, allow me to teach you, Lord Chen. With your remarkable intellect and prowess, you will surely grasp it in no time. She urged with enthusiasm. Please, do not decline. Let us give it a try together. With her infectious zeal, the princess gently took Chen by the waist and led him to the center of the grand hall. She exchanged knowing glances with a few waiting maidens, who quickly retrieved various musical instruments, filling the hall with a melodious symphony. Unable to resist the warmth of the princess's invitation, Chen acquiesced, supporting her waist in delicate hands as he followed her lead in the dance. To the left, to the right, just like this, she instructed. Indeed, you are remarkable. Lord Chen, you learn so swiftly. Oh, it is all thanks to your excellent instruction, princess. The so-called tango is a rather popular form of social dance. Although Chen had never attempted it before, after dancing a couple of rounds with the serpent princess, he had nearly mastered the steps. The serpent princess lavished him with praises, to which Chen humbly responded with a few compliments in return. Their shared smiles spoke volumes, conveying an unspoken understanding between them. Meanwhile, the handmaidens exerted their utmost effort in playing music, while Chen and the serpent princess gracefully swayed in the grand hall, supporting each other's waists and arms, akin to two butterflies fluttering amidst a garden of blossoms. The scene was exquisite, and the atmosphere harmonious. As for Chen's experience, it was of little consequence. The serpent princess felt an unprecedented sense of happiness and fulfillment at that very moment, as if her soul were ascending to the heavens. Though she was renowned as the most beautiful woman of the underworld, the profound sorrow nestled within the serpent princess's heart remained a mystery to all. As a deity of the serpent path, she had existed for nearly 1,500 years. While this duration may not seem extensive for a divine being, it is undeniably considerable for a woman. She yearned for companionship, unable to withstand the emptiness and solitude brought by the passage of time. Alas, there had been scarce visitors along the serpent path throughout the centuries, with the last being the king of hell, who had passed through 500 years prior. Her longing for a man had become almost an obsession, and she had once contemplated keeping the king of hell in her realm. However, he proved to be unappreciative of her affections, indulging in her hospitality only to depart without a trace, leaving the serpent princess feeling quite vexed. However, who could blame King Yama for being the only man to traverse this land in centuries? Though he may lack romantic finesse and possess a rather corpulent physique, Princess Serpent still occasionally found herself preoccupied with thoughts of him. Yet, as the night descended, the princess's lingering affections for King Yama dissipated into thin air. Fear not the ignorance of goods, but rather the comparison of them. Princess Serpentis felt she had been blind in the past. In contrast to the gentlemanly and handsome Lord Chen, the king of hell appeared utterly unremarkable, akin to refuse in a restroom. How utterly distasteful. Ah, but alas, she was a noble princess and a lady. How could she entertain such filthy thoughts? One must remain graceful and untainted. Dear princess, what troubles you? Sensing her unusual demeanor, Chen inquired. Nothing at all. Let us continue, Lord Chen, she replied, her cheeks flushed, hastily calming her thoughts. In her mind, she discarded the king of hell into the refuse bin, deciding that from now on, she need only devote her attention to the splendid Lord Chen before her. Observing Princess Serpentis's reaction, a subtle smile graced Chen's lips. How remarkable, Lord Yeqing and Princess. Hey, Kiki, let us join in the fun. It looks so delightful. Absolutely. As they watched Yeqing and Princess Serpentis gracefully dancing, Wukong and Kiki's eyes sparkled with excitement, and soon the two little girls began to mimic the elegant steps, supporting one another as they learned. Kiki danced quite adeptly, while Wukong, unfortunately, was somewhat clumsy, often stepping on Kiki's tiny feet and struggling to keep pace. Before long, the two little girls tangled and fell to the ground, rolling about in playful disarray. In the days that followed, Yeqing, Wukong, and Kiki resided within the palace of Princess Serpentis, spending their time singing, dancing, and chatting, embraced by a delightful chaos as maidservants tended to their every need. They seemed to have completely forgotten their journey to Pluto to seek guidance from the king of the realm. For Wukong and Kiki, it mattered little. As long as Yeqing was present, they were content to indulge in daily revelries. As for Yeqing, he found himself growing increasingly reluctant to depart, having forged a warm bond with Princess Serpentis. Yet, the gentle embrace of this haven of heroes becomes somewhat burdensome. It is perhaps time to depart. On this day, Chi-Chi exclaimed, Tail, do not grab. Why can Yeqing catch it? But I cannot. She protested. Only Yeqing is allowed to catch it. Chi-Chi is not permitted. How stingy. I want to catch it. I must catch it. The sound of splashing echoed as Wukong, clad in his swimwear, and Chi-Chi engaged in playful banter and frolicked in the hot spring, while Yeqing, seated nearby and also soaking in the warm water, could only shake his head in resignation. These two little girls truly never seemed to settle down for even a moment. However, perhaps this is for the best. In the past, although Wukong's company brought me joy, there was still a lack of peers to share the experience. Ever since Chi-Chi joined, Wukong has evidently become much more cheerful. Though they often engage in playful banter and teasing, their bond is undeniably strong, a steadfast pair of dear friends. Lord Yeqing, how do you feel? The enchanting voice of the Snake Princess resonated through the air, to which Yeqing responded with a slight smile, quite well. At that moment, two lovely maidens were delicately attending to Yeqing's bathing, while the Snake Princess, wrapped in a towel, personally massaged his shoulders from behind. Such scenes had unfolded multiple times over the past few days, and Yeqing accepted it with calmness. Setting aside Yeqing's own feelings, the Snake Princess, who was tending to him, felt her cheeks flush with a rosy hue, her smooth, delicate hands trembling slightly. Ah, what a perfect and sturdy physique. How I yearn for it. Just as the Snake Princess fervently cried out within her heart, Yeqing suddenly spoke. Your Highness, we have overstayed our welcome here, and I intend to take Wukong and the others away shortly. We are grateful for your hospitality over these past days. Lord Yeqing, you are leaving here. Upon hearing his words, the Snake Princess sprang to her feet. Indeed, after such an extended stay, it was time to depart. Yeqing nodded, and the Snake Princess urgently clasped one of his arms, saying, Lord Yeqing, have I done something wrong? Can't you stay a while longer? I cannot bear the thought of losing you. With an almost pleading gaze, she pressed against him, exuding a heart-wrenching charm. Faced with such exquisite beauty, any ordinary man would find it hard to deny her request. Yet, Yeqing's ambitions could not be satisfied by a single Snake Princess, and he ultimately shook his head. Your Highness, we have already intruded for quite some time, and we must proceed to train under Lord Realm King. Thus, we truly cannot linger any longer. However, you need not worry. We shall return to visit you once our training is complete. Yeqing smiled wryly. Yet the Snake Princess could discern that he was merely offering her words of comfort. Return to see me? Who knows when that will be? If it's anything like that detestable king of hell, who vanished without a trace, I would be left waiting like a fool. She refused to accept such a fate. Though reluctant in her heart, Princess Serpentis discerned that Lord Yi Chun had made up his mind. Forcing him to stay would only breed animosity, a consequence she wished to avoid. Her gaze wavered, and she secretly resolved to take decisive action. Lord Yi Chun, I had intended to wait a while longer, but since you are determined to depart, I shall employ my final stratagem. You shall not escape. I will ensure you remain. As she beheld Yi Chen's robust physique, a result of years of training, Princess Serpentis moistened her delicate lips, her heart aflame with fervor. Since you are resolute in your departure, let us share one last night here. Allow me the pleasure of hosting you properly, as a farewell. A charming, understanding smile adorned her captivating visage as she spoke. Realizing the princess's earnestness, Yi Chen hesitated briefly before ultimately nodding in agreement. Upon receiving his consent, a beguiling smile graced the corners of Princess Serpentis's lips, and she turned to her handmaidens. Prepare dinner at once. I wish to treat Lord Yi Chun and his companions to a splendid feast. Ensure that every dish is the most sumptuous. Do you comprehend? Unlike her courteous demeanor towards Yi Chun, Princess Serpentis commanded her handmaidens with an air of regal authority, emphasizing her words. Yes, Your Highness, they replied respectfully, bowing before her as they hastened to carry out her orders. However, at the moment she lowered her head. The corners of the maids' mouths simultaneously curved upward. As the trusted handmaidens of the Serpent Princess, they naturally comprehended the implications behind their mistress's words. Their princess had evidently made the decision to take action, although they could not partake in their mistress's chosen prey and felt a pang of envy in their hearts. They were equally filled with joy, excitement, and anticipation. Unbeknownst to the Serpent Princess and her handmaiden's thoughts, Yi Chun continued to luxuriate in the hot spring, relishing the Serpent Princess's massage. When the group returned to the grand hall after their bath, the maids had indeed prepared an extraordinarily lavish feast. The roasted meat of the paradise bird, the bear paw from the Needle Mountain, and the steamed crocodile head from the River of Three Paths were all rare delicacies. Wukong and Chi-Chi exclaimed in delight before ravenously devouring the sumptuous meal, while the Serpent Princess warmly welcomed Yi Chun to take a seat and enjoy the feast. All three, Yi Chun, Wukong, and Chi-Chi, feasted heartily and were thoroughly satisfied, but the Serpent Princess busied herself attending to her guests, partaking only sparingly of red wine. Whether by design or happenstance remained unclear. I'm so sleepy. Me too. I want to sleep. Just after finishing dinner, Wukong and Chi-Chi began to yawn, resting their heads on the table and promptly falling into a deep slumber. It was just Wukong and Chi-Chi. Even Yi Chun suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Observing their reactions, the Serpent Princess's eyes sparkled with excitement. Someone, take the two little sisters to their guest rooms for rest. Yes, Your Highness. After instructing several maids to carry Wukong and Chi-Chi to their rooms, the Serpent Princess approached Yi Chun's side. My Lord Yi Chun, you must be weary after a long day. Allow me to escort you to your chamber for some rest. Supporting Yi Chun, she deliberately brushed against him, speaking with an air of feigned kindness. Ah, okay, he replied, appearing dazed as he shook his head and responded somewhat indistinctly. Seeing Yi Chun in this state, the Serpent Princess felt her heart race uncontrollably, and a radiant smile of triumph graced her beautiful face. Dismissed were the other handmaidens, as the Serpent Princess personally assisted Yi Chun into her room, yet it was not his own chamber, but rather her private quarters. With Yi Chun seemingly drifting into slumber, she placed him upon her bed, gazing at his exquisitely handsome visage. At last, she shed her fade, revealing a wicked and covetous expression. She had succeeded. She was finally to possess him. My Lord Yi Chun, I shall not allow you to escape. After over 15 centuries, she could finally cast aside her status as a Vestal maiden. Swallowing hard, the Serpent Princess prepared to unfasten Yi Chun's garments, but just then, he abruptly opened his eyes and flashed a grin at her. What is the situation? The maidens must have administered the potion, and Lord Yi Chun should undoubtedly remain unconscious. Just as Princess Snake Ji found herself engulfed in confusion, Yi Chun suddenly sprang from the bed and, amidst the princess's startled exclamations, pinned her down. My dear princess, what do you intend to do with me? He inquired, his gaze fixed upon her with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement. Growing up on the harsh planet Vegeta, and having roamed the cosmos for 3 years alongside Wukong, Yi Chun was no stranger to the taste of treachery hidden within his sustenance. He merely wished to indulge in a playful encounter with this princess, which was why he had refrained from exposing her schemes. Why Yi Chun? The sudden turn of events left Princess Snake Ji momentarily flustered. Just as she attempted to defend herself, Yi Chun raised a finger to her lips. My princess, there is no need for explanations. I am well aware of your intentions. While I am not particularly concerned, I believe such matters are more fittingly handled by a man. Would you not agree, my beautiful princess? He caressed her cheek, a charming smile gracing his features. Princess Snake Ji paused, her eyes igniting with fervent intensity, her exquisite face flushing with visible warmth. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Yi Chun. Come, possess me. Let us become one. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and madness as she fervently clung to Yi Chun, nearly shouting in anticipation. Why refuse such a tempting offer? With this opportunity presented to him, Yi Chun felt compelled to oblige. With a serene and enchanting smile, he made his decision and then tore open Princess Snake Ji's luxurious robe. Chapter 88. The enraged Snake Princess. As dawn broke, Yi Chun yawned and opened his eyes. Soft and warm, He gazed at the princess nestled in his embrace, the memories of the previous night flooding his mind. Rubbing his forehead, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, they had been quite reckless and indulgent the night before. However, it was quite exhilarating. After years of relentless combat training, Chen had amassed a considerable amount of pent-up energy within him. Although Bulma and Tais often helped him release this energy through their own means, it could hardly compare to the sheer thrill of a genuine confrontation. Emptying the accumulated fervor built up over more than a decade left Chen feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. If one were to encapsulate his current feelings, it would be simply exhilarating, immensely so. Of course, despite the overwhelming pleasure, recollections of last night's wild descent into depravity lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of trepidation. Having indulged to such an extent was already quite reckless, yet the Serpent Princess surpassed him in her madness. It is understandable. For while he had merely accumulated his fervor for a decade, the Serpent Princess, as the deity of the Serpent Path, had endured centuries, if not millennia, of emptiness and solitude. Could she not be even more frenzied than he? Continuously descending into depravity, incessantly demanding, the Princess of the Serpent Queen last night displayed such fervor that even Chen, a purebred Saiyan brimming with vitality, nearly found himself utterly drained. Gazing upon the enchanting visage of the Serpent Queen, Chen could not help but silently lament. Indeed, this was an extraordinary treasure, yet it is not something that just anyone can indulge in. At that moment, the Serpent Queen seemed to awaken, her voice exuding an alluring charm. Rather than rising, she gazed at Chen with a longing expression, her eyes sticky with desire, as though she wished to merge him into her very being. Just as Chen experienced profound pleasure, the Serpent Queen felt overwhelmingly fulfilled, as if the heat of their encounter had filled the void of her solitude for millennia. Thus, she craved more. More. Understanding the yearning reflected in her gaze, Chen sighed deeply. Then, with a swift motion, he pinned the Serpent Queen beneath him. Let madness reign, let decadence prevail. Having embarked on this irrevocable path, let both parties be satiated. The springtime blooms cannot be contained. As a red apricot leaps over the wall, the fierce battle raged on, and only after a considerable time did this conflict come to a close. In the room, the Serpent Queen assisted Chen in dressing, then nestled against him like a delicate bird. My princess, I am grateful for your gracious hospitality these past days. I look forward to our next encounter, Chen remarked, cradling her chin with a smile. Chen, are you truly leaving? The Serpent Queen stiffened, disbelief etched across her face. My princess, I believe you may have misunderstood. I never stated I intended to stay, he replied. Moreover, I must inform you of something else. I already have a girlfriend, in fact, 2. No, it's 3. Bulma and Tais were his official partners, while Lan Chi, though not yet officially recognized, had not strayed either. At this moment, Chen bore a teasing expression, embodying the image of a rogue who toyed with a young girl's affections only to abandon her. Chen, you already have a girlfriend? Indeed. And it's 3? Yes. Chen, you still choose to leave? Yes. The Serpent Queen questioned him thrice, each time met with an unwavering nod from Chen. The atmosphere descended into a profound silence, and then the next moment, then you shall perish, you wretched man. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, a visage of icy malevolence overtaking her features, and in an instant, the figure of the Serpent Princess vanished. Concurrently, the ground began to tremble violently. Both the chamber and the grand hall outside dissolved into nothingness. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though Chen had been transported into a colossal, fleshy passage. This was, of course, to be expected, as Chen and his companions had been residing within the belly of a gigantic serpent for the past few days. Although he anticipated that she would undoubtedly be incensed, the abruptness of the transformation still caused Chen to involuntarily twitch his lips. My dear princess, your capability to change your demeanor surpasses even the swiftest turn of a page. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. The entire fleshy passage writhed incessantly, with large pools of acidic liquid beginning to seep down, intent on dissolving Chen. It would be wiser to seek out Wukong and Chi-Chi and leave this place first. Evading the onslaught of acid, Chen swiftly sprang into action and soon located the flustered Wukong and Chi-Chi in another part of the passage. Ah, it's gone. The house has vanished, and the maidens are nowhere to be found. Chen, what is happening here? Upon seeing Chen, Wukong and Chi-Chi felt somewhat reassured and simultaneously inquired. There was a minor issue. The Serpent Princess has become enraged. She is the deity of the Serpent Path, residing here in the form of a colossal serpent. And we are currently inside her belly. We must hurry and escape before we are digested, Chen briefly explained to Wukong and Chi-Chi, then unleashed his battle aura, propelling himself towards the entrance of the passage. Though many aspects remained unclear, Chi-Chi and Wukong understood that this was not the time for questions. The two young women enveloped themselves in their own auras and followed closely behind Chen. The acidic liquid within the serpent princess was exceedingly corrosive. If a mere mortal were to come into contact with it, they would likely be reduced to nothingness swiftly. However, Chen and his companions were far from ordinary. Most of the acid was deftly avoided by the trio, and even the few droplets that were hard to evade were neutralized by the protective auras surrounding them. With remarkable speed, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi soon burst forth from the passage, emerging from the serpent's maw. Hovering in the air, they were met with a breathtaking sight. A gigantic serpent deity, stretching over 1,000 meters in length, roared and swam amidst the sea of clouds. It was none other than the serpent princess. No, to be precise, it is the form of the serpent princess as the deity of the serpent path. In terms of sheer size, she is likely even more colossal than the dragon summoned in Dragon Ball. Chapter 89, The Princess and Her Pets. I am the deity of the serpent path, residing here for a millennium and a half. That wretched man dared to deceive me. Filled with fury, the enormous serpent god, transformed from the serpent princess, roared as she approached Chen and the others. My lady, I have never deceived you. From the very beginning, it was you who deliberately lured me, even regarding last night's events. So, if we are to speak candidly, we are all complicit in this. Well, we have eaten and played enough. It is time to take our leave. Wukong, Chi-Chi, let us go. Stretching lazily, Chen called out to Wukong and Chi-Chi, preparing to continue their journey. Although they had enjoyed pleasant days together, and the serpent princess had portrayed herself as gracious and elegant in their presence, Chen was acutely aware of her true nature, one that was malevolent and cruel from the very start. Thus, it was best to treat their interactions lightly. Why take things so seriously? How infuriating. How detestable. That cursed man, I will not allow you to escape. Seeing Chen and the others attempting to leave, the serpent princess was driven to madness, swiftly pursuing them with her massive form, ready to ensnare them. Below the serpent path lay an endless sea of clouds. A fall from this path would plunge one through the clouds into the abyss below. Yet, as the goddess of the serpent path, the serpent princess could navigate the cloud sea and even soar into the skies. However, her immense size hampered her speed, and despite her relentless pursuit, the distance between them gradually widened. Ha ha ha, this is fun. My lady, come chase us, Wukong exclaimed, laughing joyfully, treating it as a mere game devoid of tension, while Chi-Chi mischievously paused to make faces at the serpent princess. Oh, you wretched little brats, perish. Enraged, the serpent god opened her massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames towards Chen and Wukong. Not just Wukong and Chi-Chi. Even Chen was startled and barely managed to evade the fiery onslaught. Yet, the serpent princess had no intention of relenting, continuously spewing flames at the trio. The air above the serpent path was filled with roaring flames, creating a chaotic spectacle. Despite their utmost efforts to evade the situation, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi found themselves in a rather disheveled state. It is said that even a clay figurine possesses a modicum of spirit, and Chen was beginning to feel a twinge of irritation. Oh, you Princess Snake G, after all, we have shared an intimate bond, albeit fleeting. There remains a thread of sentiment. Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me, for lacking in righteousness. Wukong, Chi-Chi, with a glint of determination in his eyes, Chen called out to them. Understanding his intent, Wukong and Chi-Chi nodded, and the three no longer sought to flee, but instead dispersed, encircling the Princess Snake G. With a resounding cry, their battle spirit surged forth, and their arms whirled like the wheels of a chariot, relentlessly launching a barrage of energy blasts toward the princess. Boom, boom, boom. The air above the clouds reverberated with a cacophony of explosions, intermingled with the anguished cries of the Princess Snake G. The fierce explosions raged on for several minutes before finally subsiding, and as clarity returned to their vision, the figure of the Princess Snake G re-emerged once more. At this moment, however, the serpent princess had transformed from a colossal divine serpent back into her human form. With tear-filled eyes, she pitifully pleaded, "Please, do not strike me any further." In a state of utter disarray, she appeared utterly vulnerable. Now you comprehend our prowess, do you? Just see how you attempted to pursue us, Chi-Chi remarked, wiping her small nose, her expression one of vindication. The serpent princess hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "I dare not. I dare not. I promise I will never pursue you again." Although she felt a deep sense of reluctance, her words bore a certain sincerity. She had not anticipated that these three individuals possessed such formidable power. This time, she had indeed encountered an immovable obstacle. Initially, considering the hospitality she had extended to them over the past few days, she intended to depart without further conflict. However, since she insisted on chasing after them, it seemed she was destined to become Knight Chen's pet henceforth. Descending before the serpent princess, Knight Chen gazed down upon her with an expression of wicked delight. To be honest, the allure of the serpent goddess was undeniably tempting. He found it difficult to contemplate discarding such a rare experience after merely savoring it once. Having never tasted it before, it would be quite a challenge for Knight Chen to abstain now that he had indulged. Bulma and Taze, being rather inexperienced, would remain untouched until they reached maturity. As for Lan Shi, although she had fallen into his grasp, their relationship had yet to be formally defined, necessitating patience. Thus, I regret to inform you, Serpent Princess, that you are the only one left. You dug your own grave, and now you must fill it, even if it brings you to tears. Pet. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Knight Chen's domineering proclamation, the Serpent Princess displayed an expression of disbelief. What, do you refuse? Knight Chen's demeanor turned icy as he narrowed his eyes. The Serpent Princess thought to herself, I would never agree to such a thing. I am the esteemed goddess of the Serpent Path, the most beautiful being of the underworld. How could I possibly become your pet? However, the Serpent Princess found herself at a loss for words of refusal, for she had sensed a faint, yet chilling aura of danger emanating from Yi Chun. If she were to decline, would this man truly resort to taking her life? Do not. Although she has lived for over 1,500 years, she feels utterly unfulfilled and has no desire to embrace death. The ever-changing emotions leave the Serpent Princess in a state of confusion. She deeply regrets her actions. Why did she foolishly pursue this devilish man, only to invite trouble upon herself? Now, it seems, she is being coerced into becoming a mere pet. One can certainly comprehend the sorrow and turmoil within the heart of the Serpent Princess at this moment. However, Yi Chun is far from a benevolent soul who would easily relent upon witnessing a pitiable expression. On the contrary, his nature is one of insatiable greed and tyranny. In times past, when he lacked power, he concealed his domineering desires, but now, having acquired strength, he feels no need to suppress them. His relentless pursuit of cultivation has always been driven by the ambition to wield formidable power, enabling him to live life as he pleases. Presently, his desire is to have the Serpent Princess as his pet. Serpent Princess, do you deem it a disgrace to be my pet? Though I may currently be but a humble deity of earth, I possess the capability to effortlessly subdue you. Moreover, I shall only grow stronger. I will become the master of earth, the sovereign of the galaxy, and ultimately, the ruler of this universe. Do you believe that being my pet is a humiliation? No. No, no, it is a supreme honor. With a sneer, Yi Chen's countenance radiates a wicked charm, while his words carry an element of intimidation and exaggeration. They are not devoid of truth. To become the master of earth, the sovereign of the galaxy, and eventually the ruler of the universe. These are indeed the aspirations and ambitions he fervently pursues. Possessing knowledge of numerous fateful trajectories and endowed with a naturally evolved, perfect Saiyan bloodline, Yi Chun believes that with enough effort, there is no reason he cannot achieve his goals. If Emir Frisia can ascend to the throne of the universe, why should he not be able to? Unsurprisingly, Yi Chun's declarations leave the Serpent Princess profoundly shaken. Her spirit stirred by the sheer audacity of this man. Yet how enchanting it is, driving one to madness. Opportunities arise but once. Come forth, my esteemed princess. Make your choice. The atmosphere shifted, and a gentle, captivating smile graced Yi Chun's face as he tenderly caressed the cheek of the Serpent Princess. Her heart raced violently. The moment that could determine her fate had perhaps arrived. Chapter 90. Arrival at Pluto. As time inexorably passed, the chill enveloping her grew ever more palpable. After grappling with her inner turmoil for what felt like an eternity, the Serpent Princess finally made her choice. I am willing to be your pet, she uttered, almost suffused with humiliation, on the verge of tears. After all, she was the noble Serpent Princess, reduced to the point of becoming another's pet. Yet, what could she do? The circumstances were overwhelming, and the prospect of death was not one she wished to embrace. Of course, although her heart brimmed with indignation and humiliation, the Serpent Princess found some solace in her reasoning. The man before her was handsome, powerful, and possessed a certain domineering coldness, aside from already having a girlfriend. He was undeniably her preferred type, vastly superior to the unrefined and corpulent king of hell. Moreover, if he were indeed to become the master of Earth, the galaxy, or even the entire universe, then being his pet might not be such a loss, right? Indeed, it could even be considered an unparalleled honor. After a bout of self-persuasion, the Serpent Princess felt considerably more at ease. Meanwhile, Chen, having received her response, relaxed his imposing demeanor, a trace of satisfaction illuminating his visage. Though undeniably wicked and cruel, and adept at masquerading, this Serpent Princess was, at her core, merely a woman who feared the strong and bullied the weak, lacking in resolve. He had only sought to intimidate her. Had she chosen defiance, he would never have truly harmed her. After all, they were but fleeting companions in this moment. And Chen was not the sort to commit acts of wanton cruelty. Nonetheless, this could be considered a blessing. If the Serpent Princess were truly a woman of principles and fortitude, she would not be suited to the role of a pet. After all, a pet exists solely to fear and obey its master, reveling in the affection bestowed upon it. Given that the Serpent Princess possesses such remarkable qualities as a pet, and has willingly chosen submission, I shall graciously accept her. Serpent, you shall henceforth serve me diligently. As long as you obediently follow my commands and attend to my needs, I shall shower you with affection, Chen declared warmly, caressing the Serpent Princess's enchanting visage. Yes, master, she replied, her heart trembling as she lowered her proud and beautiful head, seemingly beginning to accept her new identity. Chen nodded in satisfaction, and upon witnessing the Serpent Princess's genuine submission, Wukong smiled joyfully, while Chi felt a sense of vindication. Having grown up alongside Chen, Wukong had been nurtured by him, absorbing his teachings daily. For the innocent Wukong, everything Chen did was right. Her only desire was to remain by his side, assisting him and living joyfully together for eternity. Chi, originally a girl with a sound perspective, had begun to adopt some peculiar notions after being influenced by Chen and Wukong. Additionally, her admiration for Chen had intensified, leading her to exhibit tendencies akin to that of an infatuated girl. The audacious Serpent Princess had previously dared to bite and breathe fire at them. Now she surely comprehended their prowess. From now on, you shall be Chen's pet. Enduring his whims serves you right. Well, we have lingered long enough. Let us continue our journey. Stretching lazily, Chen proclaimed, having feasted on the heavenly peaches in the underworld, augmenting his strength, and now acquiring a beautiful Serpent Princess as a pet, although he had yet to reach the level of a universe king. This endeavor had already yielded bountiful rewards for Chen. Nevertheless, these matters are ultimately of secondary importance. The true significance lies in locating the king of the worlds and mastering his king fist and spirit bomb. Serpent Princess, could you perhaps shrink a little? Chen inquired, casting a glance at the Serpent Princess. Why, yes, of course, she promptly replied, and before everyone's eyes, the Serpent Princess transformed into a miniature, charming little snake, nuzzling against Chen before coiling around his waist. Wukong, Kiki, come here. I shall take you along. Oh, yes. Wukong and Kiki eagerly climbed onto Chen. The two little girls snuggling against his chest, their large, sparkling eyes curving into crescent moons. With no further distractions, Chen was determined to hasten their journey to King Kai's planet. As his battle aura surged, Chen transformed into a streak of light, cleaving through the atmosphere and leaving a lengthy wake across the boundless sea of clouds. With his current prowess, executing the Wukong technique at full throttle was akin to the speed of lightning, rivaling even that of the Black Cloud. Amidst the rapidly retreating scenery, Wukong and Kiki erupted in joyous cheers, while the Serpent Princess, filled with trepidation, clung tightly to Chen, fearful of being swept away by the oncoming gale. What would ordinarily require 10 days to traverse was accomplished in mere hours under Chen's swift flight, and soon, the end of the serpent path came into view. Look. A tail. It's a tail. Wonderful, we have finally arrived. With the sight of the serpent's tail, Wukong and Kiki cheered with delight. And Chen felt a slight surge of excitement as he descended with his companions. But where's Lord King Kai? I don't see anything at all. Wukong and Kiki gazed around in search, prompting Chen to chuckle and shake his head, pointing towards the sky, there, on that planet. Following his gesture, Wukong and Kiki finally spotted the celestial body suspended in the heavens. What a remarkably diminutive planet. While Chi remains largely unfazed, Wukong having traversed numerous extraterrestrial realms alongside Chen, is utterly astonished. During their 3 years of rigorous training and exploration in the cosmos, Chen and Wukong have encountered a plethora of planets, yet none have been quite as minuscule as this one. Indeed, many of the drifting meteoroids scattered throughout the universe are larger than this celestial body. Although Pluto is not particularly grand in scale, one can circumnavigate its entirety in merely a few minutes. To refer to it as a planet feels somewhat tenuous, yet it undeniably qualifies as one. However, regardless of the circumstances, Chen and his companions had come in search of the King of Worlds, hoping for his guidance in their cultivation. This was the true purpose of their journey. Wukong, Chi, let us proceed. Indeed, with hearts brimming with anticipation, the group soared into the sky, making their way towards the King of Worlds planet. Chapter 91. Not a joke, though the King of Worlds planet was diminutive, it was undoubtedly a celestial body. As the group approached, they were suddenly ensnared by an immense gravitational force, causing Chen, Wukong, and Chi to plummet rapidly towards the planet. While Chen and Wukong managed to adjust their forms to maintain balance, Chi found herself somewhat disoriented by the overwhelming gravitational pull. With a resounding thud, Chen and Wukong landed on the surface like two cannonballs, while Chi was cradled in Chen's arms, thus sparing her from a harsh impact. Nevertheless, Chi-Chi's condition was far from ideal. "Why, Chen, I feel so unwell," she murmured, her complexion pale, as dizziness enveloped her, her body feeling leaden. And even her breathing became laborious. The gravity of the King of Worlds planet was akin to that of planet Vegeta, approximately 10 times that of Earth. Chen and Wukong, having visited numerous other planets, felt little discomfort, but for Chi, who was new to such a gravitational environment, it proved exceedingly arduous. In truth, Chi possessed the strength to effortlessly lift objects 10 times her weight, thanks to the peach she had consumed. However, the experience of weight under gravity differed from mere load-bearing. The latter relied primarily on the sturdiness of one's bones and muscles. While gravity exerted force on every cell and every corner of the body, an average person could withstand no more than 7 or 8 gs of gravitational force. Venturing into an environment of extreme gravity often led to symptoms such as dizziness, heavy limbs, and difficulty in breathing, with the risk of fragile blood vessels and internal organs rupturing, potentially resulting in sudden death. This was also the reason Chen had deliberately taken a few extra days on the Serpent Road. Chi-Chi's current strength stemmed from consuming the peach rather than from gradual cultivation. This shortcut had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that Chi could attain formidable power in a short span without the toil and sweat of rigorous training. The downside, however, was that lacking the process of cultivation and refinement, Chi-Chi's body remained as it had been, devoid of the tempering and honing that such a journey would have provided. However, strength is ultimately strength. It can be so potent that it not only enhances the body but also reinforces it in return. After days of acclimatization, Chi-Chi's physique has significantly improved. According to Chen's estimation, she should now be able to withstand the gravitational force of the King of the Universe star. Chi, are you alright? How do you feel now? Seeing Chi-Chi's evident struggle, Wukong expressed concern, while Chen transferred a stream of energy into Chi-Chi's body. "I feel much better," she replied, a hint of color returning to her cheeks, indeed looking considerably improved. Although her body still felt somewhat heavy, the earlier sensations of dizziness and breathlessness had dissipated. After all, she is a formidable martial artist. With some time to adjust, Chi has gradually adapted to the gravity of the King of the Universe star. "That's wonderful." Wukong beamed with joy upon seeing that Chi was no longer in serious trouble, and the group began to observe their surroundings. The entire King of the Universe star was blanketed with a lush green lawn, dotted with a few fruit trees and 2 modest houses. At the center of the planet lay a circular road, beside which was parked a small red car. Nothing else was in sight. As the abode of the deity governing the entire northern galaxy, it was surprisingly simple and unadorned. Lord of the Universe, where are you?" "We have come to train," Wukong exclaimed. "Wukong, you mustn't shout. It isn't polite. We are ladies." "Ladies? Ha ha, I forgot." Wukong called out loudly for the Lord of the Universe, while Chi admonished her lightly. Ruffling her own hair, Wukong appeared slightly embarrassed. Yet her cries drew several figures from the nearby house. Leading the group was a short, stout figure, adorned with long, antenna-like appendages resembling cockroach feelers, and whiskers akin to those of a catfish. It was the Northern King. Flanking the king were 2 other figures, a bouncy black gorilla, making ooh sounds. Which was the king's pet, Baburus, and a mysterious creature flying in the air, resembling a locust, likely the king's servant, Gileguli. Who are you? And what brings you here? The king inquired as he stepped forward. Lord of the universe, I am Chen, the newly appointed deity of earth. And these are Wukong and Chi-Chi. Your illustrious wisdom and valor are renowned. We have come seeking your guidance in our training. In a display of flattery, Chen introduced himself and his companions while subtly praising the king. However, in the next moment, illustrious wisdom? Renowned valor? You mean me? Haha. That's too funny. Simply too amusing. The realm king inexplicably pointed at his own plump face before prostrating himself on the ground and fervently pounding the earth. Chen couldn't help but think to himself, what is this situation? The realm king's sense of humor seems rather trivial, or perhaps he possesses a profound self-awareness. Not only Chen, but also Wukong and Chi-Chi wore expressions of peculiarity. What was this lord of the realm laughing at all by himself, and so heartily? Akin to a fool? In stark contrast to the awkwardness radiating from Chen and his companions, the gorilla Baburus continued to bellow incessantly, while Gregor, suspended in midair, crossed his arms with a look of satisfaction. Young man, your discernment is quite commendable. You truly grasp the magnificence of the Lord of the Realm. In response to Gregor's praise, Chen averted his gaze. This fellow must be quite the sycophant. After a considerable time, having laughed to his heart's content, the Lord of the Realm rose, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. You are Chen, are you not? Your talent is impressive. Since you have taken the initiative to seek my guidance, I shall impart to you the ultimate essence of my humor. With a demeanor of generosity, the Lord proclaimed, Esteemed Lord, we seek your instruction in martial arts, not in humor, Chen replied, a sense of exasperation evident in his voice. Upon hearing Chen's words, the Lord of the Realm displayed a clear expression of disappointment. Why was it that everyone, including the King of Hell and these others, sought him out solely for martial training, when his jokes were, without a doubt, the pinnacle of cosmic excellence? However, upon scrutinizing Chen closely, the demeanor of the Realm King began to grow somewhat solemn. Young man, your prowess has surpassed my own. If you merely seek my guidance in martial arts, I find myself unable to offer you any substantial advice. You may all take your leave. The Realm King did not intend to reject Chen. His words were indeed truthful. Despite being one of the 4 great Realm Kings presiding over the entire galaxy, his own strength was not particularly formidable, amounting to merely a few thousand points of combat power, at most reaching around 10,000. In truth, Chen had already surpassed him. However, Chen was utterly preoccupied with mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. How could he bear to depart without having fully grasped these 2 formidable techniques? Chapter 92, The Trial of the KO. Although I possess considerable strength, it does not imply that I am exempt from further cultivation. On the contrary, the greater the power, the more essential it becomes to learn its proper application and control. Otherwise, even the mightiest force amounts to mere brute strength. My true desire is to seek the guidance of Lord Ko in utilizing this power. With a serious demeanor, Chen echoed the sentiments he had previously expressed to Master Karen, though he was acutely aware that his ultimate goal was the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. And he would not foolishly divulge this information. The KO had yet to impart these techniques to anyone, and revealing his intentions would not only thwart his objectives but might also raise the KO's suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, the KO regarded Chen with increased curiosity upon hearing his words. Impressive, this young man possesses an understanding of these principles. If it were merely this, I could certainly guide your cultivation. However, you must first endure my trial, said the King of Realms, with arms crossed. Speak, my lord, they replied. First, regale me with a few jokes. Should you fail to elicit laughter, you may return whence you came. Upon hearing the king's so-called trial, Chen felt a mix of exasperation and resignation. This King of Realms, who endlessly amused himself with jokes, particularly those of the more absurd variety, was a character he had long since come to understand. Thus, Chen had prepared himself for this moment. Very well. Moments later, ahahaha. Young man, you undoubtedly possess the talent for humor. Abandon your martial training and instead learn the art of jesting from me. Ahahaha. The king, doubled over in laughter, appeared on the verge of tears. Chen had merely shared a few of the cold jokes he had heard back on Earth. And yet the king was in such a state. It was truly surprising how low his threshold for humor was, leaving one to wonder what precisely he found amusing. Why is no one else laughing? I refuse to guide anyone devoid of a sense of humor. Noticing the indifference of those around him, the king's laughter abruptly ceased. his expression growing serious as he turned to Chen and Wukong. Ah, how delightful. So very amusing. My stomach aches. Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi erupted into laughter. Even Baburus and Gregorii, nearby, exaggeratedly bouncing about, as if they might perish from mirth. Alas, the world is indeed harsh. On this realm, King Star, lacking a sense of humor akin to that of the king himself means one cannot even serve as a pet or a servant. Observing the reactions of Chen and his companions, the king finally displayed a look of satisfaction. Now this feels right. Jokes embody justice, and humor is indeed righteousness. What merit could a person devoid of wit possess? My lord, have we passed your trial? Chen inquired, sensing they had laughed enough. Yes, I shall consider you successful. However, do not rush your cultivation. First, acclimate to the gravity of this planet, which is tenfold that of Earth. Let Baburus and Gregorii accompany you for now. When you can catch them, I will guide your training. With that, the king yawned, turning to retreat into his quarters. However, having taken only a few steps, Chen found himself once again before the king of the universe, clutching Baburus and Gregorii. My lord, I have captured Baburus and Gregorii. May I now receive your guidance in my training? Baburus and Gregorii appeared somewhat dazed, while Chen's face radiated anticipation. The king, with a slight twitch of his lips, regarded Chen with an impassive expression. Young man, do you not perceive the atmosphere at all? I am currently in no mood to instruct you. I would rather take a nap. We can discuss your training when I feel inclined. Do you have any further inquiries? None. It is as you say. Aware of his impatience, Chen shrugged and stepped aside. In the days that followed, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi settled on King Kai's planet. Despite the gravity being 10 times that of Earth, they had encountered far more oppressive environments during their training in the cosmos, making it a mere trifle for Chen and Wukong. Although Chi-Chi initially struggled, within a short span of days, the girl who could barely walk began to energetically chase after Baburus and Gregorii. True to his word, the king commenced formal training once Wukong and Chi-Chi could easily catch Baburus and Gregorii, although the king's own combat prowess was not particularly formidable. With many beings in the universe surpassing him, his status as an ancient deity endowed him with profound wisdom and extraordinary understanding of martial arts. It was this expertise that enabled him to create unparalleled techniques such as the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Under the king's tutelage, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi engaged in training and practices that defied the imagination of ordinary folk. Time seemed to regress to their days spent with Master Roshi and training atop the Korin Tower. Though the daily regimen was arduous, it imbued a sense of unparalleled fulfillment. As time flowed by, months passed, and the sounds of intense training echoed bang, 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 yada yada yada. On planet King, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi were embroiled in an intense battle. Wukong and Chi-Chi launched a coordinated assault against Chen, their synergy remarkably seamless, as their small fists concealed immense power, relentlessly probing for weaknesses to strike at Chen's vulnerable spots. Despite facing both Wukong and Chi-Chi simultaneously, Chen appeared remarkably composed, executing punches and kicks with agility, resulting in a stalemate where both sides alternated between offense and defense. Observing the fierce exchange from the sidelines, King's eyes occasionally sparkled with astonishment. Even he could not deny the extraordinary martial talent exhibited by Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi, particularly that of Chen and Wukong, the pure-blooded Saiyans, whose potential was almost unfathomable. Over the past few months, King had merely imparted the most fundamental aspects of training to Chen and the others, refraining from teaching them any of his own martial arts or techniques. Though he outwardly resembled a somewhat unserious comedian, the Divine King, having governed the Northern Galaxy for countless years, was far from simplistic. Throughout these months, he had been observing Chen and his companions in secrecy, indicating that they were still within the trial period set by King. After months of covert observation, he had come to understand them well. Wukong and Chi-Chi were undoubtedly two innocent-hearted girls, possessing commendable talent and potential worthy of cultivation. As for Chen, King discerned within him a vast ambition and a hint of darkness. However, this was entirely normal, for he was merely human and not an insatiable deity or sage. Although he bore ambitions and shadows, Chen also held on to his principles and convictions, distinguishing him from those unscrupulous individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their ends. This realization brought King a sense of relief. He did not wish for his martial arts and techniques to fall into the hands of villains who might endanger the universe. It appeared that all three had passed their trials, and it was time for him to impart some genuine knowledge to them. Given their talent and aptitude, It was conceivable that they could indeed grasp his two ultimate techniques. Just as King pondered this, the battle between Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi reached its most fervent climax. Chapter 93. The Overpowered Ultimate Technique, Kamehameha Wave. With both hands forming a circle, Wukong and Chi-Chi locked onto Chen and simultaneously unleashed a powerful energy wave. A warning bell rang in Chen's mind. He had no desire to experience the formidable force of the Kamehameha firsthand. In a flurry of backward somersaults, he swiftly distanced himself from Wukong and Chi-Chi, narrowly evading the onslaught of their energy waves. Chi-Chi, having recently mastered the Kamehameha, watched as her energy wave tore through the atmosphere, soaring into the sky, while Wukong's energy wave arced through the air, returning to target Chen once more. Having trained and sparred countless times alongside Wukong, Chen was well aware that evading his energy wave was no simple feat. Thus, he unleashed his battle aura, forming an energy sphere in his hand and hurling it forth. Boom! The powerful clash of the energy wave and the energy sphere ignited a violent explosion in the air, sending dust swirling and creating chaotic gusts. Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi quickly withdrew from the battlefield, halting their combat. "Are you both all right, Wukong, Chi-Chi?" "Yes, we are fine." Yet, we were so close to defeating Chen. Although all were slightly breathless from the skirmish, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at Chi-Chi's disappointed expression, thinking to himself that it would take them eons to surpass him. "Well done on your training. Your recent progress has been commendable." Approaching from the side, King Kai offered his praise. Perhaps it was the unique environment of King Kai's planet. But despite spending the past few months engaged in only the most fundamental training and sparring, their cultivation had progressed at an extraordinary rate, akin to the cumulative efforts of several years. You have all thoroughly adapted to this environment. Your bodies and strength have been significantly refined. Starting tomorrow, you shall enter the next phase of training, during which I will impart 2 martial arts and techniques I have created. King Kai spoke with a serious demeanor. And upon hearing this, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi all exhibited expressions of delight. The next phase of training? King Kai's martial arts and techniques. Unlike Wukong and Chi-Chi, Chen was acutely aware that King Kai had been secretly observing and testing them over the past few months, only providing guidance on the most fundamental aspects of their training. Now that King Kai had made such a declaration, it was evident that they had truly passed his test, though he had already suspected this. Chen struggled to contain his excitement and inquired, "King Kai, might I ask what sort of martial arts and techniques you intend to teach us?" "I plan to teach you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, which are transcendent techniques of martial arts that I have devised. Consider yourselves fortunate." With a proud expression, the King of the Worlds responded, and in Knight's eyes, 2 unusual glimmers flashed. Indeed, it was the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Even Knight found it challenging to contain his excitement. The reason he had painstakingly brought Wukong and Chi-Chi here was to learn these 2 techniques. The King's Fist, without a doubt, could enhance the user's capabilities in combat across the board: strength, speed, attack power, and defense, all significantly amplified. The only drawback was the high physical demand it imposed. Exceeding one's limits while using it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the body, making it a formidable yet perilous technique. Forget about the 100-fold or 1,000-fold variations. With diligent training, achieving a 10-fold or 20-fold boost was entirely feasible. Furthermore, unlike the transformations of the Saiyans, the King's Fist bore no restrictions of bloodline or race. Theoretically, anyone with a robust physique and dedication could master it. As for the Spirit Bomb, its potential was even more astonishing, allowing the user to harness the energy from mountains, rivers, oceans, and all living beings to create a massive energy sphere capable of annihilating foes. In the original Dragon Ball series, the protagonist Goku had used the Spirit Bomb to severely injure Vegeta, who invaded Earth, and later to cripple Frieza on Namek. In the GT version, Goku even gathered energy from the entire universe to form a super spirit bomb that utterly vanquished the immensely powerful one-star dragon. Unlike the Kamehameha and the King's Fist, referring to the Spirit Bomb as the ultimate technique of the entire Dragon Ball universe would not be an exaggeration. It imparted a profound lesson to the adversary. Even if you are stronger than I may not be able to defeat you, but I can gather the strength of the entire universe to confront you. Let us see if you fear that. At this moment, Wukong and Chi-Chi did not yet comprehend the true significance of the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Their joy stemmed merely from the prospect of learning new martial arts. However, Knight was filled with overwhelming excitement once he mastered these extraordinary techniques, combined with his Saiyan heritage. Rising to greatness would be inevitable. Master, Lord King, dinner time has arrived. Just then, Princess Snake, Baburus, Gregor, and a retinue of maidens emerged from the house, pushing a lavish dining cart. During the months that night, Wukong and Chi-Chi had been training on King Kai's planet. Princess Snake and her maidens had taken on the responsibility of caring for their daily needs, allowing Knight and his companions to immerse themselves fully in their training without concern for mundane matters. Having witnessed Knight's strength and fully accepted her current role as his pet, Princess Snake had been performing admirably of late. As a reward for her efforts, Knight made it a point to indulge her every evening. And in just a few short months, Princess Snake had become increasingly alluring. Oh, it's time to eat. With a cheer, Wukong and Chi-Chi dashed forward. Drawn by the tantalizing aroma of the food, Chen's stomach began to rumble in response. Although they were eager for the King of the Universe to impart the secrets of the King Fist and Spirit Bomb, they had waited so long that a little more patience would not hurt. For now, they would satiate their hunger and delve into their training the following day. Chapter 94, Dragon Ball Company. After indulging and resting for a night, the next day, the King of the Universe remained true to his word and commenced the formal instruction of the King Fist technique to Chen and his companions. As for the Spirit Bomb, the king stated that if they could not master the King Fist, then the Spirit Bomb was an unattainable dream. The training of the King Fist, a martial art of immense power, was naturally rigorous and intricate. It was akin to when Master Roshi taught Chen the Kamehameha. It was not merely about bringing hands together and pushing outward to create the technique. It involved numerous nuances of breath control and energy manipulation, where a single misstep could lead one astray, diminishing their power significantly. Unlike the Kamehameha, which emphasized the gathering and enhancement of energy, the King Fist demanded a flawless fusion of energy with the user's body, maximizing the stimulation of their latent potential. It is essential to understand that the true essence of the King Fist transcends merely unleashing energy. It elevates one's strength, speed, attack power, and defense in combat comprehensively. The king devoted an entire day to explaining the intricacies of the King Fist. While Chen and Chi-Chi felt their minds swell with information yet managed to retain a semblance of understanding, Wukong had long succumbed to drowsiness, lost in a haze of sleep. Once the theoretical instruction concluded, they embarked on the arduous journey of practice, during which Chen acutely experienced the excruciating nature of mastering the King Fist. Despite having achieved an advanced level of energy manipulation, initially controlling the energy within his body for complex operations proved challenging, often leading to errors with dire consequences such as damaged meridians and ruptured blood vessels. In severe cases, the uncontrollable energy could even wreak havoc on fragile internal organs. In their pursuit of mastering the King Fist, both Chen and Chi-Chi endured countless bouts of bloodshed. Thankfully, Chen had a supply of healing senzu beans to facilitate rapid recovery. Otherwise, they might have perished before even grasping the technique. In stark contrast to the trials faced by Chen and Chi-Chi, Wukong, who had initially dozed through the lectures, demonstrated remarkable progress. Although he occasionally faltered and suffered from energy mismanagement, his advancement was significantly more pronounced than that of Chen and Chi-Chi. Wukong belonged to the category of learners who thrived on physical memory. While he might not grasp concepts through explanation, he excelled through hands-on practice. Chen could not help but reflect on the narrative of the original Dragon Ball series, where only the protagonist, Son Goku, mastered the King Fist, while others like Piccolo and Tien, who had trained on King Kai's planet, failed to do so. Indeed, the King Fist, despite its formidable prowess, was not a technique that could be mastered by everyone. Though significantly impacted, this adversity ignited Chen's competitive spirit. Currently, he possesses an abundance of celestial beings. Even if he were to endure 100 or 1,000 trials, he is resolute in mastering the King's Fist technique. As the sun and moon alternated, and winter gave way to spring, it swiftly became evident that a full year had elapsed since Chen and his companions arrived at King Kai's planet. Meanwhile, on Earth, in West City, although not a renowned tourist destination or the capital of the government, it is nonetheless a city of great repute, primarily because the famous Capsule Corporation is located here. Founded by Dr. Brief, this private enterprise has not only facilitated daily life through its innovative capsules, but has also significantly propelled the advancement of human civilization in this world. The immense profits generated from the sale of these capsules have elevated the Brief family to the status of the world's wealthiest individuals. However, apart from the Universal Capsule Corporation, another company has recently emerged in West City within the past year, rising with astonishing speed: the Dragon Ball Company. Undoubtedly, This enterprise was established by Knight Chen, with the assistance of Bulma, Ties, and other women. Knight Chen's aspirations extend far beyond a mere planet. His ambitions reach into the vast expanse of the starry sea. To conquer the universe, personal power is essential, yet logistical resources are equally crucial. Even if one were invincible in the cosmos, managing the entirety of the universe alone would be impractical. Even the ruthless Frieza understands the necessity of having subordinates to assist him, let alone Knight Chen, for whom the Dragon Ball Company serves as an organization meticulously prepared for his endeavors. Initially, the company will serve to amass substantial financial and material resources under its banner, preparing for the day when Knight Chen's own strength is sufficiently formidable to recruit an army and venture into the universe. During his training on planet Vegeta and throughout his cosmic journeys, Knight Chen diligently gathered various alien technologies, all of which he entrusted to Bulma before his training on King Kai's planet. If utilized effectively, the extraterrestrial advancements he collected could propel Earth's civilization forward by decades. While Knight Chen and Wukong were training on King Kai's planet, Bulma, Ties, and the other women were not idle. They diligently established the Dragon Ball Company in West City, leveraging the alien technologies left by Knight Chen. In just a year, the company has rapidly evolved to rival the Universal Capsule Corporation, astonishing countless onlookers. Notably, the headquarters of the Dragon Ball Company is situated directly across from the Universal Capsule Corporation, featuring a towering structure with hundreds of floors piercing the clouds, adorned with a majestic dragon and 7 Dragon Balls as its emblem. On this day, a convoy of black luxury cars came to a halt in front of the headquarters of the Dragon Ball Company. Several attendants opened the car doors, and Bulma, Ties, and Lan Chi emerged in succession. Lan Chi appeared much as she did a year ago, yet now she sported golden hair rather than blue, exuding a wild, heroic aura reminiscent of a thorny rose, dangerous yet captivating. Bulma and Ties, on the other hand, had undergone significant transformations. The sisters donned high heels, stockings, and sleek black office attire, radiating an air of cold beauty that suggested an impenetrable distance from strangers. As Bulma and her companions stepped out of the car, a throng of reporters, eager as wild cats sensing blood, surged towards them. "Miss Bulma, Miss Ties, may we request an interview?" The Dragon Ball Company has become a world-renowned enterprise in less than a year since its inception, launching several groundbreaking technological products. What is the secret behind your company's success? It has come to my attention that Miss Bulma and Miss Ties are merely vice presidents of the Dragon Ball Company. I wonder who the enigmatic president of your esteemed company truly is. Both Miss Bulma and Miss Ties are daughters of Dr. Brief. May I inquire if Dr. Brief also contributed to the establishment of the Dragon Ball Company? Furthermore, in Chapter 95, titled The Year of Training, the bothersome reporters have finally been dealt with. Bulma, Ties, and Lan Chi ascended to the top floor of the company headquarters via a private elevator, entering a lavishly adorned office. "Oh, those pests, they're utterly infuriating every single day," Bulma exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa, her hands tangled in her hair, her expression one of exasperation. "Bulma, please remain calm. It's a situation we must simply acclimate to," Ties replied with a smile as she set down her folder. Despite being the daughter of the world's wealthiest man, Dr. Brief, neither Bulma nor Ties embodied the aloof demeanor often associated with individuals of their stature. However, both sisters had learned to don a facade of coldness to shield themselves from the incessant advances of reporters and so-called company executives. Of course, in the presence of just each other, Bulma and Ties reverted to their original selves. "Those annoying flies deserve to perish. If you allow me to take action, they could vanish from the face of the earth by tomorrow," Lan Chi declared, taking a vigorous swig from a can of soda retrieved from the refrigerator, her tone icy. "While they are indeed bothersome, they are hardly deserving of death," Bulma muttered in a disgruntled manner, to which Ties quickly attempted to mediate. Having spent over a year together, Bulma and Ties had come to understand Lan Chi's fierce personality, aware of her fiery temperament. Had they nonchalantly suggested that she take them out? It is conceivable that the reporters of West City would face an apocalyptic fate, leading to headlines such as "Lan Chi the thief bloodily cleanses West City" in the next day's newspapers. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Just as the women were preparing to speak further, a knock resounded at the door. "Lady Bulma, Lady Ties, it is me, Xiaowu." This office, situated at the pinnacle of the company headquarters, was exclusively accessible to Bulma, Ties, and Lan Chi, with Xiaowu being the only other individual granted entry. Typically, Xiaowu managed various affairs at the lower levels of the company, only ascending to report to Bulma and Tais when matters of importance arose. "Come in, Xiao Wu." "Yes, Lady Tais." Tai Si opened the door for Xiao Wu, who entered clad in her uniform. Originally a subordinate of Pilaf, Xiao Wu was abandoned by her companions during the quest for the Dragon Balls and subsequently captured by Chen. Before she departed for King Kai's planet for training, Chen requested her assistance with Bulma and the others. Due to the time constraints, she had not received adequate training, and her loyalty remained to be evaluated. Chen instructed Bulma and her companions to keep a close watch on her. However, based on her performance over the past year, she seemed to pose no issues. Moreover, her commendable abilities had indeed proven beneficial. Thus both Bulma and Tai Si had come to trust her to a considerable extent. "Xiao Wu, do you have something to discuss?" Bulma inquired, her brow furrowing, knowing that Xiao Wu only approached her for significant matters. "Lady Bulma, Lady Tai Si, our 2 experimental bases in Carter City have been breached. There have been multiple casualties among the staff, and all experimental data has been stolen," Xiao Wu reported calmly, yet the atmosphere in the room turned icy in an instant. Tai Si rubbed her forehead, while Bulma's expression darkened, slamming her fist on the table. "Those bastards!" Location: King Kai's planet. Boom. 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 The air was filled with tumultuous sounds as Chen and Wukong engaged in a fierce battle high above King Kai's planet. Their speeds were incredibly swift, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, resembling 2 bolts of crimson lightning colliding in the sky, each clash resonating with a thunderous roar. It is worth mentioning that the auras enveloping Chen and Wukong were not mere ordinary, colorless auras, but rather suffused with a deep crimson hue, indicative of the King Kai fist. Even from a considerable distance below, Chi-Chi and the King Kai entourage could feel the immense pressure emanating from the 2 warriors, making it difficult to fathom the astonishing power they were unleashing. In the brief span of their confrontation, Chen and Wukong exchanged thousands of blows, the exhilarating sensation of power coursing through them both, with a singular thought resonating in their minds: fight, fight, fight. With yet another collision, Chen and Wukong distanced themselves, and their hands began to whirl like wheels, conjuring countless energy spheres to unleash upon one another. Boom, 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 boom. The air rippled and the winds howled as the entire expanse above King Kai's planet erupted into chaos, a scene so cataclysmic that it sent shivers down the spine. Undoubtedly, anyone caught in the midst of such a tempest would be instantly torn to shreds by the violent energy storms. The intense explosion persisted for a considerable duration before gradually subsiding, revealing the silhouettes of Chen and Wukong amidst 2 streaks of fiery light descending from above. Panting heavily, both Chen and Wukong felt the immense toll of engaging in such a high-intensity battle, even while utilizing the Kaioken technique. "Incredible! Chen, Wukong, you are both remarkable," Chi-Chi exclaimed as she rushed towards them, her excitement causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Over the past year of rigorous training, Chi-Chi had also mastered the Kaioken technique. However, her proficiency paled in comparison to that of Chen and Wukong, whose power was undeniably superior. Truly, they are worthy of being called master and revered. Wukong, Princess Snake, closely following, fixed her gaze upon Chen, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fervor. Witnessing the growth of Chen and Wukong over the past year left her in a state of awe and admiration. Truly, he is a man worthy of being her master, displaying an extraordinary strength. It is overwhelming. She feels herself becoming overwhelmed once more. The might of the Kaioken extends far beyond this, and we have yet to reach our full potential. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chen straightened up and gently caressed Chi-Chi's forehead with a smile. After a year of rigorous training, he could now unleash a 5-fold Kaioken without harming himself. While Wukong could achieve a 4-fold Kaioken, and even the relatively weaker Chi-Chi could manage a 2-fold Kaioken. Theoretically, the Kaioken knows no bounds. As long as one's body is robust enough to endure, achieving 100-fold or even 1,000-fold is entirely feasible. Chapter 96. Return and farewell now. You all comprehend the prowess of my Kaioken, don't you? Ha ha ha. The Kaishin approached, accompanied by Baburis and Girigiri, laughing heartily. Although he held great expectations for the potential of Chen and Wukong, even the Kaishin was astonished that they had reached such heights, filled with immense admiration. Indeed, it is a testament to the martial arts conceived by the esteemed Kaishin, and we owe much to his guidance. Esteemed Kaishin, I apologize for the disturbances over the past year. I intend to bid farewell to Wukong and the others soon, Chen remarked. The Kaishin showed no surprise upon hearing this. Go on, go on. If you remain any longer, my planet shall inevitably be in ruins, and besides, I have nothing further to teach you." Observing the Kaioshin's expression of disdain, Chen could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Due to their frequent sparring sessions, the Kaioshin's planet had often been left in tatters by Chen and Wukong, and on several occasions, it had nearly faced destruction. Reflecting on this, Chen felt a deep sense of remorse. However, everything must come to an end. After a year of diligent training here, Chen has mastered the techniques of the King's Fist and the Spirit Bomb. Naturally, there is no longer a need for him and his companions to stay. Moreover, Bulma and Tais are still waiting for him on Earth. The longing for the young women makes Chen wish he could sprout wings and soar back to his home planet. Although he yearns to return swiftly, he is not in a rush at this very moment. After all, the king has tirelessly guided their training for an entire year and imparted his two unique techniques to them. Can one simply learn and depart without a shred of gratitude or decorum? Chen and Wukong returned to their quarters to freshen up and change their attire. Meanwhile, Chen requested Princess Snake and her attendants to prepare a sumptuous feast to honor the king, a gesture of appreciation for the guidance they received throughout the year. Marking a perfect conclusion to their training, the gathering was lively and filled with laughter, and after the meal, Chen and Wukong, along with the others, resolved to leave. They had already packed their belongings, and on King Kai's planet, King Kai, Barbaros, and Gregory were bidding farewell to Chen and Wukong. Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi, you have all accomplished your training here and mastered my King's Fist. You are remarkable martial artists. However, I implore you to remember not to let power cloud your true essence, nor to misuse the martial arts I have taught you to harm the world. Yes, Lord Kai. They responded solemnly, noting the seriousness in his demeanor. Nodding, the king added, Chen, Wukong, in addition to the King's Fist, you have also learned my Spirit Bomb. However, I hope you will refrain from teaching the Spirit Bomb to anyone else. It is far more perilous than the King's Fist. And should it fall into the wrong hands, the entire universe could face dire consequences. Do you understand? After a year of training on King Kai's planet, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi had all mastered the King's Fist, yet only Chen and Wukong had learned the Spirit Bomb. Although Chi-Chi's talent was commendable as an Earthling, she lagged behind Chen and Wukong, who are pure-blooded Saiyans. Mastering the King's Fist was nearly her limit, and the Spirit Bomb proved too challenging. Rest assured, Lord Kai, we will not teach the Spirit Bomb to anyone else. Chen understood the gravity of the king's words. Such a formidable technique was best kept to oneself, and he had no intention of passing it on to others. Seeing Chen's comprehension, the king nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Thank you, Lord Kai, for your guidance this past year. We shall take our leave now. Farewell, Lord Kai, Barbaros, Gregory, Chi-Chi, Wukong. Do visit often. After bidding each other farewell with a wave, Princess Snake transformed into a miniature serpent, coiling around Chen's waist. Subsequently, Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi unleashed their battle energy, soaring skyward like three bolts of lightning. As night enveloped the earth, the city of Shidu was adorned with the glow of countless lights piercing through the darkness. In a secluded corner of this metropolis stood a multi-story building. While it appeared to be an ordinary structure at first glance, it was, in fact, one of the many clandestine experimental bases established by the Dragon Ball Company. Though Chen had entrusted Bulma with a plethora of extraterrestrial technologies far surpassing Earth's civilization, these advancements could not be directly utilized. They required intricate calculations and testing to develop products suitable for human use. To achieve this goal, Bulma commissioned the construction of numerous experimental facilities, gathering a multitude of scientists and technical experts to analyze and interpret alien technology, ultimately crafting advanced technological and everyday products to yield substantial profits for the Dragon Ball Company. As the workday came to a close, the personnel vacated the experimental building, leaving only a handful of security staff to patrol the premises, ensuring the safety of the facility. However, this evening, the laboratory building was graced by an unexpected visitor. It was discernibly a woman, adorned with lustrous golden hair and a curvaceous figure, who descended silently upon the edifice with the grace of a bat, gliding on a winged apparatus. The building was fortified with stringent security measures, its entirety enveloped in a sealed structure, yet the woman deftly unlatched a window and gently leapt inside. Within the building, a plethora of surveillance devices and numerous anti-theft lasers swept the corridors incessantly. A mere ordinary individual would be detected by the security system within mere seconds, triggering an uproar of alarms throughout the premises. Yet, The woman regarded these defenses with disdain, maneuvering like a nimble leopard, evading all surveillance and laser detection with ease. Ultimately infiltrating the heart of the laboratory, she swiftly inserted a pre-prepared USB drive into the main computer of the lab, employing a Trojan program to breach its defenses. Then quickly typed away to download an array of experimental data. The sheer volume of data proved overwhelming, requiring over half an hour to complete the download. As she extracted the USB drive once more, the woman exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Indeed, everything had proceeded as seamlessly as ever. Though she held no interest in the data itself, nor an understanding of its contents, it mattered little. All that was essential was that someone desired it. By simply returning the USB drive to her employer, she would effortlessly earn a reward of 1 million yuan. A beautiful smile graced her lips as she prepared to retreat home for a luxurious bath, when suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "Put it down, haughty." Chapter 97. The Master Thief, Haughty. Haughty, a renowned treasure hunter in the shadowy realms of the underworld. However, the title of treasure hunter is merely a term of respect bestowed upon her by her peers. In essence, she is simply a thief. Yet, despite her classification as a mere thief, she has thrived remarkably due to her exceptional skills, reigning like a queen in the realm of larceny. Throughout her career, she has seldom failed to acquire the treasures she has set her sights upon. Beautiful and formidable, these attributes serve as the foundation of Haughty's confidence. And she often regards the police and security personnel she frequently encounters with disdain. At this moment, Haughty displayed an unusually grim expression. "Lanchi, it's you." The woman standing before Haughty, aiming a gun at her, possessed the same striking golden locks. Indeed, it was Lanchi. As a renowned figure within the shadowy underworld, Haughty was well aware of Lanchi's reputation. While the self-proclaimed queen of thieves would discreetly pilfer treasures she coveted, this woman was notorious for her audacity. Seizing whatever caught her eye with brazen abandon, far more reckless than Haughty herself. To unexpectedly encounter such a formidable adversary here left Haughty inwardly cursing her misfortune. "Put down the item, reveal your employer, and get out of here." Lanchi, evidently in a foul mood, pressed the alarm device as she spoke coldly. The blaring alarms echoed throughout the building, and within mere minutes, security personnel would be rushing to the scene, further darkening Haughty's already troubled countenance. In moments of heightened tension and peril, it is imperative to maintain composure. Soon, Haughty donned a radiant smile, addressing Lanchi. "We have always kept our distance. So why not pretend you haven't seen me? If you allow me to leave, I shall generously share half of the reward with you. That amounts to a staggering 500,000 yuan, far simpler than any robbery you could undertake. What do you think of my proposal?" As Haughty approached Lanchi, contemplating her next move, a bullet whistled through the air towards her. Instinctively, she rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Witnessing a few strands of her golden hair cascade to the ground, a shiver of fear coursed through her, quickly replaced by fury. "Lanchi, you dare to attempt my life. Since you refuse to reveal your employer, you may as well meet your end." With a chilling smile, Lanchi squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley of bullets towards Haughty. The sleepless night had left her seething with rage, and since this foolish woman would not disclose her employer's identity, she had lost all value. Let her perish. In a tempest of anger and desperation, Haughty dodged Lanchi's gunfire while drawing her own weapon to retaliate, causing a cacophony of gunfire to erupt within the laboratory. Both women, exceptional in their skills, exchanged fire and evaded each other's shots until their ammunition ran dry, neither able to land a hit on the other. However, the two fierce women had no intention of backing down. Discarding their firearms, they sprang forth like cheetahs, engaging in a fierce struggle within the laboratory. Both adept in the art of combat, they exchanged blows with remarkable intensity, each refusing to yield. Yet, the fact that both adversaries were strikingly beautiful blondes lent an unusual ambience to the otherwise violent scene. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Lanchi and Haughty simultaneously retreated, creating distance between themselves, both slightly out of breath, yet keenly aware of each other's prowess. Damn, how formidable they are. Although their skills were closely matched, making it difficult to declare a victor at this moment, the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Haughty. Once the security personnel below rushed in, she would have no choice but to surrender. However, it seemed that Lanchi had no intention of waiting for those ineffectual security guards to arrive. A mere Haughty was more than enough for her to handle alone. Drawing forth a rocket launcher, Lanchi aimed it directly at Haughty, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. The corners of her eyes twitched uncontrollably. Even Haughty was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Damned Lan Chi, where had she concealed such a formidable rocket launcher before? In this life-and-death moment, if that madwoman Lan Chi were to fire, would she have any chance of survival? However, Haughty was a decisive woman. She swiftly hurled the data USB toward Lan Chi. Return what belongs to you. With the attack momentarily halted, Lan Chi instinctively caught the USB. But Haughty seized the opportunity to shatter the window and leap outside. By the time Lan Chi rushed over, Haughty had already vanished into the night. Gliding away with her wings. Lan Chi, just you wait. For the first time, she had failed, and from the distant darkness came Haughy's unwilling voice. Throwing the rocket launcher to the ground, Lan Chi sneered coldly. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time. Location, the Yellow Springs. The sound of rustling echoed as three figures enveloped in crimson flames soared through the air. It was Sun Wukong and Chi. Simultaneously executing the King of Worlds technique in midair, the trio's speed was nearly as swift as lightning. The scenery around them retreated in a blur. What had once taken an eternity to traverse the snake path to the King of Worlds was now completed in less than a day. Ah, King Yama. It's been a while. Have you completed your training with the King of Worlds? Indeed, we have. In the Grand Hall of King Yama. Chen exchanged casual pleasantries before eagerly teleporting back to the Heavenly Temple with Wukong and Chi. It had been nearly a year since he last saw Bulma and the others. His heart yearned for home. As he gazed at the departing figures of Chen and his companions, the King of Hell maintained an expression of astonishment. In the span of merely a year, they had accomplished the training bestowed by the Lord of the Realm. And the energy emanating from the trio had increased significantly, far beyond what he had ever achieved at that time. Truly, they were remarkable individuals. Within the Divine Temple, the figures of Chen and his companions materialized. Oh, we are back. Upon realizing their return to Earth, Wukong and Chi leapt in unrestrained joy, cheering with exuberance. Lord Deity, you have returned. Sensing the presence of Chen and his companions, Bobo emerged from the temple and bowed respectfully to Chen. Bobo, we are back. You have worked hard during our absence this past year. During their time away, all affairs of the temple had been entrusted to Bobo, who indeed had borne considerable burdens. Chen patted Bobo's shoulder in a gesture of appreciation. It was nothing. It is my duty, Bobo humbly replied, shaking his head. Lord Deity, would you like to review the work from the past year? There's no need, Bobo. I have complete faith in you. Chen responded nonchalantly, causing Bobo to display a look of deep gratitude. Lord Deity, your trust in me is truly overwhelming, Bobo said, touched by the sentiment. While Chen noticed Bobo's heartfelt expression, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ah, Bobo, I merely wish to avoid the temple's affairs and eagerly return to see Bulma and the others. Have you misunderstood my intentions? However, let the misunderstanding remain a misunderstanding. Often, beautiful misconceptions are far more delightful than the harshness of reality. Chen had no intention of unraveling the truth. Bobo, I must return to check on Bulma and the others. I leave the matters of the temple to you. Yes, my lord, Bobo replied. Wukong, Chi, let us depart. Oh, once again, the responsibilities of the temple have been entrusted to Bobo, as Chen, Wukong, and Chi unleashed their battle energy and soared from the temple. Bobo respectfully watched them leave. After returning from training with the King of the Worlds, it seemed that my lord had become even more formidable. Chapter 98. I have no appointment after departing from the Divine Temple. Chen, Wukong, and Chi made their way directly to Bulma's residence in West City. In brief, it has been a long time. Ah, little Chen, little Wukong, and little Chi. Have you completed your training? It is truly a joy to see you. Little Wukong and little Chi have become even more adorable. Come, let Annie give you a hug. Oh dear, Aunt Brief, too tight. In the household, only Aunt Brief was present. Upon seeing Chen and the others, she was filled with joy. Embracing Wukong and Chi tightly, this motherly figure remains as warm-hearted as ever. Observing the distressed expressions of Wukong and Chi, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly before inquiring. In brief, are Bulma and Tais at home? Bulma and Tais are not home right now. But, little Chen, let me tell you. Our Bulma and Tais have become quite remarkable since your departure. They have established a Dragon Ball company, surpassing even Brief's Capsule Corporation. Oh my daughters truly are impressive. Auntie is so moved. Aunt Brief exclaimed, her excitement evident as she grasped Chen's hand. You feel moved too, right? Right? As Aunt Brief spoke of Bulma and Tais, she finally released Wukong and Chi, focusing her enthusiasm on Chen. I am moved, indeed. A bead of sweat trickled down Chen's forehead as he quickly concurred. Every parent aspires for their child to achieve greatness, and Bulma and Tais, at such a young age, had already reached the pinnacle of their lives, accomplishing feats that many could only dream of in a lifetime. Chen understood Aunt Brief's overwhelming joy and emotion. Yet, dear mother, did Bulma and Tais not inform you that the Dragon Ball Company was founded with their assistance, and that I am the true master of the enterprise? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, upon observing Mrs. Brief's genuinely moved expression, Chen decided it prudent to refrain from uttering any words that might dampen her spirits. Subsequently, Chen engaged in further conversation with Mrs. Brief, during which he learned the location of the Dragon Ball Company. Despite Mrs. Brief's suggestion that he and his companions await Bulma's return at home, Chen resolved to visit the company instead. It had been over a year since he last saw Bulma and the others. He could hardly afford to linger, especially since Bulma had played a pivotal role in establishing the company. As the rightful owner, it was imperative that he pay a visit. Moreover, there was another reason for his decision. Dear Mother was exceedingly warm-hearted, and neither Wukong, Chi-Chi, nor Yi-Chun could withstand her enthusiasm. Oh dear, little Yi-Chun has already left, she mused. Well, I shall prepare a sumptuous dinner to welcome Bulma and little Yi-Chun back. Observing as Yi-Chun and the others hurriedly departed, Mrs. Brief paid it no mind, clapping her hands and humming a cheerful tune as she made her way into the kitchen. Ah, Bulma and Tais have indeed done splendidly, she remarked. Following the directions provided by Mrs. Brief, Yi-Chun and Wukong soon arrived at the headquarters of the Dragon Ball Company. Gazing up at the towering edifice that stretched hundreds of stories into the sky, even Yi-Chun could not help but feel a spark of excitement. Yi-Chun, Chi-Chi, look, it's Shenron, the dragon, Wukong exclaimed, bouncing with delight. Centrally embedded within the building was a grand emblem depicting a spiraling Shenron alongside 7 radiant Dragon Balls, unmistakably marking the identity of the Dragon Ball Company. Let us proceed inside to find Bulma, Yi-Chun suggested, gently ruffling Wukong's hair before leading the way into the company's headquarters. The entrance was bustling with activity, with numerous individuals entering and exiting, some in company uniforms, others in tailored suits, while the trio clad in martial arts attire appeared conspicuously out of place. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A charming receptionist approached them, her demeanor warm and courteous, displaying a remarkable level of professional grace despite the trio's incongruous attire. We wish to see Bulma and Tais. Please announce our arrival. Yi-Chun replied, feeling favorably inclined towards the receptionist. However, upon hearing his request, the receptionist momentarily froze, a peculiar expression crossing her face. To ask for an audience with Lady Bulma and Lady Tais upon arrival, was this youth perhaps of some notable status? However, it does not seem so at all. Merely the plainness of his martial arts attire has nearly revealed his identity. It is hard to imagine that such a person could possibly intersect with the esteemed Lady Bulma and Lady Tais. Despite her inner grumbling, the receptionist resolved to confirm. Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment? Appointment? No, Chen replied, shaking his head. I am terribly sorry, sir, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you to meet Lady Bulma and Lady Tais, the receptionist stated patiently. Chen, feeling slightly embarrassed, touched his nose. The Dragon Ball Company was indeed his own, and Bulma and Tais were his girlfriends. Did he truly need an appointment to visit his own company and see his girlfriends? How absurd. Although he felt a hint of disbelief, Chen understood that the receptionist was merely performing her duties. After pondering for a moment, he said, Could you please contact Bulma and Tais for me? Inform them that I am Chen, and they should be willing to see me. Chen spoke with ease. Yet the receptionist displayed a troubled expression. She was merely a humble receptionist. How could she possibly reach out to the lofty Lady Bulma and Lady Tais? Moreover, despite the confidence emanating from him, the receptionist felt a deep-seated skepticism. Typically, ordinary clients were fortunate to receive an audience with Lady Xiaowu. Only renowned corporate chairpersons or government officials could hope for a personal meeting with Lady Bulma and Lady Tais. This young man and the 2 girls accompanying him hardly appeared to be such distinguished figures. Sir, she stammered, caught in a dilemma. The situation had drawn the attention of others nearby, and at that moment, a young man in a tailored suit approached. Chapter 99. We are back. What is the matter? Lord Ishida, these guests wish to meet Lady Bulma and Lady Tais, but they do not have an appointment. The receptionist hurriedly explained the situation to the young man, who seemed to be her superior. You wish to meet Miss Bulma and Miss Tais? The young man furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Knight Chen and his companions. Indeed, we wish to see Bulma and Tais. If you could merely relay the message, they would surely come down to meet us, Knight Chen replied, nodding. However, the young man found the situation amusing. To wish to meet Miss Bulma and Miss Tais without an appointment, and to be so confidently assured that they would personally descend to meet them. What audacity was this? The esteemed guests, Miss Bulma and Miss Tais, are not individuals that just anyone can meet. Since there are no appointments, I must kindly ask you to leave, the man said with an icy demeanor. He had encountered many such presumptuous individuals, each hoping to curry favor with Miss Bulma and Miss Tais, dreaming of ascending to greater heights. Yet, they failed to reflect upon their own worth. As the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Brief, and now the proprietor of the Dragon Ball Company, Miss Bulma and Miss Tais are of a stature far surpassing yours, rendering you a mere nobody, unworthy of their attention. Although the man refrained from voicing these harsh truths, the sarcasm in his expression was unmistakable. With a sigh, Chen found himself at a loss for words. All he desired was to meet Bulma and Tais. Yet he was met with such unwarranted trouble. While he initially considered this to be a trivial matter, the derisive gazes of others left him feeling somewhat irked. What if I insist on seeing them? He narrowed his eyes, a glint of danger flickering within. Though he was not a man of petty grievances, a strong individual commands respect, and surely no weakling could dare to provoke him. Surprised by the audacity of the young man before him, the man paused momentarily, then coldly scoffed and dismissed Chen, pulling out his phone to call. Security? There are some troublemakers here. Please come and escort them out immediately. With remarkable efficiency. As soon as he hung up, several uniformed security personnel arrived swiftly. Please leave. You are not welcome here, one of the guards stated expressionlessly, surrounding Chen and his companions. Naturally, this commotion had attracted the attention of onlookers nearby, who found the situation rather amusing. A seemingly inconsequential young man and two young ladies dared to cause a ruckus at the Dragon Ball Company, showcasing their ignorance of the world's realities. Hey, Chen, do you want to fight? These guys look so weak. What if we accidentally hurt them? Kiki said, eager for action, while Wukong wore a worried expression. Although she enjoyed combat, under Chen's guidance, she understood the importance of not harming the innocent or bullying the weak, despite the guards appearing robust in a real fight. Even if she held back her power, Wukong worried she might inadvertently cause them serious harm. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, and even the stoic guards couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Look at these young girls. They are rather audacious. The atmosphere grew tense, but Chen gently patted Wukong and Kiki on the forehead, saying, there's no need for fighting. After all, this is our family's company, and we wouldn't want to cause any damage. Since they refused to relay the message, let us call ourselves Wukong. Oh, Chen called out to Wukong, who, understanding the cue, nodded in agreement. She then cupped her tiny hands around her mouth like a trumpet and exclaimed, Bulma, Tais, we have returned. Bulma, Tais, we have returned. With each repetition, her voice amplified tremendously, echoing far beyond the confines of the Dragon Ball Company, resonating throughout the entirety of West City. Ah, my ears, my ears. Many nearby individuals, drawn close to Chen and Wukong, clutched their heads in agony, feeling as though their ears had succumbed to a temporary deafness from the overwhelming sound. In the distance, others instinctively turned their gazes towards the Dragon Ball Company. Whose child is this? What a voice they possess. Get them out of here. Get them out of here. A young man named Ishida, his face pale and still recovering from the shock, shook his dizzy head and shouted in frustration. The once disoriented security guards, thrown to the ground by the sonic wave, scrambled to their feet, their faces contorted with anger as they prepared to usher the children away. At that moment, a sudden interruption occurred. The elevator doors slid open, revealing Bulma, Tais, and Xiaowu, who emerged in haste. I apologize, Miss Bulma, Miss Tais. I shall expel these troublemakers at once. The man, noticing the commotion he had caused among Bulma and her companions, hurried towards them. However, Bulma was in no mood for idle chatter. Get away, she exclaimed, shoving the man aside. Amidst the incredulous gazes of those around them, Bulma and Tais flung themselves into Chen's embrace. You fool, why have you returned only now? They cried in unison. Chen, Wukong, Chi-Chi, welcome back. Bulma incessantly pounded her fists against Chen's chest, while Tais joyfully welcomed the return of the group. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I am back now. Chen replied, a gentle smile gracing his face as he held the two sisters tightly. In love, a day apart feels like an eternity, and in their case, Having been separated for over a year, it felt like several lifetimes. The trio savored this long-awaited reunion, yet the onlookers stood utterly dumbfounded, jaws agape. As the daughter of the esteemed Dr. Brief, Bulma was renowned as a genius alongside her sister, Thais, who now co-founded and controlled the Dragon Ball Corporation. The sight of these goddesses, revered by countless men across the globe, throwing themselves into a man's arms, together, was simply unimaginable. Good heavens! They must be hallucinating. Chapter 100, The True Master. With a glint of respect in her eyes, Xiaowu bowed to Chen, who nodded in acknowledgement. A year had passed, and Bulma, Thais, and even Xiaowu had undergone significant changes, not merely in appearance, but also in temperament. More and more beautiful, increasingly enchanting. Bulma, there are people watching. How long do you intend to hold on? Observing Bulma, who clung to him with unwavering affection, Chen could not help but chuckle as he playfully pinched the young girl's nose. Humph, I don't want to hold you. Blushing, Bulma reluctantly released Chen, though her words belied her true feelings. You could have simply come to find us when you returned. Your loud commotion could be heard by everyone in West City. Reflecting on the earlier events, Bulma expressed a small grievance. She had been enjoying tea with her sister when Wukong's boisterous shout startled her, causing her to shatter her cup. It was Chen who made me call out, hee. We wanted to come straight to you, but they wouldn't allow us. Wukong revealed, flashing a bright smile. Chen shrugged in response. Quick-witted, Bulma and Thais soon grasped the situation, their brows furrowing as their expressions grew somewhat displeased. However, before Bulma and Thais could articulate their thoughts, a man named Ishida interjected with a deep voice. Miss Bulma, Miss Thais, who is this individual? His gaze fixated on Chen, his jealousy intensifying at the sight of Chen's hand resting upon the waist of Bulma and Thais. The man, having sacrificed so much in pursuit of his family's and corporation's ambitions to draw closer to Bulma and Thais, found himself incensed that these two sisters had already surrendered themselves to another man, and shamelessly, no less. Who is he? Do I owe you an explanation? Naturally, Bulma would not offer him any courtesy, as it was well known that this man had obstructed Chen and his companions. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she declared, Since you have asked, allow me to introduce him. This is Chen, my sisters and my boyfriend, and the true owner of the Dragon Ball Company. Now, are you all enlightened? Casting a sweeping glance around, Bulma aimed to clarify Chen's identity to avert any future misunderstandings that might lead to him being barred again, especially by those who were oblivious to the true master of their workplace. Miss Bulma and Miss Thais' boyfriend, the true owner of the Dragon Ball Company, was met with astonishment by both the clients and employees present. They had long suspected a mysterious president behind the company, but never imagined it would be the man before them, clad in martial attire. Chen, Wukong, Chi-Chi. Let us ascend and discuss further, Bulma proposed, disregarding the shocked expressions surrounding them. With Thais and Wukong accompanying Chen, they entered the private elevator, preparing to return to the office on the top floor. However, just before the elevator doors closed, Bulma added, Ishida, you need not return here anymore. What did you say? Miss Bulma? Ishida stammered, finally regaining his composure but wearing an incredulous expression. Shall I repeat myself? You need not return here anymore. Bulma's brow furrowed, a flicker of disdain in her eyes as she reiterated her statement. Understanding her intent, Ishida's demeanor darkened. Miss Bulma, our corporation has a contract with the Dragon Ball Company. You cannot simply dismiss me. Contract? Ah, it seems there was indeed such a thing. It seemed that a thought had crossed Bulma's mind, and she nodded slightly. However, in the next moment, her smile turned frigid. But I no longer wish to continue our contract. Depart at once, collect your breach of contract compensation from the finance office, and never dare to appear before me again. Bulma's words were utterly merciless. Ishida's expression gradually contorted, as if he still wished to speak. But the elevator doors had already closed, leaving Chen and Bulma along with the other women out of sight. Although this was merely a minor episode, it was undoubtedly a prelude to the impending upheaval that would soon resonate throughout the entire West City. Whether it be the revelation of the true owner of the Dragon Ball Company or the astonishing fact that the illustrious Bulma and her sister share the same boyfriend. Setting aside the external shock and uproar, within the rapidly ascending elevator, Chen scrutinized Bulma back and forth, causing her cheeks to flush. Naughty, naughty Chen. Have you seen enough? Bulma exclaimed. Indeed, Bulma, it has only been a year since we last met, and the spoiled young lady has transformed into a domineering CEO. Chen teased, eliciting laughter from Thais and the others nearby. Who do you think is to blame? If I don't assert myself, How would those fellows ever listen? Bulma retorted with a huff. In truth, she had no desire to play the role of a tyrannical CEO. Maintaining a cold demeanor was exhausting. Yet it was a lesson learned through numerous experiences alongside her sister. After a moment's reflection, Chen understood the underlying meaning of Bulma's words. Although both she and Tice were exceptionally intelligent, Bulma, being a prodigy among prodigies, had grown up in a sheltered environment and likely faced numerous challenges when the company was initially established. With this realization, Chen felt a surge of guilt and affection, pulling both sisters into his embrace. I apologize, Bulma, Tice, for the hardships you have endured. Not at all. We are delighted to assist you in any way we can. Tice replied gently, nestled against Chen, while Bulma huffed in acknowledgement. The contrast in their personalities evident in their brief exchange. Who was that Ishida fellow? Chen inquired, recalling a prior conversation. His curiosity was not born of pettiness or lingering resentment. Bulma had already dealt with him, and Chen was indifferent to such a minor character. However, he sensed that Ishida was not merely an ordinary employee. His name is Ishida Makino, the young master of the Ishida Consortium, Tice clarified. Chen chuckled at the revelation. Is it true? A distinguished heir of a conglomerate has deigned to serve as our doorman? Humph, that fellow surely harbors ulterior motives, seeking to get close to my sister and me for his own gain. He merely relies on his parents and family, yet he naively believes himself to be impressive. When we signed a contract with the Ishida Consortium, he shamelessly insisted on coming over, so I relegated him to the door. With a light huff, Bulma remarked. In truth, there were numerous individuals within the company akin to that young master Ishida. These fellows harbored intentions toward both Bulma and Tice, hoping that by winning the affections of the sisters, they could not only secure beautiful partners but also gain access to the vast fortunes of the Capsule Corporation and the Dragon Ball Company. Bulma and Tice were certainly not oblivious to this. However, the two sisters paid no heed to the matter. If those gentlemen preferred to forsake their privileged roles to toil for them, then so be it. You, stand guard. You, clean the restrooms. You, take out the trash. Work as long as you wish. As for Tice, she remained unconcerned. In truth, Bulma rather relished having such high-caliber labor at her disposal without cost. To win the favor of the sisters, those fellows worked with greater zeal than the formal employees of the company. Had it not been for Ishida obstructing her view, Bulma would have considered having him guard below indefinitely. Of course, even if he were to stand watch for a lifetime, he would never lay eyes on a single toe of the sisters. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He raised his hand to tap Bulma lightly on the forehead. You wicked woman. Chapter 101, Selfless Dedication. Ding. The elevator doors opened, and Bulma, along with Tice and Chen, entered the grand office of the building. The entire office was remarkably spacious and bright, adorned with exquisite decorations. All necessary office supplies were present, complemented by a lounge, various fitness equipment, a swimming pool by the window, and even a small indoor garden. Though Chen had never stayed in those so-called presidential suites, he was convinced that even they could not rival the opulence found here. Wukong, come quickly and see. Wow. How impressive. Chi-Chi and Wukong exclaimed as they rushed inside, exploring every corner. Even the typically composed Chen couldn't suppress a smile. Bulma, you truly know how to indulge. This is prepared for certain individuals. If some find it too extravagant, we can always redecorate it to be simpler later. Bulma replied with a teasing glance at Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen promptly adjusted his expression. Ahem, I think this is quite splendid as it is. No need to trouble ourselves with a redesign. As Chen exuded an air of righteous authority, Bulma and Tice couldn't help but chuckle. Chen had never been one to embrace a life of austere cultivation. During his travels with Wukong, he often slept beneath the stars and dined on whatever was available, a circumstance born out of necessity. Now, however, with the opportunity to indulge in the luxuries of life, he had no intention of returning to those arduous days. Settling onto a plush sofa, Chen stretched languidly, while Bulma and Tice naturally nestled onto his lap. Just as Tice was about to voice a thought, her lips were decisively silenced by Chen's assertive kiss. Beside them, Bulma's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, inwardly scolding him for his mischief. Yet she too found herself swept into the fray by Chen's relentless advance. Meanwhile, Wukong and Chi-Chi frolicked playfully in a splendidly appointed office, while Xiaowu quietly prepared a pot of tea nearby, seemingly oblivious to the scandalous antics of the trio not far away. Upon closer observation, one would notice that the maiden's visage had taken on a slight rosy hue. After a considerable time, Chen finally relented, releasing Tice and Bulma. yet lingeringly savoring the sweetness of their familiar presence. Despite the arduous training endured daily on King Kai's planet, Chen often found himself yearning for the two women. Now, enveloped in their comforting embrace and indulging in their cherished sweetness, he could only exclaim, "Truly splendid," while Chen reveled in this serene delight. Bulma and Tai-Si languished in his arms, their cheeks flushed and feeling somewhat dizzy. You scoundrel, return only to torment my sister and me." Bulma shot a reproachful glare at him, her expression filled with lament. "Ha ha ha, who instructed you to be my girlfriends? You are destined to become my wives, and I shall relish in teasing you for all eternity." With a hearty laugh, Chen resumed his mischievous antics upon Bulma. Though vexed, Bulma found herself unable to resist the playful harassment of this rogue. "Master, Lady Bulma, Lady Tai-Si, please enjoy your tea," Xiao Wu announced, presenting the freshly brewed hot tea before quietly standing by. Chen ceased his playful torment, relinquishing his hands from Bulma and Tai-Si. "Bulma, Tai-Si, please update me on the company's affairs." "Very well." Bulma promptly adjusted their attire, her irritation compelling her to take a playful bite at the rogue's arm. Then, she and Tai-Si briefed Chen on the company's situation. Tai-Si primarily elaborated on the company's journey from inception to its current state, while Bulma candidly expressed the hardships she and her sister had endured, occasionally savoring a cup of hot tea. Chen patiently listened as the two sisters recounted the current state of the Seven Dragon Balls Company. Established merely a year ago, this company had astonishingly ascended to the ranks of the world's premier enterprises, rivaling even the Universal Capsule Corporation. Even Chen could not help but feel immense astonishment. While the extraterrestrial technology he had collected played a substantial role in this success, the tireless efforts and dedication of Bulma and her companions were undeniably significant. "Bulma, Tais." "Thank you," he softly murmured, gently brushing his fingers against the girls' foreheads. Tais merely smiled tenderly, leaning against Chen, while Bulma pouted but ultimately refrained from further comment. Despite the hardships they had endured over the past year, a simple expression of gratitude from this seemingly villainous man somehow made it all worthwhile. It seemed both she and her sister had become hopelessly infatuated. "By the way, where's Lan Chi? I haven't seen her," Chen inquired, recalling that despite Bulma, Tais, and Xiao being present, Lan Chi had been conspicuously absent since their return. Always thinking about Lan Chi. I wonder how long you can hold out." Bulma replied with a hint of jealousy. "But don't worry, Chen, Lan Chi is fine. She's out handling some company matters. I've already contacted her, and she should be back soon." Just then, as if to validate Tais' words, the office door was abruptly kicked open, and a figure stormed in with fervor. It was Lan Chi. Upon seeing her fierce and sullen demeanor, Bulma and Tais instinctively stepped aside, and in the next moment, Lan Chi pounced on Chen like a tiger descending the mountain, seating herself firmly on his lap. "Yo, Lan Chi, it's been a while," Chen greeted, his expression stiffened by surprise. This was indeed unfortunate. He mused silently that he would have preferred the gentle, caring blue-haired Lan Chi over the fiery blonde version. "Yes, it has been quite a while," Lan Chi replied, caressing Chen's cheek with a smile that sent shivers down his spine, exuding an unmistakable air of menace. And sure enough, the next moment erupted with her furious declaration, "You scoundrel. You ran off without a word, leaving me to handle your work. Do you have anything to say to me now? Speak up." Seizing Knight's collar, Lan Chi bellowed at him, her voice resonating with such intensity that it penetrated the floor, startling the employees in the office below. Who could have incited the wrath of the fierce and brutal Miss Lan Chi? Surely he was doomed. Chapter 102. The Fruits of Training. Lan Chi, please, calm down. Did I not bid you farewell once before? Knight replied weakly, wiping the saliva from his face. Bid farewell? You merely said goodbye to another version of me, not the one standing before you now. Moreover, I have already heard from Bulma and the others that you intend to do harm to the other me. Is that correct? You already have Bulma and Tais. And after having engaged in such intimate acts with me, you still wish to pursue another version of me? Truly, all men in the world are the same. You scoundrel. You lecherous fiend. A creature that thinks only with its lower half. The golden-haired Lan Chi continued her tirade, while Knight's lips twitched, his expression darkening. Lan Chi, is reason lost on you? If I have already taken action towards you, do you expect me to ignore the other you? How could I possibly allow you to be my wife while being friends with another you? That is inconceivable. You share one body. It is only natural that I must pursue both. And as for Bulma, she had the audacity to divulge these matters to golden-haired Lan Chi, clearly eager to witness my downfall. Laughing now, are we? Just wait and see how I shall punish you. Realizing that this was not a sustainable situation, Knight understood that dealing with the fierce Lan Qi required a more dominant approach. He was too weary to engage in further dialogue. Instead, he swiftly flipped Lan Qi beneath him, silencing her with a kiss. Her eyes wide with fury, Lan Qi struggled against him. This scoundrel. She had intended to settle the score with him. Yet he dared to launch a sneak attack. Did he truly believe that she could be bullied like another version of herself? With a determined bite of her silver teeth, Lan Qi prepared to teach Yi Chen a lesson. Aware of her intentions, Yi Chen was not about to let her succeed. He delivered a forceful slap to Lan Qi's pert rear, simultaneously channeling a surge of energy into her body. This energy, a remarkable force, not only enhanced physical strength, but also possessed a myriad of other applications, such as telepathy, weapon manifestation, and the creation of defensive barriers. The energy Yi Chen infused into Lan Qi served to immobilize her, rendering her temporarily powerless. A peculiar sensation coursed through her body, leaving her utterly weak and limp. The astute Lan Qi quickly deduced that this was the doing of the odious man before her. In her moment of indignation, she glared at Yi Chen, yet found herself helpless against his advances. Moans and the sound of wicked sucking filled the office as Yi Chen indulged in his mischief. Tai smiled and shook her head at the scene, while Bulma pouted, her lips protruding like a teapot. After what felt like an eternity, a satisfied Yi Chen finally released Lan Qi, gently caressing her strikingly beautiful face. So, Lan Qi, do you wish to continue? You scoundrel. Yi Chen wore a beaming smile, while Lan Qi seethed with a mix of embarrassment and fury, gritting her teeth. Can I interpret that as a desire to continue? If so, let us proceed once more. Ignoring Lan Qi's protests, Yi Chen sealed her lips with his own again, though he claimed they would repeat the act. It turned into a series of 4 or 5 encounters. Initially, Lan Qi attempted to resist, but soon succumbed to a state of numb acceptance. It was hardly her fault. One could only blame this wretched world. Unable to fight against this insufferable man, she conceded to his conquest. Yi Chen, weren't you training with Lord Kai? Has it already concluded? Noticing Lan Qi's nearly defeated demeanor, Tai's quickly interjected, attempting to divert Yi Chen's attention. Yes, it has ended. I shall not leave you again without good reason. Yi Chen responded, recognizing Tai's intention but choosing not to expose it. He released Lan Qi and added with a grin. Now, let me see how much you have all progressed, and whether you have been slacking off. Wukong, Chi-Chi, come here. Curious about their current abilities. Bulma called for Wukong and Chi-Chi, placing a detector on her head, with a fruit in each hand. Wukong and Chi-Chi skipped over to Yi Chen's side, unleashing their energy for Bulma to assess their strength. Bulma, knowing that Chi-Chi was the weakest among the trio, decided to test her first. Upon pressing the switch to lock in Chi-Chi, the display on Bulma's forehead detector began to oscillate wildly. A staggering 33,600 points. Gazing at the final readings on the detector, Bulma couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, her eyes twitching in disbelief, a reaction mirrored by Tai and Xiaowu beside her. Having thoroughly researched the detector, the young women were acutely aware of the significance of this value. To put it into perspective, an adult human equipped with firearms possesses a combat power of merely 4 or 5 points, while even the legendary martial arts master, Master Roshi, boasts just over 100 points despite centuries of training. If it were Knight and Wukong, it would be understandable, but one must remember that just over a year ago, Chi-Chi had only a few points of combat power. Astonishingly, after merely 1 year of training under Lord Kai, she had achieved a combat power of 3,600 points. Hee. Surprised, are we? I've trained diligently alongside Knight and Wukong under Lord Kai, Chi-Chi said, her hands on her hips, a smug grin on her face as she observed Bulma and the others in shock. In truth, it felt somewhat surreal to Chi-Chi herself, having transformed so significantly in just 1 year. Although she still lagged far behind Wukong and Knight, she had already surpassed her father and Master Wutian, who once seemed insurmountably powerful. Now, let us test Wukong next. With a hint of nervousness, Bulma quickly directed the detector towards Wukong. As the data fluctuated, Wukong's combat power was ultimately revealed. 14,200 points. Ha ha, as expected of Wukong, Bulma chuckled, wiping the sweat from her brow. While this reading was already astonishing for the young women, the precedent set by Chi-Chi had instilled a sense of calm in Bulma and Tai. After all, if Chi-Chi could leap from a mere few points to several thousand, Wukong's progress seemed quite reasonable in comparison. Finally, it was Knight's turn. With her heart racing, Bulma once again aimed the detector at Knight. Relax, Bulma. It's just a test of combat power. This number isn't an absolute measure of true strength. So there is no need to be so anxious. Seeing Bulma and the others in such a state of agitation, Chen chuckled. Bulma shot him a glance, thinking to herself that he need not feel anxious. Each of them possessed a terrifying level of combat prowess, making them appear as fragile as caterpillars before him. How could she not feel nervous? Despite her inner musings, Bulma continued her actions, locking onto Chen to assess his combat power. The readings on the detector surged wildly. Upon witnessing the final displayed figure of Chen's combat power, even the prepared Bulma and the other women couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The detector revealed that Chen now possessed a staggering combat power of 53,700 points. Is the detector malfunctioning? In disbelief, Bulma quickly checked the device, only to find it functioning perfectly. This confirmed that Chen truly possessed 53,700 points of combat power. Good heavens! Even though they had anticipated this, Bulma, Tai Si, and the others were still taken aback by the revelation. It is worth noting that the previous Supreme Kai from Namek had merely a combat power of 200 to 300 points, yet on Earth, he was regarded as a figure at the pinnacle of strength. Now, Chen's combat power was nearly 100 to 200 times greater than that of the former Supreme Kai. How could this not astonish them? How could this not leave them in awe? Observing the shock on Bulma and the others' faces, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If they were to discover that he had mastered the Kaioken technique, which allowed him to multiply his combat power several times during battle, they would likely be rendered utterly speechless. Indeed, 53,700 points was the combat power he currently possessed, but this was merely the energy value detected by the device. If he unleashed the Kaioken at 5 times its power, Chen's combat power could surge to over 200,000, approaching 300,000 points. Coupled with formidable martial arts techniques such as the multi-image fist, Kamehameha, Yin-Yang twin fist, and instant transmission, Chen could effortlessly handle any adversary whose power did not exceed 1 million. Though the later arcs of the original Dragon Ball series often showcased combat powers in the billions, such beings were exceedingly rare. In the vast universe, combat powers in the tens of thousands were already deemed immensely powerful. Most planets, much like the Earth of yore, would consider it remarkable to harbor a life form with a combat power of a few hundred points. In a sense, Chen had truly entered the ranks of cosmic might. Are you frightened now, Bulma? Chen said, pulling her into an embrace with a smile. I'm not scared at all, she retorted. Humph. Even if you have grown stronger, if you ever dare to bully me or my sister again, I will bite you to death. As she regained her composure, Bulma revealed her small canines, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor. Although she was indeed somewhat startled, she would never admit it. This simply wouldn't do. After all, she intended to tease you and ties for a lifetime. Stroking her chin, Chen wore a troubled expression, while Bulma's nostrils flared in indignation at the sound of his voice. That insufferable Chen, you're driving me to madness. Just as Bulma was about to explode, Chen's mischievous expression transformed instantly. Ha ha ha, I'm just teasing you. You are all my precious darlings. How could I possibly bear to bully you? I'm too busy loving you. With a hearty laugh, Chen playfully rubbed his face against Bulma's. Though she found the villain's words utterly cheesy, a sweet warmth spread through Bulma's heart, causing her to forget her earlier annoyance. You wicked scoundrel, I suppose you have a modicum of conscience. By the way, Bulma, ties, Lanchi, I have gifts for you. Gifts. Upon hearing this, Bulma and the others brightened with curiosity. Under their eager gazes, Chen produced 3 hell peaches from a capsule, offering one to each of them. Peaches? What are these, Chen? Bulma and Ties inquired, while Lanchi looked equally puzzled. They appeared similar to ordinary peaches, albeit slightly larger. However, given that Chen had chosen to present them as gifts, they were clearly no ordinary fruit. Understanding the girl's confusion, Chen smiled gently and explained, these are the celestial fruits known as hell peaches, which grow in the underworld. Consuming just one will keep you from hunger for 100 days, and it will also enhance the eater's strength. Wukong, Chi-Chi, and I have already eaten some, and we have gained considerable power. These are for you. Hell peaches? A single bite could stave off hunger for 100 days, and they could actually boost one's strength? Unsurprisingly, the girls' faces reflected incredulity upon hearing Chen's explanation. Could such miraculous fruits truly exist in this world? Only Chen could make such claims. If anyone else had said this, Bulma and the others would have dismissed it entirely. Since meeting Chen, their worldview had been shattered time and again. If he asserted that these fruits possess such extraordinary abilities, then they must indeed be genuine. With that thought, Bulma and her friends couldn't help but gaze at the peaches with sparkling eyes, their hearts racing with excitement. While the prospect of remaining hunger-free for 100 days was appealing, what truly captivated them was the notion that these so-called hell peaches could directly enhance their strength. Let us not dwell on Lan Qi for the moment. Although Bulma and Tai Si are both pampered young ladies, lacking the aptitude for martial arts and unable to endure such hardships, even Yi Chen, who once aspired to teach them some self-defense techniques, had almost given up on them in despair. However, this does not imply that Bulma and the others do not yearn for power. Power is indeed a precious commodity. Who would not desire it? Even Miss Bulma has once dreamt of becoming a heroic savior of the world. Now, let us hasten to eat. The fruit has been stored in the universal capsule for a year, and one can only wonder if it still retains its potency. Gently patting Bulma on the head, Yi Chen smiled. Returning to their senses, the young ladies refrained from further remarks, suppressing their excitement as they devoured the peach with eager enthusiasm. Initially, there was no discernible reaction, but soon the girls felt a warm current surging within them, rapidly spreading to their limbs and bones. The comforting warmth nearly coaxed moans from their lips. How does it feel? No, it's astonishing. Yes, it truly is just as Yi Chen described. Clenching their hands, Bulma, Tai Si, and Lan Qi were all struck with awe. Just as Yi Chen had indicated, they now felt imbued with strength. Hey, Bulma, quickly use your detector to test our levels. Oh, Lan Qi exclaimed, and Bulma promptly donned her detector to assess their capabilities. In moments of boredom, Bulma had previously tested their power levels. Lan Qi had fared somewhat better, while her sister's combat prowess was utterly dismal. However, upon witnessing the results, Bulma and her companions could not help but gasp in astonishment. The detector displayed their current combat strengths. Tai Si at 126 points, Bulma at 153 points, and Lan Qi at an impressive 368 points. Chapter 104. The transformation of Xiao Wu. Observing the combat strengths now possessed by Bulma and her companions, Yi Chen nodded approvingly. The efficacy of the Hell Peach is most pronounced upon its initial consumption. Subsequent intakes yield diminishing returns in terms of strength enhancement. The power gained by Bulma and her friends pales in comparison to that of Yi Chen and his companions, primarily because they had only consumed a single peach, but more importantly due to their inherently weak foundations. The stronger one is, the greater the power gained from consuming the peach. The present situation serves as a prime example. While Bulma and Tai Si experienced similar increases in strength after consuming one peach, Lan Qi's enhancement was nearly 2 to 3 times that of her sisters. Certainly, while the slight increase in strength that Bulma and her companions experienced may seem negligible in the eyes of Yi Chen, the three of them were nonetheless profoundly astonished and elated. Especially Bulma, who, upon reflecting that Master Roshi, the lecherous old man, had toiled for centuries to achieve just over 100 points of combat power, felt an irresistible urge to laugh heartily at the thought of surpassing him effortlessly after consuming a single peach. Let us test it again. Excitedly, the trio made their way to the area equipped with fitness apparatuses to conduct further trials. In their pursuit of maintaining a flawless physique, Bulma and Tai's often engaged in simple exercises. Tai's picked up a dumbbell, which had previously felt unbearably heavy, now seeming as light as a mere toy. After a few strides on the treadmill, Bulma soon discovered to her astonishment that the machine began to emit smoke. Unlike Bulma and the others, Lan Qi chose a spacious area to practice her martial arts, demonstrating her prowess with a flurry of punches and kicks that left the air crackling. Wukong and Chi-Chi cheered her on enthusiastically from the sidelines. Ha! With a fierce shout, Lan Qi unleashed a punch that shattered a vase several meters away. Her eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Was this the sensation of possessing power? It was indeed intoxicating. As she glanced towards Yi Chen, a thought crossed her mind. Should she confront him? That scoundrel had just bullied her mercilessly. Seemingly aware of her gaze, Yi Chen smiled at Lan Qi, causing her to instinctively avert her eyes, unable to meet his stare. Never mind, that monster is beyond my league. My newfound strength would surely be deemed insignificant in his eyes. If I foolishly charge at him, I would likely not only fail to reclaim my dignity but also provide him with further reasons to torment me. Lan Qi continued her practice while Bulma and Tai's reveled in their newfound abilities. Meanwhile, Yi Chen noticed Xiao Wu observing them with a look of envy. Contemplating for a moment, he produced another peach and offered it to her. Consume it, master. Xiao Wu gazed at Yi Chen in disbelief, her face betraying her overwhelming delight. Having witnessed Bulma and the others transform from delicate ladies into formidable superwomen, it would be disingenuous to claim she was unaffected. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own status. To put it charitably, she was a subordinate to the man before her, to speak bluntly. She was merely a tool in his possession. Such a precious fruit capable of enhancing the strength of its consumer was far too valuable for someone of her standing to deserve. Nevertheless, the outcome was beyond Xiaowu's expectations. Surprised? Do you think I would not bestow such a precious fruit upon you? Seemingly aware of Xiaowu's thoughts, Chen remarked with a smile. Her cheeks flushed, and although her subconscious urged her to deny it, Xiaowu ultimately found herself unable to utter a falsehood in the presence of this man, mustering only a reluctant affirmative. He placed the peach of immortality into her hands, and then gently lifted her chin. I have heard from Bulma and Ties that your performance this past year has been commendable. You have contributed significantly to the management of the company. Thus this is a reward for you, although you may be regarded merely as a tool. The instruments of the divine possess a glory and value that transcends that of mere mortals. Consume it, gain strength, and devote yourself more faithfully and diligently to me henceforth. Undoubtedly, Chen spoke with an air of dominance and wickedness. Startled, Xiaowu instinctively responded, Yes, my master. Under Chen's gaze, Xiaowu consumed the peach of immortality, subsequently gaining strength. Physically, Xiaowu was naturally far superior to Bulma and Ties, yet she fell slightly short compared to the golden-haired Lan Qi, ultimately achieving a combat power of 260 points. However, in terms of Earth, she has indeed made a remarkable leap. Clenching her hands tightly, feeling the surge of power within her, Xiaowu was immensely exhilarated. Perhaps it is indeed her honor to become a tool for the man before her. After witnessing Chen's strength and spending a year with Bulma and the others, Xiaowu's perspective has already transformed to her present self. The deeds she once engaged in alongside Lord Pilaf and his companions seem utterly juvenile, akin to the whims of a 3-year-old child, with no real power or means. They dreamt of conquering the world, an absurdity of the highest order. As long as this man stands before her, Lord Pilaf will never realize his ludicrous ambitions. Although she felt a pang of sadness when abandoned by Lord Pilaf and Ashu, Xiaowu now finds herself grateful to them for their abandonment. Observing Xiaowu's reactions, a faint smile crept upon Chen's lips. Governing subordinates requires not only absolute might and authority, but also the bestowal of rewards and grace, ensuring their submission in body and soul, their unwavering loyalty, and their complete devotion. Chen has never shied away from his ambitions. He aspires to become an invincible force in the universe and a sovereign who commands all. Yet, to realize such dreams, he requires the assistance of others. Hence, in Chen's plans for the future, he intends to gather and cultivate more subordinates and tools like Xiaowu for his purposes. Chen, I adore you. Just then, the playful Bulma dashed over, leaping onto Chen and planting a fervent kiss on him. Bulma had never realized that wielding power could evoke such a delightful sensation. Now you understand my affection. Afterward, she added, I'll teach you some self-defense skills. Otherwise, having power would be futile. Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Although Bulma and the others now boasted combat powers exceeding 100, allowing them to handle most dangers on Earth with their basic skills, it would be a waste to let their latent strength go unrefined. Given their prowess, even with limited martial arts talent, they should quickly grasp the fundamentals if taught now. Yes, I won't be lazy this time, Bulma declared enthusiastically. I am an unparalleled genius beauty of the universe. Once I master those formidable martial arts, let us see if those ruffians dare to kidnap us again. She clenched her tiny fists, brimming with determination. However, in the next moment, Bulma, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, felt her cheeks stiffen. Chapter 105, The Red Ribbon Army. Someone is attempting to abduct you? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Chen furrowed his brow. No, you must have misheard. Chen, she laughed, trying to deflect the situation with a light-hearted chuckle. If it had been any other matter, Chen would have dismissed it, but when it concerned the safety of the young women, he could not feign ignorance. Noticing Bulma's reluctance to elaborate, he shifted his gaze to Ties. Ties, what is going on? Recognizing the seriousness of Chen's expression, Ties understood that she could no longer conceal the truth. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Chen, please don't be angry. Here's what happened. Ties recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen, and he soon grasped the situation. It all stemmed from the 7 Dragon Balls Company, which Bulma and her friends had helped him establish. In just over a year since its inception, the company had burgeoned at a meteoric pace, positioning itself among the world's elite enterprises, even threatening to surpass the Capsule Corporation founded by Bulma's father, Dr. Brief. The old adage, the taller the tree, the more it catches the wind, held true in any realm. While the 7 Dragon Balls Company had garnered immense profits through its groundbreaking products, It had also drawn the envy of numerous other corporations, with even the government expressing interest in acquiring shares to access the advanced technologies the company possessed. This was, after all, a natural occurrence in the competitive market. Businesses vie for dominance, and if one were to fail, it was merely a consequence of the cutthroat nature of commerce. The early days of the Seven Dragon Balls Company were fraught with challenges, facing significant pressure from a coalition of rival firms. Nevertheless, with their ingenuity and the backing of Dr. Brief's Capsule Corporation, Bulma and her team navigated these perils, ultimately vanquishing their adversaries and solidifying the company's growth. With access to extraterrestrial technologies that surpassed the current capabilities of Earth, the Seven Dragon Balls Company possessed an unassailable advantage. The combined efforts of rival companies were scarcely a threat, and even the government's ulterior motives could be managed. Yet, recently, the company had caught the attention of a notorious terrorist organization, the Red Ribbon Army. This infamous group, renowned worldwide, boasted immense financial resources, advanced technology, and a cadre of ruthless, specially trained warriors, frequently instigating terror across the globe, instilling fear even in the most formidable military forces. And now, the Red Ribbon Army had set its sights on the Seven Dragon Balls Company. Undoubtedly, they coveted the company's alien technologies, intent on seizing them for their own. However, the methods employed by terrorist organizations are far from gentle. They do not engage in competition or cunning strategies. Their intent is straightforward: to kill and to plunder. When the company was founded, Bulma had considered these issues, which is why she did not consolidate all extraterrestrial technologies in one location for research and development. Instead, she established numerous experimental bases dispersed across various regions, with each base focusing on specific projects. Nevertheless, the Red Ribbon Army, leveraging its formidable intelligence capabilities, managed to uncover many of the Dragon Ball Company's experimental facilities. In some remote areas, they directly dispatched troops to seize control. While in urban settings where military deployment was impractical, they resorted to bribing insiders and employing thieves, demonstrating their unscrupulousness. Not long ago, while Bulma and Tai Si were in another city negotiating business with other companies, the Red Ribbon Army even dispatched a squad of soldiers in an attempt to kidnap them, aiming to coerce the company into surrendering all its extraterrestrial technologies. Fortunately, Lan Shi and Xiao Wu were also present and managed to eliminate those soldiers, thereby rescuing Bulma and Tai Si. Upon hearing Tai Si's account, Yi Chen's gaze turned icy and his expression darkened. It seems that in the original Dragon Ball narrative, there existed such a terrifying organization which sought to collect the Dragon Balls and subsequently clashed with the protagonist, Sun Wukong, ultimately leading to their annihilation at his hands. In this world, the Dragon Balls have already been gathered and sealed within a temple by Yi Chen, yet he unexpectedly crossed paths with the Red Ribbon Army. Initially, Yi Chen was indifferent to the existence of such a terrorist organization, as long as they did not provoke him. However, their audacity to attempt to steal his possessions and kidnap the women he cared for left him with no justification to let them persist. Bulma, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Yi Chen inquired, looking at Bulma. Startled by Yi Chen's current demeanor, Bulma felt a pang of injustice. You bad guy. Yi Chen, why are you being so fierce with us? We only wanted to spare you worry. Hearing Bulma's words, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, and his expression softened, accompanied by a sense of guilt. I apologize, Bulma, Tai Si. I was a bit angry just now, but it was not directed at you. He embraced both Bulma and Tai Si, his face filled with remorse. It's all right, Yi Chen. We understand, Tai Si replied gently, and Bulma chose not to say more. The two sisters were well aware that Yi Chen's concern stemmed from his care for them, which made them feel more pleased than upset. Yi Chen, how do you plan to address the situation with the Red Ribbon Army? The recent attacks have resulted in significant losses for the company, Tai Si asked, raising her head. For ordinary individuals, encountering a terrorist organization like the Red Ribbon Army would typically necessitate enduring the situation, for the disparity in strength renders resistance nearly impossible. Prior to this, Bulma and Tai Si had indeed adopted a similar approach. However, the situation has now dramatically changed. Their Night Dawn has returned. No matter how formidable the Crimson Ribbon Corps may be, they cannot possibly rival Night Dawn. They no longer need to endure the malevolence of those wretches. The solution is clear. They must be eradicated. How dare they seize what belongs to me and attempt to abduct my woman? Humph. A chilling glint flickered in Night Dawn's eyes as he pronounced a death sentence upon the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Yet, upon hearing his domineering declarations, referencing my possessions of my woman, both Bulma and Tais felt a flush of embarrassment. Tais, do you know the whereabouts of the Crimson Ribbon Corps? Night Dawn inquired. The headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Corps is shrouded in secrecy. Even the government has been unable to locate it, and we are currently in the dark as well. Ties replied, prompting a frown from Night Dawn. If only he knew the location of the Crimson Ribbon Corps, he would have already set out to annihilate those fiends. The journey would only take a few minutes. Alas, with their whereabouts still unknown, he would have to bide his time. After a moment of contemplation, Night Dawn resolved that, by any means necessary, he would expedite the search for the headquarters of the Crimson Ribbon Corps. Very well, he affirmed. Chapter 106, Lan Chi's Response, Part 1, subsequently. Bulma and Ties briefed Night Dawn on the affairs of the company. After all, Night Dawn is the true owner of the Dragon Ball Corporation. Previously, Bulma and Ties were merely assisting him in managing the business. Now that he has returned, it is essential to transfer responsibilities. Gazing at the mountain of documents sprawled across the table, Night Dawn initially feigned interest, but soon found the task overwhelming. Matters within the temple were entrusted to Bobo, and he decided to let Bulma and Ties continue managing the company, even upon returning from King Kai's planet. He needed to persist in his training. He simply did not have the time to oversee these affairs. Observing Night Dawn's demeanor, as if he were a carefree overseer, Bulma and the others felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Nevertheless, they were touched by his trust in them and were eager to assist him in any way possible. Let us not dwell on company matters, Night Dawn suggested, summoning Princess Snake to introduce her to the others, as they would need to coexist in the future. As anticipated, upon discovering that Night Dawn had returned with such a seductive creature from the underworld, claiming her as a pet, Bulma erupted in fury. Leaping onto Night Dawn with claws bared. You insufferable wretch! While my sister and I toil away at home to support you, you go off to collect a demoness as a pet. You heartless scoundrel, go to hell. Tai wished to mediate the quarrel, while Lan Chi chimed in supportively. Wukong and Chi Chi stood by, laughing heartily, turning the room into a cacophony of chaos. After considerable effort, Chen finally managed to placate Bulma, the little jealous one. In truth, Bulma was aware that not all the blame could be laid at Chen's feet. He had candidly informed her and her sister that he intended to establish a harem, with future partners extending beyond just the two of them. However, in a bid to spare their feelings, Chen had refrained from taking the final step with them. The tantalizing proximity without consummation surely must be quite distressing. Despite her understanding of Chen's predicament, Bulma couldn't help but feel indignant. This was her stubbornness and her privilege. Ultimately, she had to come to terms with the fact that this villain had acquired a seductive pet. Nevertheless, Bulma resolved in her heart that once a year had passed, she and her sister would officially come of age, and then they would promptly engage in such intimate matters with Chen. Not only must one act, but one must act with fervor, extracting every ounce from Chen, leaving him no opportunity to flirt in the future. If Chen were aware of Bulma's underlying thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. It remains uncertain whether Bulma's actions are a display of cleverness or folly. In any case, he is not the one who will ultimately suffer. While there are still numerous matters to attend to at the company, Bulma and Ties have resolved to return home now that Chen and Wukong have arrived. Although it is not yet time to clock out, they are, after all, the bosses, so why should they be concerned with such trivialities? Lan Chi resides with Bulma and the others, while Xiao Wu typically stays at the company. They decided to leave Xiao Wu to manage the company affairs, while Chen and the ladies, including Bulma, headed straight home. Mrs. Brief had prepared a lavish feast at home, and everyone gathered to enjoy the lively atmosphere. Compared to the once cold and ruthless planet Vegeta, Chen undeniably prefers life on Earth. He has always exerted himself in rigorous training. The so-called ambitions and goals are secondary. For the more significant and fundamental reason lies in the desire to protect oneself and those dear to him. In the deep of night, the moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle coolness. The room was scattered with various garments, and Bulma, Ties, and Lan Chi lay nestled in Chen's embrace, their eyes closed, appearing utterly exhausted. Having been apart for a year, Chen missed the girls immensely. Though he could not fully indulge, engaging with them was certainly permissible, was it not? Alas, it inadvertently led to this delightful situation. Ahem. Sandwiched in the middle, resting against Chen's chest, Lan Chi sneezed, seemingly feeling a chill. And her beautiful tresses swiftly transformed from golden to blue. Covering her with a blanket, Chen's face broke into a subtle smile. No matter how many times I watch it, it remains exceedingly fascinating. Whenever Lan Chi sneezes, her hair color changes and her personality shifts. It is truly more intriguing and magical than the transformations of the contestants. Ah, Chen, it seems I have awakened. Lan Shi groggily propped herself up. But upon seeing Yi Chen, she froze in surprise. It's been a long time, Lan Shi. I have returned. Are you surprised? Yi Chen smiled as he gazed directly into Lan Shi's eyes. Unlike the wild and fierce demeanor of the golden-haired Lan Shi, the current Lan Shi exuded a gentle and serene charm. The stark contrast between their personalities was indeed a testament to the wonders of creation. When the golden-haired Lan Shi appeared, the consciousness of the blue-haired Lan Shi would fall into slumber. She had no idea how long she had been asleep this time. The moment she opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen, she felt a delightful surprise. However, something about the current situation seemed amiss. I'm not wearing anything. Neither is Yi Chen. She could distinctly feel the strength of his robust physique and the warmth radiating from him. Her beautiful face flushed crimson, and she instinctively wanted to scream, but Yi Chen swiftly pressed his finger against her lips. Don't make a sound, Lan Shi. It would be troublesome if we wake Bulma and Tais. Yi Chen, amused by Lan Shi's adorably flustered expression, gently reminded her. A shiver coursed through her, and Lan Shi then noticed the surroundings. It turned out that not only was she there, but Bulma and Tais were also present. Yi Chen, we. Lan Shi stammered, overwhelmed with embarrassment, on the verge of tears. Oh my, what had her other self done while she was asleep? Do not be afraid. And try to relax. Yes, just like that, Yi Chen softly stroked Lan Shi's hair, continuously soothing her. Her already flushed face deepened in color, as she felt as though she were a pet being comforted by its master, with Yi Chen as the master and herself as the pet. Though she felt shy, Yi Chen's voice seemed to possess a magical quality. After a while of being calmed, Lan Shi surprisingly found herself beginning to settle down. Unaware of the complex thoughts swirling in Lan Shi's mind, Yi Chen, noticing her calmness, let a smile grace his lips and spoke again. Lan Shi, I have missed you dearly over the past year. I like you, and I hope you will become my girlfriend and wife. I have been waiting for a year now. Can you share your answer with me? Chapter 107, Lan Shi's Response, Part 2, In the Past. Before Yi Chen and Wukong embarked on their training journey to the Realm King Star, Yi Chen had candidly expressed his affections to Lan Shi. He confessed his feelings for her and expressed his desire for her to become not only his girlfriend but also his future wife. However, he did not press her for an immediate decision. Instead, he encouraged her to take her time and reflect on her feelings, suggesting that she share her answer upon their return from training. Yi Chen acknowledged his own cunning in this approach, as it allowed him to remain on Lan Shi's mind. True to his intentions, Lan Shi found herself preoccupied with the dilemma of whether to accept or reject Yi Chen's heartfelt declaration throughout the year. This was indeed a perplexing choice. Lan Shi did not shy away from admitting her undeniable fondness for Yi Chen. His striking appearance, formidable strength, and graceful demeanor only added to his allure. He had also come to her aid during times of peril and hardship. If one were to disregard other considerations, Yi Chen was undoubtedly a commendable choice for a partner. However, when considering other factors, Yi Chen Sang is not without his flaws. Like many men, he displays a certain fickleness. Despite already having Bulma-san and Tai-Si-san, he still harbors intentions towards others. While he treats women with tenderness at times, he can also be quite domineering. How should Lan Shi choose? She is troubled and has spent an entire year contemplating this dilemma without arriving at a conclusion. Yet, unbeknownst to Lan Shi, her continual preoccupation with the possibility of accepting Yi Chen's confession has gradually deepened his imprint in her heart. As a result, even without her conscious effort to think of him, his image frequently emerges in her mind. It must be said that Yi Chen is exceedingly cunning, and one must also acknowledge that the blue-haired Lan Shi is rather naive. Although the two have yet to establish a formal relationship, Yi Chen has insidiously etched his mark upon Lan Shi's heart through his sly antics. Yi Chen, I am already in a rather awkward position. Lan Shi stammered, her embarrassment palpable as Yi Chen recalled his earlier confession, leaving her flustered and unsure of how to respond. He did not rush her. Instead, Yi Chen savored the moment, patiently admiring her flustered demeanor. This bashful and shy side of Lan Shi was undeniably adorable, a stark contrast to her fierce golden-haired persona. Moreover, Yi Chen harbored no fears of Lan Shi rejecting him, for even if she did, he would not let her off so easily. Lan Shi, please agree to Yi Chen. Deep down, you must like him too, don't you? The foolish Lan Shi, has she not yet realized that this rogue is merely toying with her? The voices of Bulma and Tais caused Lan Shi to freeze in place, wishing fervently to disappear into a crack in the ground. Oh, being discovered by Bulma and Tais. How mortifying. What? Are you no longer pretending to sleep? In contrast to Lan Shi's flustered state, Chen remained unfazed, observing Bulma and Tai's with amusement as they wore expressions of playful mockery. It seemed that the little antics of his sisters had long been uncovered, causing Bulma and Tai's to blush as well. While Tai's remained silent, Bulma was determined not to appear weak before Chen. "How dare you bully Lan Shi, you scoundrel!" She shot Chen a fierce glare before turning to Lan Shi. "Lan Shi, this rogue is indeed teasing you. He has already captured your heart. And even if you refuse him, he will not let you go." Bulma would not forget how a certain mischievous individual had once toyed with her. And upon seeing Lan Shi, she couldn't help but reflect on her own past. First, he had made Lan Shi struggle to make a choice, only to cruelly reveal that no matter her decision, he would not relent. Bulma had long since deciphered his tricks. "Bulma, are you helping me or hindering me?" Chen felt a twinge of exasperation. The scene was just becoming thrilling when Bulma and the others chose to intervene. "I simply do not wish to see Lan Shi bullied by you," Bulma retorted. "And rather than let you go out searching for those fiends, it is better to have Lan Shi join in." Chen found her reasoning amusing. Truly, she was a contradictory young lady, wanting to assist him while seeking justifications for herself. "Chen, is it true what Bulma said?" The atmosphere had seemingly calmed considerably as Lan Shi fixed her gaze upon Chen. Aware that the previous antics could not persist, Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed. Lan Shi, I am a domineering and covetous man. I am enamored with you, and thus I shall not relinquish you. I desire for you to stand alongside Bulma as my girlfriend and wife, forever and always at my side. Moreover, as Bulma has stated, another version of you is already my girlfriend." Upon hearing Chen's assertive declarations, Lan Shi felt she ought to be indignant, yet surprisingly, she found herself lacking any profound anger, though her heart was a tumult of emotions. "Chen, since you have already made your decision, why must I be compelled to choose? Even if you employ your domineering methods, I cannot resist you." Gazing intently into Chen's eyes, Lan Shi sought clarity, yearning for a response from him. Gently caressing Lan Shi's exquisite visage, Chen smiled and replied, "Because I wish for you, Lan Shi, to make your own choice. For the assertive side of you, I shall respond with assertiveness. For the gentle side, I yearn to approach with tenderness. The Lan Shi before me is kind and gentle, and thus, I aspire to move you with my love and charm, making you choose willingly. My forceful possession of you is merely a last resort. Now that you are aware of everything, whether you choose to accept or reject, please share your decision with me." Chen's voice reverberated in Lan Shi's ears as she lowered her head, her thoughts a labyrinth of complexity. After a moment, she lifted her gaze again. "Do I truly have a choice, Chen?" Her expression, tinged with mild sorrow, was rarely seen on Lan Shi's face, though it was reminiscent of Bulma's frequent demeanor. Yet it also rendered her undeniably endearing. "You have no choice," Chen asserted, a triumphant smile gracing his features as he pressed his lips against Lan Shi's. A soft gasp escaped her, and the bashful Lan Shi instinctively prepared to push him away, but halted midway. If she had no choice, why resist? If this was fate ordained by the heavens, what purpose did struggle serve? As she harbored feelings for Chen, why not embrace it? "Chen," Lan Shi whispered, closing her eyes and surrendering to his kisses. In that moment, she had truly made her choice. Observing the entwined figures of Chen and Lan Shi, Taisi felt a swirl of emotions, while Bulma did not conceal her jealousy. However, in the next moment, Chen's stealthy hand struck, and Bulma and Tai's were also unexpectedly drawn into the fray. Chapter 108, Fools and Geniuses. Having officially established a bond with Lan Shi, Chen felt an immense joy. Although he had not truly claimed Lan Shi, he nonetheless exhausted her thoroughly that night. Poor Lan Shi, transformed into the golden-haired version, was subjected to Chen's whims. And upon becoming the blue-haired variant, she continued to endure his antics, having fallen into the trap of a rogue. Her fate appeared to be eternally bound to the torment of a nefarious villain. Fortunately, she was not alone. Bulma and Tai's were not faring much better. And in the future, they might find themselves surrounded by even more sisters who shared their plight. For the next few days, Chen and Wukong took residence in Bulma's home, while Bulma and Tai's refrained from visiting the company. Although numerous important matters awaited their attention each day, the company had officially begun its development and could function without them. According to Chen, the purpose of founding the company was to amass resources, financial, material, and human, to serve him, rather than to become a burden that constrained the lives and freedoms of him and his women. To do so would be to completely miss the point. Despite some minor frustrations, Bulma and the others were deeply touched by Chen's unwavering priority for their well-being over company affairs. After a brief arrangement of company matters, Bulma and her companions spent their days indulging in merriment with Chen, reminiscent of their earlier times. Of course, Chen was not solely focused on revelry. He also took the opportunity to teach Bulma and the others some self-defense skills. With their combat prowess already exceeding 100 points, the girls learned quickly, no longer shrieking at every somersault as they had in the past. Many movements that were previously unattainable became effortless, a testament to the advantages of strength. Acquiring power through martial arts was a straightforward endeavor once one possessed strength. Yet gaining strength through martial arts required persistent diligence and practice. Although the latter foundation was more solid and promised better future development, Bulma and the others had originally attained their power through less than honorable means. Chen never expected them to become invincible masters. He only hoped they would adeptly wield their current abilities for self-defense. On this day, in the indoor garden of Bulma's home, she exclaimed, "I can fly. I am flying." Her laughter filled the air, but in her excitement, she stumbled and fell from the sky. "Bulma, you are so clumsy. After all this time, you still cannot master the art of flight." Wukong remarked as she helped Bulma up. "I am clumsy," Bulma retorted, her eyes twitching in disbelief. Having grown up under the halo of genius, it was utterly absurd to be called foolish by Wukong, the very girl she considered clumsy. In terms of martial arts alone, it is undeniable that Wukong, the clumsy girl, is indeed a prodigy among prodigies, while her exceptionally talented counterpart, Miss Bulma, appears somewhat foolish in comparison. This undeniable truth leaves Bulma in a state of inexplicable frustration. "Bulma, are you all right? Next time, do not lose focus while in midair. Be attentive to your energy control," Chen remarked as he approached while instructing Tai Si, Lan Shi, and Xiao Wu. I know. You think I'm foolish too, don't you, Chen?" she retorted. "Impossible. Our Bulma is an unparalleled genius beauty of the universe. The Wukong technique is a profound martial art. And for you to achieve this level after only a few practice sessions is quite impressive," he reassured her. "Really? Is that true?" Bulma asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Of course it's true. Haha, I knew it. How could I possibly be a fool?" Observing Bulma's transformation from despair to elation, Wukong seemed inclined to voice her thoughts. Yet Chi-Chi swiftly covered her mouth, while Chen, with a serious demeanor, stifled his laughter. The Wukong technique is a martial art that teaches practitioners how to harness their energy to defy Earth's gravitational pull and soar freely through the skies. With sufficient energy, it is remarkably simple. Many can master it with just a single viewing, without the need for extensive practice. However, Chen is certainly not the naive and simple-minded girl that Wukong is, and naturally, she would refrain from disclosing these harsh truths to Bulma, lest it further dishearten her. "Master, Lady Wukong, Lady Chi-Chi, everyone, the refreshments are ready." At that moment, the voice of Princess Snake resonated, as she, accompanied by her multitude of chaotic maidservants, had prepared a sumptuous spread on the adjacent lawn. "You all have worked hard in training. Please take a moment to rest." With a clap of her hands, Chen led the ladies over. The maidservants poured red tea and served it as everyone settled down, while Princess Snake attended solely to her master. Though Bulma harbored some displeasure towards Princess Snake, she could not deny that the refreshments prepared were quite delightful. Speaking of which, under the guidance of Chen, Wukong, and Chi-Chi, Bulma and the others had managed to grasp their newfound powers, acquiring many practical self-defense skills. With each of them boasting combat powers exceeding 100 points, they could be considered formidable heroines on the current Earth, rendering them nearly impervious to firearms and artillery, thus gaining a measure of self-protection. Yet, it was Lan Shi who piqued Chen's interest. Lan Shi possessed a unique dual personality, switching between them with every sneeze. And everyone typically identified which Lan Shi it was by her hair color. The blue-haired Lan Shi was gentle and kind, possessing combat prowess akin to Bulma and Tai Si, barely exceeding 100 points after consuming the Hell Peach. However, upon transforming into the fierce and wild blonde Lan Shi, her combat strength would surge to over 300 points, akin to a terrestrial version of a Super Saiyan. This phenomenon was exceedingly intriguing, and Chen intended to delve deeper into it in the future, perhaps uncovering even more fascinating discoveries. "Bulma, Tai Si, we have been here for several days. I plan to visit Master Mateto and the others. Would you care to join me?" Chen remarked, recalling something. "You naughty Chen. You better not think of abandoning us again. All right, let us go together." Speaking of which, We haven't visited Master Mateto in a while due to company matters. The last time was when we attended the World Martial Arts Tournament. The World Martial Arts Tournament? Hearing something intriguing, Chen glanced towards Tai Si. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a renowned martial arts event with a history of over 100 years, held every 5 years on a small island in the south, attracting many martial artists from around the globe. The 21st tournament was held just a few months ago, where Master Mateto and Senior Sun Wukong brought Krillin and Yamcha to register for participation. After several rounds of competition, Yamcha secured the runner-up position. Krillin placed in the top 4, while the champion was a contestant named Jackie Chan. Tai offered an explanation to Chen, who could not help but break into a faint smile. The World Martial Arts Tournament is renowned in the original story of Dragon Ball, with many pivotal events unfolding within its arena. If Chen's memory serves him right, the champion, a certain contestant named Jackie Chan, was likely a guise adopted by Master Roshi. Although Chen harbored a modicum of interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament, it remained just that, a fleeting curiosity. He had no intention of participating in such an event. Given his current strength, joining the tournament would merely amount to bullying others, rendering the experience rather uninteresting. However, the mention of the martial arts tournament sparked a commendable plan in Chen's mind. Chapter 109, Kellen Yamati. Chen, we are all prepared. The women, led by Bulma, gathered around him, ready for departure. Nodding, Chen turned to the Petite Wu and Princess Sheiji, saying, Wu, once we leave, you will be responsible for managing the company. Sheiji, during this time, I would like you to learn from Wu. Yes, Master, Wu replied respectfully, without any objections. However, Princess Sheiji appeared somewhat displeased. Master, could I accompany you instead? I do not wish to learn about managing the company. Clinging to Chen's arm in a playful manner, Princess Sheiji deliberately brushed against him with her alluring form, causing a ripple of emotions within Chen, almost compelling him to acquiesce to her request. After some contemplation, Chen solemnly shook his head. No, although he was rather reluctant to part with his beautiful, enchanting companion, who could both play and rest. The current manpower shortage was a pressing concern. Bulma, Tai Si, and Lan Chi all needed to accompany them to visit Master Wu Tian. It would be quite challenging to leave Xiao Wu to manage the company's affairs alone. Having Princess Snake and her chaotic maidservant assist her would undoubtedly alleviate some of the burden. Moreover, Chen, as the genuine president of the Dragon Ball Company, felt it prudent to allow Princess Snake to learn about company management. In the future, she could even take on the role of his secretary. During moments of leisure, they could indulge in playful office games involving uniform allure. Naturally, Chen would never voice this latter rationale. Unable to defy Chen's will, Princess Snake ultimately chose to comply. Observing her unwilling demeanor, Bulma suppressed a smirk, feeling a sense of vindication. How dare that vixen tempt my Chen? While we revel in merriment, she'll toil away at home. Ah, but wait, this woman is not merely a vixen, she is a serpent spirit. Bulma was well aware of Princess Snake's identity as the deity of serpents, and she had heard her boast of being the most beautiful in the underworld. Nonetheless, Bulma was unperturbed. Having concluded their affairs, Chen, Bulma, and the others bid farewell to Mrs. Brief before summoning the Black Cloud and Kinto on to soar into the sky. Location, a small island in the southern seas. Under the scorching sun, Master Roshi, Son Gohan, and the Ox King lounged on deck chairs, enjoying shaved ice. Not far from them, two figures were engaged in an intense battle on the ocean's surface. It was Yamcha and Krillin. Oh dear. With fists and feet flying, their movements were exceedingly swift, each dodge leaving behind a blur of afterimages. Having trained under Master Roshi for over a year, both Yamcha and Krillin had experienced significant growth, transforming to the point where they could be considered formidable warriors. Indeed, both had secured spots among the top 8 in the recent World Martial Arts Tournament. Wolf Fong Fist. Leaping several dozen meters into the air, Yamcha descended upon Krillin with remarkable speed. The Wolf Fong Fist, a technique of Yamcha's own invention, emulated the movements of a wolf to strike swiftly at opponents, delivering considerable power. Having sparred countless times with Yamcha, Krillin was well aware of the technique's potency. Though he intended to evade, Yamcha's speed rendered escape impossible, and Krillin could only grit his teeth, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. Recognizing that Krillin is a formidable opponent, Yamcha shows no mercy. With a powerful surge, he delivers a relentless barrage of kicks, striking Krillin hundreds of times. The intense force inflicts pain upon Krillin, causing him to scream as he is propelled backward, his diminutive frame soaring and plunging like a stone skipping across the surface of the sea. Ha ha ha. How do you like that, Krillin? Yamcha chuckles triumphantly, his face alight with pride as he watches Krillin tumble into the distant waters. No longer the carefree bandit of yore, Yamcha has grown increasingly confident with his burgeoning strength. Oh, indeed, Master Yamcha, cheers Puar loudly, while Master Roshi, Gohan, Ox King, and Oolong observe the spectacle with indifference, continuing to relish their shaved ice. As the training session concludes and Yamcha relaxes, preparing to return to the beach, a sudden splash from the ocean alerts him. Krillin's silhouette emerges from the waves, his arms encircling as a brilliant energy sphere condenses in his grasp. Kamehameha. Alarmed, Yamcha instinctively seeks to evade, but it is already too late. The Kamehameha wave locks onto Yamcha, and Krillin unleashes the fully charged energy blast. Sizzle. Boom. Without a doubt. Yamcha is struck directly by the energy wave, his anguished cries swallowed by the ensuing cloud of dust. Master Yamcha, Puar exclaims in horror, rushing to assess Yamcha's condition. While Master Roshi and Gohan comment on the unfolding scene, Krillin has only recently mastered the Kamehameha wave, though he can barely wield its power. It is sufficient to incapacitate the heedless Yamcha for a considerable duration. Haha, I won. I finally won. Hooray. Hooray. Breathless, Krillin glanced at Yamcha sprawled on the ground, and then at his own hands. Unable to contain the exhilaration bubbling within him, he leaped into the air, cheering joyfully. Despite having faced Yamcha countless times before, he had often been at the receiving end of Yamcha's prowess. Their last encounter in the finals of the martial arts tournament had ended in defeat for Krillin, leaving him with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction that fueled his relentless efforts. Fortune played a significant role, yet at last, he had triumphed over Yamcha. Applause erupted around him as Knight and Bulma, along with their companions, descended from the sky. Krillin. After a year of training under Master Roshi, you have indeed grown considerably stronger, Knight praised as they landed on the sandy beach. In truth, Knight and the others had arrived some time ago, but they refrained from interrupting the battle until a victor emerged. Knight, I can hardly believe my eyes, Krillin exclaimed, rushing over, somewhat flustered by Knight's commendation. Having always regarded Knight as a role model and aspiration, he was overwhelmed with pride and emotion at having defeated Yamcha in front of him and receiving such praise. He subconsciously considered reaching out to pat Krillin's bald head, but then paused, realizing that Krillin was merely a young boy and not an adorable girl. Such an affectionate gesture would be rather inappropriate. Redirecting his gaze, Knight turned to the still-lying Yamcha. Long time no see, Puar. Here, take this senzu bean and give it to Yamcha. Knight tossed the senzu bean to the tearful Puar, who had been calling out for Yamcha. Yes, Knight, Puar replied, coming to its senses. Although unsure about the nature of the senzu bean, which looked like an ordinary bean, Puar trusted that anything from Knight, a celestial being of Earth, must surely possess remarkable properties. Puar placed the senzu bean in Yamcha's mouth, who weakly swallowed it. And in the next moment, a miraculous transformation unfolded. All pain vanished from Yamcha's body, the injuries inflicted by the Kamehameha were completely healed, and even the energy he had expended was restored. Oh, this is incredible! Yamcha, you're back. Puar cheered, while Yamcha stood up, clenching his fists in disbelief. This senzu bean, obtained from the guardian atop Korin Tower, ensures one remains nourished for 10 days and heals all injuries. Chen succinctly elucidated the matter, and the group, including Yamati, exhibited expressions of dawning realization. So this is the artifact of an immortal. No wonder it is so extraordinary. Thank you, Lord Chen. Filled with gratitude, Yamati bowed slightly. Ah, there is no need for such formality. After all, you are considered my junior. Yamati, you must recognize your shortcomings by now. Your strength exceeds that of Krillin, yet you ultimately succumb to him due to your complacency. Remember, as a martial artist, one must never underestimate any opponent, nor expose one's vulnerabilities to them. Gazing intently at Yamati, Chen's demeanor grew solemn. I understand, Lord Chen, Yamati replied, his countenance reflecting shame. With his strength steadily increasing, he had indeed become somewhat overconfident recently. Fortunately, it was merely a sparring session with Krillin, had it been a life-or-death confrontation. His earlier negligence could have led to dire consequences. Yamati, I apologize for injuring you earlier, Krillin said, scratching his bald head in embarrassment. He had only recently mastered the Kamehameha and was still struggling to control its force. Had it not been for Lord Chen's miraculous senzu beans, Yamati would likely have been incapacitated for a considerable time. Ha ha ha. No need to worry about it, Krillin, it was unintentional. Besides, I have injured you quite a few times in the past, So now we are even. Yamati waved his hand dismissively. Seeing that Yamati bore no ill will, Krillin felt a sense of relief and broke into a smile. As fellow disciples of Master Roshi, the two trained together daily, fostering a strong camaraderie. Meanwhile, Chen nodded approvingly at their rapport. During the exchange between Chen, Yamati, and Krillin, Bulma and the other women had finished greeting Master Roshi, while the Ox King joyfully bounced around, cradling his precious daughter Chi-Chi as if he were a child. As Chen and Yamcha were just passing by, Bulma exclaimed, "Die, you lecherous old man," with a fist that sent Master Roshi crashing to the ground. She then stomped on him fiercely a few times, with a twitch of their lips. Chen and Yamcha could easily surmise what had transpired. "Master Roshi, you didn't propose to see Bulma's underwear again, did you?" Although slightly exasperated, Chen helped the old turtle master to his feet. Blushing, Master Roshi pretended not to hear. "Chen, didn't you all go to train with Lord Kai? Has your training concluded?" "Yes, Master Roshi, we have completed our training with Lord Kai and have returned," Chen replied, nodding. He also greeted Son Gohan and the others beside him. "Long time no see, Gohan, Ox King, Turtle, and Oolong." The turtle welcomed their return, while Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Ox King was preoccupied with bonding with his precious daughter and did not hear Chen's voice. As for Oolong, the plump little pig seemed to recall the earlier mischief Chen and Wukong had played on him, snorting disdainfully, as if to say he wanted nothing to do with Chen. Amused internally, Chen paid no mind. That evening, in Master Roshi's humble abode, they raised their glasses. Cheers, clinking them together before indulging in a delicious and sumptuous feast, filling the air with lively chatter. While enjoying the meal, they shared their experiences from the past year. Bulma and Tais were busy aiding Chen in establishing the Dragon Ball Company, which left little to discuss. Yamcha and Krillin had been diligently training day after day, much like Chen and Wukong in their earlier days. Noteworthy was the World Martial Arts Tournament that took place months ago. Yamcha and Krillin animatedly recounted their experiences, clearly marked by the profound impact the tournament had on them. Having trained under Master Roshi for an extended period, their skills had significantly improved, allowing them to showcase their prowess during the tournament. Both advanced to the top 8, and in the subsequent semifinals, they faced each other in an exhilarating duel. The match was nothing short of spectacular, with both employing their unique techniques. Ultimately, Yamcha emerged victorious. However, he later succumbed to a contestant named Jackie Chun in the finals. At this point, a look of regret crossed Yamcha's face, his admiration for Jackie Chun evident, yet he felt an undeniable bitterness, vowing to train diligently to defeat Jackie Chun in the next tournament. Meanwhile, as Yamcha fervently expressed his sentiments, Master Roshi maintained a stoic expression, while Son Gohan occasionally wore a knowing smile, clearly aware that Jackie Chun was none other than their beloved Master Roshi in disguise. Although Chen could surmise the situation, he chose not to expose it in consideration of their teacher's reputation. After Yamcha and the others shared their experiences, Chen recounted their own journey. Upon hearing that Chen and his companions traversed a serpentine path spanning an astonishing 1 million kilometers to reach Lord Kai, everyone was utterly astounded. Furthermore, when they learned that Chen had not only enhanced his abilities through training under Lord Kai, but had also mastered 2 of his signature techniques, Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, there was a profound sense of admiration among the group. Amidst laughter and lively conversation, the atmosphere of the banquet was delightfully vibrant. However, just as the banquet was nearing its conclusion, Master Roshi wore a contemplative expression, seemingly hesitating over something. "Bulma, may I pose a question to you?" After much deliberation, Master Roshi finally spoke. "You're not going to ask to see our underwear again, are you?" Bulma crossed her arms, her face etched with suspicion. No. This time, I genuinely have something important to confirm with you." Embarrassed, Master Roshi cleared his throat and then donned a serious demeanor. "Bulma, Tais, Launch, you all emanate an unusual aura. Pray tell, what has transpired?" "Oh, so Master Roshi has noticed too. I sensed it as well," noted Gohan, who nodded in agreement. However, Yamcha and Krillin appeared utterly bewildered. "An unusual aura? Bulma and the others? How come we didn't notice anything?" "That is due to your insufficient training," Master Roshi retorted, tapping Krillin's bald head. At this stage, Krillin and Yamcha were still primarily focused on physical conditioning, lacking proficiency in the perception and control of energy. In contrast, Master Roshi and Gohan, as martial arts masters, were acutely sensitive to energy and had sensed the distinct aura of Bulma and the others upon their arrival. It was incredibly potent, rivaling even their own. Logically, this should have been impossible, as Master Roshi and Gohan had achieved their current prowess after countless hours of rigorous training. While Bulma and her companions had not engaged in any such practices, the last time they met, they were merely ordinary individuals. Initially, Master Roshi thought he was experiencing an illusion, but after repeated investigations yielded the same results, it became evident that this was no mere figment of his imagination, but rather a reality. Thus, after considerable hesitation, he could no longer refrain from inquiring. Nightshade was not particularly surprised that Master Roshi and Gohan could detect the anomalies surrounding Bulma and her friends. Although he had taught the girls several self-defense techniques over the past few days, mastering the control of energy was not something that could be easily learned. The girls were still unable to restrain their own auras, making it entirely normal for Master Roshi and Gohan to notice them. "Well, since you've inquired, I shall graciously enlighten you," Bulma proclaimed, striking a pose with hands on her hips, an air of pride radiating from her. "From this day forth, I, Bulma, am no longer an ordinary person, but a superwoman capable of overcoming any foe across the universe. Behold my might." With that, she threw a few punches, the powerful energy brushing past Yamcha and Krillin's faces, startling both of them. "Be Bulma?" With mouths agape, Yamcha and Krillin wore expressions of disbelief. Bulma, merely a delicate girl, had suddenly transformed into a martial arts expert. Those two recent displays of prowess likely surpassed their own abilities. How could such a phenomenon be possible? Master Roshi, equally astonished, took a deep breath and turned to Chen. "Chen, what on earth is happening here?" It was evident that Bulma and the others could not have achieved such a level of skill on their own. Leaving only one conceivable explanation, it had to be Chen's doing. "Master Wutian, during our training journey to the Lord of the Kais, we stumbled upon a remarkable fruit known as the Hell Peach. Consuming just one of these fruits allows a person to remain satiated for 100 days and enhances their strength. I provided Bulma and the others with this fruit, which is how they attained their current abilities," Chen explained with a slight smile. The secret of the Hell Peach, which they had pilfered from King Yama, was best kept to themselves. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Chen's words, Master Roshi, Gohan, and Yamcha were all taken aback. The Hell Peach? Consuming it can augment one's power? Though it was hard to believe, the evidence was irrefutable. Just by consuming this so-called Hell Peach, Bulma and her companions had transformed from fragile young women into formidable martial artists. "Cough, cough, Chen, come here for a moment," Master Roshi said, regaining his composure as he gently pulled Chen to a secluded corner. "You rascal, to possess such a treasure and not share it with your teacher, do you have more? Is there any left?" Observing Master Roshi's eager demeanor, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, who could resist